trying to stay alive at the moment. Rescue on Sam to get a fear on the play. Rosita gets interrupted. Fire breath channel by Zito, and that's gonna close it.
Hammer of Justice lands, and that's gonna be game 1 to Luminosity.
The dragon will succumb to the temptation. And unleash the aspect's darkest nightmares.
Control sends the damage. Huge damage coming in. Double kill. That's it. Good night. A lot of devastation right now. Full blind onto Asgraff. Zebai could easily go down. Can they purge the blessing of protection? They do manage to. There's the kidney shot. Are they going to be able to take him down at the same time, though? Waz gets disarmed. He's down to 1% health. Can he survive? No, not this time, Waz.
Well, Drake, I don't think he survives the next crowd control on Brain. He's trying to run away. He's just dying. Jellybeans is absolutely blasting, and he's got the Sentinel out. He's shooting through the fence line right now. His entire team can shoot through pillars. Insane usage of that spell right there, and they managed to close it out. Here comes the Spear Bastion onto Wallace. He's got no evasion. He's caught in this. Blazestorm is cutting him down here. Here's the double stun. They need to keep the massive stun. Can they take Drake down in the scatter shot? They can! He's just trying to stay alive at the moment. Rescue.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is Championship Sunday of the first cup of Season 2 for AWC. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host. We're with Zico, Venruki. Super Tees will be joining us later, but now we're with Azael for this lovely Sunday. We're starting off the day once again in Europe, and then we're going to end with NA. And I don't know how much of the games you caught, Azael, but I feel like already these teams look like they're having so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I've watched all the games. I've been watching a lot of streams and stuff. Getting ready for the cup, and definitely excited to be back. It was a lot of fun. Seeing all the different games that we've had. Both in NA and in EU. It does seem like largely it's basically just like Wizards and Rogues. The other melees aren't really having much success. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone can buck that trend and if anything new will kind of develop over today.
Yeah, that's definitely a big question for sure. We'll see if it's EU that's going to kind of switch the meta from yesterday. Zika, what was your favorite composition, favorite team from this weekend's game so far?
Ooh, I mean, I gotta say the RPS has been looking really fun to watch so far, especially with the sub variant. I think the Golden Guardians have been having a great tournament so far. I think Liquid's games have also been really fun to watch. Just a lot of aggression. Seeing a lot of these older compositions kind of return. So those are definitely my favorites in North America. And in EU, I gotta say BAMBOOZLE. They've definitely been an interesting team to watch because they're only playing that 3-man roster and they're playing with that Shadow Priest, Destruction Warlock. So far it's been all about the Moonkin. It's been all about the Demo Warlock for most of these teams. But then you got a team like that just kind of popping up out of nowhere, taking out some big name teams actually, and doing it with just their one comp. Been really fun to see them. And I'm excited to see what they're actually able to do today in their games.
Yeah, very true. And, speaking of BAMBOOZLE then, that are going to be the first up for today in the lower semis. It is going to be an elimination round. Winner will be moving on in the bracket, and they're going to be playing up against the Agents.
Yeah, I mean, it should be an interesting one. My big question for BAMBOOZLE, being a 3-player roster, is do they have anything else prepared? Like, how are they going to set themselves up for this matchup? Because the Agents, they are a very well-rounded team. It's Zeepai, Mercy, Asgrath, Brunhilde, and I feel like they have so many different composition options that they can run, and that's going to be a big disadvantage for BAMBOOZLE as they don't really have that many options. So, hopefully that their comp is well-rounded enough to take them down, because I think this could be their most difficult opponent yet, besides that upper bracket match they had against Admiral Esports, and that unfortunately did not go their way. So hopefully there were some lessons learned in that series, and they can apply that today.
Yeah, I mean, even still, this team has for sure made a statement getting this far, newly formed for AWC, only 3 players, only 1 composition that we've seen. Maybe they do surprise us today, Azael, but we also got that semifinal upper bracket game, Echo versus Admiral Esports. I mean, this could very well be just the grand finals if, whichever team does go down to the lower bracket makes it back up. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both Echo and Admiral Esports, they obviously already took out the agents in Bamboozle. Those were both 3-0s. They were both pretty one-sided series. So I do think you kind of have to be favoring those upper bracket teams to be able to make it all the way to the grand final today. Unless someone maybe like the agents, like as you're saying, Ben, they have a lot of different comps. Maybe they can kind of figure out something to try to create a bit of an advantage. But I think it's going to be a tough one for Bamboozle. We already saw them get 3-0'd by an Ellie, when they were playing against Admiral Esports. They lost to that Ellie Devoker Resto Druid comp, and we know that the agents can obviously run Ellie. They can run a lot of different compositions, so I think that they're going to be kind of like having a similarly difficult time in this lower bracket matchup against the agents.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. I mean, this is already shaping up to be pretty scary down there in the lower bracket. But like we've kind of already mentioned, the first one of the day is going to be Bamboozle versus the Agents. And like I've said, also, we're starting off in the lower bracket. So loser of this one getting knocked out. But honestly, Zico, it's a pretty solid way to start. We know that these teams are fighting for that top 3 position. It's only Cup 1, but these early cups still make a lot of a difference in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's only 4 cups, right? There's a lot of money on the line here, $400,000 across the season, across each region. And you got, already cup number 1, today it gets decided. Then you're going to have cup number 2, cup number 3, cup number 4, and that's it. After that, you need to be in that top 3 to automatically advance to the grand finals, where the big money is going to be. Otherwise, you are going to have to play through that gauntlet. And speaking of cup number 2, the signups are open until 2nd of July. Sign up right now and make sure that you get that beautiful smoldering banner of the aspects.
Yeah, definitely want that. Show it off to your friends, flex it in Orgrimmar if you get it. But Cup 2 signups do close tonight. So definitely check that out if you're interested for that upcoming one. Lots of more information there on the WoW Esports Twitter. So thank you to everyone that's signed up so far. I'm really excited to see who comes back for Cup 2. Then, I mean, we've had a lot of new rosters sign up. To you, like, who do you feel like is showing the most promise, would you say?
That's a good question. Just taking a look at the rosters right now, I feel like there are quite a bit of repeats in the top 8. So, you have the casual dads. They've been around for quite some time. Now we go. I feel like they're looking solid as well. Bringing on Shams, I feel like it was a really great addition for them. Moonkin's obviously really strong right now. Give them a lot of different options. Admiral Esports, kind of a veteran roster as well. Of course, Echo, the Agents, My Way. So a lot of these teams are repeat. You do have some new ones though, like the Caster Meta and Bamboozle, who I think do show some promise. And who knows, there could have been teams as well, these top teams in the lower bracket. So I still feel like there's lots of potential. I would like to see, setups like Bamboozle try to flesh out their roster a little bit and bring on a 4th member that could make them a little bit more well-rounded. I think if they could do that, we give them a lot more options.
Offline games for Wednesday. That's how these teams got to the top 8. There's even a lot of teams, not only in EU, but NA as well, that I think show a lot of promise that we've yet to see. So maybe as Cup 2 rolls around, we'll have some returning rosters, some new rosters. But Zeke?
It's a tough question. I feel like Bamboozle is a team that, kind of, I think they've, done a really good job so far, especially as a 3-man roster, especially as a team position. I do agree with Van on that. I think if they get a 4th, I'm thinking a rogue, honestly. If they could get themselves a nice little sub-rogue there, as somebody who mains rogue even, they're going to have a lot of comp diversity there. And if they can get Manzel as well to maybe play, one more healer in addition to that Restoration Druid, they're going to have so many options. Warlock rogue. We saw it stay strong in the finals. Echo used it to actually win the whole thing. And of course, Shadow Priest Rogue, you're going to have the Wizard Cleave. You're going to have, a little bit of melee caster healer going on there. So I think that could flesh them out a lot. And in general, I think they're definitely kind of on the come up. Aside from that, I think some of the teams are more or less the same, but they've picked up, one new member. And also some of the teams that we didn't see in the top 8 still are showing a lot of promise, and I'm thinking about some of the North American teams there, like Unitas. I'm excited to see Chas' North American career and what's going to happen there. I feel like that's going to be an interesting thing to see. So hopefully they sign up for Cup number 2, and and make it to broadcast. But we'll table that discussion for later. We got Bamboozle and the agents right now being set up here for the blind pick.
Yep, absolutely. Elimination round. Loser of this one knocked out. Winner going to be moving on here for Championship Sunday. Game number 1, Bamboozle versus the Agents, Ben.
Yeah, here we go. Bamboozle locking in kind of what we expected. This has been their bread and butter so far. And the Agents, they're going to be going with the Lock Shaman Druid. And I feel like just on paper, I kind of like the Elemental Shaman a little bit more in this matchup. Bringing things like Grounding Totem and Tremor Totem to disrupt some of the crowd control is quite nice.
Yeah, Mercy's actually playing Affliction, so this is actually pretty interesting. So it's Affliction versus Destro. It's not going to be Demo. This will be really interesting. I agree. You know, I do think Ellie can be difficult to deal with for these Destro Warlocks. You know, you can kind of just be getting dotted up and rotted, and then they can LOS you. But we'll see what they're going to be able to get done, because this Warlock, you know, playing this Affliction Warlock, you can sometimes be targeted pretty heavily, and it looks like that is going to be the case so far. Mercy already getting down pretty low is going to actually just drop the coil immediately, but he does get locked out. We'll see if he can, you know, try to get that pressure rolling, because Zeepai is just pushing in right now, you know, trying to stay in the face of both Kreiser and Ray. He wants to be disruptive. He wants to keep this damage rolling, and they want to be making sure that they're getting dots across everyone, because that is really how you're going to make Manzel's job very, very difficult on this Resto Druid. You can see a nice bash interrupting that lightning lasso there, but a good knockback from Zeepai is going to interrupt the cast. They're trying to turn it around onto Ray, but Mercy hasn't been able to really get dots up so far onto Manzel.
I love the Affliction Warlock pick in this matchup. It is very... It's not very popular right now, but I feel like in this particular matchup, you make it really difficult for Mancel to actually get Dispels. So you get a little bit more Dispel protection if you can get those Unstable Afflictions up. There's not that much disruption for the Warlock as well. Just one counterspell you really have to deal with. So if Zeepai can play this aggressive, get Flame Shocks on everyone, and kind of blast while Mercy's just putting out that consistent pressure and burst. See Immortal Coil right now going on for Mercy. Big Malefic Raptures onto Ray in the midfield, going for a Mass Dispel. And we've seen Ray, you know, I'm not going to lie, he had some greedy Mass Dispels that actually one-shot him. Like, he needs to be careful against the Affliction Warlock.
Yeah, if you triple MD the UA, you could definitely just get 1D sometimes. You do have to be pretty careful. But yeah, as you say, there's just not that many interrupts to actually stop Mercy, so it is going to be difficult for them to really be able to deal with this Affliction Warlock. But the question to me is just, can Mercy actually push in, you know, right in onto Mancel? That's where you really want to be, you know, playing on top of that pillar, so you can just constantly dip in and out, you know, avoiding Chaos Bolts, avoiding those casts that are going to be coming out from the Destro, while keeping dots up on a Mancel. And now that's looking like what they're trying to do here, trying to push in. Mancel's going to have to actually change pillars. He needs to stay away from Zeepai and Mercy as much as he possibly can. Kreiser actually just going to be pushing back in, trying to actually get some damage out onto Mercy. It seems like he's really their only real viable target right now, but the coil is going to be used again here by Mercy, just dropping that every single time he needs to, getting a little bit of a healing down, and trying to just disrupt as much as he can, you know, coming out from this Destro Warlock, because you don't want to allow him to just be fully free casting. But you can see the mana is really the big difference here. You know, I'm not sure if Asgarth actually got, you know, a bit of a drink off, but he is massively ahead as far as the mana goes. You can see him just constantly spam dispelling out all of these dots from the Shadow Priest, as well as the Immolates coming out from that Destro Warlock. And Mancel going to have to just use the Tranquility, trying to catch up here. His Innervate is back up. May have to just use that here pretty soon, because they are just kind of getting rocked as far as the mana goes.
As soon as Mercy can get dots on Mancel, there it is, the Soul Swap. So if he can keep dots on Mancel, it becomes a lot more difficult for him to actually dispel, and that is when the game becomes an absolute nightmare. You can see everybody rotting down. Mancel really struggling. Keep in mind, there's no Tranquility available, so healing is going to be limited in this situation, and he is burning through his mana very rapidly. Big Chaos Bolts, though. Mercy might get punished, but no, he's just going to drain life through it, and that's the problem. You don't have interrupts for those drain lives. That is a lot of healing you're going to be able to put out with that Soul Rot. And I think it's actually one of the nice things about the Affliction Warlock. If you are getting those heals off, you were quite tanky in the match. So I think Kreiser and Ray, they need to do a good job if they actually want to go after the Warlock and shutting that down. Otherwise, I don't really see Mercy really falling in this match.
Yeah, I agree, but it's difficult. Like, you know, they're all going to be targets that are difficult to actually go for. And Mancel going to get lightning stormed off of that pillar there. Zeepai just pushing in on the Mancel, spam purging him out, and Mercy is just rotting everyone else. Asgarth is getting pulled into the middle of the map, though, to try to keep his team offensive. But you can see Mancel really starting to struggle here. His mana is very low. He's rotting down. Ray is rotting down as well. And Kreiser still taking a ton of damage here, just kind of battling out in the middle of the map against Mercy. And as you say, just spamming out those drain lives, healing through so much of this damage. Trying to really punish Mercy as much as they can, but it's just like, it doesn't feel like they have anything going at all. It feels like it's only a matter of time before the agents are able to take them down. Mancel still just running, but Zeepai is not being pressured off him at all. I think that they have to just kind of give up on going on this Affliction Warlock and try to do something to this Ellie, because he is just pushing in so far behind the pillar. They've got to try to punish him, and there is the Rake Stun coming through. A nice spell lock, though, does come out to try to prevent the Fear from following it up, and they can't actually get that damage rolling. I feel like they need to be focusing Zeepai every time he goes in, try to put damage into him, try to push Asgarth into the middle of the map, and then maybe look for CC, maybe look for swaps over onto that Resto Druid. But it feels like it's maybe too little, it's maybe too late, because Mansell has really very little left here to be able to survive.
Brutal. This is when nobody likes fighting the Affliction Warlock. Like, you just rotted and dotted. Mansell's mana is not looking good. Dampening is getting higher. Where are the openings? Mercy has all his defensive cooldowns right now. The agents are looking solid for a potential triple kill here in the near future. Kraz is going to trade out some cooldowns. Is on any resolve. The Mortal Coil trying to stabilize just a little bit. Big heal from Mansell, but he trades out in a big way. That's all his mana. That's the Iron Bark. There's no Innervate in sight for another 40 seconds. I feel like if the agents can kind of get their damage rolling, I don't know if Bamboozle is going to be able to recover again.
Yeah, and the problem is there's just not enough disruption, right? Like, they're always going to get their damage rolling because there's just one spell lock. That's about it. Mansell did run to the other side of the map, though. He is getting a drink right now. We'll see how much mana he did get, as he does have to actually pop back up and get those hots rolling once more. He looks like he got about 10-15% of his mana back. Mercy now actually getting punished here a little bit. Asgarth into the Fear. They are going to get the unending resolve out of Mercy, so that's actually pretty big. And that healing is going to get reduced, not only from Asgarth, but also for them Drain Lives, as you do get deeper and deeper into dampening. So we'll see if they can get anything rolling. But without pressure onto Asgarth, there's just no way that they're really going to make anything happen. And Mansell now actually dropping that Tranquility, but he has to pop out of it early, as Ray was getting way too low. Ray forced to meld, to Trinket, to disperse. Everything now gone for him. And Asgarth on the other side still has that Innervate rolling. He's pumping out those heals as much as possible. Mansell having to Barksian, trying to pull away back behind the pillar, trying to recover as quick as he can. They are pressuring Zeepai now, finally, as he's pushing in. He's down about half HP. It seems like they're starting to get a little bit of counter pressure here, Ben.
Yeah, this is looking nice. Look at Mercy. He's rotting down. We got a Silent Sphere on Asgarth. He's forced to Trinket out. And finally, a little bit later on in dampening, it looks like the agents are going to be pressured. Mansell, in an absolute miraculous moment, was able to actually recover some of his mana. Everybody's stable. Things are looking a lot better for their team. And maybe with dampening getting higher, this match might slowly go in their favor. But Mercy right now, the big Drain Life, Ray's in a lot of trouble. Keep in mind, there's no Dispersion. He does have the Void Shift, but the only real target is going to be Kryzer here, as Mansell is rotting down. And I feel like the agents at this point, they kind of smell blood in the water. They are pushing forward. They want to close out this map. Asgarth's mana is not as healthy as it once was. Like, he is burning through a considerable amount. And potentially, if Bamboozle can keep this up, they might be able to get him out of mana.
And Asgarth has no Trinket, right? So if they can actually get that CC, but it's hard for Ray to push in because he doesn't have those defensives anymore. He doesn't have really any way to stay safe. The Dispersion is coming back up now, but Kryzer is actually pumping out some of those Chaos Bolts, trying to get some damage rolling here. It's going to get hexed up. It looks like it was just a Trinket used immediately there. Ray trying to keep the damage rolling. Mercy now trading out his Trinket, trying to push in, trying to get dots onto everyone. Mansell repositioning again, changing pillars. The portals are going to get dropped here from Kryzer. He's trying to get some counter pressure rolling. Zeepai taking some damage, but he's way behind, as Kryzer's down to about 30% HP. Mansell down to about 30% HP. He's got absolutely no mana. He's going to pop the Frenzy Regen behind the pillar, just trying to stay alive. Asgarth is pretty much tapped, though, and Mansell is actually re-stealth now, so he's trying to actually get away and get into a drink, potentially here. Zeepai wasn't able to actually knock him out of that, so he is now drinking behind the pillar. He's going to get Shadow Fury, though. He is going to have to trigger that Shadow Fury immediately, as Ray is down into the Disperse. Kryzer is very, very low. Has not actually popped the ending resolve until just now, but it looks like it's about to be a triple kill. Can they turn anything around? I don't know if Mansell's going to be able to turn it back around. He's got nothing left. He does have that NS, but he's got no mana to do anything with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a tough spot to be in. Chaos Bolt's coming in from Kryzer, trying to do anything. I think they realize, yeah, this is a really tough spot to be in. Asgarth doing a good job with the bash, just slowing him down a little bit, allowing Zeepai and Mercy to get really comfortable here and get the damage rolling. Mansell completely tapped. Lightning Lasso here on Array, still doing what he can to survive. 10% health, and I think this could easily be the end of the game. The Iron Bark does make the trade here for Mansell, but all three members are rotting down. I don't think there's any way they recover, and yep, Kryzer will fall at around 50% dampening. But if you look, Asgarth mana, he's out, he's tapped, so there's still a shot for them to win this one, but I really like what the agents did here. I feel like bringing in this composition and the specialization with the Affliction is really strong. I mean, in these Wizard matchups, going after an Affliction Warlock is not an easy thing to do because, like I said, if you don't interrupt Drain Life, you're really not going to go down. And then Zeepai is also quite durable on that Elemental Shaman, so there's just really not that many good targets for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult, especially when you're playing against a Resto Druid. It's not even one of the healers that has any disruption for you. Like, it's about as easy as it gets for an Affliction Warlock, right? There's Spell Lock, and like that's it. The Shadow Priest can't be using silences and stuns and stuff to interrupt your Drain Life, really, right? Like, you need to be able to save that for the Resto Druid. So there's not really anything to actually stop Mercy in this matchup, and I think we saw how much he was able to get done. I'd be really interested to see that damage at the end of this because I feel like Mercy and Zeepai probably heavily outdamaged what Kreiser and Ray were able to get done. Just spamming out those instants, pushing in and pressuring. I do think that there's some changes that Bamboozle could make. Like, I feel like they need to be pressuring Zeepai early. Maybe you go for the Affliction Warlock once dampening has ramped up, but like their early pressure onto Mercy did basically nothing, right? Like, it felt like they weren't pressuring him whatsoever until dampening was there, and then his Drain Life start doing less. You know, his passive healing is doing less, and it felt like at that point they were able to do a little bit. But either you need to be pressuring Zeepai when he's going behind the pillar to pull in Asgarath and then trying to get out onto him, or doing something different. Because if you're actually just trading damage, I think with the Affliction Warlock in midfield, I don't think you're ever really going to be winning that kind of a matchup because Zeepai's chasing your healer. There was no pressure on Asgarath for like 90% of this game. And if you're not pressuring the enemy Resto Druid and your Resto Druid is dealing with, you know, multiple people dotting him up constantly, it's just a losing battle, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. It's a tough spot to be in. I'm just looking at the gear actually and some of the embellishments and crafted gear that these players are making. We can take a look at the damage meters. You can see Mercy at the top, also doing a considerable amount of healing as well as Zeepai. So that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like what's really tough is Resto Druids excel at healing 2 targets. Like, their 2-target healing is very strong. 3-target healing becomes a little bit more tricky. But that's the big difference is Mansell, he's having to heal everybody. Everyone's getting rotted. Zeepai's running on top of him. It's a nightmare. But for Asgarath, he's kind of just chilling, right? He's got life blooms on his 2 DPS. He can kind of just sit back. Nobody's attacking him. That's kind of like the comfort you want as a Resto Druid in this particular match.
Well, and that's why I feel like you have to do something to pull him in so that you get access to him as a target, right? And if you're just hitting Mercy, like Mercy's sitting midfield. And if you're just going to hit him, Asgarath is just going to max range. He's not going to be pulled in whatsoever. Zeepai is the one that was going behind the pillar, right? You have to pressure the wizard that's pressuring your healer to pull in the enemy healer. So you can open him up either to swaps or at least to CC. Because I just don't think it's a winning way to play the game if you're both just sitting back and trading damage. Like we see, you know, the Affliction Warlock's doing more damage, he's doing more healing. There's not enough disruption to actually lock him down. It's not like you're playing with a rogue or something who's constantly kicking him, and then, you know, Affliction Warlocks are then punished because they are one tree. Like if you're playing against a Resto Shaman at rogue and things like that, it becomes much more difficult to keep that damage rolling. But against this comp, there's just not really a lot there. So they have to either, like, I feel like full send it and try to like chase the enemy druid and play on top of them, or they have to, you know, do something to make the enemy druid come in and at least open them up to damage. Because if you're not hitting 3 targets, I just don't think you're winning. Yeah,
this is a really interesting matchup for a lot of reasons. First of all, the Affliction Warlock is one, but now we're going to Mugambala, which is basically unheard of in tournament play. Most teams do not go to Mugambala, so they're opting for a little bit of a different map here. And I wonder
why.
Well, I think it's not a bad strategy. I think the thing that I kind of like about it is if you, as a kind of a group, just run around the pillar, you basically just use that center massive pillar and just run around in circles. I think it's going to be a lot more difficult for the agents to actually keep up triple dots. And if they are pushing in to get those triple dots and actually chasing behind the pillar, I think that might be an opportunity to actually pull in Asgarath, like you were mentioning. Like, it's not going to be as easy for Asgarath to actually sit back. He's going to have to kind of chase his team, and maybe that allows a few openings for them. But yeah, even just looking at the gear, it's been interesting to see, because right now you actually can craft a lot of gear, these players, and obviously they're on the tournament realm, but a lot of them are using crafted weapons for additional physical damage. So your attacks have a chance to be imbued with ferocity, dealing additional 14,500 physical damage. They're using that on their main hand and their offhand. And Mercy, as well as Zeepai, are both using Shadow Flame Wreath. So it's one of the new weapon enchants that procs, I believe, shadow damage. So some interesting adaptations here. I haven't really seen too much of that. So maybe that's contributing to their damage overall.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how they actually want to play it out. You know, how Bamboozle is going to try to adapt. You know, you definitely can, as you're saying, try to like kite around in a circle. But part of the problem is Ellie's and Affliction Warlocks do better with instants than Destro does. So,
Yeah.
you know, if you spend too
Mansel's
much
fully
time
dotted.
running, you're not going to really do anything. Yeah, Mercy's already in on top of him. He's just sitting right in on top of that Druid. They have to use a defensive silence and a defensive coil onto Mercy right out the gate there, just trying to actually shut down some of that damage. As you can see, Mansell is going to get cloned up on his Innervate, so the Innervate really doesn't get any value there, unfortunately. It's a great clone coming out to actually, I think it was a reflected clone by Mercy over onto Mansell. Chrysler now, you know, trying to get some damage back, rolling here. Ray trying to get those dots up, but he's just getting crushed. He's going to drop the MD. That's always a little bit of a scary moment, but perhaps those UAs had fallen off before he actually went for it, and now trying to just help his Druid to reset, to clear off those dots. They are going to be able to do it, but I mean, look at the mana again. Asgrath hasn't spent anything, and Mansell has already chunked through, you know, a good quarter of his mana bar and used his Innervate, which did get, you know, that clone happening on it. You can see the coil now coming out onto Ray, trying to interrupt that Manflay Insanity that was being used, but they are getting fully dotted up. At least Mansell is pretty far back, and he's going for a very early drink here. Did go for the meld drink, it looks like. I think Asgrath was able to pop him out, so did interrupt that pretty quickly, but at least he got a tiny bit of mana back.
I'm wondering, I'm trying to, I think you actually can do it. I think Ray is actually using one of the new PvP talents, Phase Shift. So he's phase shifting, which makes you immune to everything for 1 second, and then using the Master Spell. So I think that's, I think he's using Phase Shift MD, and that's why he's not taking any of the backlash damage, but you're going to have to keep an eye on that, see how often he can actually pull that off, because that's obviously massive if you can stay grouped and remove all the Flame Shocks, Corruptions, Unstable Afflictions. Not 100% sure you can pull it off on Shadow Priest, but we'll have to wait and see. I think it'll be very clear here shortly if we do see it.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, because obviously the new PvP talent is really, really strong. Mostly you just see people using it to like immune CC and things like this. Haven't actually seen in people using the fade into MD yet. But Chrysler now playing up top, you know, trying to kind of reposition here a little bit. It looks like Zeepai is being pressured somewhat more, but you know, with Mansell down on that bottom side, you can see Mercy over on top of Mansell again, looking for those dots. There was an MD that was trying to come out. That one actually going to get sheared by Zeepai, and Mercy now just trying to spread those dots around. You can see the soul swaps coming out. There's the double coil though from Chrysler, trying to turn some pressure back around, but they have just got to find a way to get onto Asgrath. I just don't think they're going to be able to get a win here unless they can start to pressure Asgrath, and he is just always sitting at full health, you know, not really being interrupted whatsoever, and it's Mansell that's being chased by these DPS constantly. It's a good fear there from Raze. Now it's going to be able to actually drop the Mind Games over on a Zeepai. Clone comes out on Asgrath, so they are maybe going to be able to set up on top of this Druid. I think they should actually look for a swap on the Druid potentially out of that clone, but it is going to be a stun instead onto Zeepai. They just want to keep the damage rolling on this Ellie for now.
Yeah, Ray's fully dotted. This is kind of a scary situation, pardon me. Going for some mind controls just to slow down the damage, and there it is. That is the Fade MD, so that's exactly what's going on. He's able to clear the damage over time effects, and that, I feel like that alone has bought them a lot of breathing room, and it makes a lot more sense why they're not just kind of steamrolling them. Being able to remove all of those dots is definitely helpful for Mansell in this match.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that's massive. But Chrysler in a lot of trouble already here. Is maybe going to have to create out the shield wall. He's going to drop the Infernal defensively, but he is bashed up. Mansell able to get around to him, get some heals down on him, but Ray now is going to have to actually take the NS from Mansell as he was getting really low too. Mansell, you know, kind of was split up from the rest of the team there, and his team was starting to rot pretty heavily. Ray still taking a lot of pressure. Mansell getting low as well around the other side. Ray's trying to kite back towards his team, but they're kind of split up pretty awkwardly. Chrysler is very far away from where his Resto Druid is. You can see that the shear comes through from Zeepai there, trying to disrupt as much as he possibly can, and Mercy now pushing in is going to get feared up, but that'll be broken immediately from the damage that's coming through. He's trying to get in onto Mansell to get the pressure rolling on him. The shield wall is going to have to be used by Chrysler. Soul Rip comes out as well, just trying to reduce as much damage as he possibly can. Asgrath, though, is at 100% mana, basically. Mansell down to about half. There's a clone, though, coming out onto Asgrath. Can they get anything rolling with this? Trying to get that bash over on a Zeepai, trying to get the pressure rolling. Double coil does come out as well from Chrysler, but just not really able to get much off of that. Mansell now trying to reposition back up towards the top. Looks like he took the gateway up top. Is he going to be able to get a drink here? Would be pretty big, but they're chasing him very, very heavily.
I would love to see, I think one of the reasons why Zeepai, or maybe the reason why Zeepai is basically immortal in this match, is one of the new PvP talents, Seasoned Winds. I would love to see his buff uptime in this match of that. I'll explain it. Ray's just going to go down, and this map backfired in a big way, so I feel like Bamboozle, they didn't actually have any places to run, and honestly, the agents just looked a lot more comfortable to actually push in, get aggressive on the Druid. They didn't have the pressure they wanted on Asgrath, and that seemed a lot more one-sided. But we talked a little bit about their opportunities to pressure Zipai. One of the reasons why I don't think they can pressure him is because of one of the new PP talents, Seasoned Winds. So if you interrupt a spell with Wind Shear, it decreases your damage taken from that spell school by 15%, stacking 3 times for 20 seconds. So if you're chain interrupting a Shadow Priest, you actually have a permanent 45% damage reduction against Shadow spells.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. It's obviously going to make faking interrupts like really, really important because you really don't want to be getting sheared nonstop. And that is pretty difficult to deal with. I will say, as much as it was like a fairly one-sided game, if you think back to Nagrand, they didn't really get anything rolling until Deep Dampening. And in this one, they died with a lot of cooldowns up. And Mansell actually got a huge drink. And it felt like maybe there was some miscommunication because Ray died, I'm pretty sure, with Disperse up. And Mansell had just drank back to basically 100% mana. So it was a bit of a weird death. And this is where it's going to happen is Mansell, you can see he's behind the pillar. He has been for a while. He's looking for that drink. He's drinking now this entire time. And they push in trying to actually stop that. They are finally able to stop it, but now Ray is completely split from him. Ray ran the other way around the pillar, and Mansell is running the entire way around the pillar to him with Disperse up. So like that just felt like a huge miscommunication where they both basically went opposite ways, completely LOS'd each other, and didn't use cooldowns, and then died, right? Because like mana-wise, they were doing okay. And it felt like it was about this time in the game, like 4 or 5 minutes in game 1, where they actually started to at least get some cooldowns out and threaten them. And it does feel like it is going to be kind of a dampening game if they're going to be able to get anything done. So it's hard to say, like, the map didn't work out, but like, was it the fault of the map or was it something else? Right. And to me, it's clearly like, this is kind of losing to an unforced error, so to speak.
Yeah. But they could have forced the game a little bit longer, and it's kind of like you said, their pressure really started a little bit later in dampening, and maybe if they can get it a little deeper, then they can actually pick up some wins. But really tough spot to be in right now. I kind of wonder what their mindset is going to be like for maps. I feel like we need... What kind of map would we actually want here? Maybe like a Tolvaron. Maybe that's an Ashamane's Fall, because I feel like they do need a big... Oh, they are going Tolvaron. So what we need to see is Mansell continuously cross. It feels like that's his best opportunity. Just try to get away from Mercy, get the dots off of you, go for the drinks. And I feel like if they can do that, they can bring it to a late game. They definitely have a fair shot.
I mean, my big question is just like, what is your win condition, right? Like I can totally see how you can make the game go really long, but the biggest problem is they're never pressuring Asgrath, and I just don't see how you're ever going to close out the game if you're not pressuring the rest of Druid. Either you have to be CCing him or you have to be hitting him, and neither are happening, right? And I think it's really unlikely to ever get a kill if you're not able to do one of those two things. And that's kind of like my problem here is that it feels like they're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. You know what I mean? Like where sometimes you're in one of those difficult matchups and it feels like no matter what you do, you're losing. So you just turtle up, but that's actually just like guaranteeing that you're going to lose, right? You're just
especially
like,
against Affliction.
Exactly, right? Like you're just waiting to lose. So I feel like this maybe is one of those matchups where you already lost twice trying to play more defensive. I wouldn't mind seeing them just full send it. Just try to run on top of Asgrath. See if you can do something. Try to play it a little bit differently. Try to play it a little bit more a rush down style, like where you're getting CC onto Asgrath and then he's coming out of a clone and he's being bashed and he's being coiled and you're bursting him and you're pressuring him more heavily, right? Like they have to mix up the way that they're playing. Sometimes the only way to win bad matchups like this is to just full send it. And yeah, if it doesn't work, you're going to lose way faster. But at least you have a chance to win, right? So I want to see them mix up something because back-to-back, they've kind of done the same thing. It didn't work. So I think, if you're not going to change specs, if you're not going to change anything, gear-wise or whatever, it's got to be strategy that has to change.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point because kind of sitting back and waiting to dampening, we kind of talked about that. Maybe that's when they could win. Well, that's kind of the worst thing you could do against an Affliction Warlock and an LE Shaman because for the most part, there's some of the highest damage, consistent damage dealers in the game with instant cast. So it's really, really tough. I think you do have to play risky, like you said. But I think going to a large map kind of indicates to me where their mindset's at. I feel like maybe if they went to a really small map, it would have been better, like Hook Point or something. And kind of like you said, just full send it and try to get something going. But they're going to be going to that large map. Maybe they feel like they need to get drinks. So they're going to be behind on mana kind of no matter what. But we'll see what they end up doing, if there's going to be any changes. You did call it out on Mugambala. It felt like they still had lots of opportunities to kind of prolong the match and bring it a little bit later, kind of just fumbling on their defensives and positioning at the end. So I don't think Bamboozle's out of it yet, but I really feel like the agents, they've picked a good composition into them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they've made some really smart choices. It's always cool to me when people are clearly like a master of all specs within their class, right? Because even if a spec is not the S tier spec at the time, there's always opportunities and there's always matchups where it can be better than what is like the main meta spec, right? And I think this is a great example of that from Mercy. Not a lot of people are playing Affliction these days, and it's not something they maybe want to just like blind queue up on ladder with, but it's working really well in this kind of matchup. So it's great to see people mixing it up, and they're going to just drop the Infernal immediately onto Mercy in the middle of the map, trying to pressure him pretty heavily right off the get-go. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that, as the coil is even going to get used immediately. But with Asgrath pretty far back, nothing too much is happening. Now, it's actually finally Ray pushing in on Asgrath. There was the stun into the fear. It's going to get tremored, unfortunately, immediately, as they do have that to break it. Which is going to make things pretty difficult, but at least they are pushing in, trying to get a little bit of pressure onto this Resto Druid.
Yeah, I do like that. You can see right now, Mancel is actually really far away, and Mercy is being forced back to the pillar. So I like this. Like I kind of said, I feel like if Zipa is actually landing these interrupts, these wind shears, he's going to be extremely difficult to take down if he has full heal over time effects on him from Asgrath. And right now, it's actually going to be the agents who want to push the pace. They are moving in. They're trying to get dots onto Mancel, as that's when the damage kind of steamrolls. Big soul swap here. Mancel's going to have to hightail it out of there with the gateway. Try to recover. He's going to be using the Bark Scan, I think going for a Dispel as well. So just trying to recover, get the dots off of him, but Zipai is already there in hot pursuit. Riser right now, the big Chaos Bolt potentially here on Mercy. Fortunately not able to find it. Mercy now going for a Mortal Coil, just trying to load everybody up with damage over time effects. I would say in terms of pressure, the agents are ahead, but interestingly enough, Asgrath is actually behind on mana.
Yeah, Asgrath actually, having to spend a lot more mana in this one. So, the early pressure that they were able to get down on him was pretty big. And you can see Ray now is actually pressuring Asgrath. Once he was pulled in there, he immediately swapped over on the Resto Druid. And that is what you have to do. You have to get the Resto Druid involved. You have to be, pressuring him as well. Get those 3 targets rolling, because there is the 2 targets that are going to be permanently life bloomed. You need that 3rd one involved. Also, Asgrath, though, dispels himself. He's just drinking to full back behind the pillar. Is going to have to stand up now, but yeah, basically full mana at that point. So there goes the lead that Mancel had developed. We'll see if he can find an opportunity to get something done himself. There's the Lightning Lasso used onto Ray. Coils are coming out. Double coil actually used there. They're trying to turn around onto Zipai, but unfortunately the coil pathing put him LOS of the Chaos Bolt there for Chrysler, so can't get anything done with it. And then the CC ends on a Mercy. He gets Shadow Furied, he gets Spell Locked, and Mancel is getting actually rocked right now as they're pushing it onto him. He's going to have to use the NS on himself. The Unending Resolve is coming out as well from Chrysler, and the pressure has really flipped back around to the favor of the agents, who are getting so much damage done. The Chaos Bolts now, though, being let rip onto Zipai, who's taking a little bit of damage at least. And you can see the portals are being used here as well by Chrysler, trying to get something going. But Asgrath is in great positioning. He's not involved. Mancel, I feel like, has to swap pillars. They have to try to find some way to pull in Asgrath, or you are just fighting this losing battle.
Yeah, Mercy right
nice
now
reflect.
going for a Soul Rot. It was a beautiful reflect on that Mortal Coil there by Mercy. And Mancel still trying to just position away as Mercy. I feel like the most important thing for the Affliction Warlock in this match is get dots on the Druid. Unfortunately for him, Ray has been doing a really good job with those Fade Master spells, buying a lot of breathing room. But now Chrysler, he actually has 0 defensive cooldowns, like we kind of mentioned. So a really good target. If he stays in the open for too long, he can get absolutely blasted here. Once again, Master Spell coming in from Ray. Now we need to see the dots fully loaded again, and that is their opportunity to make a push and potentially close out this game. We're at about 14% dampening. Mancel is struggling, but ahead on mana once again. So playing it very efficiently here. Making sure Ray's getting the dispels at the right time, and they have a lot of pressure on Zipai. Zipai is kind of playing super aggressive in this match. I feel like we kind of mentioned, if you can pressure Zipai away, that's going to be a huge step in the right direction. And Bamboozle looking confident right now. Yeah. It looks like Mansel's going to push in for a bash, but he gets kind of swatted away quite quickly.
Yeah, it took a lot of damage there, but they are trying to make these more aggressive pushes, right? You know, where they have a stun onto Zeepai. They got the Shadow Priest stun into a silence onto Asgrath, but again, he's just sitting down to drink while Bamboozle are trying to recover here. You can see Ray is down about 30%. Mancel's trying to do work to top his team back up. Kreiser still sitting very low. Asgrath just chilling behind the pillar, drinking up, and Kreiser, this could potentially be the end. Another Infernal looked like it actually procced out there. Mancel now just trying to pull back, trying to heal his team back up, is going to be able to do it. And now Kreiser and Ray need to push in, need to try to get something rolling. You see that AoE drain life does come through. It's going to get Shadow Furied very nicely by Kreiser. Double coil there to follow. But again, they're kind of getting path behind the pillar here. Kreiser trying to get those Chaos Bolts in. Looks like the first one got grounded. The second one is going to connect. Zeepai back behind that pillar, actually getting pounded, was down very low there briefly to about 20% HP before it gets instantly topped back up by the NS there from Asgrath. But now Mancel in trouble into the Lightning Lasso here. He's already pre-bear formed this. Ray getting rotted down here quite heavily too. The Ironbark, rather the Bark Stand has been used, and the Tranquility going to have to be traded out here also. But it's not really doing that much at this point in the game. The dampening is getting pretty high, and he's really struggling. Kreiser has nothing left. His whole team is dying, and the Tranquility's already been used. There's the dispersion popped by Ray, trying to survive. Mercy, though, actually tremored out of that fear. He's got damage coming onto everyone right now. Mancel going to be cloned up, and they need to get the dots on him immediately out of this, but the double coil is there from Kreiser to try to protect Mancel, to try to allow him time to pick up at his team. Ray going to drop the silence there defensively onto Zeepai, just hoping that they're going to be able to pick this back up somehow, but it just doesn't seem to be ending. The pressure is nonstop, and there's the bash onto Mancel. The Barkston's going to be used, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Lightning Lasso is there. The coil is there, and there is the 3-0 finished up from the Agents. Smooth sailing from them, dominating the competition here in this first series.
Yeah, I myself have been dabbling in the dark arts a little bit and playing Warlock this expansion. And Affliction is actually, believe it or not, my favorite spec to play. It can be very frustrating, but Affliction is one of those specs where in the right matchup, you feel insanely powerful. Yeah. And I feel like this is the right matchup. You only deal with one spell lock. You know, you have a Shadow Priest and a Druid are just struggling to stay alive. Like they're trying to manage your dots. You're able to just free cast. Like this is a matchup where you actually happen to be very tanky as well. So I feel like it was a very intelligent decision here by the Agents to bring in the specialization, because I really couldn't think of a better comp to play it into,
no,
right?
Me too.
Like,
I was literally trying to think about it. Like there's no disruption. There's nothing to stop you. There's nothing to pressure you. It's pretty much perfect.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. So it's cool to see Affliction actually being played here in the AWC and actually picking up a win against Bamboozle. And this is kind of the problem I was talking about. I feel like Bamboozle has been an impressive roster. First of all, we could just take a look at this replay. So this is the final setup of the game where Mancel, he's just trying to eventually get away, but he gets caught into a full Lightning Lasso. I think it was actually a bash into a Lightning Lasso, into a Mortal Coil, and you're just struggling to maintain your HOTS on everyone. It's a really tough position to be for Mancel. And it's just some of these matchups, right? And when they're going up against like these kind of tier 1 teams, like the Agents, for example, where they do have all the answers, I feel like you have to have something else prepared. And I feel like for Bamboozle, if they return next week for Cup number 2, I'd really like to see them pick up a fourth that, you know, that can kind of round out their roster, because I feel like they've been impressive as players, but you kind of just run into a brick wall when you can only play one thing.
It would have been interesting to see, like, would it have looked better if Kreiser just went Affliction as well? Like, obviously there is additional disruption because it isn't Ellie on the other side, but like even that maybe could have done something for them. Like, I'm not sure. It felt very, very one-sided, right? They weren't really able to get much going. Like there was a couple times where they dipped someone low. You know, in the first game, at one point they got Mercy fairly low. At one point they got Zeepai to about 20% here. You know, and that it can happen obviously with Destro if you get some big crits and you get some good bursts going. But it just never felt like in any of the 3 games they were close to winning at all, right? You know, and so even seeing them, even if they can't bring in someone different, like mess with different specs, try to figure out something a little bit different. Because at least that I can recall, I think Kreiser only played Destro through all the games that I saw. I'm trying to remember if he ever played Demo, but I'm pretty sure he just played Destro every game that was on stream at least.
The only thing I really am curious, I love it if we had the stat for buff up time on season wins, because my only problem with Affliction would be if Zeepai is actually moving in and has the opportunity to not only interrupt the Shadow Priest, but also like things like Unstable Affliction.
Yeah.
I literally believe he's immortal, right? If you only have one damage type and you take 50% less damage literally the entire game.
Is it dispellable?
I don't.
Because if it's dispellable and it's, like the Shadow Priest is spam dispelling, then it isn't necessarily the end of the world, right? But I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure how that works.
The only problem with the spam dispel is druids have dispel protection now. So you can't actually spam dispel as much. So it is cool though that in this second season of Dragonflight, we're seeing a lot of these new PvP talents actually implemented. And he was playing reactive resin, so actually getting those chain dispels is really, really difficult. But we talk more about that later. That does mean the agents will advance and finish in a top 3 position, guaranteed, I do believe. So yeah, they're going to be finishing in that top 3. Next up, we are going to be going to the upper bracket where we have Echo versus Admiral Esports, 2 Titan teams that have yet to lose. And I mean, if I would to guess the top 3 for this tournament, I think these are the 3 teams that I would have guessed. So we'll see. I know the agents are going to be waiting patiently to see who they're going to be playing up against. And this could set the tone for the rest of these cups, which one of these teams does end up winning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a really exciting matchup. I'm looking forward to it. Both these teams kind of have been dominating the competition, it feels like, thus far in the EU Cup. So I think it'll be an exciting match and also a scary prospect no matter who loses for the agents in the lower bracket.
Yeah, we got a few more matchups here in Europe. Our next one is going to be Echo versus Admiral Esports for the upper bracket finals. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just had a elimination round, and now we're moving on to a pretty important series here, Zico. This is going to be Echo versus Admiral Esports. I'm pretty sure everyone, I don't know if we got Azale's predictions, but basically everyone predicted Echo to be the winner here for the European region.
Yeah, I did as well. I predicted Echo and the Agent, but this is Admiral Esports' chance to kind of throw a wrench into those predictions, because Echo has already beaten the Agents. They're the team that sent the Agents down to the lower bracket. So if Admiral Esports here beats out Echo, they send them to the lower bracket to take care of the Agents, and they just need to beat them again in the grand finals. A lot easier said than done, though, considering, you know, Echo is currently the reigning champion and currently have not lost. I don't even think they've lost a single map yet, let alone a series. So definitely easier said than done. But Admiral Esports, you know, they are a team of veterans. They are one of the top-notch teams. So if anyone can do it, it's got to be them.
That is very true, and just because I saw Twitch chat last time we threw up those predictions, I want to defend my choice for casual granddads here. Every time we've got Alec on a team, people underestimate them, so I thought I'd just give him my vote, but unfortunately they did get knocked out. So we will see if Echo will be the one to win this weekend. But of course, we do have to get through this series. Admirals Esports, like Zico said, very strong team themselves. Dupities, these is a roster full of veterans, and he can bet that they're going to be drawing on that experience.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Swapsy playing Balanced Druid, their elemental Balanced Druid composition, I think, is going to be a very important component. It seems to be right now with the 3 remaining teams is who is the king of the wizards, who's going to be the overlord, what composition is it, is there some secret counter combo of casters? Like we just saw the Affliction come out from Mercy, which might actually be, the dark horse component to maybe win the whole thing, given how many more wizard compositions are in the competition. So game number 1 is a big one for me. Is Echo just going to play the Demonology Warlock Boomkin that's been winning every game for them? Or are they worried about Elemental Boomkin being a better wizard comp, and then they play something different with a rogue potentially? That's really what's going to be deciding how the teams are thinking in game 1.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like, Zico, when you have 2 teams like this, 2 powerhouse teams, especially when they've got so much arena, like so much tournament experience between the two, there's so many different compositions that we could be seeing in this blind pick. It's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking heading into a series such as this.
I would say, generally speaking, yes, of course, because there's a lot at stake. But when we're talking about these 2 particular teams, I mean, these guys have decades of experience. Like Swapsy has won BlizzCon like 3 times. He's one of the most successful. Yeah, I mean, at this point, who is even counting? But I feel like there's so much experience that I really don't think nerves are going to be playing a big factor here. And one thing that will be playing a factor is Meh on that Evoker. He's been a real treat to watch so far. He's been, I feel like, doing such an amazing job on that Evoker. And now we're going to get to see next on that Evoker as well and see if he can kind of keep up. Another difference, of course, is that we're going to see Chanimal once again on the Warlock. And we're going to have Jamie on the Elemental Shaman. So it's going to be all about these wizards here.
Main wizard composition. Seems like these are the main focus points for both teams. Matt already playing really aggressive. Look at him in the front line, disintegrating, being aggressive, getting that rescue shield, dispelling off all the dots, and really playing aggressive with his team, whereas Next is staying back at the pillar, trying to avoid crowd control, but he's caught inside a solar beam of Waz. Can they keep Swapsy pinned down long enough to take him out here? Swapsy pulls back to the pillar. Next is now free from crowd control. Verdant embracing over, and then hovering away not to stack too long. There's a decent chunk of damage is incoming onto Swapsy with that Tyrant. It looks like they've cycloned the Tyrant. It's denying quite a lot of damage, but we see a swap now onto Next. He's going to rescue Swapsy and get back to the pillar with him. Quite a lot of mobility between both of these healers. No major exchange just yet, like a trinket from a healer or an Emerald Communion. Those are going to be like the game-breaking cooldowns that if an Evoker uses is likely going to mean their team is going to lose.
Yeah, every healer still has them for now. But Jamie, as we say that, forced to trade out the Astral Shift is going to be enough. Nice Cyclones here being snuck in by Waz. Meh also sitting through a Cyclone. And Chanimal is going to be playing a little bit defensive here for just a second as he waits for Meh to come out of that crowd control. Waz right now looking for some more damage, but he's stuck in the midfield. Emerald Communion actually being traded out there by Meh. And nice Quell there onto Swapsy as he drops low, but ducks back into bear form. catches a big frenzied regen, and Matt is actually going to be the first one who pulls the trigger on that Emerald Communion, which is also going to be why Matt has a slight mana lead right now. But this is just something that he's so good at, just constantly getting these mana leads. Next, might actually want to just use his Emerald Communion soon for mana, because he's starting to slowly but surely drop behind there. And if they can keep up the pressure here, this could be a mana war game that could go in favor of Echo right now.
So next, pre-immune the Solar Beam there. I think it was either with Hover or Verdant Embrace. There's certain mobility spells that Evokers have that can sort of like cheese the root beam mechanic, where you keep moving so the root doesn't trigger until after your movement is ended. So you can avoid root Solar Beam. And next actually got one of those pre-immunes, which is really important in this matchup because Solar Beam is like an 8-second crowd control that's going to just take you out of the fight and really put your team behind. He did ultimately use Emerald Communion though, so now both sides have used that. They've only got their Trinket and their Rewind remaining as a big answer. They're swapping over to Meh. He sees it, he responds. He's got Renewing Blaze up, that's turning all the damage onto him into a hop, and now next is getting swapped to a lot of healer swaps. Can they take him down in this coil? Star Surge is incoming from Waz, big damage. He's trying to get back to the pillar. He dispels off the dots to deny the remaining burst, which is a really good reaction against a balanced druid. If you dispel those dots, you take away that 8% extra damage. As you see next getting offensive here with that Deep Breath, stunning up Meh and trying to support his team. And it's quite a juggling act for these healers. You want to be mixing both defense and offense without overextending at the wrong time. That limited range is really going to expose you a lot. So a lot of pressure as we see a Cyclone and a Meh. Chanimal getting blasted through the Unending Resolve. Is he just going to outright die? I cannot believe this damage right now into Chanimal. Full Hex has to be trinketed from Meh. He doesn't have a lot of healing. Chanimal trinkets out of this low Cyclone. He's trying to line of sight Swapsy's clone. Swapsy's popping off right now. They're swapping to Waz in midfield. Huge damage. 1 second left on the stun. He's got Renewal. Is he going to get it in time? Renewal in bear form and a Hellstone. Looks like it will be enough for him to recover. Now they're turning it around onto Swapsy. He's got Nature's Vigil up. He's at the pillar. He's got Innervate onto next. Innervate timings are going to be super important. Look at the mana right now. Waz is likely going to have to look to Innervate Meh at any moment to make sure that this advantage isn't lost.
That was an insane push right there coming out from Admiral Esports. They basically blew the game wide open. On the next CC chain, they could potentially take down Chanimal. They could also potentially take down Waz. Both of them lacking defense right now. Next is going to be Cyclone right now, but a nice defensive Cyclone there by Swapsy onto Waz. They're going after Chanimal once again, and Swapsy has that Solar Beam right now. If he can find it onto Meh, they could potentially try to take down Chanimal here, as Chanimal is looking to be a little bit defensive, kind of seeing the situation happen, but he actually goes for the interrupt with the Solar Beam right there. Make sure that Chanimal does not get that Demonic Tyrant out. Mana somewhat even between these two healers, and Matt, once again, he's going to have that advantage with the Emerald Communion. He's going to have that available in just a short few seconds, and at that point, he is going to be able to recover some mana and also have that big save for that next setup. Jamie, though, taking a lot of damage there in the Deep Breath, dropping to about half HP, but next is out of crowd control, manages to top him off there with the Spirit Bloom. Swapsy now getting axe tossed here. Chanimal just with a very nice defensive positioning here on one pillar. Summons out the Tyrant. Big damage here, potential onto Jamie. They knock the Tyrant behind the pillar and line of sight it. Nice defense there by Jamie, making sure that he's respecting that Tyrant. But if he does get to free cast a little bit, it could be danger. Chanimal does drop low, but Matt once again able to save the day as the mana is getting lower and lower here for next.
Yeah, Swapsy innervated much earlier, though, so it's possible that he will see a third innervate, whereas Waz may not, depending on how damp this game goes. So that could be a key factor in differences between the teams. Nature's Vigil up for Swapsy with Incarnation. That's a lot of damage and healing. Waz is on the back foot, and Meh is going to have to respect it with Emerald Communion. I think those cooldowns are going to line up pretty effectively here to deny the burst, getting the Nullifying Shroud. He's immune to crowd control. He may get aggressive here as the Solar Beam connects onto next. This might be his Trinket or Emerald Communion. He does actually break out early from some damage over time ticks. Waz actually getting interrupted by a Solar Beam. Swapsy just playing ultimate defense right now as opposed to trying Solar Beaming the healer here in this position. Meh rescuing Waz back to Chanimal, getting that shield. Jamie a bit on the back foot. Meh's trying to line up a Fire Breath. Jamie's pushing forward here at the pillar, playing a lot more aggressive. And he's using that Volpira racial to reduce the damage to the Demonology Warlock pets, which is really heads up to reduce the overall damage. Here comes another Lightning Lasso onto Waz, choosing to sit through and not use Barkskin. A bit greedy now, Barkskinning on the Deep Breath, as this is all about efficiency. You just want to be min-maxing all of your output, both healing and damage reduction. So I think it's more fair to trade it here during a Lightning Lasso, but that Innervate's coming up for Swapsy. Mana is still even at this point. Waz is about 30 seconds behind on his if the healers end up getting tapped in the next minute.
Yeah, and we're going to see once again, mana super low here for Next. They're doing a good job just swapping back and forth there, but Waz does catch a big heal there. Jamie still quite low. He has Astral Shift available, and you can see Next really has no mana left, but like you called out, Sid, Swapsy did use his Innovate much earlier. He's going to have that available now for Next as he's completely tapped. Meh, loading up another Fire Breath there, not able to find it. Meh actually dropping to about 50% HP, and he will be able to trade out that Obsidian Scales for a little bit of damage reduction as he sits through another Solar Beam. Waz could be in trouble here, but should be enough here for Matt to keep him alive. Next, what is he going to do here? No Emerald Communion, no mana left. He's caught up in the Solar Beam. This game could be ending any moment here. Swapsy caught up in a stun. Deep Breath to follow it up. Big damage coming out. The Disintegrates are out. The Observer is in the sky. Nullifying Shroud here for Matt to avoid crowd control, and they are making sure that they are just staying nice and healthy. Next, with next to no mana left. That was the Innervate right now, allowing him to power through for just a few more seconds. Waz with Incarnation active right now, doing a lot of extra damage there on that Moonkin. Just needs to find his targets here, get those Star Surges out. And right now, another Fire Breath coming out here for Next. But Jamie, so low right now, has to maybe use his Astral Shift. He's trying to hold on to it for just a little bit longer. Lightning Lasso coming out here onto Chanimal. Meh, still with a little bit of mana left, though, able to deflect that for now. But Jamie, I don't know how long he's going to be able to take this beating here in midfield. Activates the Astral Shift, and that should keep him alive for now. But Chanimal's in a lot of trouble. He's got no defense left. How is he going to stay alive? Rewind comes out onto Chanimal. Chanimal still so low here. Meh trying to keep him alive. Dampening's at 38%. He has no pet right now. Trying to summon a Felguard, but they're not allowing it to happen with that beautiful knock. They Cyclone Chanimal low. This could just be the end of him. They Cyclone Meh now, swapping it up. Chanimal super low here. How is he going to stay alive? He gets caught up in the Deep Breath and sent, and that is going to be Admiral Esports striking first blood here in the upper bracket.
Really impressive plays from them. This is the first time maybe I think that Echo have lost a game in the bracket, let alone a series. And going head to head against Chanimal, who I would say like has the Chanimal factor in a lot of these Wizard mirrors, is quite an impressive feat here. And this was quite a way to end it. You know, killing off the Warlock pet, making sure he's not rezzing it, cycloning him low, preventing the recovery. Just really efficient plays. They held the lead. Although I think if we look at the actual damage breakdown, it's going to be a bit different than details, because I think the details on our screen here does show pet damage. This was one of those moments earlier on in the game, before even dampening was high, where Chanimal and Waz almost died. Like right here, if you know 1 second left on this stun for Waz, if they got any CC and he couldn't renewal, he might have just died right here. So the fact that they had pressure early on in the game, throughout the mid range of the game, and in the late game is going to look very promising for them. So this may be the first time that we see Echo forced to switch their composition. And the good thing for them is that I think they do have decent compositions for an Ellie, having a Rogue on their team. The only main problem is that Waz plays the Rogue and the Moonkin. Like, I'm thinking a Rogue Moonkin would be really good into Ellie Boomkin, but they can't do that because Waz is playing both of those classes. So I do wonder what their option is going to be. Here we can see that Felguard moment where Next knocks him up on his cast, and then he gets Cyclone low, so he can't finish rezzing his pet. Waz is 9 to dots. They switch the clone to Meh, and Swapsy just did a really good job with Cyclones, like right there at the end of the game. Like that was just a heavy carry, and they do out damage them, not by as much as I think Details was saying. It's still a significant margin. Jamie with a lot of healing. So one thing is that Ancestral Guidance and Healing Stream Totems, like those add up so much. Like, I mean, he's literally 3 Swapsies in terms of healing, or 3 Waz. Is like having that much extra healing when your healer is is super important in this matchup. So definitely very efficient comp. They came to play. They were really well practiced. Looking like a well-oiled machine, and perhaps our predictions are going to be incorrect as well, like depending on what they do with this next game.
I mean, let's hope so. Admiral Esports definitely taking a step up right now. I will say, though, they did manage to kill off the pet, and they kind of won with those, offensive Cyclones there. But I don't think the matchup was looking too bad in general. Meh had the mana lead all the way up until that ending in the match. So I think if they decide to play the same thing, I don't think it's going to be too bad for Echo, as long as they can keep that Felguard alive for Chanimal. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them run the same thing once again, but maybe they have an even better matchup. They also do have Raikou, on the side lane. We haven't seen him tagged in just yet on broadcast, but he does have a lot of things at his arsenal. I don't think we're going to see his Demon Hunter, but I do think he's been keeping up his Shadow Priest, keeping it polished, and we know how important Rogue Shadow Priest has been in North America. Well, that's something that they can run. We've seen also Echo run Rogue Warlock, so they have some options there, and obviously having Waz on their team, they have 3 different rogue specs that they can potentially run whatever they feel like. We've seen a lot of assassination, we've seen a lot of sub rogue. They have access to both of those, so they have options there, but also they might just run back the same matchup. So I feel like Echo still have a lot of answers, and that's the thing, that's why these 2 teams are in the upper bracket, is because they just have so many options. They have so many different comps that they can run, and guess what, they are going to be sticking to the same composition and just take it to Ruins of Lordaeron.
Super open field map, which makes sense for the Tyrant, and trying to make sure that it's in line of sight of Jamie and Swapsy and not getting knocked behind a pillar or not getting rooted and ran away from. So it makes a lot of sense. Open field map, but it's also risky for their side. I think that Met is a lot more exposed to get swapped to by an Ellie and a Boomkin, and we saw those swaps earlier on in game 1, so it's double-edged sword. You get the advantage that the demo pets are going to be enabled more, but you're also exposed to more damage. So my guess is that this game ends a bit faster than the first one.
Potentially. I feel like I don't understand how this keeps happening, because I feel like Admiral Esports, I think they had higher damage on the scoreboard as well, and also more healing. But somehow Meh was still ahead on mana. I don't understand how he out-manas literally every single evoker that he goes up against. And I feel like that's what Echo is heavily relying on, that they're just winning these mana games so convincingly with Meh.
I think at the end of this one, if we have a details, we could look at like Disintegrates casted for Meh versus Next. I think that's the big mana recovery. But look, they're already attacking Meh. Like I was saying, he's going to be a really easy target on this map. Solar Beam onto Next, though. Waz and Channel need to get their Tyrant out and their Incarnation connected during those solar beams, and it doesn't look like they're going to get either of those cooldowns out. That's like their guaranteed crowd control moment, so a bit unfortunate. Jamie's line of sighting the Observer here at the pillar. Looks like he's trying to Frost Shock and kill it off with a Lava Burst. Does manage to snipe it. Really important you're not spam casting an Observer. Here comes an Incarnation with a stun onto Jamie. Fire Breath from Met as well, and Jamie's going to Astral Shift. I think it's really important they just play efficiently here. I'm actually honestly surprised Swapsy's not just bark skinning. I guess maybe he wants to hold it for the Tyrant, and Chanimal's actually splitting that cooldown a little bit, so Tyrant's going to come out a bit late, and they're actually swapping to Next themselves. Big swap onto him. He's going to Emerald Communion. He gets Cycloned on his Emerald Communion. Insane Cyclone from Waz here, trying to, one-up Swapsy from game 1 in this position. And Next is still falling behind. Is he just going to die? This double Fell Guard on his back. Chanimal's chasing him down. He does get sheared on the Dreadstalkers into a Cyclone, and that is going to stall their assaults. Now Next is trying to get a bit offensive here, looking for those Fire Breaths and trying to get damage over time effects rolling for his team to maximize the damage. Big Spirit Bloom stabilizes the team. Chanimal falling behind, and it seems like both team strategies is going to be just swap to the healer at certain points in this game.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, this might just be one of those a little bit faster games here, because the healers are already getting taxed. Next has no Trinket. He's got no Emerald Communion. He's caught up in a Root Beam right now. Now Swapsy, so much damage coming in. Can they finish it, though? Swapsy so low. He goes for the regrowth. He gets interrupted by Matt. They got the coil onto Next, into the Shadow Fury, and that is going to be it. That swap earlier on onto Next really forced out a lot of their cooldowns, and then they got the next Root Beam. They connected with the CC chain, and Echo is showing some insane dominance in this one.
This is reminding me of like the Turtle all day days, like the big Ruins Lord on good luck turtling, and there's no pillar, bro. And just absolutely decimate them when this is open field and those Demonology Warlock pets are able to connect a lot more. So Echo looking like a formidable team and walking off that game 1 defeat with style here, as they had immense pressure throughout the game. Their opening stages getting Astral Shift from Jamie, their swap onto Next and almost just closing the game out, and then these final moments where they just completely own Swaps. They're just doing so much damage to him. I think it's the Observer. Look at this eyeball in the sky right there. Got like 3 hits, maybe not that big of a deal. Swapsy pulls back out of line of sight, but he doesn't have Barkskin and he doesn't have Trinket. I think he gets like a really clutch Shadow Meld at like 10% right here. He's literally 5%. He Shadow Melds and Frenzy regens, goes into Bear, Solar Beams the Sleepwalk, gets kicked on his regrowth. Next gets coiled into a Shadow Fury. Channel just owning crowd control right there. Waz follows up with a Cyclone, and they just really capitalized on that moment. And in a matchup like this, you can do that because the casters are always doing so much damage. So if you can clutch a moment and catch somebody out in the open and chain some CC on the healer, you're going to be able to pull off an early win. So this is definitely going to be no walk in the park for Admirals Esports.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the details right now. Look at max damage compared to next. He's just getting so much work done. You can see it even here on the replay. Like before the soil beam is even landing, Man's already running in, landing the disintegrates, going for the sleepwalk, tanking interrupts, goes for the kick onto Swapsy, casting out the living flames, going for another disintegrate. Man is adding so much damage into this setup. I mean, look at Man's damage right now compared to everybody else. He's done 1.4 mil damage. Swapsy did 3.2, so he's basically done half of Swapsy's damage, or like 40% of his damage, and he's the healer, and it really adds up a lot. And I think you're absolutely right about the efficiency. Consistently getting out those disintegrates is contributing to the enemy healer spending more mana, but also giving him those procs to get mana. So I feel like Matt is doing another, a great job. In general, all of Echo doing a great job there, but I feel like having Matt on that evoker, adding in so much damage, adding in so much efficiency, really is what's kind of enabling Echo to be so dominant throughout the seasons right now. Waz did a great job as well on the kill earlier when he cycloned that Emerald Communion, got them a lot of extra cooldowns. Chanimal, obviously, getting the crowd controls there at the end, following up with the Mortal Coil, getting the Shadow Fury, kind of helping Waz set up, man, soaking up the interrupts. Everybody's just on the same page and just working so well together.
What I really like is that they're not falling into the trap that a lot of Wizard Cleaves do, where they only play defense and never look for any openings. I feel like a lot of Wizards, they try to just sit behind the pillar and only defense, only dampen, just stay alive, and usually that doesn't work. You need a little bit of a mix of both playing defensive and offense, and I feel like all of those games and years on Priest for Met are paying off on Evoker.
Yeah.
Like you can tell that he's a Priest at heart, just spamming out damage the entire game and really min-maxing his global cooldowns, and that efficiency is definitely what is cutting his team ahead in that last game. It looks like we're going to Blackbrook Hold, so this is a small map still, but with a lot more points of line of sight. So they're going to be able to jump into the room if they want to line of sight the pets, root the pets in the room. They can line of sight at the center pillar. They can move to the ramp. So this makes a lot more sense for Admirals Esports in terms of composition. And as long as they can kind of stagger that Tyrant in the opener and keep roots rolling on the pet, like the Earth Grab Totems or the Mass Entanglements, that's something that's like crucial. Or the Landslides, they have 3 different roots. Like these pets should be crowd controlled a lot to reduce the uptime of the Mortal Wounds effect. And the pet is such a significant amount of your damage that you want to make sure if you've got a root DR for the pet that you basically treat it like it's a mini warrior and take it out of the game as much as possible.
Admirals Esports running the clock there a little bit as well. Maybe thinking about swapping up the composition a little bit, or thinking about doing something different. But for now, they are going to be sticking with the same thing, just trying to maybe use their time here to discuss the strategies. But yeah, Blackbrook Hold, very interesting. They're going to be able to, like you said, crowd control the pets. They can play in the room, pull back anytime they need to as well. So it's going to be a little bit annoying, I feel like, for Chanimal in general, to have his pets connect with all of that extra damage that the Demo Warlock brings. But at the same time, stacking up in the room, it's going to open you up to stacking for a Root Solar Beam as well. So we could see Echo going for more offense. I really like their healer swaps that they were doing, and I feel like that's actually what enabled them to grab an early win. They went after Next, they got his Emerald Communion, they got his Trinket, and then that gave them kind of an opening to either go after Next or to try to take somebody else down, which ended up being Swapsy. So I want to see them continue to go after the healer, and let's see what they can do here in this matchup. I think Jamie as well been able to do a lot of work so far, and I'm excited to see what he can actually do on that Ellie Shaman in this matchup, because I feel like that's the big difference here. You got the Ellie on one side and you got the Warlock on one side. I think if Jamie and Swapsy can get a lot of damage on that pet of Chanimal and take it down, that's a really solid win condition as well that we saw in game number 1. If they can repeat that, I think that's going to give them a lot of options. We even saw Swapsy actually go after the pet heavily in that last game, sending Star Surges at it, trying to Cyclone it low, trying to go after it as much as possible. If they can maybe even commit some CC onto Meh and go after the pet, that could definitely be a viable strategy as well.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they can abuse that. It's definitely the main difference between the two teams, as everybody's trying to figure out like what is the meta for season 2 here in the AWC. Is it a wizard meta? Is it going to be a subtlety rogue meta? Like, how is it going to evolve from this point? Admirals Esports Ellie Boomkin is the first thing really to challenge Echo on their Demo Warlock balance druid that were undefeated up to this series and now tied 1-1, but they were looking fired up in game 2, and I can only imagine for game 3 they're going to be even more polished and deadly here as the gates are about to open. Curious to see if Swapsy and Jamie are going to play more aggressive here or stay back at the room. Looks like they're forcing the fight here at center pillar. Max already having that nullifying shroud up, so he's going to be immune to crowd control next as well. They're going to be able to play more offensive here. Jamie gets slept walk for a moment. This is going to get dispelled. Not too much value there from that. Jamie's trying to fish for an Ice Fury next into the first Solar Beam, so this does mean that Echo are leading the charge, but the Solar Beam has broken early and they weren't able to connect any damage on that bash. They're trying to switch onto Swapsy, but he's already got Nature's Vigil up. It's going to be a lot of healing. He's going to be okay. Waz has Nature's Vigil up as well, anticipating the damage. He gets Cyclone, Chanimal isolated. He gets rescued back to the pillar, and that rescue shield already got cut through, so that reposition was super important. Next is playing a lot more offensive with that Deep Breath onto Chanimal. He's going for Disintegrates. Can he match the damage that Meg got in that last round?
They actually killed off Chanimal's pet there, so he already had to commit the Fell Domination to get that quick summon. And now Chanimal, if they can take the next pet, it would be huge, but they're swapping over onto next and immediately cycloning the Emerald Communion. Again, nice swap there by Echo, showing a lot of dominance here. And you can see on the side of Admiral Esports, they are basically only targeting the pet right now, actually going after next once again out of that Cyclone on the side of Echo. And I feel like if they can kill this pet from Chanimal, they're going to have a big window where there won't be that Mortal Strike effect, there won't be that Soul Link damage reduction, and Chanimal is going to be a very, very exposed target. So if they can land something on the mat, they do get a Cyclone right now. Can they get the pet down of Chanimal? There's the health funnels being channeled out there for Chanimal, and I do think the pet is going to stay alive for now. Jamie is trying to blast it down, but Chanimal is there, fake casting the health funnels, trying to make sure that he can keep it alive for now, and it looks like it will survive. Now Waz is going to be trinketing actually out of that bash and looking to get aggressive here onto next. He lands to the root beam, big damage coming out here. Once again, there is nothing in terms of Emerald Communions here for next, and they do get a little bit of value right there. Swapsy did have to trinket during that setup, but he will stay alive for now. They're swapping over to Jamie here, and Jamie actually taking a lot of damage here in that Shadow Fury. Might have to trade something. Waz try to Cyclone him low, but he does catch a big heal right before that connects. And Waz also getting Cyclone at the same time here. So both teams playing a good defense. Mana tied up between these healers. It's still anybody's game.
Matt is not doing... Well, he's doing a bit more damage at this point, but not nearly as much of a differential as in game 2, where Next had basically done no damage at this point in the game. And I think it's the pressure on the pet. If Mez is getting too cheeky, doing too many offensive living flames like he is right now, then the pet is going to start taking a lot of damage and fall behind. Swapsy's running away. Next has traded some defensives in case he gets swapped to. Jamie's trying to reposition with his team here behind the pillar. Dream Projection, dispelling those balanced druid dots, super important. Waz is reloading them with Moonfire and Sunfire, one after the other. Now jumping in offensive, gets a stun onto Next, a Solar Beam onto the clone, into a Deep Breath, double stun, into a coil, a big setup right now onto Next. Is he ready for the hit? As he comes out of that, he's going to rescue and get a big shield and get back to the pillar right away. But Cyclone onto Waz, that push is going to be totally shut down. Swapsy and Jamie at the pillar. Looks like they're going after Med themselves with a swap in that Deep Breath. He's got the Obsidian Scales, but he took a huge Dispel hit there from that Dream Projection. He's going to have to Hellstone, and he's only really going to get one Hellstone in this game, so that recovery mechanic has been blown through. Another setup onto Next here from Echo as both teams are going after the healers quite heavily.
Both healers being tested so far. Next, also using his Obsidian Scale right there. Matt's still going to have that available. No Emerald Communion for Next, but Matt still has his in the back pocket. Might need to use it soon, actually, in terms of efficiency. Channeling out some Disintegrates here, trying to get a little bit of mana and adding up a little bit of extra damage. Swapsy actually taking a lot of hits there, but once again, that Cyclone just a split second too late to get Swapsy on a low Cyclone right there. Waz keeps making these attempts, but Next is ready right now with the heals. Bash coming out onto Jamie as they do swap to the Elemental Shaman right now. They get a beam as well on to Next, but it looks like he was able to actually hover out of that one, and Chanimal gets interrupted here. Swapsy in a stun, doing a lot of damage here on both sides, but so far it looks like Next and Meh are ready to deflect it. They're going after the pet of Chanimal once again, and actually trying to take it down even with a Fire Breath right there, but I don't think they were able to take it down. I still see it swinging right there in the back line onto Swapsy. Observer's been called in into the sky, and here comes another swap into onto Next. They force out the Emerald Community. Waz looking for the Cyclone onto Emerald Community. Trinkets out to get it, but Swapsy is there to deny it this time with the solar beam kind of defensively, but Swapsy now getting swapped to as well. And a lot of pressure coming out here for Echo. Matt, though, at about 50% HP, they could go after him as well, but he has that Emerald Communion in his back pocket, and he will trade it out.
All right, Matt, I'm trading the Emerald Communion, as you say. So both those cooldowns are not available for each other's evokers, and that's like their main recovery. Dampening's at 20%. We're almost the 5-minute mark. Mana is even between the healers. Incarnation is coming up for both Balancers in about 20 seconds, so they're mirroring each other. Demonic Tyrant available, but Channel needs to make sure his team isn't on the back foot so that he can go for that. He's got the Fell Obelisk down, which is likely meaning he wants to go for Tyrant pretty soon. He's going for Dreadstalkers first, trying to get that damage amp up. He's got Hannah Gul'dan out. He's got Maximum Pets out onto the battlefield. They're going to stun up the Cyclone, and Channel gets wind sheared. I think he might be trying to go for that Tyrant. He gets hexed on the Tyrant out of the wind shear. Really good shutdowns from Jamie, as Channel does get the Tyrant into the fight. How are they going to deal with it? They're just going to run away from it, root it, line of sight, Cyclone. There's the Earth Grab Totem on the Tyrant. They need to line of sight it as soon as possible. Every bolt is like 50k damage. Really important that they limit its potential. Next is getting set up on. He's just dying in the Deep Breath as he trades the Renewing Blaze. Almost goes down. They switch to Met as well. He's going to time dilate. Both healers under heavy fire right now in this game on such a small battlefield. Swapsy's right next to next here, trying to keep his pressure going onto Met. It looks like in the back line. He is a pretty exposed target. Really only has Rewind and Trinket left to his name. Here comes Incarnation from Waz, though. Big pressure onto Jamie as he's down below half. Is he going to use the Astral Shift on Incarn and just kind of trade it 1-for-1, reduce damage for his team? Looks like he's able to hold on to it to stay out of line of sight. Next may be trying to drink right now. He's back here behind the ramp. As you see, Met is into a Cyclone. It's going to be tough for them to push to stop the drink. Next is getting a lot of mana right now. A lot of mana. Waz moves forward, but it's already too little too late. And now he's overextended. He has to get rescued back to the pillar. Big shield comes out. Astral Communion is not available here. Swapsy's got the Fury of Elune rolling. He's got full Astral Power. He's got a lot of Star Surges in his back pocket. He's lobbing them onto the Felguard. They're trying to kill Chanimal's pet here. And Jamie's caught into a coil, though, while they're making the push. He's going to have to time dilate. Looks like he's going to overlap it with Burrow as well, as he knocks Chanimal up in the air along with Meg, getting a little bit of offensive benefit, at least with it, despite the defensive overlap. And even with the drink that Next just got, he's already burned through the mana. Big pressure on the Waz with that Fire Breath, though, into Disintegrates. Meg's going to trade time dilation, but it doesn't completely remove the damage. It just staggers it a little bit, so there's going to be an extra dot on Waz, and it's still doing a lot of damage. He's going to use the Nature's Vigil, trying to get some healing for his team. Everyone's getting destroyed right now on the side of Echo. Massive lead for Admirals Esports if they can maintain this pressure, but Net is deflecting it. He's got Chanimal back to full. He's working heavily to get himself and Waz back to full in the next couple seconds as well, and has actually managed to potentially turn this around. He's got Dream Projection. He might need to go for it here. As he's falling behind, he's trying to just single target, dispel off the dots, and Nature's Vigil getting a lot of value for Waz in this position here, doing a lot of healing for the team, as we see Meg getting that Deep Breath across the whole team into the offensive Living Flames onto Swapsy and Jamie, trying to push for that cooldown of the Shaman, but they're just not finding the Astral Shift. Every time they make the push, another swap. Next is going to Emerald Communion right away. Waz looking to Cyclone, and he gets shut down with that Wind Shear. Good Wind Shear into a Cyclone on Waz, stops him from cycloning the Communion, gets full value. Observer is out. They have to be careful. They're going to trade Astral Shift in this position. It's Swapsy's Incarn, but he gets cloned on it. He can't connect. And next, he doesn't really have anything. He's caught in a bash. That's a KO as Echo turn it around here in game number 3 and move to match point.
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the damage again, man. Doubling the damage of Next, even more than that, and still being a bit more efficient despite that drink that happened. And I feel like that drink was really a turning point in this matchup here. Next sat down. He got a lot of mana from that drink, and things were looking really good for Admiral Esports because of that. But it costed him one important cooldown, and that was his Trinket. And you can see here a little bit earlier on in the match, already a close call there onto Meh. He actually hovered into that beam there for a second, but he was able to recover. I think this was right after the drink had already happened there towards the end. And next, you can see on his Trinket there, he trinketed a bash to save Jamie in a really close call after that drink. Because, you know, when you drink for a little bit too long, you're going to have to end up spending cooldowns. And there's not very often you're going to be able to drink against the Demo Warlock. So Next really wanted to get as much mana as possible there, and it costed him his Trinket. And at this point, his Emerald Communion comes right back up. They do a swap here onto Next in a second on the side of Echo, and they force out that Emerald Communion. And we're going to see that in just a moment here. Next, pushing in, gets coiled immediately by Chanimal, and it immediately sends the Emerald Communion. Now, Chanimal was actually in a Cyclone here, so I feel like that was a bit of a preemptive move, but Jamie was also kind of low, and he needed to recover a little bit of mana anyway. And mana between these two evokers is basically tied, but Meh has that Emerald Communion in his back pocket still holding onto it. And at this point, Next has no Emerald Communion, no Trinket, and it is that opening that you're looking for, and they're able to find it and close out the match. And I feel like that Emerald Communion was a little bit wasted there. What caught your eye, Sid?
We're talking about damage differences. Waz being 4 million up on Swapsy, like that is a lot. Like if you just look at Evoker and Boomkin damage, it's 8 million. Like Chanimal, like what's Chanimal going to do? It's an Ellie Lava Bursting versus, you know, Demo Luck's not going to keep up with an Ellie Shaman. But when you're looking at the mirrors, like that's a big difference. There's a big drop off between the two of them. So Swapsy either just got really shut down in this game. I saw a couple clones on Incarn, which can really mess you up. It also might be dispel timings from the healers. Maybe Met is getting better dispel timings on the Boomkin dots and removing that waning Twilight debuff. When you have 3 dots, you do 8% more damage. Maybe he's timing that better than Next is, and that's really hindering Swapsy's overall damage. I want to look at their talents, honestly, to see if there's any difference between the two that's of any significance, if they've just kind of like maybe copied each other, or if they do have different takes on the game. And it looks like they are reasonably similar from what I'm looking at right now. I don't see any like major differences like Stellar Flare or something like that. So I think they are playing pretty much the same build. I think they're both playing the same build, Rattle the Star, single target with Fury of a Loon. No Stellar Flare differences, no difference in honor talents. Yeah, so the builds are the same. So there's nothing really that can differentiate it other than the way the healers are playing into each other and their dispel timings, or crowd control. Like if you're CCing the Boomkin at the right moment, you can really just destroy their damage. If you CC them when they go into Eclipse, they get Balance of All Things, which gives them an extra 16% crit for a small amount of time. So if you stun them right away when they go into Eclipse, they lose 16% crit on their burst. So these instant cyclones on the cooldowns are really important, or the instant stuns. So it's possible that Swapsy is getting shut down a lot, or he's maybe not rotating into Eclipse as frequently as Waz is.
Yeah, that is a significant difference, honestly. In terms of damage as well, you can actually see exactly what gear everybody's running if you head over to awc.gsd.tv, or if you just type !gear in the chat, and you can compare yourself and see exactly what these players are running. But yeah, I feel like Waz doing a phenomenal job, honestly, on the Moonkin. You know, we've seen him, and it's such a big difference, right? Because usually we see him, you know, on the Rogues, on the Windwalker, things like that, more melee-oriented classes. And we are seeing a pretty significant change right here from Admiral Esports. They're going to get Swapsy out of that Moonkin, back on his Warlock. So we're going to see some good old-fashioned Elemental, Warlock, and Resto Druid going up against the same thing here from Echo. So I feel like this is a comp that typically, like historically, has been so insane into Wizard Cleaves. Now, I will say that this is the same comp that we did see from the Agents, which got 3-0'd earlier in the bracket by Echo. So Admiral Esports, I don't know if they can do it better than the Agents, because the Agents, you know, I mean, they got Mercy, they got Zepai, they got, you know, Asgarath on the rest of it. It really doesn't get much better than that. But I do think that they need to switch something up, and doing it on Tolvir as well. It's going to be a great map for them. They're going to be able to find a lot of drinks for that Restoration Druid with that stealth as well. So I like that Admiral Esports are changing it up, but just going by how it went for the Agents, this doesn't seem to be a super good matchup for them.
It's a big map. They switched to Druid. I don't know. Why don't they just stay Evoker? Why does everybody... It's like if they've got an Elisha and a lock, it has to be a Druid or something. Like, I don't know why they don't keep the Evoker in. I feel like it's just so much extra damage. It's got more longevity. It just seems like such a better healer right now, especially in these cases. Like, why would you not just stay on Evo? It's not like he's doing half the damage of Meb, but he's keeping the game going for like 12 minutes, which is probably longer than he's going to be able to do on a Druid if he's running out of mana at the pace that we've seen for other Druids in the tournament. So I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. Honestly, I felt like the Boomkin Ellie was working okay. Really curious, like what their comms must be like as far as that's concerned, because they won the first game, and you know, Runes of Lordaeron looks like it's a tough map. In that last game, maybe they needed to position a little bit differently. It seems like Next got left behind, no trinket, no communion. Like maybe he needs to get out of the fight and start focusing on just avoiding damage until his trinket comes up, as opposed to staying right next to the fight. Because I felt like that was the best comp we've seen so far, at least in EU into Echo.
Yeah, I did like it, but at the same time, this is an upper bracket game, and I feel like if you want to get some data points, it's not a bad time to do it. I think Admiral Esports, they played a really insane game though in game number 1. I think Swapsy did some heavy lifting in that one, but it feels like Echo has just gotten better and better in the matchup. And even game number 1, it wasn't a super clean victory for Admiral Esports. Like, they had a nice CC chain and they executed a kill, but at the same time, if they didn't get the kill there, they were losing on mana. So I feel like the late game win condition was still on the side of Echo. The reason maybe why Next is going for that Resto Druid is because you're just going to be able to drink more. If Next can actually drink consistently, he's going to be able to out-mana Meh, because so far he has not been able to out-mana Meh on that Evoker. I don't know if that's because of the matchup or because Meh is just a different breed, but either way, something's got to change. So I don't mind that they're trying this out, but let's see how it does play out. The gates are open and already spells are flying here in the middle.
Swapsy Jamie posted next to next pillar. Met is standing on top of his team, getting close to the action, getting a triple dream projection to remove off those flame shocks and really getting big value. I like that he renewing Blaze before he dream projections, so that way the damage that he takes from the flame shocks is just going to heal itself back for free. So it's a really efficient combo of spells that he used right there at the beginning of this game. And now they get the Oppressing Roar Cyclone onto next. That increases the duration to a 7-second Cyclone, really min-maxing the kit. Unfortunately, even with that, they weren't able to get any pressure. They still get the Oppressing Roar up, though. They get a 4-second coil onto next. He's been CC'd for like 14 seconds at this point. Jamie's falling behind and somehow still hasn't had to use Astral Shift, which is a bit surprising, but Echo are playing with confidence. Like, they are just running them down right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be very important that they stop these drinks. Need to try to stay on top of Next as much as possible. If you ever can cross the map and slip away, that is when they could be in trouble, because that's when those drinks are going to come in. Chanimal actually taking a decent amount of damage right there, and you can see Next already repositioning. And what is he doing? He's sitting down for a drink right now, sitting in stealth. Chanimal is on his way over there to try to shut it down. And will Next actually be able to recover some mana? Yes, he was able to recover just a little bit of mana, but Chanimal did shut it down. So far, it's nothing that they can't overcome, but if that keeps happening, all of a sudden, that could be big trouble. Right now, Next actually getting bashed into a Cyclone. Swapsy not able to find the Mortal Coil there in time to interrupt it, but not too much pressure coming out. It's actually going to be Chanimal that's pressure to get a Fear onto Next out of the Cyclone. It does, however, break, and Next now caught up in a coil. You're swapping to Next here. He trades out the Bark Skin, already traded out the Iron Bark there as well, so all of his defense is over at this point. Now, Waz, though, taking a lot of damage. Waz needs to be careful right there. Almost going down. He trades out the Bark Skin, though. Matt still has a lot of work to do there, and he does catch a big heal and manages to recover for now. But that was an extremely close call. I feel like Admiral Esports so far, it's not looking too bad for them.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep it going and finish the match, though. It's one thing to get close to a kill, and then another one to actually get it in these matchups. Finishing the match is so difficult. We see a Tyrant being casted by Swapsy in midfield. He's got the Fell Obelisk to amplify, but it looks like he got Sleptwalk for a second. Now it looks like it may have got Dispelled. Now it's still Sleepwalking right now. It's finally out of crowd control. It gets Solar Beamed here. Waz going to Solar Beam the Tyrant. I think that's fair. When you're fighting a healer that can't be Solar Beamed against a Demonology Warlock, you should just only Solar Beam the Tyrant. Just almost completely removes the effect. It's an instant cast. Druid's not really going to cast. It's never going to really get a ton of value there, as opposed to just totally shutting down the Warlock's cooldowns. Big damage incoming here from Waz with that Orbital Strike here, targeting down Jamie. He's going to put Grounding Totem down, trying to redirect some attention away from himself. He knocks the Cyclone from Waz, but they're blasting Next, it looks like. They're trying to kill the healer. He's back behind the pillar, and Waz is quite overextended now, and Meg gets full fear. Does he have a way to get out of this? Doesn't look like he wants to trade it just yet. Waz falls behind. He's going to Bark Skin. He should be all right. Swapsy's running away from the Observer. It's going to be tough to kill an Observer as a demo lock, so probably better to just max range it. Swapsy gets cloned low. He's going to Trinket out, pull back behind the pillar. Jamie gets left behind, Sleptwalk into the open. Down below half, Fire Breath connects from Meh, but now with the Ancestral Guidance, that's a lot of healing for the LE Shaman. He's going to go back to full health. He's going to be able to support his team so well with that cooldown. Waz now into a bash. Doesn't look like they're chaining it, though. No Cyclone out. He's going to jump back in and get aggressive with his team. Observer out for Swapsy. Waz targeting down the Observer and Solar Beams him on his... Looks like a Banish cast there from Swapsy, just trying to interrupt the Warlock as much as possible. Meg gets a rescue on Chan. He's taking a lot of damage, a lot of pressure right now onto Echo. They want to be offensive because they got the Tyrant available, but they're being pressured. Meg recovers them. Now they can get aggressive. Vile Fiend's onto the battlefield. Chanimal's trying to lock and load a lot of pets here to get a huge Tyrant out and get tons of damage. Meg gets caught in a Lightning Lasso, and doesn't look like anyone's one's able to stop it for now, and Chanimal will respect that. He goes for Unending Resolve. He casts out a Tyrant. This Tyrant, do they have any CC for it? It looks like he gets banished, so really good crowd control here onto the Tyrant, as it's going to phase out of reality and not be able to cast any spells. Looks like the banish has subsided, but it's into a stun now. Really good control. Tyrant casting a spell here right next to Meh, but doesn't get it. Gets line of sight. Tyrant's totally shut down from Chanimal. Now he just doesn't have his Unending Resolve, which could be a big opening for Admirals Esports in the future.
Yeah, and we're already at 20% dampening, so chances are he might not even get that cooldown back. But Waz right now, dropping extremely low once again, activates the Bark Skin, gets the Frenzied Regen, manages to recover right there. And a lot of close calls so far onto Waz. Feel like he could be, a target later on as well. Swapsy right now caught up in the Cyclone. They have openings. Next, actually channeling out the Tranquility here, trying to maybe predict a swap or trying to immune a Sleepwalk right there. Big damage here onto Chanimal. Chanimal's in trouble. Big Shadow Fury coming out onto Mech. Did they have any follow-up? Chanimal dropping to about 20% HP, but does manage to stay alive for now. Waz getting a rescue shield as well. And Waz looks like he's going to be fine. And look at next. Every single time his team has pressure, he just crosses the map, tries to go for the drink, but they are so good at shutting them down. Waz actually knocking him with that Typhoon into Chanimal's line of sight. They get a full Cyclone. Meh going for the deep rep there onto Swapsy, but Swapsy teleports away to avoid it. Swapsy actually activating the Unending Resolve. They get a Fear onto next. A lot of damage coming out here onto Swapsy. Triple DR Cyclone. Can they Cyclone Swapsy?
No,
they don't even need to. They get the coil onto next, and next actually had his trinket right there, but he was being a little bit too greedy with it. Swapsy does go down.
That's what I love about Echo, is that they still have this offensive synergy. They're not falling in that like defensive trap that so many teams fall into as a Wizard Cleave. They saw an opportunity right there and just immediately punished and chained CC on the healer. I think it was an instant axe toss on the trinket. Because Next thought that he could sit a little bit longer than he did in a matchup like this, which is a little bit slower at times between Wizards, but nope. And they just snuck through, got the kill, stole it away here, and they're going to win 3-1. We saw huge pressure on Waz earlier in the game, which was looking promising for Admirals Esports here on Tolvaron Arena. They were playing a lot more offensive as this Ellie Shaman Warlock, as opposed to the Druid like staying 80 yards away and just trying to drink and drag the fight on. This was another moment where Chanimal gets really low, but time dilation from Meh is going to be more than enough with Verdant Embrace. Totally blocks off the kill. He saves the rescue for Waz. He Spirit Blooms both targets back to full. And then Next has a trinket, right? And you're thinking like, okay, things are good. Healer has a trinket. He's drinking, but he gets knocked, and he gets knocked into a bash. He gets knocked into a clone, and he gets taken out of the fight. So Swapsy ports, but he ports far away from Next. Next is on top of the enemy team. So he's going to wall right now because, like, okay, I'm alone and my healer is CC'd. I need to use my wall. Next gets in range in Ironbarks, and he's thinking, like, well, Ironbark should be fine, right? He gets cloned for 1 second. He gets coiled. He trinkets instantly into an axe toss. This is like instant snipe by Chanimal here with that axe toss.
Chanimal effect.
It's like, yeah, exactly. He knew he was going to trinket, stunned him right away. So I really like that Echo is a team that is, they just have like the entire what's the word I'm looking for here, like all strategies available at all times. So even if they're playing a typically defensive comp, if they need to flip the switch and play offensive and get a clutch CC, they can do that.
Well-rounded,
and they can win. Yeah, well-rounded, most well-rounded team I think in the region.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see, that Axtos has a travel time as well before it actually stuns you. So Chanimal's already preemptively sending that. We're going to see it on the replay as well. But the reason why Next doesn't want to trinket the Cyclone or trinket the Fear is because it's still half duration. He doesn't want to trinket the Cyclone because of that Unending Resolve. And right there, look at that. It's already flying in the air when he trinkets. So Chanimal definitely staying a couple of steps ahead of Next right there, and they know they have the kill. And I feel like that's the map also backfiring a little bit, right? Because you want the large map, you want the Druid to be able to move around and go for those drinks, but guess what? If the Druid moves too far away, well, the Warlock doesn't have that kind of same mobility, and that's when the two team members can be very separated, and that's when you can find those openings, and Echo actually creating those openings even to take it a step further.
It's all those years of Chan playing with really low or really high ping.
Now he's playing in like high gravity. Now there's no gravity, so he's saying he's been weighted clothing, and now he's taking it off.
Exactly. Yeah, he's been doing resistance training for years. So now he's fully unleashed. Something like that. All right. Well, that is going to be a victory for Echo, 3-1, Admirals Esports. And now we're going to be moving into the lower finals here. Admirals Esports going to be going ahead and facing off against the Agents, Zico.
Yeah, this is two very similar teams. Let's just say we just saw the exact same comp that the agents ran into Echo, being employed there by Admiral Esports. They have Zeepai on the side of the agents. They have Jamie on the side of Admiral Esports. So very, very similar compositions. They got the LA mains, they got the multi-classers. They got essentially basically the same rosters with just different players. So anything that agents can run, Admiral Esports can pretty much also run. The one X factor I would say in that matchup is going to, of course, be Brune Hitty on that rogue. He's been looking super, super solid. So that could be something that they would look to employ in that matchup. And maybe we're going to see some Moonkin Rogue or some Rogue Ellie or something. I'm not exactly sure what the agents have planned, but this is typically how these things go. Typically in Europe, you got Echo facing off against either the agents or Admiral Esports. One of them gets sent down, and then they battle each other, and then one of them goes on to fight Echo in the final. So this is so far pretty much what always happens in a lot of these cups in Europe. I feel like the big kind of surprise so far in this bracket has been Bamboozle making that top 4 finish. So unfortunately, Bamboozle did get knocked out, but the agents, I think they've been looking scary down there in the lower bracket, and they're hungry for their revenge against Echo.
Yeah, they certainly are. Which of these teams is going to end in third? Which of these teams is going to be moving on up to the grand finals to face off against Echo? We're going to find out soon enough. We will have to head to a break before we get to the lower finals here in the EU region. But this is going to be an intense one, so definitely stick around. It's Admirals Esports and the agents up next after a quick break. Everybody, welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we've had 2 series so far. The first one of the day knocked BAMBOOZLE out of the tournament. Echo won that upper finals and sent ADMIRALS Esports to the lower finals, which is where we are now. They're going to be facing off against the Agents. We can take a look at the bracket for the games that we saw for this region on Friday, as well as the ones that we have played today. Echo, they're sitting up there nice and pretty as ale in that grand finals position, and now we've got 1 series to determine who will be moving on and facing off against them.
Yeah, that's the big question. I mean, Echo, I think definitely coming into this one as the favorites. Those guys obviously are so good, can play, it feels like all the comps all the time. So definitely incredibly difficult to deal with them. And it's fun to see, how they were playing some of these Wizard mirrors, because I just think they did such a good job of recognizing, small windows and pressuring healers. And I think, really being able to show that you don't always need to go deep dampening to be able to close out games. You are able to get pressure early if you can coordinate properly, and kind of just I think setting the bar for what a lot of these teams are going to have to try to live up to.
Absolutely. And, speaking of setting that bar, Supatees, we know obviously that those Wizard Cleaves are really the ones that are doing a lot of work for sure so far. I've seen a lot of questions about what makes them so good. Why now is this kind of the meta?
I mean, the pace of the game has slowed down a bit from the last patch. Also, crowd control is a lot lower, so beating them with CC chains isn't as easy. Also, precognition as an embellishment is super powerful. Just if you get a fake cast on an interrupt, you go immune to crowd control for a short amount of time and get 15% haste. So that's probably one of the main components as far as restricting melee DPS. Actually, one of my recommendations whenever I'm playing solo shuffle to somebody is just don't use your interrupt, because if you miss it, it's going to hurt us way more than if you don't use it. It's better if it's just as a threat and sitting there the whole game than to accidentally give precog to a boomkin and then they're 15% hasted on their incarn. It's definitely, I would say, the embellishment is a big contributing factor to casters being so powerful right now in that regard.
I also feel like the self healing is so high, and
Yeah.
like, you know, hybrid healing is so strong right now. And to me, like that's such a big part, is that it makes you so stable, right? Is it's like it's combining what you said with that, because the fact that there's like CC has been reduced heavily means it's much more difficult to even get effective cross CC, right? And if you, especially if you're playing comps like with Ellie's and Moonkins and whatnot, and then there's the healer himself, it's like you have to get cross CC, because if you're trying to burst down one person, they can all start healing each other. Or even if you're CCing out the healer, then maybe one of the hybrids is going behind the pillar and healing themselves back up. So it's like they have so many opportunities to win the games because it's so stable, right? Like it's very difficult to actually finish these comps off.
Yeah. How many people do you say, Sid, when you go into those solo shuffles, don't even know about precog and they're just kind of interrupting willy-nilly?
I mean, they're probably not 100% aware. It probably depends on the rating bracket that you're playing at.
Yeah, true.
But right now, depending on the duration of your kick, also determines its value. Like, if you're a shaman with like a 1 second wind shear or something now after the nerf, like you miss that kick, you're turning the DPS god mode. If you land the kick, it's like, oh great, you stopped like a quarter of a second of a spell. Like the difference in value between actually landing the kick versus just not using the kick is just so punishing at the moment. And I mean, in a matchup like this where both teams have Ellie shamans, like whoever's landing the shears and making sure that they're not proccing precog is likely going to be a big factor to the outcome of the match right now. So interested to see what compositions, if it's just a straight Demo Ellie mirror, because that seems to be their main comps, or if we see Affliction at all from Mercy, because that seemed like the X factor for their team in the last series.
Yeah. It was really good. I just wonder, like, is he actually willing to bring it out against an Ellie, or was it only because it was against, you know, Destro, Shadow Priest, Resto, where there's like no interrupts, there's no lockdown, you know?
And it's possible. It might depend on. I mean, if it's just one Ellie shaman and a Demo locks don't have kick anymore. I feel like one Ellie shaman is not too big of a deal. Like if it's like a Resto shaman and a rogue, then you don't really want to be an Aflog. But like just one Ellie, I don't know. I think it could still work for them, but they might just play mains just to say like we're the better team overall and not try and rely on any sort of counter picking like that. Admirals Esports could also Boomkin Ellie if they think that that's better, because they're not going to fight Boomkin Warlock. They're going to fight Ellie Warlock. So a couple of options for both of the teams, which could decide like how they're thinking or how they want to play the rest of the series, or how they're maybe even planning for the future, like which comp they're going to dedicate their time to.
I mean, it'll be really interesting. And I think if you do end up going Affliction, especially if you're playing in a demo, like we saw how Felguards can get pressured, right? Like Chan was having his pets die and stuff. And like, you know, that can be problematic at times. You know, especially if you can actually combine interrupts on the Warlock at the same time, because you really do have to interrupt health funnels, especially like Soulburn health funnels and whatnot, which obviously are really difficult to stop all that, plus the healing. But it is an option, and it would be interesting to see, you know, if he's going to bring out the Affliction again, because I think that could be something that could throw a bit of a wrench in the gears in the meta right now, because it has been, you know, pretty much Demo dominating. You know, we've saw like a little bit of Destro, but it didn't really feel like it matched up as well. Then we've just seen the Affliction come in the one time. So, this is very interesting. We got a Warrior coming through. Okay, and it is Affliction. So I think it was a bit of a read, maybe, that he was going to play Affliction. So maybe that's why they brought out the Warrior.
Oh my god, the mind games for the blind pick here. And I mean, a Warrior on a lock can be pretty scary, but they didn't bring an Ellie. I was thinking maybe like an Ellie Warrior would have been better, because the Boomkin has like no interrupts. So if Blizzo's not getting a lot of uptime here, they might end up regretting it. But Fury is super durable to dot damage as well with all the self-healing that it has. So this should be a pretty good pick for Blizzo to come into the fight. He's having a tough time getting to his target right now. That static field pulling him away. He's going to stun Zeepai and slowly march his way towards Mercy, who was in that Cyclone. Zeepai decides to trinket out and get aggressive in this position. Just wants to min-max his damage. Fighting the Warrior Boomkin, your trinket's not so important for like a trinket wall to stop a go. You just want to be as efficient as possible. Incarnation out for Swapsy. They're starting to get those onslaught stacks up onto Mercy. The longer the Fury Warrior's on a target, he's going to stack up to 12 stacks and get, I think it's close to 40% MS now since the changes. It's the strongest MS effect in the game that you can really sustain for a significant portion of time, so they can stop the drain life healing. They got a lot of pummel, storm bolts, and now shockwave as well available to Warriors, so they're going to have extra stuns to stop the casts. So this is definitely a heads up from Admirals Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. But Mercy's doing a good job actually kiting away, and you can see there Blizzo getting pulled back on the charge, but they're actually just using that on both sides, trying to lock him down. Now going to swap over onto Zeepai, who's out in the middle of the map. The lasso comes out onto Blizzo. That's actually going to get interrupted immediately by the beam coming through. Swapsy is getting pressured relatively hard as well. And now Blizzo going to be swapping back over onto Mercy, but the coil comes out. I love that he's just using this really proactively. They drop the static field, they coil him away. He's just constantly using this, you know, instead of actually saving it for like a kill or something like that. He's just using it to interrupt Blizzo, to keep him off him. You can be constantly, you know, coaxing and slowing him down and rotating between sprint ports and using the gateway, rooting him, cloning him, etc. They're just trying to make sure that Blizzo actually can't stack up that MS, that he can't stick to one target for a very long time. And so far, they're doing a really good job of that. And Mercy's been able to get a lot of dot damage out. You can see again, he just jumps back. He throws out the soul swap. He's trying to keep those dots out onto Next, wants to make sure that he's pressuring him as well. And Blizzo now going to be getting back to Mercy, but he's immediately coaxed up. You can see once again, and Mercy's just going to be kiting away from that port, trying to set up his next escape here from this warrior.
All right, Blizzo's getting a lot of uptime right now, trying to cut him down. Gets coiled away. Curious to see if he's going to use a Curse of Exhaustion here or Curse of Weakness with the Amp Curse. So he can stop. It doesn't actually stop a lot of crits here from the Fury Warrior with Recklessness up, so it might be better to use Exhaustion and try and keep him away. They swap over to Zeepai, and Zeepai's looking a lot squishier on Ellie Shaman. They're blasting him in the Storm Bolt, but here comes big damage out from Mercy as he's extending all those dots with the Dark Glare, and now he's free casting with Soul Rot, Drain Life. He's trying to go for Malefic Rat. Oh, he got a precog proc, and that's the punishing moment in the game. He's going to get a lot of haste, and that's super deadly on a Warlock. Get a couple of Raptures out in this position, and just look at the mana bar. Next burns so much mana in that position. Swapsy's just rotting down to damage right now in midfield. He's trying to go after Asgarat desperately, but I really feel like if Swapsy was an Ellie's going to do double the healing of the Boomkin, a lot more disruption. I think it might have been better. They do get a nice Cyclone here on Mercy with Oppressing Roar. So it's going to be 7-second Cyclone. Taking him out of the fight. They stun Asgarath on his Innervate, which is good timing. He doesn't get a couple of free extra heals there to try and even out the mana. Asgarath jumps over to Mercy. Vortex is down. Mercy's trying to kite through the Vortex. It pulls Blizzo away for a moment, but he's still getting some uptime here. Lands the Pubble on the Unstable Affliction. Now he's going for the Soul Rod. He can drain Soul probably freely. I don't think there's a stun DR for him. And look at that Drain Life, just absolutely destroying the team. Next is going to have to rewind the damage, which is going to be a really good trade, but they're still dying. And I mean, if they don't get a kill on Zeepai, I think it's going to be it for them.
Yeah, I mean, look at Swapsy. Swapsy's under a lot of pressure right now in the middle of the map. He's down about 30% HP, and Next is struggling to pick everyone back up. Now, finally able to do just that. Asgarath into a clone. It's going to be cloned again here by Swapsy. They're trying to get some pressure rolling, but Mercy and Zeepai are sitting pretty for now. Now some damage is going to start landing there onto Zeepai. You can see Next, you know, in the middle of the map, and it's going to become a pretty easy target here to be getting dotted up, and that is kind of one of those weaknesses of the Preservation of Okras. They can't just sit back. They need to get offensive. They need to be playing a little bit more aggressively, but the coil is going to land on him next. They're trying to keep the pressure rolling onto him. Zeepai taking quite a bit of damage here himself. Blizzo just trying to connect as much as he can, but the roots are coming through. They're just constantly peeling this warrior off. There's been so much disruption on him throughout this game that he can't stick to his target, and now he's going to be thrown into a bash as the hits just keep on coming onto Blizzo, and there's a clone out of that as well. Blizzo just not really able to get back to his targets, and Swapsy's in so much trouble. Swapsy might just go down here. Next has to get some healing coming out. He was sitting down behind the pillar. I think Next was trying to look for a drink, but Swapsy's just getting crushed, and now it's Asgarath here back behind the pillar trying to get a drink of his own. Swapsy does interrupt it, but that could be himself getting in trouble. And now Next in the middle of the map just gets rocked. Might go down about 5% HP there. There's the coil coming out. He's going to trigger. He's trying to get back behind the pillar. I think we'll barely be able to survive for now, but I don't know how much longer they can keep going, Sid.
Next is pulling off some miracles right now. It's going to have Emerald Communion in 9 seconds. They need to just sustain a little bit longer. Avatar's up for Blizzo is a big boost of damage. He's got Enraged Regen, so they need to just send Blizzo like a wrecking ball, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're going for the kill. Can they slip it through just at the last second? Big heal comes in from Asgarath. Mercy goes back to full health. He portals back behind the pillar. Blizzo can't connect. Fire Breath gets dodged there, I think. Mercy got a precog proc. That's going to be a lot of trouble. He got a lot of Unstable Afflictions out with that one, and he's going to trade the Dark Pact, try and reposition, but Asgarath is suddenly out of mana. He's got Iron Bark in 3 seconds. Next is actually in a way better position, and suddenly it's starting to ramp out of control. Asgarath looks like he's trying to sneak away and go for a drink. Blizzo's going to trade Enraged Regen, stay ahead of the damage, gets another Avatar proc off that Recklessness, trying to take out Zeepai. Zeepai's max range away from him with the Astral Shift up, reducing damage, so he should be all right. Asgarath's got a sliver of mana. Next has nothing. He's out in midfield, renewing Blaze, tanking some damage, healing it back for free. He's trying to be a damage sponge right now with those cooldowns together, soaking some hits. His team is way higher on health. It's Mercy who's behind, no cooldowns for 10 seconds. if he's low, that Dark Pact really isn't going to do too much. Azareth gets the Nature Swiftness with the Iron Bark, but they Solar Beam him. They're trying to keep Mercy on the back foot and just put him down right now. Can they finish him? Blizzo triggers a Lightning Lasso to go for the kill. Mercy ports back behind the pillar. Next is dying to dots. Mercy needs to stay alive a little bit longer, just a little bit longer, but he can't. And Admirals Esports will be able to close out game 1 with the Fury Warrior pick. And I mean, it was supposed to be a counter pick, but that was still pretty close to be considered a counter pick.
Yeah, but I think still a really good read that the Affliction Warlock might be coming out. You know, clearly they were expecting the Affliction Warlock could come out for this Wizard Mirror. Their read was obviously that the Affliction Warlock would have the advantage, so they bring out the Fury Warrior. I agree it was really close, but this is one of the things that I think Warlocks will tell you can be a struggle with Affliction, is that even though, like, you look at the damage done, Mercy's topping the table, it can be really difficult to finish people off as Affliction. You can get a lot of pressure. You can have people rotting down, but it's difficult to actually get that killing blow to actually finally burst someone down. And that can be the struggle, despite the fact that they were kiting around Blizzo for so long and were getting a lot more damage out, you know, than the other team. Affliction Warlock was topping the table, you know, pretty heavily. It's just difficult to actually get that finish. They got next really close to dying here. That was kind of their one moment where it looked like they were about to win the game. But, you know, once it got later and later into dampening, you have the Mortal Strike effect on this Affliction Warlock. You know, Blizzo is just pounding him. And Asgrath, as soon as he was tapped, he cannot keep it up. Like, there's just no way you're going to be able to heal through a Fury Warrior and a Moonkin on the back of your Affliction Warlock when you have no mana. You can't just, like, sustain on fumes like some of the other healers and some of the other classes can.
No, I mean, even at Innervate here, he's trying to do what he can, but it's just too little too late. He gets enough Fluorescence down. He's trying to max out the healing, but there's so much damage. There's no way this could snowball it in that position. He just couldn't get enough distance in that spot, and he tops the meter. But damage meter doesn't matter if you don't win, I think, is a fair assessment. If you can't end the game, it's just a lot of fluff damage onto the scoreboard at that point. So moving into the second game, the thing is I don't know if this is a blind comp. Like, can you play Fury Moonkin into like LE Lock with Demo? Maybe you can. I actually wonder, maybe you can.
It doesn't sound that bad. But I mean, there's a lot of different comps these guys can play, right? So they would have to be careful. Because let me think. So Admirals Esports do they have Rogue as well? Or
I want to say
all the comps.
No,
all the comps
I want to say
can
no.
Play. There's a lot of different
probably
comps.
Warrior Windwalker and Demon Hunter, I think.
Yeah. There's a lot of different comps that these guys can play, so it would be interesting. I don't know if they would just like blind the Fury, or if it was an answer to what they were assuming is the Affliction. The other thing about Affliction is that Affliction has so much self healing. With Drain Lives and like, you know, all of this, like the constant self-healing that's actually coming through, as well as the reliance on Dark Pact. And those are all things that are hit by dampening, right? Like, those are all things that are nerfed by dampening. So you really do kind of get pressured pretty heavily, you know, as dampening ramps up as an Affliction Warlock, because your self-healing is really kind of falling off, which is putting more pressure on your healers to get more healing done, but their healing is also obviously falling off pretty heavily. And it is going to be just the same comp, just getting locked in here once again for Admirals Esports. So we'll see, you know, if the agents are going to be mixing anything up, what they would potentially want to bring out here. I know when the agents played against Echo, they did play Rogue. They played, you know, Preservation Evoker, LE Assassination Rogue. So like, they have other stuff that they could go to. It'd be interesting to see if it does become like melee caster versus melee caster because the Warrior's in there, or if they're still going to feel comfortable bringing out Warlock again, but potentially just a different spec. I do think Demo, you know, you're going to have a better time against a Warrior when you're playing Demo. Having Axe tosses and stuff definitely helps a lot, but it'll be interesting to see what they want to respond with.
Yeah, I think the only risk about Assassination Rogue is just Evokers have the ability with Cauterizing Flame to remove your death mark. I don't know if it would work 100%, but is Rogue better than Fury in the mirror either? It's crazy that this is coming to this, right? It seemed like the meta had just settled itself. Like, okay, we're just only going to see Wizards now for the rest of the tournament. And Admirals Esports are like, hey, this is a Fury Warrior. It's here. It's in the game. We're going to play it. Oh, it worked. Okay, I guess we're going to play this now until it doesn't work. And they're actually going to play Destruction instead.
Okay, very interesting. So Destro coming out, I mean, Destro can have some of the same troubles where it's like, you know, you can be getting interrupted. But at the same time, I do think, while I talk about Affliction having like a lot of kind of damage meter damage and struggling to finish, Destro definitely is better at finishing. It's more burst, it's more single target. So you do have that ability to sometimes really 100-0 someone. And it's, I think, something that Blizzo is going to have to respect a lot more if he wants to be chasing this Warlock. If you get pulled back behind a pillar, you really have to be careful because the Infernal could get dropped. You can get into a coil, bash, etc. And the burst is going to be very, very real. So it'll be interesting to see how much of a difference this makes. We can't be too quick to judge that it's not the Wizards going to be reigning supreme after the one game, because it was just the Affliction Warlock that got taken out. But they are going to be trying Destro, not Demo. I was kind of expecting that they might have just brought out Demo, to be honest, but going to be a bit of a different look.
All right, it's a good map for it. They can play open field, drag the warrior out, expose the evoker, also swap to the evoker. There's not a lot of like really good interrupts either. Like Quell is a minute cooldown and very short duration for the evoker healer. Pummel is a pretty short duration, as Destro have multiple schools, so it's not really, you can soul rot as Affliction, but it's not really as good as Destro, where get kicked on a Fear Chaos Bolt or get kicked on an Immolate Fear Chaos Bolt. Like you get to cast way more as a Warlock, so just going to be pumping out a lot more pressure throughout this game, and it's really a matter of, can Next keep his team alive through that pressure to stay on their target, or they're gonna have to like retreat away, get at the pillar, and then start getting poked down by earthquakes behind the pillar. Is how I'm looking to see the earlier stages of this game play out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it'll be, if Admirals can't stay in, I think the game's gonna go bad for them, right? Because you just, like, when you're playing against a melee team, if the melee like cannot actually stay in and maintain pressure, then you kind of just set up triangle formation around the pillar, and like you have an LE poking you on one side, you have a Destro poking you on the other side. Asgrath is gonna be drinking on the other side of the map. Your healer is not gonna be able to drink. So I think it is an absolute must that Blizzo has to stay in. If they can't keep him in, I think it's going to go really bad really fast. So we'll see how this is going to be able to work out. But interesting change. We get the Affliction, we're getting the Destro. Maybe we'll get the Demo. Maybe we'll get all three specs from one player in the same series. That'd be pretty fun.
It's definitely possible. I love Admirals Esports kind of just like experimenting here, trying to theory craft. And Swapsy has said it in the past, like he's the guy that wants to play the comp where he thinks that his team can play sort of bad and still win because it has that competitive edge, as opposed to like straight up mirroring people.
Work smart, not hard.
Yeah, exactly. Work smart, not hard as the approach for Admirals Esports. It gets them a game one victory. If it can beat Destruction, it might force Mercy's hand to play Demo, or maybe they have to bring out a melee DPS of their own.
Just got to go around the world on the Warlock specs. Keep trying them.
And one of them's got to work here to get into the finals. Exactly. I'm kind of wondering, this is like too premature to foreshadow the finals, but if Warrior Moonkin would be at all good into Demo Boomkin, it could be okay. I'd be a bit worried about the Warriors getting cloned a lot and not really maintaining his MS stacks, but Admirals Esports are certainly experimenting and really like bringing out the full flesh of their roster. It's great to see Blizzo. I feel like we haven't got to see a lot of him over the past couple of years. The meta's not just been super favorable to Warriors, so if he gets to pop off in a series and be the key player to get his team to the finals, it would definitely be clutch. But this is going to be a real test. Like Destro does a lot more threatening damage, and it's not going to be shut down as easily as Affliction was in that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think when you're talking about the question about like how it would do against Demo Moonkin and whatnot, Demo also does like less fake damage, right? And you have MS and whatnot, so there's the ability to finish off those kills, I think, a lot more easily than you have with Affliction. So it could be pretty problematic. But at the same time, I don't think that like the kiting of the Warrior was the problem, because they did a really good job actually staying away from the Warrior in game one. It just wasn't really able to be a game that they could finish out. Like they lasted a very long time. They lasted till deep dampening. Till they just fully ran out of mana basically and had nothing left. So we'll see what they're going to be able to get done here in game number 2. The Agents looking to tie things up here against Admirals Esports, and Zeepai just straight into the middle of the map immediately. Blizzo just trying to run right past. Target acquired here. They are going for the Warlock. The Stormbolt's going to get dropped immediately. There's that static field totem just getting projected away, peeling them off. The Infernal is going to get dropped as well. And then the Coil to follow that up. So just trying to create space from Blizzo. Mercy wants to have 30, 40 yards from his portal and be getting away from Blizzo, but they're just going to turn it over onto Zeepai, who's actually getting rocked. The Shockwave coming through. He's taking a lot of damage here already. Swapsy's going to get sheared. And Blizzo's just trying to keep this pressure rolling. Now looking to get back onto Mercy as the Vortex used onto Blizzo, but he doesn't actually waste his charge into it. He walks out of it, then goes for that charge afterwards. He's going to get cloned up, though, and that's going to be the trinket forced already here from Blizzo. So he may struggle to reconnect to this Warlock again.
Oh, deep breath from Next, trying to get some damage here onto Zeepai, but he's managed to reposition. Blizzo's leaping over onto Mercy. Stormbolt. Oh, he gets Frost Shock root by Zeepai on his stun. He gets a fear onto the healer, but it looks like it ends up breaking to some dot damage. So really getting shut down right there by Zeepai with that Frost Shock root. Now trying to get some pressure on Swapsy. Swapsy fakes the wind shear, and there goes the precognition. He's going to go for some Cyclones, get some hasted up dots out here. We see the double Mortal Coil with the static field pulling them together. That Chaos Bolt connecting onto Swapsy as he jumps back to the pillar and knocks Mercy into midfield. Zeepai fishing for some hexes, but Swapsy is running Decurse, so he's going to be able to remove that quite quickly. No Trinket still on Blizzo is the main opening here for those next potential coils or lightning lassos in the future. Zeepai going to burrow beneath the earth here. A new honor talent for elemental shamans, and knock up next and then knock him out into the middle of the map. And there's that lightning lasso with no trinket. Can Mercy get a Chaos Bolt off with it? Doesn't look like it. Just a couple of incinerates here. And now he gets a precog proc. Look at those Chaos Bolts flinging out onto Blizzo. Is it going to force his enraged regen? They're going to use Rewind instead, and Blizzo's just going to stay aggressive, leaping on top. Mercy gets a long gateway. He's running that extra range gateway talent, which makes sense against the warrior, but Blizzo doesn't care. He's just switching to the next closest target, and that looks like Zeepai right now. He's going to force Astral Shift in that swap.
Yeah, going to be able to force that down. And, you know, Dark Pact going to get popped here by Mercy as well. He's trying to cut away. I don't think he redropped his port, so he's got to actually kite back across the map to get in range of that portal to see if he can get away from there. The Tranquility already being forced there from Asgarath, so a little bit of pressure onto him. And now the clone over on a Mercy. They're swapping pressure back and forth really, really nicely, going on one DPS, then CCing the other, ripping hots off someone, swapping them back again, trying to force Asgarath to constantly re-hot these targets. There's that Earth Ellie stun, though, onto Blizzo. Lightning Lasso to follow it up again. Mercy trying to create space here, and he is back in range of his port now, I do believe, so he can actually just portal back as soon as he does need to. Blizzo, though, doing a good job sticking on a Mercy for now. Now the portal will be dropped. And remember, with this this gateway talent, it actually reduces the cooldown on the gateway as well. And it's actually really nice against warriors because they can't just fully leap across that entire distance, so it allows you to get LOS. Swapsy, though, getting rocked, getting put down incredibly low as the Chaos Bolts are just flying out. There's the double coil to actually follow it up. No more CC, though, for Next, so we will be able to top them off. But there is that kill pressure. We are seeing Static Field Totem again pulling Blizzo away as the clone does land on a Mercy. So they're going to go over on a Zeepai, but Asgarath is drinking, and this is a problem here. As soon as they get pushed back, Asgarath able to get back a lot of mana here. He's almost back to full.
All right, let's see if they can maintain it here. Astral Shift coming in a second, but Zeepai is taking a lot of damage. They're going to cycle on him low, swap back onto the Warlock, force Dark Pact. Swapsy now getting low. Next, going for a Dream Breath, loading out those big hots. Swapsy getting a precog proc, it looks like, as he was trying to find a Cyclone. He gets knocked. Zeepai, big damage incoming onto him right now. He's going to have to Astral Shift almost immediately as it comes off cooldown. He's dying through Astral Shift right now. Blizzo is tearing in, trying to close out this game, but not finding enough damage. Swapsy's getting aggressive. Stormbolt onto Asgarath. Swapsy goes for a Cyclone. He fakes the kick, gets that precog, but can't find it. Asgarath going to gate across the field. Zeepai using that burrow, going beneath the ground, immune to damage. Swapsy taking some damage. Gets another precog proc on that balance druid. Goes for a Cyclone, gets it onto Asgarath. Tons of fake cast. Mercy's getting blasted as a result of this. NS and Unending Resolve overlap, and the Fury Warrior Moonkin is looking scary right now. They're just dying through the defensives. Ironbark needs to be enough for Zeepai. It looks like with him at the pillar avoiding the Warrior, it should be enough for him to begin to recover. Swapsy's Incarnation not getting value. Bash into Cyclone with no trinket. Really good shutdown here from Asgarath onto Swapsy's cooldowns. Fear onto Next. Blizzo is isolated. This could be it for him, but he does get a big victory rush, it looks like, as he's charging in, spell reflecting, avoiding damage. Stormbolt's the healer, trying to get aggressive, gets rooted for a moment, uses Piercing Howl to snare Mercy, just a little bit of an extra amount to get back in range, but he does get Cycloned. Asgarath finding opportunities to get some Cyclones has been really important. Like Cyclone in the Incarn is huge value. Cyclone on the Warrior there to drop the stacks. So if Asgarath can keep this up without ooming, could definitely be a way for his team to get back in the fight.
I think Mercy needs to redrop his gateway, though, because Zeepai is cutting away from the gate, and he has no cooldowns to actually get away at this point. It's going to be pretty difficult for him to do it. I need to see Mercy probably drop a new gate onto Zeepai, because I think he probably has that cooldown up pretty soon here. But Blizzo is just sticking right onto the back of him, and there's that Static Field Totem trying to peel him away. Zeepai trying to kite as best as he possibly can to get healed back up here. Asgarath doing a good job of topping the back off, but they're now turning the pressure over onto the Druid. Blizzo is just swapping around off of these hots. As soon as someone gets away, you can see the rescue used a aggressively there from Next, just dropping Blizzo off right on top of the enemy Druid. Mercy going to have to port now as well, getting back over to Asgrath, but Zeepai is split, so they're probably just going to change up the targets here once more. There's the Stormbolt on Asgrath. Can anything follow it up? Zeepai going to gate back to the team, and now Asgrath looking for those clones is going to be able to get sheared. It looked like an interrupt coming over there over on a Next, who's actually getting pressured pretty heavily now himself, and Asgrath is into the clone. We'll see if Blizzo can get some damage rolling because the Avatar is just now expiring. Mercy getting pretty low here. The double fear comes out. It's a Trinket Trevor coming across, but Mercy's down incredibly low. Not going to quite go down. Swapsy now getting pressured back himself. Asgrath has a lot of work to do to try to pick them back up. There's the coils coming out defensively. Mercy trying to keep this pressure rolling in the midst of it. Asgrath even having to use the Tranquility, but there comes that clone in onto Mercy, trying to buy time, trying to deny some of those hots. The static field totems have been great from Zeepai's field, but Asgrath is just getting rocked. They swap over to him and just blow him up. The Fury Warrior working in back-to-back games. Swapsy Next and Blizzo playing this out so beautifully. How they're ping-ponging around from targets is just so well done. You know, there's a ton of heals that were actually coming down onto the Warrior, but it just felt like they're constantly being able to get pressure rolling on one target and then CCing the healer during that. And then as soon as the healer is able to get back with their one DPS that's put low, then they're swapping onto the other target. And Asgrath was never really, it felt like, in that comfortable position. Like, this is a great example right here where Asgrath is running around behind the pillar trying to top off Zeepai. But while he's topping off Zeepai, the swap has already commenced over on a Mercy. And then you come out to try to heal out your Warlock, and then you get immediately cloned. Then Mercy gets topped off and he ports out. Then they're going to swap back on a Zeepai, right? And they're just doing a really good job, I felt like, of cycling targets and constantly putting Asgrath in this difficult position where he's having to move around the map. He's having to rotate around, between the gateway and whatnot and try to, stick with his team, which was exposing him a lot.
That moment right here, that Vortex, swap normally as Boomkin, I've never seen a Boomkin play Ursul's Vortex. He's actually playing Ursul's Vortex in this game, and he actually pinned all three players together to get a triple Shockwave, triple Fear, triple Deep Breath stun. And then, like, off the back of that, they conclude the game. So this is a really impressive play here from Admirals Esports, playing a comp that, like this swap right here on Asgrath, like, they got every cooldown from that setup earlier. Like, nobody plays this. Like, nobody plays Warrior Moonkin. Like, I was expecting Thunder maybe from them. Like, Ellie Warrior's pretty common throughout the history of the game, but Warrior and Moonkin together has not really been very common, if ever. So definitely impressive that they've kind of crafted this composition. I like the usage of Rescue to pull the Warrior to the Wizard, the Vortex to pull the Wizards to the Warrior. Like, it's just all about enabling Blizzo as much as possible to keep on his target. And now it's really up to the agents to come up with an answer, because I don't think the Warlock was working for them. I think they need to bring in a melee of their own potentially.
Time
here
for
with
Demo?
Hitty. I mean, it's either Demo and we do the World Tour, the Warlock World Tour, or we bring in Brunhilde possibly. He can play
perfect.
a Warrior too.
Bring in the Demo, you lose with that too, and then you have all the ammo you need to get some much needed Warlock buffs and some Warrior nerfs.
See, look, we played every spec of Warlock. It couldn't win.
There's
Obviously,
just no counterplay. There's nothing you could do. These Warriors are just too overpowered. I mean, I think the Vortex tech is really, really smart, right? To me, it just feels like taking. Oh, they're going back to Affliction. Interesting. Affliction felt like it worked worse, but
that's why I'm making this.
They're going back to that. But like the Ursul's tech, I think for the Moonkin makes a lot of sense. It's like taking a page out of what you do as Resto when you're playing. If you ever play twos and you play like Resto Warrior against like a Resto Warlock, you like have to basically Ursul's the Ursuls to try to keep your Warrior on top, right? Because they'll throw an Ursuls onto your Warrior, and then you have to throw one on the Warlock to kind of like keep them in place. And I think all this tech that they're using to keep Blizzo active is so important, because you are constantly going to be getting taxed of your mobility, right? It's like there's the static field totem, there's death coils, there's coex, there's port, there's gateway, there's thunderstorm, there's frost shock root, there's clones. Like, there's so much being used to stop Blizzo that his teammates have got to do just as much to keep him back on a target, or he will simply run out of mobility and be useless, right? So I do think anything that Swapsy and Next can kind of tech into to keep him on the target is super, super important, because the Warrior cannot do it by themselves. You need help getting to these targets.
All right, let's see if Admirals Esports can just close this out, get Blizzo to his target, deliver the Blizzo payload, and get a 3-0 against the agents.
Fire the missile.
I was push the big button right now here, because I mean, this is impressive to do this with Warrior Moonkin, first team ever really, I think, in AWC to play this composition. Especially now with the Evoker healer enabling the Warrior so much. It's been quite a treat to watch. Mercy's going to go back to Affliction, which comes as a surprise because I feel like they got crushed harder than they did as Destro with this spec. It is a bigger map at least, so maybe the map will play a bigger factor. And with that extra extended gateway, maybe Mercy gets more free time to cast Unstable Afflictions on multiple targets to get damage out. Blizzo's just charging on his mount. It's really important that he gets to his target without... Oh, he actually used his charge. So using a mobility spell, you really want to get to your target on your mount so you keep all your mobility. He might actually be behind on mobility now as Mercy ports. And with the Soulburn port, you're immune to snares. Here comes the rescue on the coil into another charge. And now Mercy a bit out of position. Here comes the Dragon Roar as Blizzo knows that he's got no mobility to kite him. He's going to pop all of his cooldowns while he's getting guaranteed uptime. Unfortunately, it looks like Mercy, maybe you get a precog there. I'm not sure if that was the animation for it. They do Cyclone Mercy to stop him from casting with the Dark Glare. And it looks like they're actually just going to switch to Asgrath with that Cyclone. And the swaps against a Resto Druid are super important for the team to be able to find victory. You basically want to try and avoid attacking the target that has Life Bloom as much as possible. So you're just figuring out who doesn't have it and trying to switch to that when you can. A Cyclone Asgrath gets the Trinket and could be an opportunity to kill him in a stun. They Cyclone him again. It's match point, and Mercy is being pressured. He's just dying through Unending Resolve right now. Desperation, Drain Life does manage to bring himself back into the fight, but that was 2 Trinkets and Unending Resolve in one push. Tranquility. This is not good.
And NS is gone. Everything is pretty much already gone, and Mercy's now into the clone. Yeah, they're just getting crushed. I mean, Mercy, that time he ported, he got Ursul's Vortex. Now it's a great static field totem on that charge from Blizzo. So that's going to take that away from him. But he's just getting spam cloned. They're always getting Blizzo back to the target. You know, whether it's Ursul's Vortex or whether it's Rescue, they're always getting him right back on target. There, the coil comes out, and that should be getting Mercy away. But instead, Swapsy has the bash, and he drops it immediately onto him. So there's no space created with that coil whatsoever. Mercy is really struggling here. Swapsy getting pressured pretty heavily as well. Mercy needs to get those dots, I think, over onto Next, but there's an offensive rescue from Next once again, just delivering his warrior right onto the back of this Warlock. Things are looking a little bit grim for Mercy here already. There's that shockwave coming through. The damage is ramping up. You can see Nex is even getting involved, just pumping damage out onto him. There's the Iron Bar coming through from Asgrath, but that's the last major cooldown they have for a while here. The NS has already been used again, and Mercy's still in a lot of trouble if they can get right back onto him. There's the leap in, the pummel comes through, not going to be able to land that clone as Asgrath, but there's the static field totem trying to peel Blizzo off, trying to keep him away as best as they possibly can. The bash is going to be used. Mercy needs to get LOS before that bash expires, but he's not able to do it, so Blizzo is right back on him, and there's your Soul's Vertex once again onto Mercy. He just cannot create any space. Swapsy, though, nice fake cast, is going to be able to get the precog prop and trying to get some pressure out here. Zeepai being hit up as well. There was the beam locking out Asgrath as a clone was used on a Mercy to try to remove those hots. You can see the Dark Glare is out here once more. They're trying to get something going, but they just haven't been able to get really any counter pressure whatsoever this time. As Blizzo again back on a Mercy, who's getting put down incredibly low. He's going to be topped up a little bit, back to up to about 70% HP, but there's a bash over on Asgrath. If any follow-up CC can come through, and it can, there's the clone. It is DR though, but Mercy, it might not even matter. Now the clone's going to get swapped over onto him, so the hots are going to fall off, and this could be the end as Zeepai is getting low. Do they have any CC for Asgrath, or is he going to be able to do it? Oh, he's down so low. Mercy barely surviving. They're ripping the hots off again, and there comes the Dark Pact. Looks like he'll be able to survive for now.
I mean, he survived, but it looks miserable right now for their side. They make it to the point where they have their medallion, so maybe there's some possibilities. The Cyclone Blizzo's Trinket, I really do think Asgrath Cyclones are going to be important in this matchup. He gets another clone on the next, forcing his Trinket. Definitely a pop-off moment for him, but now he's in a Cyclone. Fury of Elune is out. That's big damage. Blizzo's all over him. Mercy ports back behind the pillar to Asgrath to escape, and Zeepai's trying to pressure Blizzo, but now they're swapping in a Stormbolt. No Trinket charge to reconnect. Big damage into execute range. Astral Shift comes out to try and block the kill there from Blizzo's cooldowns. They're going to Cyclone Zeepai, try and switch targets. Blizzo gets cycloned at low health. I really like these Cyclones from Asgrath. I do not think that he can play passive in this matchup. It's going to be super important, but Zeepai got left behind. He's going to try and use that. It looks like he might have been playing Gust of Wind, jump back to the gateway and then gate across the field. Next is playing offensive with his team here, going for the Nullifying Shroud to immune CC so he can push with his team, but here's a Lightning Lasso and no Trinket. Spirit Bloom fully channeled, heals the whole team through those dots. Really good use of that. Blizz is just going to get cycloned low on DR. Swapsy's trying to switch the clone. He's trying to fake interrupts. Is he going to find the clone in time? He gets wind sheared. Not able to get it just yet. Now he's into a bash of Asgrath. Blizzo gets pulled to Mercy with that rescue. He's going to port right away. He's going to leap to reconnect on the port with a shockwave on the freedom effect. And Mercy's on the run once again. Full moon proc. Massive damage incoming. If Nex can add some damage here, Mercy might just be going down. Soul Rot going to channel for Mercy. Is he going to offensive wall and drain life with this? He does soul swap the dots over and Dark Glare extend everything with the clone on onto the healer. Blizzard's going to respect the Dark Glare, trade out that enraged regeneration, and then charge towards Zeepai, actually. He knows he's got no wall. He stuns him behind the pillar. Is Blizzard going to kill Zeepai behind the pillar? He's going to burrow back beneath the ground and be immune to damage for a moment as he's kiting towards Asgarath, trying to get in range. But here comes the orbital strike. Massive damage out from Swapsy. They could just finish this. No astral shift for 11 seconds. It's match point for them. They'll be eliminated from the tournament. But if they can stay alive, look at this. They're ravaging the Admirals Esports. The mana bar of Next is basically empty. He has to Emerald Communion to recharge his team back into the fight and won't have that again for the next Dark Glare in the future.
Yeah, and that's going to be the last kind of major cooldown remaining for him. Asgarath, though, also getting really low on mana, and that could be very problematic. You know, Asgarath has to look for these clones, but every time he goes for the clones, you're also stopping all the dots from rolling there. Mercy now portaling away, going to be able to use that gateway to create some space from Blizzo. Blizzo going to get right back to him, though, and there comes that Storm Bolt. Here comes the Deep Breath. All the damage going to be landing in on a Mercy, but Swapsy's in even more trouble. He's coiled. He's down about 5% HP. Next is trying to pick him back up, but I'm not sure that he's going to be able to. The Bark Spin has been used as well. Commanding Shadows drop down, so everything is actually being popped here defensively from Admirals Esports. His Next is really struggling at this point in the game, and Asgarath has been able to get a drink off. He's getting some mana back, so they may have done enough to stabilize and try to finish this one off. Swapsy still constantly rotting low, sitting down to about 20% HP, dropping some Regos onto himself, but Next is completely tapped, and now Blizzo is rotting as well. There's the Storm Bolt coming on a Mercy. This could be their last chance to try to go for a kill, to try to push in one final time, because Next is completely out of mana. The offensive clone there on a Mercy will try to get Blizzo right back in onto him, and now Blizzo finally has connected. He's going to pop the Recklessness, but he's down about 5% HP. There's no mana remaining. The clone over on a Swapsy is there as well. Blizzo knows he has to go offensive. He cannot sit back. He's got to try to get a kill right here, right now. The offensive rescue even getting dropped in onto Z5, but he's going to gate away, and surely this has to be the end. Blizzo has a couple seconds until the rage regen, but he's not going to get there. The agents will get one back. They managed to survive long enough to kite him out, to dampen him down, as Next was just completely tapped, man. He had nothing left.
What I like that they did at the end here, so Disintegrate for an Evoker when talented can give you mana. So they actually spell locked him instantly. You'll see, I think, on the replay, Mercy gets cloned low, and Next is standing right next to him to Disintegrate, and he gets instantly spell locked. If he got that Disintegrate off, he would have got some mana and probably been able to keep healing the game. And because he got spell locked on it, he couldn't. This was one of the final moments where they tried to burst Mercy, but he's got ending resolve, and maybe this is after that point. Is this when Swapsy died? I don't think it was.
This is a little bit before. When Swapsy got low, and then they recovered, and then I think this is the moment you're talking about. It's about to come up.
So when Mercy goes out in the open on the ramp on the backside, you'll see Next on top of him getting ready to disintegrate. And that spell lock right here, that stopped his disintegrate. It stopped his mana regen, and it just kept him out of mana to the point where he couldn't do anything. Blizzo, as a Fury Warrior, needs to be next to a target to heal. He wants to Bloodthirst and he wants to Victory Rush. So if he's not in melee range, he can't heal himself. So that's why Next is trying to pull him closer to his target, as opposed to running away. There is no running away as a Fury Warrior. You just have to keep going and hope that you can heal through it. But it wasn't enough. With that being said, though, this is like best case scenario, and it was still tight on a big map. So if we go to an unfriendly Warlock kiting map, like, I don't think it's going to work again.
Yeah, I think it'd be really, really hard. I think they have to basically swap it up because, if you go to a small map, I don't think that's going to work, right? Like, they basically had nearly perfect kiting, and they still couldn't really get away from Blizzo for a really long time because I just think Swapsy and Nex are doing such a good job of actually anytime Blizzo gets peeled, like, they don't just use their CC for no reason, right? Stuns are used when the Warlock sprint ports because he can't be slowed. Clones and bashes and stuff are used when Blizzo gets coiled, or when he gets static field totemed, or when he gets, knocked away. Like, they're timing their CC offensively so well to actually keep them on to this Affliction Warlock that I don't think you can necessarily accomplish the same thing like that this Affliction Warlock team did when you go to a small map, because I just don't think you're going to be able to have enough time. Like, I don't think you're going to get away enough. Asgarath also got a really, really big drink on this map. And I think that's also way more difficult to do on the small maps. He drank, I want to say, like 30-40% of his mana, something like that, earlier on in the game. Had he not been able to do that, they probably wouldn't have been able to actually dampen them out. So it's definitely going to be tough. But it's nice to see them get one on the board and get a win, with this Affliction Warlock.
All right, so what is the least Warlock-friendly map possible? Is it Runes?
Ring of Valor, bring it back.
I don't think... Okay, so Hook Point. Oh my god.
Yeah, Hook Point, I think, is actually the worst.
They actually locked that in so fast, too. They picked Aflock so fast. I didn't think about that at all.
Yeah, hook point is pretty rough. I mean, on runes you can kind of do the thing where you like kite to tomb, and then you just keep soul burning out your gate. Like you drop your port, you gate to the middle, then you kite to the other side, then you port back, and then you keep doing it back and forth. But like hook point, you don't really have great places to actually gate, right? Like you can kind of go from the side to one pillar, or you can go pillar to pillar. But we're already into the game, and there's yeah, he's just going to do the pillar to the pillar. Actually, gateway there. Next is the one being pressured. They're just kind of stacked in on top of him, so they're trying to get the healer more involved here. But Zeepai's already incredibly low as there's a clone over on Asgrath. The NS is going to have to come out immediately, but Blizzo is taking some damage here again. Zeepai going to get cloned offensively. They're stopping a lot of this healing coming through from Asgrath, so Zeepai is low. Mercy is low. Everyone is kind of just getting crushed. Blizzo is just in on top of them. Now the clone is going to get dropped over onto Zeepai, and Blizzo is just going to attach right back onto Mercy here, who's already in a lot of trouble. Asgrath having so much difficulty catching back up as he's now into the clone. He has no trinket available. There is still the unending resolve for Mercy, but he's going to try to pinch that. He wants to cut it out, save these cooldowns for later if he can. And it looks like now they're going to be able to recover a little bit. There's the shockwave over on a Zeepai. As soon as Asgrath catches up onto one, the other is getting dangerously low. There's no cooldowns really remaining here for Asgrath. He has the NS coming back up. The burrow is going to have to be used by Zeepai as he gets around behind the pillar. But as soon as they pressure one person, they CC Asgrath. Then they swap it over onto the other DPS. The pummel now going to land on a Mercy as they're going to try to continue pumping into this Warlock here. Now going to be able to fake one. You can see the precog popping there as Swapsy is just being such a menace with these clones, swapping them around constantly there. Mercy gets fully hotted up, right directly put into the clone. Now there's a bash over on Asgrath, and they're going to swap the pressure onto him, force him to try to hot himself up, and then potentially the hots will fall off Mercy, and they can just look for yet another swap.
Oh, Blizzo getting low here. Gets a recklessness proc, trying to tear in with that. Zeepai's on the run. He's going to gate away. Blizzo charging in. Doesn't look like he's got another way to reconnect, though, so Zeepai's got a safe distance away. Asgrath is fishing for Cyclones, switching that now over onto Blizzo. Looks like Asgrath wants to drink. Swapsy needs to chase him down. Asgrath's running into that starting room, and it looks like Asgrath can't, or Swapsy can't stop it. He's caught inside of a stun right now. How much mana is Asgrath going to get? This is beautiful coordination from the agents. If they can drink on this map and keep their mana high, they could definitely still have some possibilities. And he actually got full mana, so it was a really good trap that they set up. Bait Swapsy in to try and stop the drink, and then to stun him as he runs in. And if they can interrupt Disintegrate more on next, that actually might be like the most important spell than Cyclone. If they can stop him from regenerating mana, that's going to be a main way for the agents to win. I saw a spell lock there onto next. Now a Windshear as well. Blizzo is down below half, but here comes the Orbital Strike. Massive damage with that Shockwave onto Mercy. They really want to get unending resolve, but they choose to Cyclone him on Ironbark instead, and now look to try and switch the Cyclone to another target, but they're all running on the line of sight. Next takes a gamble and dispels dots there. It takes a huge Unstable Affliction hit, but it looks like he should be able to recover in a moment. Blizzo is stunned. He's quite overextended away from next after that Dispel play. He does manage to connect a big heal, get Blizzo back to full, forcing Zeepai to use Astral Shift, and Blizzo's immediately going to swap off that cooldown, but Lava Bursts are flying in from Zeepai as Blizzo's dipping below half. Next is really struggling. If they keep these interrupts on the Disintegrates, they could definitely start to swing momentum in their favor. Ultimately, it wasn't any resolve here from Mercy. He just gets Cycloned on it, and now he doesn't have it.
Yeah, no ending resolve, no Ironbark remaining, no NS, no Tranquility, and Zeepai's in a lot of trouble. They're again swapping the clone over on Asgrath and getting this pressure rolling onto Zeepai. He's just gonna burrow underground though, get away for a moment, but they immediately swap the pressure now onto Mercy, and there's just so much catch-up for Asgrath to have to do coming out of the CC, and that is so problematic. But at the same time, Next is getting low, Blizzo's rotting down, Swapsy's taking pressure. There's the Stormbolt onto Mercy. They're just gonna swap a clone again onto him. As soon as he gets topped off and they have those hots on him, they just throw out those offensive clones, trying to force Asgrath to constantly change where his hots are, constantly re-hot his targets and spend that additional mana. And there is that static field totem again, peeling Blizzo off constantly throughout this game. The Frost Shock root comes out to follow it back up. There's another one following that as well, and Swapsy's actually taking a ton of damage in the middle of the map. You can see those Malefic Raptures were coming out onto Swapsy, pummeling him very, very hard. But now Mercy, now he's actually Stormbolted up. Is he even an LOS of his healer? Yes, he is, but there's the Ursol's Voltex coming in to try to pull him back out of LOS of Asgrath. Next, though, is getting in a lot of trouble here as he's staying so offensive, trying to keep Blizzo in on his target, but Next is opening himself up to a lot of these swaps. And again, offensive clone there on a Mercy. As the Avatar was popped from Blizzo, they're going to be right back onto the back of him as soon as he comes out of that clone. The Ironbark is having to be used. The NS is going to have to be used as well as soon as it comes back up from Asgrath, but he's put into the bash. Do they have any CC to follow it up? Does not look like it. As Zeepai did a good job actually interrupting that, had the Lightning Lasso to interrupt the clone, then a Shear to follow that up onto Swapsy.
All right, let's see if they can keep this going. Next is almost out of mana here. He's got Emerald Communion for a big recovery. Might have to use it on the Dark Glare here, extending those dots onto the whole team. Mercy behind the pillar, avoiding the reconnect. Blizzo ultimately does get back to him, though, with the charge. Looking for a Soul Rot, looking for a Drain Life combo. Next is staying aggressive, gates away from the Warrior. Next is rotting. They're going to swap to Next, I think. His whole team is just getting destroyed right now. Rescue Shield onto the Boomkin and Emerald Communion to recover throughout this assault. And without Emerald Communion, he doesn't have that emergency save button. Mercy ports away from the engagement. Asgrath's been doing a phenomenal job on mana. I was not expecting them to be in such a solid position. And here comes another setup on the Swapsy. Trinks out of the bash, gets a big heal, dispels the Hex off Next instantly, has Nature's Vigil up to try and get some extra healing for his team as he cyclones Zeepai on his Fire Ellie, limiting his damage. They've isolated Mercy, but Blizzo actually just gets stunned here by the Earth Elemental despite that clone on Zeepai. Next getting instantly sheared there. Really important as he's hitting 0 mana to keep the interrupts on these disintegrates, but Mercy is getting hit very hard by Blizzo as he ports back to the pillar, kiting out a line of sight, a lasso onto Swapsy, forcing his bark skin, rewind forced from Next. And honestly, the Affliction Warlock is looking better in this position if they can keep Blizzo away, but they're swapping to Asgarath. Can they force him to Ironbark? Huge damage incoming. Next, what are you going to do? He's got Renewing Blaze, Time Dilation, Renewal from Swapsy, a big Verdant Embrace heal as they do manage to actually recover. I can't believe that they managed to recover at the pillar right there. Spell Lock onto Next. They're still going after him. He's fully dotted. He's trying to get back behind the pillar. He's got Obsidian Scales, but he's just dying to dots at the moment. He could just fall over. He's 0 mana. He needs to get a Disintegrate maybe on the Fire Ellie just to guarantee that he gets mana. He rescues Swapsy. He goes for a Nullifying Shroud, but right now his big issue is mana. He needs to drink, but Mercy's right there. There's no way you're drinking. He Verdant Embraces in, tries to go for a Dream Breath onto Blizzo. In-range regen going to be forced, switches opposite side of the map, but I think it's just an inevitability at this point that they're all going to be dead in a moment.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Blizzo down dangerously low, and he couldn't get any uptime with that Enrage regen. He's now thrown into the Death Coil as they're going to look to try to finish it off, seal the deal, tie it up right here, right now. Next has nothing left, and Blizzo, slated to fall, will go down. The Agents tying it up. Even on Hook Point, I didn't expect it to look like this. It was so much more fast-paced, and yes, they did have better uptime and better access, but at the same time, I think the thing that really changed this matchup for me was how much more of a target Next was. Like, Next was constantly getting pounded on this map because he was not really able to have any LOS himself. Like, he had to stay so aggressive because they really wanted to play this rushdown style. But every time Next is moving in to keep Blizzo offensive and to try to chase behind those pillars to heal him up, he was just getting hit. Like, every time Next is crossing, Zeepai is pumping damage into him, and Mercy's getting dots out onto him. And it just meant that Next mana could not last, right? Like, he's having to heal 3 targets very consistently in this game as opposed to what was mostly the 2, it felt like, in the previous ones. And I think that was kind of the biggest difference is, as much as you want to play these small maps against Warlocks, they did a really good job of pressuring Next very, very heavily. And I just think Zeepai did such a good job on this one as well of protecting Asgrath, not only for the drink that you were calling out, Sid. Like, when he went for the drink, he got the big lasso and stopped that, but this time around, it felt like Swapsy could never get the clones that he wanted onto Asgrath. He was always able to get the offensive clones on DPS, but you know, in the previous games, it'd be like they'd clone up a DPS and then they'd swap it to the healer and then they'd pressure the DPS while the healer CC'd. Every single time Swapsy was trying to clone up Asgrath, Zeepai was lassoing it, he was knocking it back, he was grounding it, he was shearing it. They just couldn't rotate CC like they wanted.
All right, insane plays here from the Agents. Definitely making us eat our words on doubting this pick here on Hook Point, taking it to a game 5, and Mercy is looking strong even on this small map, you know, doubling the opponent's damage here in game number 4, and now taking it to a game 5. They really want that rematch against Echo in the finals. And now if you're on the side of Admirals Esports, do you doubt yourself? Should you switch
I think so.
comp? Like,
I think for sure you're doubting yourself. It's tied up 2-2 and you just lost on your map pick, right? Like, what map do you want to play more than Hook Point against this? You could try to go to a big map, but then it's the Druid's going to be drinking again, right? Like, the difference, it really has been the Druid drinking in these last 2 games. And if you can't stop him from drinking on Hook Point, I don't think you can really stop him from drinking anywhere.
All right. So they've got a big decision here. A lot riding on this. Do they trust the Fury Warrior? If they go small map, I think that's likely. Yeah, so small map, Runes. I think they want to do Fury again. And the Agents, and then you just have to never
let the Druid drink, right? But like, that is tough. Someone has to chase Asgrath, it feels like, at all times, but it can't be Blizzo. Blizzo can't be doing it. So it basically has to be Swapsy that never lets him drink. But at the same time, if Swapsy gets spread out too far from Blizzo, then there's not going to be that CC to keep him offensive, right? And that is kind of like the double-edged sword of it, is that the Moonkin needs to be CCing Blizzo's target when Blizzo gets CC'd. So if he's not chasing with Blizzo, then Blizzo's going to get peeled off and it's going to turn really bad. So I think that is a bit of a difficulty. It can be really hard to drink on runes, though, I will say. But still, it's like it shouldn't be that bad as long as they're using their portals and gateways and whatnot really well for Asgrath to at some point find a meld drink.
All right, they're taking their time. Maybe the agents want to consider something different, or maybe just talk about strat for what they want to do.
Yeah.
Taking the full timer. There's a lot on the line here, right? I think you're doubling your output, going from third to second in terms of prize earnings, or close to doubling it. And also, just the deeper you get in the tournament, the more points you get, the more certain that you've got a spot in the top 4. So a lot is on the line in this final game. So finally, teams are taking a little bit more time to really think about their options for this series, but they have run the clock, and I'm imagining, it's going to be the same comp. So Admirals Esports, they've set this up the way that they want to. They're probably going to pick the same thing and just say go next, play a bit better, and try and protect the evoker maybe in these swaps. I'm trying to think if there's anything he could really do. Like that one point where he dispelled a UA kind of felt like it put him behind, like so much so that maybe it's not worth dispelling ever if there's UA.
I feel like if you never dispel, though, then you start falling even further behind, right? Because if there's perma flame shock, UA, everything on everyone, it's like I feel like at some points you kind of have to, but I don't know. It's obviously a tough decision because UA can be so dangerous to dispel, but at the same time, like if your warrior's in a route with UA on them, do you just not dispel ever, right? Like it gets really tough.
I just wonder if Ellie. I feel like Ellie does more healing than Moonkin. Like if Ellie warrior would be better. The Moonkin, where you lose the clones, like the low clones, but it's more damage and it's more healing, just more numbers.
I mean, I could definitely see it being better. I mean, I also think that it becomes a bit of a nightmare for the Affliction Warlock if you actually rotate your nubs well. Like if you're rotating Shear, Grounding, Stormbolt, Shockwave, Pummel, Spell Reflect, all your stuff well, and it's all kind of like constantly going on to the Affliction Warlock, your damage can really start to fall behind. And then it can hit a point where you're not getting enough UAs out, and then dispelling some UAs doesn't become so bad because it's like you have to dodge like 4 or 5 interrupts and all these CCs and stuff, and then you finally get a UA up, and then it just immediately gets dispelled, and then you have to go through it all again, and it's like, okay, it gets a little bit tough, right? So there's potential there, but also you have a lot less like offensive CC. I feel like the Moonkin's doing a lot of work in disrupting what Asgrath's trying to do, right? By constantly cloning off aughts and stuff and swapping the clones around constantly. Like you can spam purge, but it's reactive resonance, it's called, right? The purge spell now, which I think is pretty difficult to deal with at times. I think that's what it's called. It's like when you spam purge Resto Druid Hots, right?
Yeah. They are making a change.
Oh,
they're getting the warrior out. They're bringing a Demon Hunter, and Moonkin Demon Hunter. I would say the staple for this comp has been like anti-wizard. I feel like it's one of the best comps because Demon Hunter gets guaranteed uptime on basically any class in the game. Has similar sustainability.
You want mobility?
To a Fury Warrior? Yeah. Do you want to go fast? You play a Demon Hunter here, so I think Blizzo is likely going to have a lot better of a time. But there was changes to reverse magic. So previously, you could just reverse all dots off your whole team with no penalty. You do take the UA dispel hit. I don't know if it's only 1 UA though. Instead of 3, like if you dispel 3, it technically only counts as 1 for some reason, I think. So you might still be able to reverse the dots. I'm gonna wait and see if he does do that, because if he can reverse and it's not punishable, it's gonna be a big factor. You just can completely wipe the dots for the team. I think this is way better. I'm almost kind of surprised that this wasn't the first pick, given the comps that the agents play. Because I've been waiting for this. I've honestly been waiting to see Demon Hunter Boomkin. I was like, this was like the best comp leading up into the tournament on the ladder for a long time, and sub rogues were kind of keeping it in its place. But if there's a team that doesn't have a sub rogue, like it seems like a really good option.
I mean, it's tough, right? Because I do think Fury is kind of considered a really good answer to Affliction as well, because you have like so much sustain as long as you have uptime. You can shrug off a lot of their damage, but they obviously were starting to struggle. It'll be interesting to see, how their reverse magic thing works. If you actually can triple reverse and only take the 1 UA hit, because that can be super high value. We've seen, obviously the Shadow Priest matchup earlier using the new PvP talent with like the Greater Fade, and then just like the immunity during that to then MD and like triple dispel off UAs and not take any damage from it. So there's obviously some ways that you can kind of circumvent the UA damage, but this is going to be interesting to see, how they're going to go about this. If they are just going to be mostly still, tunneling the Warlock, swapping to Zeepai and whatnot when they can't get to him, or if they want to do, more setups on other targets at all.
All right, it gives them a little bit more CC too with Imprison, getting that polymorph diminishing return. So maybe they can chain CC the Druid a little bit longer. They also get another Purge. I think next is likely running the Scouring Flame, so his Fire Breath, if it's fully charged, will purge 4 of the hots from the Druid, and then the Demon Hunter can add in a Purge every once in a while, try and put them behind when they're going for CC. I think it's probably just as dangerous onto a Warlock as a Warrior in terms of uptime and pressure. There's not a lot of CC for him, like maybe like a Lightning Lasso, but other than that, Demon Hunter main weakness is just dying and stuns. So if they are aware of when Lightning Lasso is off cooldown and have something to protect him from it or to interrupt it, then I'm kind of thinking that this will shred them. But they are, gambling on Blizzo on Demon Hunter. We haven't seen him, throughout the tournament so far. He's been looking really good on Warrior, but is he ready to play Demon Hunter at the level that's going to be required to take on the agents?
Yeah, I mean, that'll be the big question for sure. But, I think he's been around for so long and been so good at at these melee champions in particular. So I don't think he's going to be having too much trouble adapting back to Demon Hunter. He's probably playing it on ladder. He's probably practicing it as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see him play it really, really well here. But we'll have to see exactly how they get done. Even with the Lightning Lassos that you're talking about on Blizzo, it's not like Affliction is 100-0 style comp, right? So it's not like you're going to be able to just 1-dig this guy if you get one big stun and the cross CC on the next. So we'll see how it's going to work out. And I want to see how Mercy is going to actually place his portal and kite. Looks like he just dropped his portal over by the entrance. So he's going to try to kite out to the side, then portal back to the entrance, then gateway to the tomb. And then he's probably going to have to swap. But that is going to pull Asgrath out in the middle of the map. So he's got to be careful about how he wants to kite this out. If he takes the gate first, then he's going to be on top of his portal. He's not going to have distance. So he is in a little bit of an awkward spot. And you can see he's just going to drop the coil immediately, trying to get dots out. There's the rescue used offensively, but it's onto Zeepai. Swapsy's taking a lot of damage at the same time, though. And next in the middle of the map is going to be getting fully dotted. Zeepai, though, getting down to about 30% HP, is going to have to use those defensive cooldowns. There's an Imprison over on Asgrath. The Iron Bark was used. The Imbrate is already on cooldown as well. He was trying to maximize that mana efficiency. And now the swap over on a Mercy. He gets kicked. He gets stunned off that. The Unending Resolve has to come out immediately after the kick as soon as he's not locked out on Shadow because he's just getting crushed. The pressure very high already with this Demon Hunter.
All right, Game 5, Runes of Lordaeron, a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery, and only one team will remain to go to the grand finals to face off in a best of 7 against Echo. A lot on the line to be doubling your winnings here in one singular game. Is the Demon Hunter going to be enough? They've been getting tremendous pressure onto both Mercy and Zeepai. The defenses are starting to dwindle, and Mercy's being crushed. He goes for a coil onto Blizzo in desperation to try and turn this fight around, but Scouring Flames purges all the hots off of Mercy. Even despite that, Drain Life looks like it'll put him back in the fight. Blizzo's going to switch onto Zeepai for a moment. Zeepai jumps with that gust of wind, the safety of the tomb. Next, Verdant embracing in, trying to maximize his healing. Mercy at the pillar, it looks like he's fishing for some fears. He gets cycloned on it. Now going for Unstable Affliction, trying to get his dots up, but he trinkets a fear, which means he's going to get fully stunned here. Cloned on the I-beam, though. I'm not sure if I like that second clone, unless he was trying to stop some sort of spell incoming there from Asgrath. Sometimes if you land a Cyclone on the global of the healer, you can clone a Cenarian Ward and totally immune it. That can be really difficult to deal with how much Swapsy right now is spamming clone. Looks like he may have got a precog proc there. He's going to Barskin Nature's Vigil, trade efficiently here, and then cast with the defense active, which is a smart maneuver if you know you're going to get kicked to Barkskin first, because if you get kicked, you can't Barkskin. And that allowed him to tank that interrupt, tank that Lightning Lasso, and take 0 damage.
Yeah, part of the problem I'm just seeing is that Mercy's not getting anywhere, right? You need to be willing to actually swap sides on where your port is and kite side to side if you want to ever get away from these melee characters, and he's not doing it, and now he's going to get beam interrupted there. Blizzo going to get CS. He's trying to just interrupt that I-beam, trying to stop as much damage as he can. Mercy will finally get top back off, but he's just kind of just sitting in one place, and they're just being target dummies. Blizzo is just pumping onto everyone, has 100% uptime, it feels like. They're not really able to create any space, any distance whatsoever. So as soon as Zeepai is top back off, immediately Blizzo is hitting the Warlock again. They don't really have this big separation that you kind of want to establish as Wizards. Swapsy is playing on top of Asgrath as well, which is making his job an absolute nightmare. They're trying to get some counter pressure rolling here on to next and try to really push them back if they can, because Blizzo just doesn't seem to be that viable of a target. It's mostly been Swapsy and Next who have been taking the brunt of the pressure. But there's the clone over on Asgrath. Mercy in trouble here once again, is going to get a big drain life to top himself back off, but they've already swapped over there onto Zeepai, who's now put into the burrow, just going to go underground and try to remove as much of that damage as possible. Asgrath now going to get CC'd up on his Innervate, which is always so annoying because you not going to be able to get those heals out. You're not going to be able to utilize that for the additional mana efficiency. He's going to have to drop the NS now as well. But Next is kind of starting to struggle here a little bit. The pressure is ramping. He did use a super early Emerald Communion though, so he's going to have that back and is trying to maximize his mana efficiency with that. Likely will have to use it as soon as it's back up, though. He has about 25 seconds on it. Swapsy again getting low. There's the coil over onto Blizzo. The pressure mounting onto Next here. As the dots have been rolling on all three targets, it feels like for quite some time. Blizzo trying to turn things around, but he's going to get spell locked again on the I-beam. They're really being defensive with these interrupts and just trying to shut down Blizzo as much as possible and just maximize damage on Next and Swapsy.
Yeah, Wincher on to Next. Double Shadow Fury. Blizzo rotting down. Next rotting down at match point. Is he going to choke at the finish line? He trades cooldowns, but he overlaps a lot. That's Time Dilation, Emerald Communion, and Obsidian Scales all at the same time, which means he doesn't really have any answers in the future. So definitely a panic moment for Next here, and that could cost his team the game. They don't have Darkness. They used that earlier. Mercy's going to use Unending Resolve very prematurely to just go for the kill. Mercy is pulling the trigger on that, and Next is trying to recover. He uses his final charge of Obsidian Scales to reduce damage further. And Swapsy's got Bark Skin. He's holding on to it, but at some point here, if he wants to stay aggressive, he's going to have to trade it. Zeepai's got Ancestral Guidance. That's a lot of extra healing. Swapsy's getting blasted. Next is interrupted. Swapsy, what are you going to do? He's looking for Cyclones. He Solar Beams the Hex, but he does get the Cyclone on Zeepai's Ascendance proc, which is a really key timing here when the Ellie Shaman starts to pop off. So that Cyclone got some big value. Now he switches the Cyclone to Asgrath. Mercy is suddenly dwindling on cooldowns. Both sides in trouble. If we look at the pressure right now, it's match point. Is Swapsy going to fall? He's trying to get to the pillar. He gets Lightning Lasso. They disrupt it for a moment. Swapsy's trying to heal. He's trying to support because everybody is dying right now, and Mercy is absolutely ravaging them here with this Dark Glare, extending those dots. Look at the pressure. He's got to rewind. Is Next going to go for it? Cyclone onto Swapsy, denying his immediate recovery. He does go for the rewind, and that is healing back quite a lot, but Swapsy's still low. Nature's Vigil at 20%, and I cannot believe it if they manage to pull this off. Can they take down Swapsy? And Next, still the pressure is on to Mercy. He needs to live a little bit longer. He gets 7 seconds cycloned here. Swapsy's got Nature's Vigil, but he could just die. Zeepai's carrying right now, and Zeepai does it. Are they going to get a cross kill onto Mercy in game 5? That would literally be insane, but no, NS from Asgrath denies it, and I cannot believe it. I don't know if it's because Azale's here with us today and there's some sort of hidden buff that's buffing Aflock, but Mercy 2 series in a row now is going to get his team into the grand finals.
Nicely done. The agent's going to be able to bring it back, just sticking with the Affliction Warlock. I was doubting it, you were doubting it. I didn't think they were going to be able to make it work on these small maps, but they get that pressure rolling, and it just feels like the small maps in some ways are really starting to kind of like backfire because Next was such a good target. Next is being pressured so heavily, he just couldn't keep his mana up. And again, Asgrath was able to get a drink off in this match, and it just feels like that is the difference in every single one of these games, is that he gets this drink and then they establish this big mana lead and then kind of keep that pressure rolling. And it was around this point that things started to look so dire. I mean, Next had already used the Emerald Communion for the second time. Everyone's sitting very, very low. He's struggling to heal them back up. He's trying to stay in there and keep his team offensive, but he's just opening himself up to being an additional target, and he just didn't have the healing in the tank to really deal with it. I mean, you can see how much damage Mercy is doing. You look at the bottom left of the damage meters there, and Mercy is just pumping. And if you get access to all 3 targets, that's where Affliction Warlock damage can become like pretty difficult to heal through, like almost impossible at times. Between Zeepai hitting all 3 and Mercy getting dots on all 3, it just becomes so difficult. Next is just burning through his mana incredibly fast. Like, this is a 5-minute game, not even, right? And Next even used 2 Emerald Communions. He didn't even pinch it, so he got more mana back than you would normally have, and he still went him.
Yeah, I feel like maybe if he was a shaman, because shaman mana is probably the most efficient without drinking, and that would have given them more disruption for the warlock too. It would have been because I mean, typically you play with this comp with the shaman. On ladder, it's been more preservation, but in this one instance, I think it might be that shaman could be superior to preservation evoker. It's just overall efficiency and the potency into double caster. So possibly in the future for other cups, that Next needs to look to try and play more than the Druid and more than the Evoker, because I think this comp could work. I mean, look how close they were. Like, if they could just live a little bit longer, like they're gonna kill the Warlocks. So they just need like another 10-20% mana to be able to win these games. So that would maybe be my only criticism right now for their roster. But they were the first team to make Echo bleed. They took a game off of them with that Ellie Boomkin. They're going to be out of the tournament now, and the agents are going to get their shot. And are they really going to use Aflock? I actually don't think it's a bad idea. I think into these Wizards, like Aflock is is going to be in a good spot. So I would honestly like to see it.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason not to try it, right? It's been working for them so far. And as far as the Wrestler Shaman point, like I actually really agree. I do think Wrestler Shaman also doesn't have to expose himself in the same way that Preservation Evoker does, right? Because Preservation Evokers are really low range. They kind of need to push in and be aggressive. They need to be in there and doing more damage to actually like really kind of function, right? They are just in the mix just by design. That's kind of how the class works. Restoration Shamans don't have to expose themselves to being that third dotted target like nearly as much. Grounding Totem is also super annoying for Affliction, and being able to just kind of like keep the Riptides rolling and like Healing Streams and Healing Tides and stuff from behind the pillar. I think it's much easier to sustain at low mana against Affliction when you're playing Resto Shaman than it is on Preservation Evoker. But I also I can't blame them because I didn't think that this would work on small maps either, right? Like the agents just played it out, I think, really, really, really well. And did a great job of actually constantly pressuring the healer, which I think we've seen teams at times like not do enough of. And they really showcased the power of that. Of any time you can pull the enemy healer in, you need to be getting them in the mix, making them that third target, making them scared for themselves so they can't just be efficient and sitting back and healing 2 targets.
Yeah, always love a good reverse sweep. And that is going to be the Agents moving on up to the grand finals versus Echo. And they're certainly getting some momentum from that last series, Azael. What do you think they're going to be doing here against Echo?
I mean, it's going to be really interesting, right? Like Sid and I were talking about that. Like, are they going to bring out the Affliction? Like, I feel like they should. It's worked for them in back-to-back in a couple series today. So I would really like to see them bring out the Affliction, see if that can work against Echo. And it would be interesting, because if it does work against Echo, then maybe we just see Chan bust out Affliction and it just becomes the new thing, right? And we have an Affliction mirror. So I would be excited to see if they're going to be able to do that. I think it could be pretty difficult because Echo just seems so able to adapt, right? In all the different metas, they're able to bring out different comps, different specs. I think they would be probably pretty ready for it. They have to, I think, be at least kind of theory crafting what they would want to do against it after watching these series. So I'm going to be excited to see it, and I hope they at least bring it out and try it.
Yeah, I do too. Time will only tell. We do have to head to a break before we're going to moving into that series. It's the last one of EU. It's the first Championship Sunday, first grand final of the season as well here for the European region. So when we come back, we're going to be seeing Echo facing off against the Agents. Everybody, welcome back. We are here in the grand finals of the European League here for the first cup of the AWC second season. We're here with Ven and Zico. Ven, what did you think about that last series? How do you think Agents is going to do against Echo here?
I don't know. It's been very interesting to see the Affliction Warlock come into play. I don't think it's anything that we really expected, but it's been working out great. I do wonder if Echo has anything planned for this, like if they really anticipated the Affliction Warlock, because it really is kind of an off-meta pick at this point. So maybe that will give the Agents a bit of an edge going into this finals. But that being said, Echo, they seem to always be prepared, and I feel like they've been on fire so far this tournament. So I think, would give them the edge in this finals.
Okay, all right. Zico, do you agree, disagree?
I think so far the Warlock has been super good for the Agents, the Affliction Warlock. So I kind of hope that we get to see it again. It seems really, really strong in these Wizard mirrors. But the thing about Echo is as well that they are a team that likes to, be a little bit heads up. We haven't seen them play anything other than their Moonkin demo Warlock. And I think that this could be one of those times where maybe they want to catch it by surprise, bring in like an assassination rogue or something to deal with the Affliction Warlock. So maybe we'll see kind of a curveball from Echo anticipating the Affliction Warlock. So I'm excited to see what they actually do in the blind pick here. I feel like both teams, they have some surprises here. I think for the Agents, they definitely should run that Affliction Warlock. At least try to get that matchup to see how it works, because it looks so good.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the time to do it. We're here in the grand finals. It's best of 7 as well. So that blind pick's certainly going to be crucial for them. But here's some stats. Nice stats overview for Echo, 67% win rate. I mean, this team has been solid, consistent for so long in the EU region. They've been unstoppable, many cups, as they have been for this weekend. Then, I mean, they haven't dropped basically anything this entire weekend so far.
Yeah, we need updated stats with Moonkin. Yeah. Like, this is all rogue. That's old news for Waz. Now he's a Moonkin god, so we need to get some Moonkin stats up there and see, because I feel like his win-loss on that has been quite impressive at this point. Obviously, Echo is a team that has a lot of different compositions in terms of, oh, there you go, 3-0. Beautiful. Looking good. The average damp, I think it's worth noting, the average damp has been kicked up a little bit with the Demo Boomkin over the Rogue, but still getting it done.
Yeah, I'd like to see that stat. I mean, I don't even know how relevant it is, but it would be funny to see anyways, like the win rate percentage of a new spec that a player picked up in their first 10 games or something on it. Because, yeah, I mean, you're right, Waz is trending in a very good direction. So we'll see this team try something different here, Zico, and it's working very nice for them. But then, the question is, of course, the Agents, what are they going to do stepping up to the plate here?
They have, some tough decisions to do. The good thing for the Agents is that they already played this matchup one time and they lost in the upper bracket. So for the Agents, usually they are a team that kind of can apply a lot of the lessons there. They will know, okay, this composition, it didn't work. This play style, maybe it didn't work. The reason why we lost those games was because of X, Y, and Z. And they can take those lessons. And then now we saw them reverse sweep Admiral Esports. They got to be feeling good, guaranteeing themselves a spot here in the finals. And now they can hopefully ride that momentum as well against Echo, because they're going to need to. You can see the bracket right here. Echo 3-0ing the Agents right there. And these are our predictions here as well. So we are... we're looking on track right now, Van.
We definitely are. I mean, we got the right two teams in the finals for our predictions, so looking good. A lot of the time when I make, a lot of the time when I do my predictions, I go like for fun, teamwork and friendship, with whoever I think is actually going to win, and we're gonna get those prediction numbers up a little bit for me.
I like going with my heart here. But second runner-up, I might be right there. We'll see. But
could be.
Yeah, could be. Either way, we're gonna get this series started here. Echo versus the Agents. Who's gonna come out on top? Who's gonna be the winner for the first cup of the season?
And we are going to see Mercy tagged in here on the Warlock. So we're gonna see Druid, Warlock, and Elemental Shaman versus Echo's Moonkin and Demo Warlock. So I do believe that is an Affliction Warlock right there from Mercy. I can see the dark glare.
Outside of the Preservation Invoker, this is like the finals of like MOP or like, Wrath of Lich King or something like that, like these old school compositions. Even Kata, you have Warlock, Moonkin going up against Ellie Warlock, these really traditional wizard setups. Let's see what they can get done. Waz going to be moving into the middle field, and Mercy gets interrupted very early on. They're really trying to shut down these unstable afflictions, and that's going to be key in this matchup. We'll see what Chanimal can do. If he can shut down Mercy consistently in this match, it's really going to limit his damage.
Yeah, and they're going to need to do that to try to go after the Warlock, because the Affliction Warlock will be the king in terms of damage. You can already see Waz right now kind of competing on that details with Mercy, but the longer the game goes on, the longer those dots are going to be rotting down the team of Echo. So Mercy with a heads-up play here, but it's really going to be about these healers as well. Seeing Asgraf already getting tested here, taking a huge amount of damage. Triple DR stun. Asgraf almost going down there. He has no trinket. He has no barkskin. What in the world just happened here to Asgraf? He's kind of lucky, actually, to be alive right there, almost going down in the opening stage right there. He's got no Trank Shield either, so really good stuff here when you're going after these restored Meh, dispelling an unstable affliction. They're almost getting blasted from it as well. Very, very scary. But when you're going against these Restoration Druids, you want to be targeting the Resto Druids, not allowing him to just roll hots on two members, but actually forcing him to inefficiently heal.
Another Dispel there coming in from Matt, taking quite a hit of damage, and that's going to be something you have to look out for in this game. Right now, all three members of Echo are rotting down. Matt has managed to maintain his mana quite well for the first minute and a half in this matchup. I think that could be something that is very important. You can see Asgrath right now. They want to go for that late game advantage as they go for the drink, but Mercy's getting blasted. Careful. He's going to portal away behind, out of line of sight. That was a great setup there by Chanimal. Getting some really good pressure out, getting the Unending Resolve out of the way, and the setup is not over yet. Once again is going for the Obsidian Scales and removing the damage over time effects, so he's really just trying to stay ahead of the dots and not allow Mercy to get momentum rolling.
Yeah, and Mercy right now is able to cast out some damage here. They got Zeepai in a Cyclone, though, so the damage is limited here from the Agent. Once again, dispelling out those UAs. And Mana actually doing pretty well so far. Asgraf as well. Pretty good on mana. No trinket for Asgraf for another 10 seconds, but he will have his Barkskin, and he has his Renewal back, so he has basically all of his defense at that point. So Asgraf not really going to be tested too much as he does cross the map here once again. And you can see Zeepai and Asgraf having such good synergy, but Mercy right now, as I say that, gets left behind and absolutely blasted by Echo. That was just insane. They left him. They crossed the map as you want to do on the Resto Druid, but Mercy, he got just left behind there. We're kind of talking about how good the synergy is between Asgraf and Zeepai. Constantly moving together is what I was about to say, but Mercy, he was just not really with his team there, and this is exactly what happened against Admiral Esports as well earlier on in the upper bracket final with Echo kind of isolating the Warlock and taking him down like that.
So beautiful to see. I really like the way Meh played this one. It's the most annoying thing to deal with as an Affliction Warlock. All your damage over time effects are just being dispelled. He's just staying ahead of the UAs, not allowing to get anything rolling. I think Chanimal did a really good job as well. Demonology Warlocks can be very disruptive, and you can see right now Mercy into the Axe Toss, and just these consistent setups that they're able to put out. Keep in mind the Demonology Warlock, one of the great things about them is they do have that Mortal Strike effect, right? They do decrease incoming healing, and I think that's very powerful. We saw a really nice setup there. Matt obviously contributing to the damage, getting some Disintegrates off, and Echo. You guys mentioned it earlier on in the day. This team, in terms of offense and defense, they probably are the most well-rounded team. They're just so good at playing together and really setting up these kills.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And once again, Chanimal got a fear onto Asgraf's trinkets. I'm curious to see what actually Asgraf ended up trinketing in this replay, because Chan has been on point, honestly, in these healers' heads, just always making sure that he's getting the crown control, and not only landing the crown control, but he's landing the crown control on the trinket. So here, he gets the Axe Toss into the coil onto Mercy, and then Asgraf gets Shadow Furied, instantly feared on his trinket. Waz is there as well, trying to bash the trinket as well. So both Waz and Chanimal making sure that, they're staying ahead of the objective. They got the damage rolling, they got the pets doing some work, and they got Meh as well, just left alone there to get some work done on that evoker. So It just really feels like everybody on Echo is constantly on the same page. They're just working so well together, no matter what composition they're playing. They're setting up the kills, they're landing the crowd control, and they're always thinking about that next step. Who's going to CC the trinket? Who's going to be stopping the drinks? Who's going to be doing, the follow-up crowd control, and so on. And there just never seems to be any mistakes going on in terms of their offense and their defense, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking super solid as a team, and they've actually forced the agents to mix it up. So Mercy is going to be getting off of the Affliction Warlock and onto the Demonology Warlock, which I do feel like is probably better in these Wizard matchups. I mean, that is the nice thing about the Demonology Warlock, right? You have a lot of the added benefits of being a caster with your crowd control, the way you deal damage, etc. But you also have that added benefit of your Felguard reducing incoming healing, which is super effective in these games. So it makes a lot of sense that he's going to be switching over. He's also going to be a little bit more durable in the match. So these setups coming in from Echo are not going to be as potent, as the Affliction Warlock is great, but if you're shutting down his ability to use Drain Life, which Chanimal most certainly is, then you're definitely not going to be getting that added benefit of all the self-healing, which really makes the Affliction Warlock very durable.
Yeah, so the problem with this is that we've seen this matchup before in the upper bracket, and it did not look good for the agents. So what are they actually going to switch up here? Do they have a new strategy? Are they going to be changing up their gear? Exactly what are they going to be doing differently here? Because otherwise, this could just be a repeat here of the upper bracket finals. Echo so far looking like the team to beat right now as we have the gates open. Got Mercy already pushing forward here, looking for that pillar, trying to get some offense going, but he actually gets coiled here by Chanimal. Chanimal getting Axe Toss here, and both of these Warlocks trying to summon their pets right now. Matt already spamming out the damage, coming out with the Disintegrates. Waz actually looking for a swap potentially to Asgrath, but he does get Cyclone. Zipa is there to try to deny it. They try to take down the Observer immediately, but they are getting some value on the side of the agents here. So far, both Warlocks taking a decent amount of damage. The big Fell Blade Storm's coming out as well. A Solar Beam there onto Mercy's cast, and Mercy already taking a lot of damage. The Orbital Strike coming out there as well. Asgrath already forced a Trinket and Tranquility Bubble here in the opening stages, but now Mercy has his Demonic Tyrant out. He's going to summon it and immediately run away here, and the Tyrant's not getting crowd control. It is getting kited and line of sighted right now, but it did get a little bit of value. But Zipa taking a lot of damage here as well, forced to trade out the Astral Shift. Already so many cooldowns being used here, and Asgrath now getting swapped to, already using the Bark Skin very, very early on, getting stunned into another stun. Do they have any more follow-up? It does not look like it, but Asgrath has literally 0 buttons left, and Zipa as well.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot to be in, and I just feel like Met is such a playmaker for the team. Going for a sleepwalk right now was shut down there by Zipa, but the Evoker into the Resto Druid is just such a solid pick. Being able to use that Flame Breath to dispel all of the heal overtime effects, including a triple stack Life Bloom, is just so potent in these type of matchups. When you finally do get hit with crowd control, all of a sudden all of your hots are gone, and it can't really carry you through those crowd control moments. So that's why I feel like the Resto Druid into Evoker is just not great in this particular matchup, but we'll see if they prove me wrong. Good pressure here onto Waz right now. Is down to about 40% health in the midfield. Rescue going to be traded out by putting out a lot of damage. This is a scary moment. Waz could easily fall here. He needs to pick him up. He will get out of line of sight. Frenzied regen, and it looks like he will be able to stabilize, but that was a great push there by the agents.
Yeah, that was a little risky play there between Matt and Waz, but they're able to hold on to their cooldowns for now, and they are going to be able to stay alive. Matt did have that Emerald Communion in his back pocket, but didn't choose to use it right there. Mana's looking good so far. Asgrath's in a full Cyclone here. Waz, though, in a full stun, already shutting down the offense, and there's that Emerald Communion coming out from Matt. Going to get a lot of mana back. He's going to be able to heal, and they could be setting up a swap here onto Asgrath. It looks like Waz wants to move in there and maybe look for a bash, but has to decide against it. Zipa is just blasting off right now on the Elemental Shaman, getting a lot of work done. There's a coil now onto Waz as well. A lot of damage proccing here as well with Mercy with his pets. Cannibal now pushing in, looking for something onto Asgrath, but he gets shut down by the Lightning Lasso, and here comes the swap. Asgrath, is he ready? Big damage hits coming out. Do they have follow-up stun? There's the Deep Breath. Huge hits of damage. The Mortal Coil comes in a little bit too late there for Chanimal, and unfortunately they're not able to find it. They also have that Oppressing Roar, empowering that coil and that Cyclone. That's a 7-second Cyclone, and now they're going after Zipa with that, and now they're swapping back to Asgrath. He's not out of the woods just yet. No Tranquility Shield just yet, and he does have his Bark Skin available, so Asgraf should be fine for now. Zeepai is going to be the one in more trouble. Mercy sitting through a Cyclone right now. Waz looking for that control here on that Moonkin. They banish up the pet there of Mercy as well, potentially trying to go after the Warlock a little bit, but it looks like Waz is actually going to be the one in trouble for now, Ben.
Yep, you just get Cyclone. Beautifully done there by Asgrath. His mana is not looking good. Meh has managed his mana quite well here, and if they continue to just run at Asgrath, I feel like late game advantage I have to give to Echo. So the agents are going to have to find just a moment to give Asgrath a chance to actually drink. This could be it. Get the pressure on Waz, force Echo defensive, and allow Asgrath to recover that blue bar just a little bit so they have longevity into the late game. But Waz pushes in, going for a bash. Potential Cyclone gets knocked away there by Zeepai. They're making a swap on Zeepai. Big damage here from Chanimal. It looks like he will be able to hold on, and the agents hold on off the back of that Tranquility from Asgrath, just doing what he can to stabilize a bash now on Meh. He may have overextended as the Obsidian scales up, so maybe not in too much danger, but that was really good counter pressure there. At the same time, now Mercy is getting blasted, and both these teams are just putting out pressure all over the place. Waz getting low. A stun onto Meh. Beautiful setup. A Hex to follow it up from Zeepai. Waz in desperation getting to the pillar, throwing out some regrowths, and it looks like he will be able to top off, but that was a great push there by the agents, showing a lot of signs of life here.
Yeah, then they need to get some offensive pressure going because Asgraf is basically completely tapped. He is trying to pull back there. Chanimal right now taking a lot of damage. There's the unending resolve coming up from Chanimal. Asgraf is going to be able to take this opportunity to sit down for a drink, potentially. Waz is running over, trying to stop it. Meh as well. Man, you need to heal up Chanimal right now. He's dangerously low. They get the banish here onto the pet as well. Chanimal takes a huge hit of damage from Zeepai. Zeepai with a beautiful knock there as well onto Chanimal. They're going after Mercy, though, on the opposite side. They managed to stop the drink from Asgraf. Chanimal still dangerously low, though. The Fell Bladestorm coming out, man, with a beautiful rescue, and now it's going to be Mercy here on the back foot. Asgraf has 0 mana left. They just need to make sure that they stop this drink right now. Asgraf is sitting up for a drink. They get a beautiful fear onto Waz, but I do think they shut down the drink because Asgraf is moving here, and that is not a good sign. He gets a beautiful nature swiftness there to top off Mercy, but at what point can they keep this going? I'm not sure. Asgraf has basically nothing left to work with right now unless they can kill Chanimal right now. They got crowd control onto Mab, but Emerald Communion blocks the kill for now, and I just don't see how they're going to be able to keep Mercy up. There's the full axe toss coming out. Asgraf's got no mana left. He's trying to drink. Mercy ports away, but is he going to be able to stay alive? And the answer is no. Echo are up 2-0 here against the agents.
Wow, I mean, this is just incredible. That has such... I feel like so much of this matchup comes down to Meh. Just like on the Evoker, not only is he able to maintain his mana in the late game, but he also just has such an offensive presence. He's always annoying Asgrath, going for sleeps and stuns and purges and using Landslide to keep him in combat so he can't actually go for the drinks. And it just puts his team in such a good position in this type of matchup, but was very back and forth. Let's not kid ourselves. I mean, Chanimal had a few close calls in this match, so did Waz. So the agents, I think, did a really good job kind of battling it back and keeping the pressure up against Echo. They just need to figure out a way to not just automatically lose the late game, because I do get the feeling that if they could somehow maintain mana and not just lose because of mana, that they definitely have opportunities to win in this one.
I completely agree with you. I think, they had a lot of moments where they almost took people down. Here was a really close call onto Chanimal, but he did get rescued there. And, in general, like if the mana was even here between the healers, both teams have pressure. I would even argue that the agents seem like they have more pressure. It's just that Meh is there on the Evoker, adding in so much damage, and the rest of the Druid really isn't. And the Druid spends more mana than, the Evoker. The Druid's biggest strength, of course, is that he can get those stealth drinks. But if they shut them down, which they did basically the whole game, there's not really much that can be done. And at this point, you've just ran out of steam. Chanimal is low, but Emerald Communion trades out. Meh still has plenty of mana to work with as well. He's sitting through some crowd control. They cycle on the Communion, but at this point, the pressure has turned onto Mercy, and Asgraf has no mana left. All he can do is just drink. Meh actually stops that drink as well, and that's basically all that needs to happen. Make sure you're shutting down the drinks. Make sure you're keeping up pressure anytime Asgraf is drinking, and if you can do that throughout the game, you are going to be able to win the game. And you can see the damage here, very, very even. Waz, Mercy, Chanimal all sitting at 12 million. They got Zeepai at 17 million. But the big difference, of course, is between the healers. Asgraf not able to add in any damage on that Restoration Druid, compared to Meh being able to add in a lot of damage, a lot more healing as well, and still having more mana as well.
The thing is, too, about Mez damage is I wouldn't consider it like pad damage. You know what I mean? Sometimes just like healer damage doesn't matter that
Yeah.
much. But for Meh, it is very effective. Like when he is actually getting the fire breaths out and purging the heal over time effects, and then he's bursting with living flames and deep breaths and disintegrates at the right moments, that's when it counts even more. So it's deceptive how effective that an evoker can be in this matchup. But we are looking to be going into a very similar match. We're going to Maldraxxus Coliseum, so another very large map that the agents obviously want. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, it really feels like Asgrath has to just get away and he has to get drinks. That's going to be key for the agents to win. And the only way that's really going to happen is if Mercy and Zeepai can come up with enough pressure to force Echo on the back foot, force them, to retreat, force them to run behind a pillar. And if they can do that, that gives Asgrath a little bit of breathing room in the match. So it's really that kind of perfect balance of offense and defense, and picking that moment where you actually can recover your mana. Because if they just can basically run at Asgrath unchecked, the agents are going to have a really difficult time winning this one.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The map is going to make a pretty significant difference there for Asgrath. But the last map was also Empyrean Domain, which is a really large map as well. The Coliseum, of course, also another great map. Make sure that they get those drinks. But it's going to be tough for them because Echo knows that that's the win condition right now. They just need to shut down Asgrath's drinks and keep up the pressure. And it's going to be tough for him to find those moments because of that. And another thing that we haven't really talked about too much about the Evoker, we talked a lot about the offense that it brings, but also just it's so insane how effective the lockdown is as well with the knocks and the oppressive roar. But we're going to have to wait for a little bit because Waz right now could be in trouble here, sitting through a Mortal Coil, already having to use his Bark Skin right there. Dream Projection coming out from Meh. AoE dispels, powerful healing over time effects being employed here. And I really like this combo that Meh does. He uses his basically temporal shield with that dispel from the Dream Projection. So a lot of that damage that he ends up taking from those Flame Shocks, he actually recovers it without actually spending any mana. And just little things like this that makes Meh's Evoker so effective and so efficient.
Yeah, definitely getting high value from that ability. Meh right now getting cycloned, and I do like the crowd control if Asgrath can find it. Not an easy thing to do in this match, but see Chanimal taking a good hit of damage, good pressure here by Mercy and Zeepai. Let's see if they can keep it up. Meh right now stuck into a root, not going to be able to use that Verdant Embrace, but channeling out a big Spirit Bloom, and that will be enough to top Chanimal off. Now solid pressure on Waz as Zeepai and Mercy are going after multiple targets here. Once Chanimal is stable, they make a swap over onto Waz, and that's a really effective way to force Meh to put his heals out on multiple targets, which is going to tax his mana. But Meh, of course, is going to be using that Disintegrate talent, so when he does channel Disintegrates, he's actually going to be recovering his mana. So it is very effective if you can figure out times to use it, and I think that's one thing Meh is really good at.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to see Meh right now doing well on mana. But look at Asgrath. He's actually sitting down getting a full drink right now. Should be able to come back with a full mana bar. So that's the win condition right there of the Druid. If they can do that 2 more times maybe throughout the game, that's going to be really, really big for them. But look at Mercy. They got the CC chain right now onto Asgrath. This is the problem. When you sit down for a drink for too long, you get isolated from your team, and Mercy is caught up really, really far away from his team. They already got Asgrath's Trinket. They swapped to Asgrath. They got his Renewal as well. Still has Bark Skin available, though. Asgrath actually rather use Renewal right there to survive than to use his Bark Skin because he doesn't want to give them that situation where they can go for that big stun lock combo. And Meh actually going to be trading out the Emerald Communion. Actually, nice Cyclone onto the Communion, shutting down some of those gains from that. And Chanimal still not out of the woods yet. Chanimal actually dropping very low. Nice Cyclone there onto the Unending Resolve of of Chanimal. Asgrath making some MVP plays right now. Can they close it out, though? The Demonic Tyrant is out, though. They need to respect that as well. Zeepai immediately getting Cycloned here on low HP by Waz. Big pressure coming out here from both sides, and I do like that they at least were able to buy something back there after that big push onto Asgrath, because now they got Waz's Trinket, and they got the Unending Resolve from Chanimal, and they got the Emerald Communion, so they could get something going here on the side of the agents.
Yep, really nicely done. They got that Hellstone from Mercy, though, so won't have that as kind of a safety net. Chanimal getting absolutely blasted in the midfield right now by doing a really good job on that Elemental Shaman. Been one of kind of the staple elementals in Europe for quite some time. I think he's showcasing that here in this match. A lot of pressure now on Waz, and this is the best pressure I think we've seen from the agents so far. They're able to do a decent job maintaining mana. It's at least even at this point of the game, and actually have a lot of pressure on Chanimal and Waz, already trading out the Unending Resolve, so Chanimal could get swapped to in the future. One thing I like that Waz is doing is whenever Mercy is getting a Tyrant out, which is that big hit of damage, that extra pet, he's actually just using Solar Beam on it. So just using Root Solar Beam on the Tyrant to shut down the damage and just make it so they're not so afraid of that burst moment that Mercy has available.
Yeah, and it makes sense because, what are you going to do? Root Solar Beam. The Druid is not really going to do too much. He can just shapeshift. So, and the Druid doesn't really cast too much either. So, being able to just use that to control the Tyrant, definitely a lot of value here for Waz. And Askarth actually sitting through some crowd control. Meh sitting through a Fear there as well. Waz taking some damage while Meh is in that Fear, but now Meh is going to come out and be able to send that rescue. And Askarth right now is drinking. If they can get this drink, it's going to be absolutely massive. The Chanimal actually used the gateway in to try to stop it. Did they manage to stop? Actually, huge mana gains there for Asgrath, and he's got the Innervate. He's able to keep Zeepai alive. They don't even use the Astral Shift there for Zeepai or get anything going onto Mercy, so really, really good timing on that drink. They even have pressure right now onto Chanimal. This is the best the agents have looked so far in this series. This could be their first victory here if they can keep it up, but mana still tied with Meh on that Evoker. A lot of damage coming out here onto Mercy. How are they going to deflect? They have the Iron Bark. They need to use it, potentially. Mercy teleporting away. They're actually holding onto the Iron Bark. Unbelievable greed right now from the agents, but it looks like it's going to pay off for now.
It definitely will. Big dream projection from Meh once again, just always telling his team to stack up, getting that huge heal over time effect up on everybody, and it's such an effective way to heal on the Evoker if you can coordinate it. Full Cyclone now on Asgrath. Mercy getting blasted once again. He has the Unending Resolve. It gets interrupted. He does trade it out, but I think it's too little too late. Getting a little bit of healing from Asgrath in desperation to keep him alive, and it looks like he has weathered the storm. He has stayed alive, and at the same time, look at Zeepai just tearing in, taking down all three members of Echo. Big heals coming in from Meh, but that was a bit of a tense moment. Everyone down to about 30% health. It looks like he's semi-recovered. Still Chanimal getting blasted. Right now, Echo is up 2-0 in the series. Keep that in mind. So the agents need to start putting some points on the board if they want to win this finals. They're going after Mercy once again. There's the Mortal Coil. Beautiful setup here by Echo. They get the Sleepwalk on Asgrath, and Mercy gets dropped. Echo up 3-0, one away from closing it out.
I mean, these setups that they're doing to secure the kills are just so deadly. It's just beautiful to watch, honestly. Echo once again there at the end, getting the Mortal Coil, getting the Sleepwalk, actually, I think it was, onto Asgarath, having the damage to back it up. And even that setup before that where Mercy barely survived, hopefully we have a replay of that as well. Because that was also, like, honestly, I was shocked that Mercy even survived to that point at the end there. So just great setups coming, being made all across. And here we can see, I think this was a close call onto Mercy right before. This is the moment I was talking about where Mercy is taking so much damage. Askarth actually trading out the Nature Swiftness. Mercy teleporting away. They're holding onto the Iron Bark here, and Mercy is able to stay alive there. Here's another big setup, Full Cyclone onto Asgarath. You get the Deep Breath and get a decent amount of damage here onto Meh. I believe they're trying to swap to at this point. And then here, Mercy, look at that damage coming out. And this is where he needs to use the Unending Resolve. He uses it at such low HP, and he barely manages to hold on here. Asgarath keeps him alive for a little bit longer. And then here is the final moments of the game. So Meh, I think this is where he trades out his Emerald's Communion. And there it is. Keeps his team nice and healthy. They get a Full Cyclone onto Askarth. They're going after Mercy. There's the Orbital Strike. Waz is just blasting off. There's the Coil as well. And then they get the Sleepwalk out of the Cyclone. They Tremor Totem it. I think that was a Tremor Totem that broke it, but it's just too little too late. And just another clean setup there for Echo. Waz leading the charge there with the Cyclone. And then Meh with the follow-up. Chan with the lockdown. Everybody's playing their role. Everybody's doing their part. And as a result, they are now on match point. This is a best of 7. And for the agents, they're going to need to win 4 games now, back-to-back.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like for the agents, I really want to see them not. I feel like the Druid has gotten them pretty far, but I feel like Druid is just not as good as Evoker in these matchups. I just genuinely feel like, you're just at such a disadvantage. They're going to mix it up completely. We're going to see Brunhilde brought on the Demon Hunter on a small map. In theory, this should be okay, but I'm still not completely sold on it. Like, I feel like Brunhilde is going to be pretty susceptible to swaps in axe tosses and stuff like that. What is your take on this matchup? I think it's worth them mixing it up and changing their comp, but I'm not entirely sold on this one.
Well, the way I look at it is So far, they played with the Asa Rogue in the upper bracket, got completely dominated. They played with the Affliction Warlock, got completely dominated. They played with the Demo Warlock. They've lost like 5 games or so with the Demo Warlock. So at some point, you know, you got to try something. So it's probably not a great matchup, but you got Hook Point, you got the Demon Hunter plus Ellie burst damage, and potentially you could take down Matt, you could potentially take down Waz, try to get something going. It is a little bit desperate maybe, but I like that they're at least trying something new, because that's what they're going to need. They're not going to just need to win once. They're going to need to find something that can win 4 games back to back. Now, this is the Agents. We don't want to count them out. They just reverse swept Admiral Esports in the lower bracket, so anything is definitely possible. But yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. I was slightly distracted by both nose holes being on the same side of the nose for the Agents. But yeah, gates are about to open. This could potentially be the final game of the series. Echo up 3-0 right now. The Agents trying to mix it up, trying to stay alive in this tournament. Or we'll see if Echo can do it. Can they close out Cup number 1 with a 4-0 win? I mean, that would be quite impressive, and I think set a precedent for the rest of these cups.
Absolutely. Right now, Echo looking as strong as the last time when we saw them in the European finals. Just 1 game away here from being EU Cup champions number 1 here. Can they do it is the question. Chanamo already summoning his Tyrant, trying to get some work done. Brunhilde is the one who has been tagged in at the last minute, trying to get some work going here. Onto Waz. A lot of damage actually being used here. He's fake casting the Hunt right now, trying to get something going. But Brunhilde caught up in a stun here. Brunhilde immediately trinketing out of that one, trading out some defense here on that Demon Hunter, and he will be able to stay alive. But Waz now cycloning his trinket, trying to slow down the assault here. And it looks like Brunhilde is not going to be able to get too much work done. They're actually going after Chanimal right now. Fell Eruption onto him. They go after Waz once again. DR stun though onto Brunhilde. That's not going to be enough to take him down. He is big there with the Demon, and he is able to sustain himself there with the Leech and with the Darkness. Chaos Nova now onto Waz. Big damage coming out here with the I-Beam. There's the Hunt. Can he connect with it as well? It looks like Waz actually shadow melded the Hunt there. Beautifully done there by Waz, and that is extremely hard to do. And Waz looks like he will be able to stay alive for now. Meh still in a Cyclone right now. Waz trying to kite around here, trading out some of those Frenzied Region charges as well. Dream Projection is going to come out. Meh should be able to stabilize his team now. He's got a lot of powerful healing over time effects onto Waz, and they got some crowd control onto Brunhilde. But so far, this comp is not looking too bad here for the Agents.
No, definitely not. They have solid pressure in this match. Mana for Mez, not as healthy as we've seen in the past, and Waz has been heavily pressured. He has been in bear form for a lot of this game. Finally landing a Cyclone here, gets interrupted. Nicely done by Zeepai. Channel getting swapped to, and I really like this. Brunhilde and Zeepai just all over the place. Waz trying to slow down some of that incoming damage with a Cyclone onto Brunhilde. He's got no Trinket and no Blur, so this could be an opportunity. Can they get the crowd control? They are just blasting Brunhilde right now, taking a considerable amount of damage, but Chanimal really wasn't there for that attempt. He was pushing in for crowd control, and unfortunately, this did not have the damage to actually take down Brunhilde. Now Waz taking quite a bit of damage, Matt having to play catch-up using that Emerald Communion, but pressure for the Agents has been really good in this game number 4.
Yeah, definitely. But right now, Brunhilde is under pressure. He's caught up in a Death Coil. What can they follow it up with? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to find anything. They get a Cyclone there onto Brunhilde. Can they set up out of it? I think he is off stun DR. If they have any kind of stun there to launch onto Brunhilde. Looks like Waz is going to be the one actually getting stunned right now. Fell Eruption coming out for Brunhilde, and he is doing a considerable amount of damage. Zeepai as well, blasting off in the backline. Mana Tide between the Evoker and the Resto Druid. Brunhilde now caught up in a full Axe, so he's going to trinket out immediately right there, trading out the Glimpse, trading out the Blur there as well, and that should be enough defense to allow Brunhilde to just stay aggressive. But now his Trinket is down. That's big defensive here as the Demon Hunter. You are very susceptible to going down in those stuns. Meh loading up a big Fire Breath here. Just going for a few fake casts though. Not going to be able to launch it just yet. Nullifying Shroud onto Matt. Full Cyclone onto Askarov. He's going to Trinket out as well. And now they have no Trinket on Askarov and no Trinket on Brunhilde. A lot of damage coming out. There's a full bash onto Askarov. Full stun onto Brunhilde. That's the coil as well. Can they close it out? Any more stuns on the Brunhilde, and they will be able to take him down, but it doesn't look like they have it. Lightning Lasso comes out and blocks the kill there onto Waz. Zeepai trying to turn around the pressure, but so far they are basically in a checkmate situation. Just one more stun onto Brunhilde, one more stun onto Asgarath, and they potentially could claim victory here on the side of Echo.
Yeah, definitely. Do they have the damage available? There's the Fear on Brunhilde. Are they trying to set him up? There's a Cyclone. I don't think they have the damage just yet, and someone's going to have to push on Asgarath to actually get that crowd control rolling. Potentially need a fire breath here from Matt as well to remove some of those damage over time or heal over time effects on a Brunhilde. Make it a really effective setup. But Asgrath has great positioning right now, making it super difficult for Echo to actually get the setup that they need to close out the game. They just need to buy some time. Brunhilde does have Blur. Big setup here on Matt. Matt just goes down. A beautiful push there. And the agents stay alive in this tournament, bringing in the Demon Hunter and actually taking down Matt. This is very impressive.
I like it a lot. That was a beautiful swap there to Meh. I think he had Trinket. I think he trinketed, but it was just a little bit too late. Trying to min-max a little bit there. Maybe at the end we're going to see exactly what happened, but that's the strength. You know, this is the comp that we saw a lot last season from a lot of these teams, like Team Hoo last season was running this basically exclusively, and it is that big burst of damage that you have available with the Demon Hunter and the LA Shaman. You can really surprise and take people down 100-0 in just a matter of a second. And we are going to see this is early on in the match where Brunhilde almost went down that demon, doing a lot of work there with the leech from that. And then, of course, the darkness as well, blocking that kill. Here was a little bit later on where they had no trinkets left on the side of the agents. And this is basically when they are in that checkmate situation. But like you mentioned, Asgrath with fantastic positioning here, just ducking in and out. Chanimal is looking for that KO setup. He is playing on top of Asgrath. He's trying to get aggressive. Waz is trying to drag Brunhilde away from Asgrath to allow Chanimal to kind of get that crowd control. But look what happens to Chanimal. He gets Cyclone, actually, I think, in just a second. Or maybe he already got Cyclone. Yeah, right there, he gets Cyclone. So that buys them even more time. Zeepai loads up the Ice Fury, and they're starting to, set up that swap here. And they get a fell eruption onto Man. Look how fast he dies into another stun, and he just goes down immediately right there. Very, very surprising amount of damage coming out there from the Demon Hunter LA Shaman, and it is largely as well because of Asgrath's kind of defensive positioning, able to get that Cyclone onto Chanimal and give them that extra time that they needed there.
So what happens now? Because we got a bit of a taste of what Demon Hunters look like into rogues in North America yesterday. So now the agents are in a really tough spot, because if they want to win this series, they need to do so on Echo's map pick 3 times in a row and Echo's comp pick 3 times in a row. So I do wonder if Echo makes any changes or if they're feeling confident with this composition, because I feel like if they do lock in a Demon Hunter, Waz should just immediately play Subtlety Rogue, like just immediately. Yeah. And I feel like it would be a really difficult win for the agents. So I kind of wonder what the agents is going to do. Are they going to try this composition and just go for it? Or are they going to kind of default back to the Wizard comp? What would you do?
I would probably just play the composition that won me the game. But I feel like you said, we saw what happened to Corey Guns. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, you saw what happened to Corey Guns. It did not look like he was having a lot of fun yesterday when we were watching them play that Mistweaver Demon Hunter. But Echo, I mean, they have a lot of games to experiment with here as well. And I think they just want to prove that, hey, we can still win this matchup. We don't even need to bring in the Rogue.
It felt like they were winning, I'm not going to lie.
It did feel like they were winning up until the point where they weren't. And even when they died, they did die with cooldowns up. So it felt like it was more of a just kind of they got caught off guard. They got caught by surprise a little bit there. Maybe some kind of miscommunication between, how much peels they had or if they should actually trade cooldowns there. But with that said, I feel like Asgrath has got to be pretty happy about this map choice. Brunhilde, however, not going to be too happy about this map. He's not going to get a lot of uptime on this map, chasing around the Moonkin and just basically being a melee in just an all-wizard fest.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. I feel like that swap to Meh was a really good swap, but I feel like it also just caught Meh off guard. He got interrupted and then stunned and couldn't use some of those buttons. So we'll see what Echo can get done. The agents do put a point on the board. Big setup here on Waz. It's going to be rescue from Meh once again, but Brunhilde will be that target of choice. And so much of the setup is going to be Meh removing the heal over time effects with Fire Breath while they get crowd control on Asgrath. So that's the kind of consistent setups we're going to see from Echo in this match if they want to actually close it out. See right now, Waz is in a Cyclone. I think that actually, I don't know, it's so rare to see Wrestle Druids actually Cyclone in the match that it's impressive to see Asgrath actually land them here onto Waz, kind of shut him down and have that kind of crowd control presence in the match. I really like to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Brunhilde actually trickling out, and here comes the first stun onto Meh. The Hunt gets loaded up there, but I think he fake casted it. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but it did no damage whatsoever there onto Meh. And maybe it was that Obsidian skill that actually just reduced it. Either way, Meh is going to be completely fine after that swap. Now they're going back onto Waz. Waz taking a considerable amount of damage here. Emerald Community already trading out. A lot of burst damage coming out from the agents here. This comp is not actually looking too bad right now. Waz still dropping down here to about 50%. That Metamorphosis getting a lot of value. But here, Brunhilde is in a full stun. Asgard forced to trinket out from that fear there. Beautiful positioning there between Waz and Chanimal. As soon as Waz is the target, he drags Brunhilde away, and then Chanimal moves in towards Asgrath. If Asgrath wants to heal Brunhilde, well, he's going to have to walk through Chanimal's fear spam. It nets them the trinket and that Nature Swiftness from Asgrath, and now Brunhilde has no trinket as well. So that next stun combo, if they can land a crowd control onto Asgrath at the same time as they do it, that might just be the end of the game. And here it comes, full stun onto Brunhilde, but no crowd control onto Asgrath, unfortunately. So Brunhilde will be able to walk away and live to fight another go.
Ooh, Brunhilde moving in right now, gets the stun onto Waz. Asgrath is playing very aggressive in the match. They are just blasting Waz. This is a crazy amount of damage that the Agents has available at any moment. Demon Hunter plus the Elemental Shaman is very explosive, and Matt has to be very careful. At the same time, I really feel like the Agents, they need to consider the late game. Right now, Asgrath hasn't even considered going for any drinks. His mana is not looking good, and maybe they're just going to go for it. The full Cyclone now onto Asgrath. A stun onto Brunhilde. Can they take him down? That's an immediate darkness. I really like that, but Meh is able to actually knock him out. Or sorry, Waz uses the Typhoon, knocking him out of darkness. He immediately retreats back in, now getting cycloned up. So that was a great setup there by Echo, getting some of the cooldowns out of the way from Brunhilde, then just throwing him into a Cyclone to slow him down. But Asgrath's actually going to take an opportunity to sit down for a drink. Is this going to backfire? Doesn't want to sit down for too long. Gets Shadow Fury there by Chanimal. Brunhilde is going to retreat and get some healing here by Asgrath, but that greed ultimately was good for Asgrath as he was able to recover some of his mana. Just needs to be very careful, especially going into the late game, that Echo isn't getting too much momentum from those opportunities.
Yeah, he really needs to pick his timing, and also they need to get away from Asgrath. Anytime they play on top of the Resto Druid, that is exactly what Echo wants to be doing, and they're going to go after Brunhilde right now. Brunhilde getting a lot of work done here onto Waz, actually, but it looks like they are going to be able to stun down for now. But there's the Hunt, big hits coming out onto Waz. No Bark Skin available for another 20 seconds, but Meh is there to block the kill. And Brunhilde now once again going after Chanimal a little bit, looking for that reconnection onto Waz. But right now he just wants to stay in range of his healer, not forcing Asgrath to push out too far. Sleepwalk being loaded up by Meh, but he's not going to be able to connect it. Asgrath, I think maybe Shadow melded that one. I'm not sure exactly, but he does get sniped there with a full Cyclone. And here comes the damage. Huge hits of damage onto Meh as well, though. Meh needs to be very careful. Brunhilde actually taking negative damage in that attempt, and Meh is actually going to be the one who takes the brunt of that exchange, fading out his last defensive cooldowns there with that last charge of Obsidian Scales. He's not going to have that for another minute. Still has his Trinket, though, still has his Rewind, but still has some answers. But Meh not looking too good on mana here as well. If Asgrath can just find one more drink, they can definitely win the late game on the side of the Agents, and they can also potentially just win with another swap onto Meh. Right now, there's the Emerald Community being forced from Meh with that imprisonment stun combo. Brunhilde again caught up in a stun, and this is a moment where Asgrath potentially could go for a drink. They have a lot of pressure here onto Waz, but Asgrath chooses to just keep his team offensive, try to help them get the kill. Waz dropping to about 30% HP. Asgrath gets caught up in a full fear. He gets tremored there by Zeepai, and it looks like Asgrath's going to sit through a half fear. Meh now getting swapped to. Big damage coming out there from Zeepai and Brunhilde, and this Demon Hunter LA is looking solid right now in game number 5.
Yeah, it definitely is, but not going to caster curse it. Asgrath is going to be forced to trinket out of that coil. Brunhilde really with not too much left. He does have his trinket, so there's opportunities to run. Beautiful interrupt there by Waz onto Asgrath, but this is not looking like a super comfortable matchup here for Echo. I feel like if they lose this one, they're definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board, but it's not over yet. Brunhilde could still fall, but he's playing safe. I like that. You don't have cooldowns, just make sure you are running away, biding time for your trinket. But at this point, Zeepai has so much pressure, Brunhilde kind of feels forced to move in and try to close out this game. 25% dampening. Waz is getting absolutely smoked, and Matt gets stunned. Are they going to make a swap on him? He was the one that fell in the last game, but not going to be able to get it done. Once again, Waz moving forward right now, wants to potentially look for a Cyclone. Can they find the crowd control? Who are they going after? What are they going to do? Looks like everyone from the Agents is healthy at this point. It is just still Waz on the back foot, looking for a Cyclone. Can he find it? Does manage to on Asgrath, and now Brunhilde's in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be ducking behind the pillar. Zeepai looking to close out the game. He is pushing forward. He is on a solo mission.
No way!
They take down Waz. Brunhilde is there, and they do it. The agents put another win on the board. Cross kill? Nah, no shot. They do it. 2 wins for the agents. Can they do it? Can they get the reverse sweep? I feel like this has forced Echo's hand. They need to make a change because even if they can win this matchup, this seems like at least a 50-50 matchup, right? Like with the way the agents are playing it, this is looking really good.
The agents played a really, really phenomenal game there. And I agree with you. I think there's easier ways to kind of navigate through this matchup, but I really like what they're doing here at the end. So here, Asgraf uses his Strength Shield. They're going after Waz. Waz is trying to get a Cyclone here onto Asgraf. Zeepai shuts it down. Asgraf repositions. They get a lot of pressure here onto Waz, and they're going for, I think, CC onto Meh that he trinkets. They get a stun onto Meh, and they forced out his trinket at some point. Yeah, this is a swap onto Meh. So they do get some pressure there onto Meh. And then here, look at Asgraf. He's sitting down for a drink. And what happens when Waz and Chanimal tries to push in to stop that drink? Immediate chaos snowball from Brunhilde. And that just allows Asgraf just to get a tiny tick of mana, just anything really to work with. Meh ends up trinketing that Cyclone there, actually. And Brunhilde at this point needs to be a little bit defensive. Zeepai going out for the healing surges. And what is going on here with Zeepai? I mean, look at his damage that he's able to do. So much damage coming out here from these meatballs. Just sending Waz right now.
Look at his damage in this game. Just off the charts.
23 mil. That's
like
something.
He's literally doing the same damage as Waz and Chanimal combined. Well, on details. On scoreboard, a little bit different. So I guess it's on the way I think the way it works is on details. It shows pet damage. So maybe Zeepai cleaving on the fell guard a bit. But on the scoreboard, it doesn't show that. So that's going to be the difference if you're wondering why the numbers look a little bit different. But that pet damage is effective. So even though it doesn't show on the scoreboard, it is very effective and forces Meh to actually heal. So if he's going after the pet consistently in the match, it's just a good way to actually burn a lot of the mana that Meh has.
I'm not sure actually if this has changed, but before Ellie Shamans used to put up flame shocks and spread them on the imps and on the warlock pets in general to get more lava burst procs, get more like ascendance procs and stuff. So maybe he's doing that as well, in addition to going after the Felguard, in addition to just so maybe that's why the numbers are so different as well.
Sub-rogue
for Zeepai.
This is gonna be a sub-rogue. If it's not a sub-rogue, I'm gonna be so disappointed.
Sub-rogue and what though? Sub-rogue Destro Warlock, Sub-rogue and Raikou, Fire Mage.
Raikou could play Shadow Priest, little Shadow Priest, little Destro, little Fire Mage. I don't actually like. Fire Mage is good, but I don't have as much faith in Fire Mage as some like. This is my own personal. People are going to say I'm biased because I play Mage, but I have no ties to Fire Mage. I don't care that much about Fire Mage. I feel like the problem with Fire Mage is if the enemy team just runs at you, it kind of limits your damage, right? Like if you're going to be the main target in the game and you're forced to play Glass Cannon and you're forced to play Flame Cannon and they just run on top of you and are attacking you, they're basically taking away all of that advantage you get through talents. And also you're just a really susceptible target to actually getting run down. So I think I would rather see a Destro Warlock coming in from Echo over the Fire Mage, but we'll see. Maybe we could play Arcane Mage. That could be an option too.
Yeah, I think I would rather see Arcane Mage or Warlock for sure. The thing that would be really nice would be Boomkin Sub-rogue, but
ooh, that's a tough one.
Yeah,
Cannibal plays Boomkin. I wonder if they've invested in that. He was a Boomkin at some point, I think, right? Like. I think there was a point, I'm trying to remember. There was a point where Chanimal played Boomkin. I'm almost positive of that. I don't remember when exactly that was. All right, here we go.
Fire Mage. Well, the thing I don't like about the Fire Mage is, like you mentioned, you're going to have Glass Cannon, you're going to have Flame Cannon, you're going to be the target. But also, the thing that is just, I just don't like playing Fire Mage into a DH Ellie because those are some of the most bursty classes in the game. Like, classes like that, and also like a rogue who can just sit on you and have a lot of uptime and just do a lot of burst damage while you're playing those squishy talents is definitely an issue. However, this is our first time seeing Raikou on broadcast, and we're gonna see Chanimal's all time. Look at that, 70% win rate of all time, dude. I think this is since BFA. It's counting. That is absolutely mental. 70% in competitive.
It's okay.
It's decent.
Not bad.
100% win rate on Demo Warlock. Not anymore.
Yeah, that stat is not true. We'll get those stats updated, but I will say, I guess the one thing that is important to consider when I was talking about like Fire Mages dying is when you have a goalie named Waz, or like I don't know, I'm not good at sports, but like you have someone that's protecting you, point guard or something like that, a defenseman like Waz who's just kidneying everybody and setting you up. Maybe it's not so easy to just go after the Fire Mage in this matchup. So we'll definitely see. I think if Raikou can stay away, he's going to be able to put out a ton of damage. And I am really afraid for Brunhilde in this game. I feel like for the agents, if they can actually stay on Raikou, keep up that momentum and stay alive through the setups, that's obviously going to be their keys to victory. If they can't, it's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Having Waz being able to kind of shut down the Demon Hunter from chasing Raikou is going to definitely be a big thing. Another thing is also that they have 3 good targets in this composition. Like they could go after the Resto Druid, they could go after Brunhilde, they could go after Zeepai, and it really will be about who Raikou can attack and kind of playing around that. If they can attack the Demon Hunter and then sheep him, go after the LA Shaman, that's a line of play that can kind of open up the game, and you can just play around who doesn't have those trinkets and who is actually in a good spot to be attacked. So for Echo, it's going to be interesting to see because we haven't seen the Rogue Mage yet this season, and this will be the debut of the Fire Mage sub-rogue here. The first time we see Waz actually on his rogue period. He's just been playing Moonkin so far. He is playing sub. He's playing with the secret technique as well. So there's going to be some massive one-shots happening. And I am really, really scared for not only the agents in general, but especially for Brunhilde. I feel like he might just get absolutely deleted.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Brunhilde's going to be moving forward right now. They do get a lightning lasso here on Raikou. You can see he is going to be susceptible to high amounts of burst, but also able to deal a lot of damage. Right now, looks like Zeepai is going to have him as the main target. Am I going to be hopefully healing him up? That's cauterized. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Raiku's already on fire. That's the cheat death gone in 10 seconds. So let's see what they can do. Waz in stealth right now, looking for a setup. Cheap shot here on Brunhilde. Do they have the damage to take him down? He actually pre-blurs the setup. Very nicely done there by Brunhilde.
Yeah, they actually Dragon's Breath Brunhilde and then went for the blind onto Askerath, but it broke and he got the pre-blur before the stun lock. And now Raikou, no sheet death here already. That Carter has a 5-minute cooldown, so that's going to take him quite some time to get back. He's also playing a Shimmer, I do believe, so he's not going to be able to blink out of these stuns. He does have Meh as well, though, for some extra added mobility. And Raikou's just going to need to do a good job here. Kiting is going for some polymorphs. He gets a nice precog right there. Full sheep onto Zeepai. Here's the kidney shot, smoke bomb, big damage coming out here for Waz. They cheap shot Askerath, and they need to be careful sitting through these stuns because guess what? There is something called secret technique available for Waz. The Shadowy Duel is active. Waz could go for the one shot. He trinkets out of the stun, looking for the gouge there onto Askerath. Can he find the secret technique? It doesn't look like he's going to be able to land it, Matt, with the disintegrates now as well. And honestly, they used a lot there. They used the Shadowy Duel and the smoke bomb. So Brunhilde trinketing right there is not the worst thing. He's still going to have, Askerath's trinket to rely on. They already did use the blind, but that's going to be coming back in just 30 seconds. Waz already using his trinket there as well offensively to try to land the kill. Very close call, but Brunhilde stays alive.
Yeah, big setup here, but that's the Iron Bark. Nicely done there, but they're just happy to get it. That was a secret technique, though. They make a swap on Zeepai. Do they have the damage to take him down? They get the Astral Shift. That would be great. Asgrath now caught into a gouge. Waz really setting up the team. An interrupt here on the Zeepai, who's still not out of it yet. We'll be using that Burrow, that new honor talent, for the Elemental Shaman to survive that setup. The agents, they need to get on top of Raikou. He's been very slippery. Unfortunately, at the beginning of the game, he got caught and took a lot of damage, and that's what happens if you get caught on Fire Mage. But he's been doing a great job with Met, just being able to sit back. And if this happens, where Raikou can just sit back and kind of just blast whoever Waz stuns, this is the key to success here for the for Echo. The agents are going to have to continue their pressure onto Raikou and try to take him down, but it's not an easy thing to do. He's a very evasive mage.
Yeah, and they get a sheep there onto Brunhilde. They get a sleep onto Zeepai. They're looking to set up. But look at Askerath. He knows. Waz wants to stun him. He's just running around the pillar line of sight. But Waz gets the stop there. Brunhilde pre-darkness right now. They should be able to go after Askerath or Zeepai here. Who are they going to pick as their target? They get a DR Ring of Frost into a full blind. Dragon's Breath onto Brunhilde. Here comes the damage. Massive damage coming out. But he is still in the darkness for just a split second. But it's not going to be enough. Gracious. That is just insane burst damage coming out. And that is... I mean,
Oh my
you're gonna see it on the replay. It's so funny because they get this cross CC. They don't want Brunhilde to pre-blur, right? So they sheep him, then it gets insta 0.1 dispel. They re-sheep him. They sleep Zeepy. They have the perfect setup. And Asgraf, he knows. The next step is to cheap shot me and then kill one of these two targets. So he's just line of sighting. He restabs. Then he gets sapped. And this is actually at the start when the cauterized proc right here. But you can walk us through what actually happened there during the kill, Venruki.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I feel like Waz is like a surgeon on Rogue. I swear, just like when you watch his stream and just listen to him set up the kill, like he just has such a good offensive presence of mind. He's always thinking exactly how he can win the game. He's, you know what I mean? Like he's tracking everything in his mind. So exactly like what you said. So we'll see how this happens. Asgrath, I believe, tries to go for stealth right now. He's in cat form, and Waz is able to find him and land. I don't even know how he got that sap. I'm not going to lie. And here it is. This is where they play it just so patiently. The Ringer Frost here on Asgrath. Look at Waz just waiting. Dragon's Breath on Brunhilde. Full blind on Asgrath. Kidney shot. And at that moment, you know the game's over. There's just no shot he's going to be able to survive. The amount of burst damage they have available. Waz moves over, gets the cheap shot on Asgrath. Oh, another cheap shot here for Mr. Brunhilde. And that is the game. Echo close it out 4-2. I do want to give a lot of credit to the agents. I feel like they had a really good showing in this cup number 1, but this is what happens. I mean, this is why Echo is such a deadly team, right? Like they come into this tournament playing Moonkin Demo Warlock, and they make it all the way to the grand finals. Things are looking good. And as soon as they're tested, they're able to just flip a switch and play a different like S tier comp, right? Bringing in the Fire Mage and the sub rogue. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's such a strong team, and we can just see it here once again. I mean, look at that. The Sleepwalk on the Zeepy, Sheep on the Brunhilde, gets instant dispelled into a resheep. And look at Asgrath. What can he actually do at this point?
How did he even get sapped here? Like,
I mean, what can Asgrath do here, though? If he walks into Waz, he's going to get stunned. And if he goes for the re-stealth, well, he might get sapped. And that's exactly what happens. Even here, they could just go after Asgrath. There's no darkness, but they choose to just extend the CC chain with the blind into the cheap shot, into the kidney, into the triple DR cheap shot, and the damage is overwhelming. They got combustion. They have shadow blades. They have secret technique. They have, an overwhelming amount of damage. So it's like, I don't know. I actually don't know how he got that sap either, because I feel like
how did he see him in stealth? I don't. You're so sad if you're Asgrath out there, because I feel like he had such a good read on the situation, but there's nothing he could do, unfortunately. There's just nothing you could do. So, but I mean, you got to give a big credit to Echo once again. They're able to execute on that setup. Here it is. You're going to see Asgrath realizing, like, everybody knows what's going to happen. It's like, okay, he has blind. I have no trinket. We're in so much trouble. This next setup is just game. And then I really can't believe, maybe did he come out of stealth? Like, how did he even step him when he was in stealth? Like, no did idea. He not stealth? I don't know.
I mean, it's I have no idea. I really have no idea how he got that. Did he step to Asgrath?
He did step to Asgrath. I see the chat saying he pre-took the eye. Is that actually what happens? Did he take the eye? Let's see. Did we both miss that? I'm actually really curious. Did the eye spawn and he managed to grab it for the setup?
No way.
Let's see.
Oh, he did!
Yeah, he took the eye!
Oh my god! What?
Dude, okay, we both missed it. I mean, that makes it even more ridiculous. Okay, Asgrath, 100%. There actually was something that he could do here. All right, so the fact that the eye was out and then he ran into line of sight, like, he could have played that a little safe. But yeah, pre-take the eye? Like, what? All right, I didn't expect that, but that's just crazy.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, there you go. Legendary.
There's actually 5 steps ahead. I mean, what can Asgrath do? If he walks into his line, he's just gonna get stunned. If he doesn't walk into his line, like, this is what's gonna happen. If he walks into his line, he's gonna get cheap shot and then blinded, and because blind doesn't put him in combat, he's gonna get full sapped out of it. So you can't do that. And if he goes for the restuff, well, Waz has the eye, so he can't do that. And if he tries to go in and tank the stun and pre-Ironbark, he can't do that either because he doesn't have Ironbark. So he can't pre-trank. He has nothing. He can't do anything. He's just in checkmate.
Yep.
I've had
it happens. Yeah, That's what happens. Beautifully done here by Echo. I do like the agents though. Like I said, I think it's great that they showed the flexibility of this composition. But the absolute bane of every melee in the game is subtlety rogues. So it's like right now there are a lot of melee that can kind of contend with the wizards, I think. But as soon as those melee have to go toe to toe with subtlety rogues, they just die and stun. So it's really, really tough. And that's what makes having a player like Waz on your team just so valuable. And I also think that's why when we go to North America in just a few moments and we see some of those games, why you're going to see how prevalent, the subtlety rogue really is.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll find out soon enough, but that is going to conclude the European region for this weekend. Incredibly series by Echo. Of course, Agent's going to be walking away with second. We'll keep you guys updated with standings along the way here, but that's going to be very, very good for both of these teams and Admirals Esports because they want to make it into that top 3 at the end of the first 4 cups. And I feel like starting off on the right foot, Zico, is definitely a good place to be, and I'm sure these teams are all going to walk away happy with their performance.
Definitely. I mean, this is kind of what we all predicted. We expected Echo to come in first and the Agent to come in second. But in their credit, on the side of the Agents, they actually did find something that consistently, or somewhat consistently at least, beat the Munkin Warlock of Echo. So they made some good progress here in what typically ends up being kind of the battle between these two teams. For such a long time in Europe, it's been really these two teams as the top dogs. So I felt like they did a great job there. And just Echo it's just too well-rounded. They're just too insane.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my gosh, for sure. Well, stick around. Also, we are going to get hopefully an interview with these guys. So for the meantime, we can kind of just talk a little bit. Oh, we do. We have them already. Hey, Wes.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm sitting in a conference room at DreamHack, so it's a bit not good conditions, but it's been nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say first. I mean, what has that been like? I mean, you've been playing from DreamHack. How was that?
I mean, it's been interesting. My chair has no armrest, so I'm like holding my hands, like my arms up, which is a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it's been okay. I didn't know you could turn on the light because I didn't play late yesterday, so like the whole room was dark for the whole final almost. And then now I found the light button. It's not. I mean, it sounds stupid. I can't find the light, but it's really weird, this room. But yeah, I found the light now.
Sure.
In there. Well, I'm glad you could turn the lights on in that room. Ven, Zico, I can hand it off to you guys.
Yeah, I wanted to ask. I mean, obviously, you were able to play Rogue in the finals, which you look great as usual. But how was it for you playing Munkin in this tournament? I know you prepared that a lot.
It was actually super fun. I love Boomkin. It's such a sub-rogue caster, basically. Like, you control the whole game. You just push forward all game. And honestly, it's just really strong. Like, Cyclone is very, very, very strong right now. And yeah, actually, does this count as I won a tournament on Boomkin, or did I win as Rogue? Because I won the last game on Rogue.
I'd say both. I mean, yeah, I'd say it counts. Yeah, I mean, 99% of the tournament you're playing the Munkin. So is that your first tournament win on something else? I guess you played other melee. Yeah, lots on a caster.
I don't know. I would say in the final, it's the first time maybe not. I honestly don't remember. I competed too long. I don't remember.
It's true.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I want to know about because we were watching the replay of the kill there at the last game. We were talking about the how you got the sap on Asgarath. That you pre-took the eye. So did you expect him to kind of like pre-line and you pre-eyed the pre-line? Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I mean, I saw him because he was in invis for like 30 seconds and he wanted to just run around and wait for their trinket. So I don't know. It's something I learned on ladder a long time ago, especially on like TPC and Wrath. It's super important to take eyes. And no one actually really does it on retail, but eyes are very overpowered. You can do a lot of tricks with it. And obviously I took the eye, step sap druid. We knew he was going to like pre-dark or pre-glimpse, but I had such a long CC chain that I just knew he was going to die through anyway. But yeah, my team played good too. We actually didn't practice Rogue Mage a lot. So I'm very happy we won that game because We were a bit angry actually that we lost the Ashmanes game because we had a moment in the game where I cloned the Druid and we talked about this goal for a long time, and then we fucked up the stun DRs, and yeah, he survived because of it. So we should actually have won Ashmane maybe if we just executed slightly better. So, but we played good overall. We're happy.
You think that's a winning matchup for you guys, or it looked better? Maybe the matchup is better than it looked between the Demon Hunter Ellie and Moonkin Warlock, or?
I mean, we did pick all the big maps already, right? There was no Maldraxxus, Tolvir and stuff, and I think on those maps we would win anyway. Honestly, the games were really close, so it is just like hard. Like Demon Hunter with a caster is really strong into double caster. So I would say it's like a 60-40 to us maybe. I definitely don't think we would lose in like a 10-game series. We would probably win more, right?
Yeah. Do you guys have practice into that, or did it catch you like maybe a little bit off guard? Because it was meta. No. It was very meta last season, but I feel like this season not a lot of people are running Demon Hunters.
Yeah, I mean we have practice into DH Boomkin, but it's like a different version, right? So, but Demon Hunter Ellie was great actually. It was super good comp.
I have one more question for you. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the North American games, but do you have any predictions for what's going to happen there?
I'm going to be completely honest. I was out drinking yesterday. I have no clue what anyone is going to do. I heard RPS is great. So let's go the move. And my voice, of course, Luminosity. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I heard RPS is great. So I expect them to do well.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Fair enough indeed. Well, congrats. Good luck for Cup number 2. You're going to go practice, or I'm assuming you're going to go celebrate at DreamHack?
No, we're going to start practicing in 5 minutes. I'm going out. I'm running out. Good. All
right. We'll let you go have fun. Thank you so much, Waz, and congrats once again.
Yeah, congrats.
DreamHack seems fun. I'm jealous. Glad he could get that conference room, though. Defeat the light boss of that room. But once again, congratulations to Echo. And that's going to wrap up the European region for the first cup. Now we're moving on to North America. And we can take a look here at the bracket. So far, we played those games yesterday on Saturday. Only 4 teams remain in this region. And Zico, we're starting off the NA region with an elimination round of Luminosity versus Super One-Shot Frogs.
Yeah, that's crazy because this was the finals the finals of the finals. Last time we saw these two teams face off was, I would say, Luminosity kind of showed some dominance, but throughout the season, I would say Super One-Shot Frogs was really the one team that could kind of put them to the test. So that's going to be a very high-stakes game there. It's going to be very interesting to see who actually comes out ahead in that one. Of course, we also have the upper bracket, the highly anticipated Liquid versus Golden Guardians game. Both of them so far undefeated, haven't even dropped a map in the tournament here on broadcast.
Yeah, they have been playing out of their minds this weekend, both Team Liquid and Golden Guardians certainly stepping up to the plate for the first cup, which is going to be very nice for them. That's going to be an intense game for sure. So before we get to those NA games, we are going to head to a break, so stick around. When we come back, we're starting off in the North American region. Everybody, and welcome back. My name is Aya. I'm here with Super T's Azael and Azael's cat. We're excited to get North America started here. We're starting off with an elimination round. Luminosity Gaming, Super One-Shot Frogs. This is right away, Super T's, when we go into North America, it's going to be a big game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the finals. It was talked about by Zico before we went to the break. This is the finals of NA last year, and Super One-Shot Frogs came really close to winning, actually, at that point in time. It is now a completely different meta, and we're not going to be seeing any Rep Paladins like we were seeing in that grand finale. So here today, it's probably going to be Shadow Priest, Rogue Shaman from Luminosity Gaming, and Super One-Shot Frogs could really pull anything out of the hat. Like, they've got some really wonky stuff. They've got Dev Evokers, they've got Boomkins they've been pairing with that. They could go a more standard line with like an LE Demo, would be the most conservative composition I think that they've got in the current meta. Or they could do Rogue Mage, but we saw how badly Rogue Mage got swamped by Shadow Priest Rogues, so I really don't think that would be the best idea for them.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be really interesting. Like, it's surprising that Luminosity is even just in the lower bracket, right? Like, that kind of just never happens. I feel like, and they lost to Liquid, I believe it was, and I think I saw the highlights of that, and that was like a really close series. I think it was like a 5-game series, won all 5 in really close games. So it'll be interesting to see, what adaptations, if any, they're going to make, or if they are just going to keep, playing like Shadow Priest Rogue and whatnot. Because I know you guys had talked about in the previous days, and a lot of people talk about, like, in the past, Prev was the Moon King guy, right? Like, he was a guy who had been playing that, and now he's playing Shadow Priest when everyone else is playing Moonkins and whatnot. So it's kind of interesting to see, what these teams are going to come out with, if they've made any adaptations, and what their read on the meta is, because it seems to be like a lot more NA teams. Maybe they just have more Rogue mains, but like Rogues have been way more prevalent in the NA Cup than in the EU Cup overall.
Here we go, game number 1. Comps locked in, and a Fire Mage is coming out from Wealthy Man. They're going to be playing a Mage, Warlock, Druid. Luminosity Gaming sticking to their guns. Assassination Rogue, Shadow Priest, and Restoration Shaman. I can only imagine Super One-Shot Frogs were expecting this, so this is what they want to be favored as. Now, Fire Mage, if left alone, is going to do a lot of damage, but I can imagine that Drake is not going to be leaving Wealthy Man alone. And it's always interesting, like, Cubsy was playing the Mage yesterday and got his team here to the Championship Sunday, but now Wealthy Man is the Mage, and I think it's just because Cubsy plays Arcane, so Wealthy Man's going to be flexing on the other specs. Cubsy in midfield right now, already starting to begin to set up the summoning for the Burning Legion. He's got the Vile Fiend, the Dreadstalkers. He's working towards that Tyrant, and he does get step kicked on the Tyrant, trying to slow it down, kills out the Fell Obelisk, reducing a lot of the damage. A Wind Shear now onto the Tyrant. They're doing a good job of interrupting Cubsy, but still attacking Wealthy Man, and now the Tyrant is out. They're going to grip Draco out of the fight, root the Tyrant in midfield, and say, yeah, okay, Tyrant, you go out there. We want none of that. We're going to wait for that Tyrant to be over before we make our push.
Yeah, absolutely. They're always just going to be trying to LOS that as best they can. You can see Wealthy Man on the side, though, is still getting a lot of damage down. Oh my god, Drake is just getting sent right now, getting incredibly low, and there's a CS over onto Prev. Drake will get picked back up, but Wealthy Man was just teeing off on the side as they were trying to LOS all the pets on one side. Wealthy Man, though, as well, taking a ton of damage. These Fire Mages are so incredibly squishy, and there's that static field totem coming down, trying to hold him in place as the Deathmark has been popped there by Drake, just pumping into Wealthy Man as hard as he can, and Flop now going to get into the Psychic Core. There's a kick over onto Cubsy, so they're trying to get some triple CC rolling here, not quite able to do it. The MD going to come out from Prev, but another Fear does land onto Brain, and a CS now onto Prev, so they have that kind of 3v1 briefly set up here onto Drake, but it looks like he is potentially just going to pull back. Cubsy ports, but I don't know if he realized his port was there, because it kind of just ported back on top of the Rogue. Summoned another Felguard. Did his first Felguard die? He may have just like fell down another one, but Wealthy Man is just getting crushed. Maybe going to have to get that Cauterize popped and maybe even block now, as he's down incredibly low, and there is that block, and it's already MD'd off. He's in so much trouble now. He's going to get sheared. Can he even get away to survive? The ring is going to try to come out, but there's the cheap shot over onto Flop, and Wealthy Man now into the Garrote is just getting crushed.
Oh man, this is looking crazy here, but Drake did trinket, so if they can catch him in an axe toss, potentially they could 100-0 him if they can crowd control Prev at the same time, get some good positioning, but they're really going to need a miracle. They're so far behind. They need that one shot right now on Drake. Are they going to find it? Brain is blocking the kill with Ascendance for now, mashing out those Riptides, healing Stream Totem down, but there's that stun. Here comes the one shot. Is it going to be a wonder? Cloak of Shadows comes out in the nick of time. Polymorph over onto Brain. Prev gets stunned. He's not going to be able to assist with that whatsoever, and Drake is on the run, trying to get away from that Tyrant. And they're fully respecting these Tyrants anytime they are out there, not playing offensive. Now, Flop needs to drink while this this is happening, and I don't think that he is currently. He's actually just dispelling DOS, staying in the middle of the map, so he's not going to regenerate mana, and he will fall behind at that point. Brain needs to be in position for Trinket Spirit Link, because Drake has no cooldowns that can help him survive through casted damage at the moment. Psyfiend up on Cubsy. It's going to force Dark Pact, but not going to be too much value other than that. Drake switches back to Wealthy Man, which makes a lot of sense here. Combustion not available for some time, so this is going to be a lot of danger for Wealthy Man if Drake can maintain uptime. But they killed the pet. Can they stop the res? They get the kick on the summon Felguard, and I think they're just going to train the Demonology Warlock at this point with no Felguard. There's no Mortal Wounds. There's no stun lock, but that means the Fire Mage is free casting, and Wealthy Man's damage is about to skyrocket if they leave him open like this for much longer.
Yeah, it is dangerous to leave that Fire Mage open, but at the same time, Cubsy's not going to really be doing much of anything without his pet here. So we'll see if they can just stack on top of him, or at the very least, even just look for a CC. He's going to wall to actually try to get it, but it gets interrupted anyway. Still can't get that out, and the PI is now up onto Drake. Drake's going to go back behind the pillar. There's the gouge over on a flop, and Cubsy is in a lot of trouble now as he doesn't have that shield wall. The Dark Pact is just going to get bursted through immediately. The Kidney Shot now expiring. Combustion has been popped, though. Wealthy Man trying to turn the pressure around. The Shadow Fury comes down into the coil onto Drake, and Drake still a long way away from having that cloak available, but the Healing Tide has been dropped. Flop was briefly into stealth, trying to get that Felguard out still, but Cubsy was in LOS and did get interrupted, and there's the step kick coming over now onto Wealthy Man. Kidney Shot over onto Cubsy. Who are they going to swap this pressure out onto? It looks like Wealthy Man is the main target. There's the NS, but the gouge comes out onto Flop. The Fear is potentially going to be there to follow it up, and yes, the Sheep is triggered by Prev, and now the full Fear is stuck onto Flop, and Cubsy is in so much trouble, but there is the Ring of Frost that's peeling for him. Brain was stuck into that. There's the Silence now over onto Flop from Prev, and you can see the Axe Toss coming out onto Prev. They're trying to break up the CC chain onto Flop and buy him some time, but he's got no mana, and that's the main problem right now.
Yeah, if they just keep doing damage at this point, Flop's not going to be able to heal. There's no breathing room. There's no block. There's no unending resolve. It's going to be death near soon here as we see Drake Cloak of Shadows trades. He gets an S back to full Prev. Does he have Master Spell for the Poly? Looks like the Polymorph actually ends up breaking prematurely here, so Brain's going to be free of crowd control. They're going to be rampaging here. Brain immuning interrupts here with the Spirit Walker's Grace, getting close to Flop, getting in range to get an Earth Grab Totem on his drink. He's drinking in the corner. Someone needs to stop it. Brain's pushing forward, but he gets polymorphed again. Flop got one sip of mana. He's got the tiniest bit. Brain drops the Spirit Link Totem down maybe a bit prematurely. I'm not entirely sure, but now he doesn't have that defense, and Drake's in trouble. Void Shift comes out for Prev. He's down to 10%, and somehow Wealthy Man and Cubsy are close to pulling off a miracle right now. They were in shambles. Now they're actually so close to a kill. Look at the pressure. Wealthy Man is melting them, but also melting at the same time. Drake's trying to stay on target. Flop is trying to heal with nothing. Are they going to manage to pull this off? Vanish is coming off in cooldown in 1 second. Blind, but Wealthy Man falls first and will not be winning the race. And I mean, this Fire Mage, it was looking threatening, but at that point where Cubsy's pet went down, it just became like, all right, Cubsy's basically just dead weight now for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a different type of Fire Mage comp that they could play, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but I'm going to be honest, they just need to do a better job of coming up with pet. Like, you should not be losing your pets that often, right? Like, if they are going to be tunneling your pet, you need to be spamming Health Funnel. And if you're doing Soulburn Health Funnel, it is actually so hard to kill the pet through that, because it more than doubles the Health Funnel heal, and it gives it a 30% shield wall. So it's like, it becomes very difficult to actually just train a Felguard unless you're cross CCing the Warlock at the same time, which then you're not CCing the healer, and then the healer can heal it. So like, they just need to do a better job of actually keeping that pet up. And sometimes that's one of those things where I think, you know, I don't know how much Cubsy is playing Demo Warlock. I'm not really familiar. But if you're not really paying attention to your pet's health, and your Druid potentially isn't paying enough attention to your pet's health, then you're going to get those quick kills. But they lost 2 Felguards in like 2 minutes, and that's just way too fast. Like, it just shouldn't be happening. And I think had they not lost those, this game was super winnable, because even though Brain stabilized a little bit at the end, like, those were the very end of his cooldowns, because right before they got that kill, he was forced to Ascendance. He had already like NS'd. He used his Earthen Wall Totem. Like, he had used everything, and there was no cloak for a long time from Drake. You know, they would have had to deal with the Death Mark, because Drake didn't even use it in that kill that they got. So that would have been difficult. But, you know, I do think if they kept those Felguards alive, it was potentially winnable. And that is something that you really have got to be paying attention to.
Oh man, he was 3 seconds away from Ice Block too on the replay. If that game could have kept going a little bit longer, I wonder. I feel like if Flop was an Evoker, I think he played Evoker Healer at some point, and he looked decent at it
against Assassination.
Yeah, he just dispel the bleeds. All right, we're good. No more pressure, and I feel like it's gonna have better mana. You get the additional damage too, right? So maybe whoever they're attacking is getting pinned a bit. At least you got Evoker damage added in on top of it. they're going into Empyrean Domain, so I'm thinking they might want to do the same thing again. It'll be really good on this map, pulling the rogue out into the open, and then when they retreat, it's a really small pillar. They're going to get cleaved by the pets. They're going to get cleaved by the Ring of Fire. So I do think this is a good time to lock it in. But I wonder if adjusting flop to Evoker might be better overall for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Deathmark is just so hard for wrestlers to deal with. Like, let's be honest, it's just really, really hard. Usually costs you like almost all your cooldowns to actually deal with it, right? Because you don't have any great answer. But I do think, like, if I was Cubsy and I've just played that game, I would not be putting much stock into it. Playing a game where you lose both your pets in the first couple minutes is just not a real game, right? Like, a Demo Warlock without a Felguard is not a class. So, you know, if you can avoid that, and you should be able to, like, at the very least, like maybe Luminosity shows us that, like, okay, it's actually unavoidable and they just interrupt every health funnel. It just happens again. Then maybe you change it. But like in that game, that was not the case. The Felguards kind of just died without anything really happening, right? Without enough focus being put on them. So my expectation is if that happens again, we're going to see a lot more health funnels. We're going to see Soulburn health funnels. We're going to see, you know, Flop paying more attention to that pet as well. And I don't think they're going to have such an easy time killing Cubsy's pets off. It just should not look like that.
Let's see if they can look to do that. It's also going to be a better map for drinking. So if they want to kind of guarantee their mana, because now they know what they're going to do. Also, if Cubsy press Tyrant, they're going to run away. So you should just drink. It's like they're automatically just running away, and that means that you'll get the furthest distance and the best time to sit down and drink for at least a little bit. Because if they had the tiniest bit of mana to keep healing, then Ice Wall comes off cooldown and they might win that game. It's definitely a winnable situation. I'd say it's looking a lot more formidable than I was originally expecting. I thought Shadow Priest Rogue would kind of decimate this type of composition. So it's a lot closer than just the result of that game would tell. So if Luminosity Gaming somehow lost and didn't make it into the grand finals, like, I mean, that would be quite a crazy start to North America, but Super One Shot Frogs are looking to shake that up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be really interesting to see if that happens. I do think it's like, you know, conceptually the comp makes sense, right? You have this Fire Mage that is just such a glass cannon and really can't be ignored. And at the same time, you're pairing it with a Demo Warlock that is super disruptive. And if you do ignore the Demo Warlock and you go only on the Fire Mage, then the Demo has so much peeling that you can be throwing down, like between stuns and slows and spam fears and coils and having the gateway for your Fire Mage and all these different things that can really make it difficult to be able to stick to that Fire Mage and pressure him. And that draws you to the Warlock, which again is then, you know, opening up your Fire Mage to really go to town. So I think there's definitely some logic in the composition and it working against what they're playing against. So I'm going to be excited to see what adaptations they can make, you know, if they can keep those Felguards alive a little bit better and potentially even get a bit better usage out of the gateway, right? Because I do think in general, I've just seen Warlocks really underutilize Soulburn Gateway. Like if your teammate is in trouble, just Soulburn Gateway onto them, right? Like you can use that instead of a Blink. Like that is fine because I don't think we even saw a Wealthy Man use the gate really at any point in that game. And that's another tool that we really want to see them make use of, like especially when you're against these assassination rogues who don't have unlimited mobility. You know, when you can pull them in the middle and they run out of mobility, that's when the game starts to get really, really difficult for them.
Okay, let's see if they can mix it up here and achieve those objectives, because it's definitely a winnable matchup from what that first game revealed. Cubsy taken to the pillar, gateway, portal position. Drake is sprinting in for a sap. And does he find Wealthy Man? Wealthy Man actually Frost Novas him out of stealth. He still does get the Garrote with that instant dispel on the Frost Nova. Really important you get a Garrote from stealth, as it's going to do some extra damage. They go for a kidney shot, though, onto Cubsy instead of Wealthy Man, as Wealthy Man is likely playing Blink out of stun. So they want to maximize that stun uptime onto the Warlock. But Drake is just pulling away from the fight, and that wasn't even the Tyrant. I guess it's just Combustion. They want to respect the Combustion and retreat away from that powerful amp of the Fire Mage. Now Combustion is over, so Drake is going to make his way over. They can also just attack the pet as it's pulled forward and line of sight the cooldowns at the same time. But now it's Tyrant. Are you going to run away again? Drake vanishes, and he's just waiting in stealth. Is he going to gouge the Tyrant? Maybe he's standing right next to it.
Prev is just soloing the pet, and he like Cubsy has to pull it back. This is where you need to start health funneling if it's actually getting targeted, because Prev was just pulling the Felguard back and just trying to solo it, right? Drake now is even hitting it behind the pillar, you know, as they do pull it back. But you know, it's a very defensive start from Luminosity. It seems like they feel like they have to tunnel the pet. So as long as they keep that alive, you know, it shouldn't be that problematic. You know, even if you're in these difficult situations where you don't think you can keep it up behind the pillar, you can just port and start resummoning while they're hitting it, and that that can become difficult to deal with, because Prev, already used his trinket very early on. Vanish has been used here, and they're trying to get some damage rolling now onto Cubsy. There is that Dark Pact and the Soul Rip trying to reduce some of that damage coming through. The Axe Toss used defensively as well by him, as the CS does land over onto Prev now. Now there's a coil over onto Drake. They're trying to get the damage rolling, and out come the health funnels. So Cubsy paying a lot more attention to his pet this time. Luminosity has been unable to kill even just the one so far.
Yeah, let's see if they can maintain this here and keep mana at a healthy margin, because that's going to be the main gripe for Flop against the Restoration Shaman. They still haven't got any trinkets here from Drake or Brain. That Full Fear, it looks like got pre-tremored by Brain. So nice pre-tremor, breaking that crowd control on himself. Here comes the Death Mark out from Drake, Garrote onto Wealthy Man. Flop jumping in. I think he wanted to go for a stun there. It didn't look like he was able to land it, or he just held it. Decent damage from Wealthy Man still, and Cubsy onto Drake, just constantly keeping him on the back foot, making sure that Brain's got to keep his wits here. And Brain's playing really aggressive, honestly exposing himself a lot to crowd control potentially. Big swap onto Flop. He's in a Barskin here. He had no trinket. It's a great time to switch to a Restoration Druid. And he's going to have to be very wary of that in the future as well, because there is a Psy Fiend available for Prev. On top of that, Shiv reduced healing. It could be very dangerous to have him be swapped to. I think he's trying to drink in the back line, and Drake is sprinting in. He used that throw knife and catches him, but now he's overextended, gets stunned. Big heals coming in from Brain with that Ancestral Guidance. We see a death from above from Drake trying to preempt that blink, but Wealthy Man waits for it to land before blinking. He's got Alter Time up so he can get bounce back. Unless he gets purged. I think he got purged on it. Big pressure onto Wealthy Man with that fear on the Flop into a silence. Beautiful crowd control right now by Luminosity Gaming in game number 2, and they're pushing for that Cauterize. They're so close to it. Nature Swiftness blocks it for a moment, but he's immediately back down again, and Flop has to go for another recovery heal, and somehow Wealthy Man stabilizes here without having his Cauterize proc, which means they can play with a lot more confidence.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of pressure onto Wealthy Man, and these are these situations where I really want to see Cubsy throw a gate for him, right? Like if Drake has already used his step, if he doesn't have any more mobility to get back to him, throw down that gateway, throw down an Axe Toss onto Drake, and see if you can create some space for Wealthy Man, because right now he's just a target dummy getting PvE'd on. Everyone from Luminosity stacked on top of him. Look at them, all three of them are just standing right on top of them. They're trying to use this AoE damage from the Fire Mage to actually even break that sheep that was in on top of Brain. The health funnels are getting spammed out. There's a kidney shot over on a Cubsy that'll be trinketed out on. Here's another altar coming out from Wealthy Man. They're trying to swap that pressure over onto Cubsy. Did his pet go down? I don't see the Felguard out right now, so I think he might have actually lost his first pet, and there's the Feldon coming out, so gotta be watching out for that, as Prev is just constantly redotting this pet and looking to put pressure on it. The Fel Obelisk is out, though. Wealthy Man walks by it, and Drake does the drive-by, taking it down. There's the kidney shot over on Wealthy Man. NS tops him off immediately, but the pressure is mounting here from Luminosity. There's the coil trying to turn around onto Drake. A fear over on a Brain. He's got no trinket for this. He is going to be MD'd, I think, out of it there by Prev, though. So Drake will be okay back behind this pillar. This is where Flop needs to be drinking, and he is doing just that. Flop is going to get so much mana back here. Cubsy does use that Dark Pact very early, then ports away. That's a smart play from him. You don't want to be taking damage by time for your Druid. It looked like a cheap shot or a blind thrown over onto Flop, and now a trinket going to be having to be used potentially by him. It is used. And Cubsy taking a lot of damage, but at the same time, there's no cloak for Drake, and they can try to look to get something done here.
Yeah, let's see if they can turn it around. Big Void Eruption from Prev. He's going to be doing a lot of damage here, and they really need to start getting a Cauterize, but Iron Bark is up. It's reducing damage. I don't think they're going to be able to find it, and Drake's going to have to make a decision here. He's just garroting multiple targets, getting bleed spread with the Shadow Priest dots as well, as Prev looks like he's got a Psy Fiend out on Wealthy Man. That's reducing a lot of heals on him. Could be a big opportunity for a play. That Mind Flay Insanity, but he just get polymorphed on it. Doesn't look like Brain has a Dispel just yet, as he puts that Grounding Totem down for any follow-up. Drake is moving close to Flop, anticipating that he wanted to go for crowd control or maybe a switch to him in the future. Drake's leaving the safety of that Earthen Wall right now, and Brain's trying to stay with him, and he's got Spirit Walker's Grace, so he can't be interrupted on the heals while he's in midfield, so good timing, but this is Combustion. It's a bit of a risky race for both teams in midfield right now. Shadow Fury onto Brain, Counterspell onto Prev. Wealthy Man is lower, though, and there's no Iron Bar. Cubsy is also just dying to dots in the midfield, and Flop has spent so much mana, he's caught in a stun. This could be a big push, Cauterized block, maybe an MD, but Drake at the same time, Trinket's into a bash, clutch bash out from Flop in this position, and Prev is forced to void shift his health over to Drake, and these teams are evenly matched here in Empyrean Domain.
Yeah, and Flop's going to try to drink, just like you were talking about. They drop the Tyrant, so they start to LOS. So Flop looks to sit down for a drink, but now he's going to have to stand up as the pressure again is beginning. There's a coil over onto Prev. The Earthen Wall down onto Drake as he's just training onto Wealthy Man here, trying to get something rolling onto him. Wealthy Man could be in a lot of trouble. He does still have that block, but it's more about the mana than anything, as Flop is basically he's into the silence there. There's a sheep over on a Prev. Wealthy Man trying to peel for himself as best as he possibly can, but now the Psychic Horror going to be coming out potentially soon. If he can push on him, get that fear, get the stun, that could be game ending now, as the Cauterize is going to proc. The block is going to be used here. Prev on the push, though. He's chasing in after Flop. They're trying to get on top of him, trying to get that CC to finish off this game. Cubsy rotting at the same time. Is going to have to use the Dark Pack just to these dots. Drake getting really low, actually, and Brain is low on mana, especially, too. He's actually going to drop that Spirit Link. Drake could die here. He has the cloak, but he's not going to be able to get to it. Dies straight up in the stun. Couldn't actually get out. I thought he was going to be able to survive to get that cloak off, but killed with the last second of that axe toss, it looks like.
It's insane crowd control there, knowing that the road would be exposed. Brain tried to block the kill, but Spirit Link Totem is pretty hard to use, especially on a big map. Prev was nowhere in sight. If Prev was in range of that Spirit Link, they would have had enough health to buy time for the Cloak of Shadows. And I mean, at that point, they just got caught and blocked. So it's a really unfortunate way to have this game unwind for them. This was that sick recovery from Wealthy Man earlier on in the game with the altar time, and then blinking back into the midfield and Flop getting some really big heals. Because, I mean, if they force caught block here, they kill him at the moment where they got it later. So this was a critical moment for Flop to get this recovery and hold those precious cooldowns for when they needed them later in the fight. After that, Drake just had no trinket, and it's making me wonder when he's using his trinket, because he's not using it to cloak. Otherwise, it would be the same cooldown. So is he? It was
offensively, I think. Yeah, it was offensively, I think, earlier on one of their pushes where they had him low. I think he got axe tossed, and there was a Shadow Fury going into a fear, if I recall correctly, on Brain, and I think he triggered to step kick the fear. So I think it was in one of those kind of situations. But it just shows the danger of this comp, right? It did feel like Luminosity was winning basically the entire time. And then you have this window where there is no cloak. The Spirit Link is even there, though, but they kill off the Spirit Link. In comes the Axe Toss. There was a brief moment before that Axe Toss landed that he could have cloaked, but I just don't think he realized he was going to die there until it actually came in, because it looked like the Spirit Link came down. They both got Dragon's Breath. Then the Dragon's Breath got broken, and then about a split second after that, he got Axe Tossed. So it would have been that small window, but it just didn't seem like he thought he was going to die,
Yeah, I thought he was maybe a little bit overconfident in that position, or
I didn't think he was going to die either, to be honest.
Your healer's probably telling you, I'll link you. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. And then you just lose right there in that quarter stun.
Yeah.
So definitely an unfortunate way for them to go out, but kudos to the super one-shot frogs for finding those opportunities. I think it was earlier that Flop also got like a DR bash on a trinket or something like that, and it was really close. But now it's hook point. Now it's a small map. You can't really retreat. I don't think you're going to really be able to drink. They're going to be able to run you down a bit. So our super one-shot frogs just going to play the same thing and just try to make it work.
I feel like you should just go for it again. I think it's pretty winnable. And even just like when we look at some of the matches we saw earlier in EU, we thought that these affliction comps were going to get smacked on these small maps. They're going to get ran down. But the truth is, it does expose you as well. When you are playing aggressive, your healer can get pulled out, and that can put you in a situation where you can be more exposed to CC, which can be pretty devastating. So like I would definitely like to see them play it again. I think the first game was more just kind of mistakes from their part, giving up the pet kills so easily, but they are going to change. So they are not going to be going to that Fire Mage Demo Warlock. It is instead going to be Moonkin and double Evoker. So they have the Prez Evoker and the Devastation Evoker coming out. So this is really like a one-shot comp.
This is as one-shot as it gets. I mean, even the healer can one-shot somebody. So 3 threats, and they've got 2 bleed removals. So you kind of think on paper, this is not that bad of a comp. If one of the Evokers gets Kidney Deathmark, the other one can just dispel it or rescue and pull them to safety. So I feel like if Drake was Subtlety, I don't like this comp, but with him as Assassination, I think that this is actually not that bad of an option. And when you're stacked up on a small map, that's when you're in trouble against any Evoker. with the triple deep breath stun comboing you together, like that's gonna be really risky. So to be fair, I think that this isn't a bad idea to try on hook point, and then if it doesn't work, then rely on mage lock probably for the rest of the series. But if there was a map for this to work where you're gonna get people close together and stacked up, I think it's in our highlight video with Ven casting over Trill and it's hook point, and they're all stacked and he just one shots everybody. So this is definitely the map to do it.
Was that with a DK though? That was when they were playing the DK
Yes.
Dev Evoker, right? So it's a little bit easier to get them stacked up when you can stack them up with the death grips and stuff like that. But yeah, no, I mean it's totally true, right? If you try to turtle behind the pillar, then you are kind of exposing yourself to that. And we'll see, if they can actually get that setup, because I do think so much of it is going to come down to can you get that perfect setup with the Dev Evoker, with the Moonkin, to really go to town, because consistent pressure wise, it's going to be pretty high, from the Shadow Priest assassination rogue. But Chun is pretty nasty on the Evoker and does put out a tremendous amount of damage. It is like, I almost want to say it feels like it plays somewhat similarly to the Fire Mage, where it can put out huge damage, but can be pretty squishy if you can actually get onto them and they run out of mobility.
Yeah, I mean, everybody on the Super One Shot Frogs is pretty squishy on this comp.
Yeah.
If I was Luminosity Gaming, I'd be pretty excited about pressing kidney shot on anybody at any time, and just dotting everybody and rotting them. It's just that they need to position it in a way so that they're not stacked at any point. Like if they get triple stunned, that's the most dangerous situation for them. Also, Shaman cooldowns are not really great into this type of damage. Like Earthen Wall Totem is super effective at small hits, but not at 250k Living Flame crits and like 120k Star Surge crits. It doesn't do too much, shaving off like 3,000 damage from that.
Yeah.
So you can't be as reliant on Earthen Wall Totem in this type of matchup. Sometimes you think you can, and then you get killed through it. So being aware of that. Also, it's a bit easier to kill Healing Stream Totems, like a Star Surge or just a Living Flame can usually be enough to kill Healing Stream Totems. So killing totems, stomping totems, trying to stack up Luminosity Gaming should be the aim here for Super One Shot Frogs. They're kind of taking their time to jump into this, so maybe they're setting up maybe a different character. I can't imagine that. I would assume they're playing the same characters as they were yesterday. Luminosity Gaming, would they make any?
Could just be like gear changes, or maybe they want to talk about their strategy a little bit, figure out exactly how they want to play this and so on, talk through. So it can be pretty helpful sometimes just talking through like the order of your defensives and whatnot, right? Especially when you are playing against like RPS and comps like that. They're so go based that I think having almost like a little bit of a script and how you want to answer at least the first couple goes, I think could definitely help to make sure you're avoiding any overlap and like wasting of defenses and whatnot.
Yeah. So what is this game going to look like for Shadow Priest Rogue? Is it just train the Boomy, kidney shot the Boomy on cooldowns? Is it train the Dev Evoker, kidney? It's probably the Dev Evoker.
I would assume Dev Evoker would be my guess. I would think they would try to train Chun, but like comps like this can swap so much, right? Like so much of it is about, cross CC, you're focusing one person. So if you can get trinkets and so on off of someone else while you're training Chun, then maybe they could potentially do swaps. Maybe they can potentially look for 100 to 0 even on the healer, if he has to use too many defensives for someone else other than himself. So it'll be interesting to see how they want to play it out, but definitely the opener always feels big into these kind of compositions.
Okay, we're about to be jumping into Hook Point. This is an important game. If the Super One Shot Frogs can take away the swing match advantage, they'll have comp advantage and map advantage in a game number 5 situation. So they're putting a lot on the line here with the double Evoker, the double Dragon. Such an epic composition. The only team in any region running this, or probably in general, even on the ladder, I have not seen the Double Dragon Boomkin ever popping up here. Landslide comes up from Chun-Li trying to find Drake in stealth, doesn't find him. Drake is sneaking in. He gets a sap on flop. They're going to open up on Cubsy. Chun-Li pre-walls if they swap to him, and he should pre-walls the Lightning Lasso, so he's not going to take too much damage on this, but they are targeting the Boomkin. Kidney shot on a Cubsy, gets rescued and pulled back to the pillar out of line of sight, but they're stacked, and they get triple feared behind the pillar from Prev. They're going to Solar Beam the Shadow Priest. You can't Solar Beam a Resto Shaman. Brain is likely running the Spirit Walk talent, but here comes the Deep Breath, and let's see how much damage they can connect. That is the Dragon Rage. Big pressure incoming from Cubsy and Chun-Li. They're going after Prev. They really need to get Dispersion with this, man. It's Incarn and it's Dragon Rage. You don't get Dispersion with that? That's going to be really bad, because after these cooldowns are down, I think Luminosity Gaming is going to start playing really aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even used Death Mark or anything, so they still have a lot of their offensive going. There's the Silence now getting used. There's the kidney shot over onto Flop, and they are just punishing Chun here. He's trying to look for a sleepwalk. Not going to be able to find it just yet. Prev now pushing in. He's going to get kicked, but you can see Brain, he's trying to get aggressive as well, trying to stack up with his team. He pops the Ascendant, so he wants to keep them aggressive, wants to be stacking in on top of these casters, continue to look for those interrupts, but a nice clone comes out from Cubsy over onto Drake, slowing things down. And we'll see when they're going to try to look for this go. Flop still has his trinket. It's going to be hard to find a really good death mark when Flop, is not CC'd. So maybe trying to wait to find that, try to at least force that trinket out because so far haven't been able to let it rip. The interrupt did come down there onto Prev, and Drake is actually just getting crushed right now. There's a sleep over onto Brain. It does look like it gets MD'd eventually. The cloak is forced though by Drake, so working through some of these defensives pretty well, even though Luminosity does still have all their trinkets.
It's really funny watching a Boomkin get rescued. Just this giant chicken flying through the air here. Drake going for the kill. Another kidney shot. No bar skin. Cubsy is going to trinket and wild charge back to the pillar, but he gets static field totemed and stacked up together for a triple void volley. Free vampiric touch onto the whole team. That's going to help Prev a lot, ramp up his damage. Now he's going for a void torrent. Insane damage onto Cubsy right now. Still not even the death mark, forcing Flop's hand as he has to activate the Emerald Communion to heal through the oncoming onslaught. Now they're switching to their damage onto Chun-Li. He's getting brought down to half as we see Flop engaging with a deep breath, trying to add some damage onto Drake, but he's just going to walk it off and immediately stay aggressive onto the Boomkin. Now a kidney shot onto onto Flop for crowd control into a full fear. This could be it for Cubsy. Huge damage incoming, and Cubsy will fall over. And that really was not even close still, with all three medallions available on the side of Luminosity Gaming. I appreciate the experimentation with this. I thought it was going to look better than this, but that did not look good.
I mean, it's rough, and you could kind of see that kill coming, right? Like Flop had to use his trinket. They never even used the death mark, but Flop had no trinket. This was previous when they forced the trinket. He trinketed into a stun, into a silence, and he doesn't have that. And then you're looking over, Cubsy has to trinket on the same go that Flop trinketed. And then I was looking at cooldowns at this point, and it's just like 1 CC on Flop, and you kind of know Cubsy could absolutely just flop over. And that's pretty much what happened. Like they had to use everything here, right? It was Flop's trinket, then Cubsy's trinket, then Emerald Communion, Fred's a regen. Like they basically went through the whole spell book, it felt like, in this one go. And then it's just waiting, try to survive through this one push onto Drake. They got some good damage out onto him. But as soon as Flop was going to get CC'd at all, and you could see Prev trying to push over, trying to set up that CC, the step kidney came in, and it was the fear to follow it up. And that was it, right? There's just nothing else that they had in the tank. Just a nice setup, from Prev and Drake. Step kidney, full fear out of that, and they might have even had silence up again to follow that up if he had still survived, but he wasn't even close to living.
Luminosity Gaming looking good in this matchup, and that Fire Mage Demo Warlock is likely going to need to be what they rely on. I still feel like I'd rather see Flop on Evoker, though, than Resto Druid in that comp, not necessarily this comp. I think if you have Rescue to pull the Warlock around, just the extra damage, I think, could push it over the edge for their Mage Lock composition, because it was looking so strong in game number 1 and game number 2. So let's see. They're going to likely pick a big map here. Now, is it a big map? It's probably Maldraxxus, I think, would be the best pick. I feel like Tolvaron pillars are too big. If the pet gets dragged behind a Tolvaron pillar and gets hyper slowed behind there and it can't move back in line of sight to Health Funnel, it'll just die. So Maldraxxus with slightly smaller pillars is probably better.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, if you do Tolvaron, you basically just have to start health funneling it before it goes around the corner, because that's always what teams will do, is they'll start hitting your pet as soon as you send it around the corner if they're turtling. Like every rogue team does that. So it'll be interesting. I am expecting, there's the Demo Fire. The thing is, it's they weren't willing to play that on a small map, right? When we just saw that small map. So now they have to win, back-to-back games. So even if they win on Tolvaron, likely we're going to go to a small map again, and they're going to have to be willing to play this comp and try to get something done. I do think it's really winnable, though. I mean, they won game 2. Game 1, I think, was just lost because they didn't keep pets alive. And in game 2, Cubsy was paying way more attention to his pet. He did lose one pet, but it was way later in the game, and he was spam health funneling the first one, kept it alive for a really long time. And if you're using those Soulburn health funnels constantly, it can start feeling really frustrating for your opponents, because it's that alone can keep the pet really, really stable, and it can start to be a bit of a waste of time for Luminosity to hit it so much. So I think if they can play this out well, it's definitely possible. As far as what healer Flop is playing, I do kind of agree. Maybe matchup wise, it makes more sense to actually play the Evoker, but I have to assume it's just a comfort thing, right? He's probably not as comfortable playing the Evoker as the Resto Druid, because pretty much everyone that I talk to feels like you'd rather play an Evoker against an Assassination Rogue than a Resto Druid.
All right, Flop's going to rely on comfort to try and pull off a win here. They're on match point. They're facing elimination. They're going to go out in 4th place, which is out of range of the guaranteed top 3, which would put them as the highest rated Gauntlet team. So winning this series gets you a much more comfier spot moving past week 1. And you get to say that you beat Luminosity Gaming. So like that's where
double points actually. It's like a secret unlock. Yeah, you just get double cup points if you beat them. I mean, it should be exciting to see how they can get it done. I will say one of the advantages of Druids also just is, especially on a big map like this, is it's way easier to drink on Druid, right? Like it's just not that hard to find drinks usually on a big map like this, especially because Luminosity is not going to be able to play in the center of the map permanently. Like they're going to do their go, a Tyrant comes out, whatever, they get pushed back. Maybe Flop can just drink to full, and maybe they're thinking, hey, it's less about having the amazing cooldown to like answer a big cooldown from the Assassination Rogue, and more just about playing the long game. Where Druid could potentially work out really well for that. So we'll have to see if Flop can find opportunities to get some big drinks.
All right, let's see if they can set it up here. Everything on the line. Going to be playing the classic comp Mage Lock. I feel like this is their bread and butter. So if there was going to be a composition that could get them all the way against Luminosity Gaming, it's going to have to be this one here. Very big map, big open field. Cubsy's going to need to be hyper aware of his pet, hyper vigilant, making sure to utilize health funnel, make sure it's in a good position or pre-hotted before they send it behind the pillar, especially if the rogue is already preemptively running away. Protect the pet at all costs. Get drinks and eventually win. I feel like that's the name of the game here for the Super One-Shot Frogs. Luminosity Gaming, on the other hand, is try and kill the pet, try and get on top of Flop, try and get fears, get crowd control, and then run somebody down.
Yep, absolutely. Just prevent Flop from being able to get away. Once you get that momentum rolling as this RPS, you never want to let the MLD have that time to recover. You never allow them to really get to sit back. And there's the sap starting out on Wealthy Man. Looking like they may just resap him and then try to go for an opener off of that. But Wealthy Man, is going to be opened up onto. Now, there's the Grope, but the instant Axe Toss comes out. I do like that from Cubsy. Just try to stop that opener. And then into the Nova was Drake. So Drake really hasn't been able to get anything. There's that summon Felguard stun over on a Brain. They're trying to actually use it for a little bit of damage on a Brain. You can see Pyro's coming out onto him, but now it is Drake again that is under pressure here, down about half HP. He's going to pop the evasion. The NS is going to be used as well by Brain. A Fear now put over onto Flop. Do they have any follow-up CC for that? Looks like an MC, but it's actually going to get CS there by Wealthy Man. So Wealthy Man breaking up that CC chain onto his Druid. That was critical. The Ironbark going to have to come out anyway, though, as that death mark has been popped, and Wealthy Man's health is just kind of yo-yoing up and down right now. Looks like they will eventually stabilize, though, as Flop is in the back, spamming out those Regos, trying to keep them alive.
Yeah, Prev got a lot of burst off there after that counterspell with the Void Torrent. And now he's got the Psy Fiend up. It's going to reduce a lot of healing on Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man trying to kill it off. Does manage to finish it. Counterspell onto Brain. Coil onto Drake. Big opportunity. Can they drop him in the coil? 1 second left into a Shadow Fury. Vile Fiend cast it out. And Brain is trying to recover from this without using Cloak of Shadows. He's being very greedy. He gets stunned into a full. There's no way you're greeting this Cloak of Shadows. But even Cloak of Shadows might not be enough if they keep this crowd control chain going onto Brain. They get another Polymorph. Drake's still in trouble. And Spirit Link Trinket. And he gets feared on his Trinket. This is a very feels bad moment for Luminosity Gaming, as Prev is trying to get back in range of him to potentially Void Shift, which would be Cloak, Trinket, Link, and Void Shift in one push, which would, I think, likely spell doom for their team. Now Flop is drinking. This is really good, but that pet is behind the pillar, so make sure that the pet's getting health funneled before this point. It's getting bled up at the moment and dotted by Prev, but Flop drinks to full. They get a lot of cooldowns. They've got Combustion. They got Tyrant coming up. This is a good position for Super One-Shot Frogs.
Yeah, the pet died, but I think he resummoned it. I don't think he actually fell domed it, because the one behind the pillar disappeared. It didn't look like it actually died, so I do think he just hardcasted a resummon in the middle of the map, which is really, really smart. But that was just a great swap over on a Brain. Once they got Drake really, really low, they put the pressure on the healer as Drake is back behind that pillar. Brain now looking for a drink himself, though. Is going to be back to basically full mana. It didn't get that much because he was already pretty healthy, but this is just kind of buying time for the cooldowns for Luminosity. And I do think that does advantage them. I think it's harder to play as this MLD when it gets into dampening, but we'll see. Drake going to be looking for that opener, though, does throw the Garrote down onto Wealthy Man. But for now, they're just spamming all this damage out onto the Felguard. The Axe Toss is used, but they can't get anything with it because Cubsy isn't even an LOS of them right now. Drake now just trying to push out to the other side, and it feels like they're just trying to play opposite side of the pillar. Wherever Cubsy goes, they just keep swapping sides, and Cubsy now going to have to be spamming out those health funnels. I want to see Flop at full mana. He is now in cap form, so I have to assume he's drinking at this point. But now they're going to try to make him stand up with this kidney shot over there onto Cubsy. Axe Toss is used onto Prev to shut down that damage. And Wealthy Man blinks over here. There's the triple Nova, but the Psychic Horror is going to be thrown down onto him. And you can see he's going to be trying to get this damage going. There's the combustion popped, but it looks like he's the one that's actually taking almost all the pressure. Great Ultra Time, though, reduces almost all of the damage that was done to him there. The Sheep's going to get dispelled off. Prev throwing out a defensive Psychic Scream, and Luminosity are just on the run.
Yeah, they don't want to play until Trinket Cloak is up, I think. And now that Drake has Trinket Cloak, I think they should play a lot more aggressively. Prev gets Counterspell, put on the back foot, just flash healing and supporting while he's interrupted. Good utility. Wealthy Man using that shifting power to reset his cooldowns. Kidney shot on the Cubsy. They're switching to the Warlock. Much more here in this position, but Drake is taking so much damage. A free casting Fire Mage is so scary. Wealthy Man blinks in. Pre-death from above from Drake, trying to anticipate some mobility. Now switching over to Wealthy Man, getting bleeds onto him, getting double damage out, and Flop's going to have to spend a lot of mana, but Drake is taking a lot of damage in exchange. Prev is pushing into the midfield, wants to get crowd control, but he gets vortexed and snared. He's having a tough time making his way over. Gets a double void volley there. That's going to be free vampiric touches, but Brain's in a polymorph. Does he have a master spell? Fell Obelisk is down, but Cubsy is garroted. Does Prev not see the Fell Obelisk? Cubsy put it behind him. He might not have seen it. That Fell Obelisk is still alive. That green little floating thing is going to be the Fell Obelisk. And Drake is now stunned, has Trinket Cloak, but Earthen Wall is on him. So it seems to be enough for now, as he is trying to just attack the pet, it looks like. He's going 1v1 with the pet in the Earthen Wall, but he's dying because he's leaving both casters free casting. And I don't know, did the pet die right there? Triple Shadow Fury? I can't imagine that.
It's behind the pillar, so I think it should be okay. You know, as long as he pulls it back soon. Now it may be dying. You can see it's still getting hit back there, but they're going to step over with the kidney shot. We'll see if Prev can finish it while he's actually over on a Cubsy. It doesn't look like it, though. It's still out there onto Drake. And that last push was really shut down pretty heavily by Flop. He actually immuned the Psychic Horror with his Tranquility, so it was a pretty nice play from him to shut down that offensive push from Prev. And now the Axe Toss in onto Drake. He's got his Trinket, but he doesn't have Cloak. He's just going to sit through it, but does take quite a bit of damage. The Ring of Frost being thrown down there by Wealthy Man, trying to keep them pinned. And this is Flop's time to drink. He's sitting down, looking for that mana. And this is where you have to kind of play triangle. You need to have Wealthy Man on one side, Cubsy on the other, and just harass and poke and prod at these 3 DPS that are back behind the pillar. If you need to resummon your Felguard, resummon your Felguard. There he does just bring it back to him with that Ire Kilrog. It looked like he's cast out and the Felguard just came right back to him. So Drake now trying to pull back once again into the Axe Toss again here. Luminosity are just pinned. It doesn't feel like they can get anything going. And Brain is even taking quite a bit of damage now.
I think it's an inevitable death for them if they keep staying behind the pillar. I mean, Prev's gonna have to Dispersion, basically nothing behind the pillar. It's Combustion now. Drake no Cloak. Healing Tide Totem. Brain is praying that this Healing Tide Totem can bring his team back from the brink. And even with that, it's only getting to like 60%. He's sort of starting to top Prev, trying to bring himself back into the fight. Drake's got Cloak in 30 seconds, but they still haven't got a Cauterizer and any resolve. I mean, Super One-Shot Frogs are in the best position they've been in the entire series. Now, Deathmark's available. Blind is coming up and Cloak, so Drake will have a huge hit of damage. Prev has Power Infusion as well. So they really need to make these cooldowns count. That Kidney Shot getting a ton of value. It's going to be Wealthy Man's Trinket, Greater Invis for the Shield Wall effect. As Prev is moving into the midfield, he's got a Psy Fiend, and he's getting closer and closer to Flop. He's going to go for the stun. He's sprinting in. He's not getting snared or interrupted. He's going to get a full fear onto Flop. This is the push. Power Infusion, Deathmark. This is where they need to get a caught block and maybe an MD for the kill, but it doesn't even seem like they have enough damage. Even with the Power Infusion, Deathmark, not enough damage to cut through the Iron Park at 31% dampening. Double Ring of Frost. Beautiful snipe by Wealthy Man into the coil onto Drake. Now blasting down Prev and Drake at the same time. It seems with the fear onto Brain. Flop silenced at the moment, positioning far away, doesn't want to get swapped to. Frenzy regen during the silence. Max efficiency. Drake is stunned for one more second, trying to hold on to his Trinket. Death from above to reconnect to Wealthy Man. Big pressure in from Prev onto Wealthy Man. They really need to ride this pressure. There's no Iron Bark. They need to force Caught with this push and use Cloak to do it, because if they pull away and they Cloak at the same time, I don't think they're going to get to engage again, and this is so risky. They're trying their best, but a full Polymorph Axe Toss to stop the MD. Prev is trying to off-heal with Flash Heals and maybe pull back to the pillar. He's going to grip Drake out of line of sight, but that was the Cloak regardless. They're even swapping to Brain, just trying to make sure damage is going out no matter what, while Flop sits down for a drink, and they've still got Luminosity Gaming in a choke position.
Yeah, it's looking really good. They did at the very least get that Trinket off of Flop with the blind. So maybe if they can get some sort of a chain onto him, you know, Step Kidney into Fear, into Silence, you can try to use that to really force those cooldowns. But Wealthy Man is going to have Combust in 20 seconds, and there will be no Cloak. That there won't be much for Drake to really stay safe. He's trying to push out into the middle of the map. Cubsy in a kind of important place, but really just for that sprint port to drop the snares to get away to safety. And that Ursula's Vortex is coming through as well. Death from above used by Drake to get back. There's that Psychic Core. The Fear is going to come out after. Do they still still have that silence. Looks like they already used that prior. The axe toss defensively used, though, onto Prev. And Drake says, we are getting nothing done with this go. So he's just out of there immediately. There's the turn over onto Prev as the combust is popped. He's just going to disperse and just run straight back to the pillar. Brain's got some work to do here, trying to pick Prev back up, and they're trying to get this damage rolling. But it is now Flop with the mana advantage. We're 40% into dampening, so these heals are going to start doing a lot less. We'll see who can get the pressure advantage. That Siphon is out doing damage onto Wealthy Man, but he's going to pull back, and now it's Cubsy that's in some trouble here potentially. He's down about half HP. Wealthy Man trying to get the pressure rolling, trying to free cast with these fireballs. As you can see, Prev is trying to slowly cross the map, pushing towards Flop, seeing if he can get in on him as Cubsy's getting low. Wealthy Man's getting low. The combust has been popped again. Wealthy Man down dangerously low. Cubsy is going to get Static Field Totem back into the middle of the map and taken out there by Drake and Prev. It looked like Luminosity was on the back foot the whole time, but they just waited till deep dampening, and that one push was just too much for Flop to actually heal through. He just couldn't do it. Like 40% dampening, didn't seem to be able to have an answer to it with all of the damage that was coming out on both his mage and his warlock. They just kind of got ran down.
This has been the bane of Wizards for eternity. The pillar, everybody just sits at the pillar and waits for dampening, and it just completely destroys them. So really clutch from Luminosity Gaming to know, like, hey, we can't play aggressive. We don't have cooldowns. We got to wait this out. The fact that they could stay alive in that choke position, like Super One Shot Frogs basically just had them pinned to the floor for like 10 minutes, but they still kept their endurance and still kept their stamina, knew what their win condition could be, picked their moments, and absolutely seized it. And right here at the end, it's like, okay, he's got Tyrant. We're going to gouge the Tyrant. We're going to cap totem the Tyrant, and we're just going to keep doing damage. We're not going to run away from it. We're going to fear the Tyrant, fear all the pets. They had perfect control. Like, that was the threat that Cubsy was relying on, was like, I'm going to Tyrant. They're in the middle of the map, and that'll push them away. But they CC'd it and went for the kill instead of retreating away. And Super One Shot Frogs weren't ready. Flop had no trinket. He gets stunned. He gets silenced. And I love that they had pressure on 2 targets, so they could just switch to Cubsy because Wealthy Man wasn't in a good position and close it out. So Luminosity Gaming tearing apart Super One Shot Frogs here with the Shadow Priest, Rogue, Resto, Shaman. They're into the top 3, and they will be awaiting their opponent, which is going to be the loser of the next round, Golden Guardians and Liquid, which I think is probably the highlight series of the weekend. At least one of it's my highlight series for the weekend.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you, Sid. This is going to be a huge game. Liquid, Golden Guardians having an insane weekend so far. Neither of these teams have yet to drop a game, and all of the series that they have previously played as Ale have been pretty explosive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have been really, really close. Luminosity moving on, obviously before the streamed games, that they did push Liquid all the way. I think it was to Game 5. Watching those, so that was a really, really close one. But Golden Guardians, Liquid, both looking really, really good. RPS, as we've just seen, looks really, really strong. And we know that Golden Guardians are kind of known for that comp, and it'll be interesting to see. We just watched the Assassination variant. I'm expecting to see some sub potentially out of Peekaboo. That's kind of been his bread and butter for a lot of the time. And sub, I think, is a lot of fun to watch because it is so setup based. So it will be exciting to see if we can get some more of that. They were styling on some of the teams, earlier, going up against, like locking down Corey Guns. The man couldn't do anything. He's just getting CC the whole game by Golden Guardians. So we'll see what they want to bring out.
Yeah, we certainly will. Soon enough. Here's a look at the bracket. We can take a look at the series that we just wrapped up. We've got down there at the bottom Luminosity Gaming 3-1 versus Super One Shot Frogs. That's going to be it for the weekend for them. So we'll see them return for Cup number 2. Signups are still open for that. They close at the end of the day. So go check us out on WoW Esports if you'd like more information over there. Maybe you can play some of your heroes, some of the teams that you're seeing play today. But they're going to be Luminosity Gaming. The, like Sid mentioned, loser of this next one is going to be playing up against them. So honestly, either of these teams, I could see that being a really incredible series as well. But that being said, we've got to get through this one to figure out who's going to be facing Luminosity. So we are going to head to a quick break. We're going to hop up to the upper bracket. When we come back, it's Liquid versus Golden Guardians coming up next. biggest game potentially of the day coming up here. It's Team Liquid versus Golden Guardians. Everyone, I think, has been anticipating this one. I know that we have here as well. Team Liquid, also happy Father's Day to them. There's some dads on that team, so maybe they can take it home on this Sunday. But you can bet, Zico, that Golden Guardians is going to be putting up a good fight.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they have the Father's Day advantage there. We got the Golden Guardians. I mean, it's going to be a tough one. I feel like both of these teams, they run similar compositions here. Liquid, they've been running a lot of RPS. Golden Guardians, that's their kind of main composition. Both of these teams have been running with sub-rogue, so we might just see a straight-up mirror. We might see maybe Liquid mixing it up with something in the blind pick. I'm not sure exactly what to expect here.
Yeah, I am not as well. I mean, if they do run that bread and butter composition from Golden Guardian playing that RPS, Ven, is that, I think, a good choice for them? Do you think that they can tackle some of the comps that we expect Team Liquid to play?
Well, from what we've seen from Team Liquid right now, all of their compositions revolve around Sam I Am on the Moonkin and Sea-Doo on the Preservation Evoker. So that's kind of the base. And then they have Mez, who plays Elemental Shaman, and of course Trill, that is playing Subtlety Rogue. So those are the only two compositions that they've really revealed so far. I feel like in this particular match, they might want to go with the Subtlety Rogue. I feel like bringing the Subtlety Rogue for the Moonkin Preservation Evoker composition would be a decent option. Problem is where Trill is going to be very tested, right? Because he's going to be going head-to-head with Peekaboo in kind of a rogue showdown. So we'll see what they can get done. And if I was right, no, they actually are going to be going with Mez. So we got Mez on the Elemental Shaman, Sam on the Moonkin, and Sea-Doo on Preservation Evoker versus the RPS. And I feel like I have to put a little bit of favor here for the Golden Guardians.
I mean, I think this is what Liquid were expecting the Golden Guardians to run. I mean, this is what basically everybody was expecting the Golden Guardians to run. So there's got to be some kind of plan here. But I do agree with you. I think that Golden Guardians are going to have an advantage, and they're getting a big opener sap onto Sea-Doo into a resap. Already going after Mez right now. Kidney shot onto Sea-Doo. They're going after Sam I Am right now. Mez going for the Lightning Lasso, gets interrupted by Absurge, blind on Sea-Doo. He trinkets out, so already forcing out that trinket from Sea-Doo. He didn't get any of those personal shield wall effects from Sam I Am or Mez, so pretty decent victory still, just trading out the trinkets for the blind, but that means Sea-Doo potentially could be an exposed target or exposed to that long CC chain already. Void Torrent's being channeled out. There's the smoke bomb onto Sam I Am. He's going to trade out the Barkskin cheap shot onto Sea-Doo. Do they have any follow-up? WizK is moving in for the fear. He goes for another cheap shot, but it doesn't look like WizK is going to be making it there in time. Mez deflects it with that Earthen Root Totem.
Let's see what they can do. Sam I Am seems to be, or appears to be, the main target for now, but I feel like Golden Guardians, they kind of want to just buy some time, wait for diminishing returns, potentially wait for some cooldowns. They got a major objective out of the way with that trinket from Sea-Doo. So there are some openings, and as you can tell right now, Sea-Doo actually has his Nullifying Shroud up, so I think that's the major cause of delay. He's going to be able to protect that, so he's got about 30 seconds of being much more difficult to crowd control, and now that that's gone, I do fully expect the Golden Guardians to make a push. Looks like they do get an interrupt here onto Mez. Kidney shot now into Sam I Am. Sea-Doo trying to immune some crowd control, but he gets double feared with Mez. Unfortunately, that means there's going to be no Tremor Totem. Good interrupt there by Sam I Am, trying to slow down the damage just a little bit. Do we have any follow-up? A nice hex there by Abster to continue the chain, but Sam I Am looks like he's just going to be able to tank it out so far. And that setup was nicely diffused, but I guess it's not over yet. Still, a kidney shot comes in, and they get that Emerald Communion out of the way. Now, Sea-Doo, no Communion, no Trinket. They can actually swap to him as well.
Yeah, and they do have Shadowy Duel still in Peekaboo's arsenal. They still have that secret technique. They go for a blind into the gouge right now. They might just try to take Sam I Am down. They have the Shadowy Duel, and there it is. Shadowy Duel for Peekaboo. Can he try to take Sam I Am down? It doesn't look like it. Sam I Am actually gaining HP in that duel, so Sea-Doo is going to have that trinket now, but they actually might be one-shotting him right now. They actually go for the kidney shot on Sea-Doo into the hex. Still 3 seconds that remain on that trinket. Sam I Am dropping dangerously low. Sea-Doo manages to actually get out of that CC there without using his trinket, and Sam I Am, after an extremely close call, is able to survive. Now Team Liquid needs to get aggressive here and try to get some of those cooldowns back, because so far the Golden Guardians have been able to just slowly but surely force out their objectives. Here's the smoke bomb as well onto Sam I Am, but Sam I Am able to deflect that one with his Heart of the Wild.
Yep, looking pretty solid at this point. We're about 3 minutes elapsed into the game. Absolute mana is still looking really good. So in terms of longevity, I feel like Golden Guardians, they still got a while to go before Liquid will be able to take them down. Maybe they have some burst, though. Nice Cyclone sneaks through by Samayam onto Absturge. A little bit of pressure here. Now a Cyclone over onto WizK, just really getting crazy. Now a Cyclone on Peekaboo. Samayam just clones City up in here, getting everybody crowd controlled, and now bursting down WizK in the midfield. Absurge pushing in kind of defiantly. They want to get the setup going. There's the gouge on Sea-Doo into a silence and a root. That means no Verdant Embrace into a cheap shot. Do we have a fear to follow it up? Sea-Doo is just in endless crowd control right now, but it looks like Sam will be okay for the time being.
Yeah, and I am surprised that they're going after Sam so much. They have Mez as well on the LA Shaman. They could try to go after him, and as I say that, they're exactly doing just that, not committing too much crowd control, actually going for the Shadow Step gouge now onto Sea-Doo into potentially a follow-up stun there, but Peekaboo gets stopped in his track there by Samayam on that Moonkid, and Peekaboo dropping quite low. He has no Cloak of Shadows, actually. WizK gets interrupted by the Solar Beam, but no crowd control on the Absturge. Peekaboo should be able to stay alive here. They get a full fear onto Sea-Doo. There's the cheap shot onto Samayam. So much damage coming in here. How is Sam going to stay alive? Sea-Doo has no trinket, still more crowd control to follow up there with that silence, but Sea-Doo with a nice rescue into the gouge. Now a nice Cyclone snuck in there onto Peekaboo, and I feel like this game is going definitely in the Golden Guardians' favor. They still have a lot of mana to work with, and these setups are super deadly right now, going after Mez as well. He's dropping quite low. Samayam with the cheap shot there, and they're just swapping back and forth between Mez, Samayam, and just rotating that crowd control onto Sea-Doo. So far, there's no opening here for the Team Liquid, and they're just playing defense here, trying to stay alive.
I feel like Sea-Doo could go down. I mean, he's got no trinket, no Emerald Communion for another 13 seconds once that's available, but they're just going after Mez. Secret Technique is available for Peekaboo. He still has not pulled the trigger on that, though, playing it very patiently, waiting for that moment. Big deep breath here by Sea-Doo, setting up the team for some damage. A Cyclone onto Absurge to follow it up. Bash on Peekaboo. Right now, this is huge pressure for the side of Liquid. 22% dampening. Things are starting to get really unstable here for the Golden Guardians. Absurge having a really difficult time actually keeping everybody topped off. We get a stun on Peekaboo. He's forced to trade out the trinket, but they're going for it. Big setup here on Mez. What crowd control do we have on Sea-Doo? It's just going to be a gouge. Emerald Communion trades, and that's enough to keep Mez alive. But I feel like Liquid, they do a good job. Like, Sea-Doo always has either the trinket or the Emerald Communion, and when they don't, he's using his Prismatic to actually avoid crowd control and just stall and buy some time. So Liquid has always had answers at pretty much every point in the game.
Yeah, so far they've done a good job rotating. They're going to need to continue with that because another setup's coming in. There's a full fear out of that blind right there as they go after Mez, but Mez going to be able to walk that one off with his Astral Shift now. They did force out Peekaboo's Cloak and his Vanish, so Peekaboo could be a target right now, but he's playing extremely defensive whenever they don't have these setups. Sea-Doo ducking in there towards Peekaboo to try to make sure that Peekaboo actually isn't able to restuff. They bash Peekaboo behind the pillar. They're doing a lot of damage here. Samayam and Sea-Doo going for a bit of a solo mission right now. The Shadow Step over to Mez, though. He's behind the pillar. He's alone, and here comes the mind games. Here comes the damage. Nice rescue by Sea-Doo. Mez has no Astral Shift, so he could definitely be a target right now for the Golden Guardians as they continue to go behind that pillar and wait for those DRs to come back. They have the Shadowy Duo right now. They also have a Vanish, have Evasion on Peekaboo as well, so they could try to get aggressive with that. Trying to set up again here with double root to get the gouge onto Sea-Doo, but I think he actually had the Nullifying Shroud. The full killing shot onto Sea-Doo. Here comes the smoke bomb. Here comes the setup onto Sea-Doo. This is the swap. Big damage. Do they have the damage from WizK to back it up, though? He is so low. Sea-Doo, they cut through his shield immediately, but it looks like Sea-Doo will be able to stabilize here with that rewind, doing a lot of work there for him, reading that swap beautifully, and Sea-Doo, I think, is going to stay alive here. WizK was not able to connect with the damage that they needed there. If they had gouged maybe before that setup, actually I think he did gouge, but that Shroud blocked it. WizK, though, forced to trade out his Dispersion here in the midst of things, and that's the problem. When you go after Sea-Doo and you go for these all-in swaps, you're leaving all of the Wizards free on Team Liquid, and they are definitely starting to run away with this game now.
Yep, things aren't looking too bad. Mana still in favor of Golden Guardians, though. 35% dampening. That was a Shadowy Duel from Peekaboo. A little bit defensive there earlier on Sea-Doo, so it doesn't have that as an offensive tool. Big damage here on WizK. He's got the Void Shift. Is he going to have to make the trade? A setup here onto Samayam. A little bit of crowd control onto Sea-Doo with a Silence and a Root. Sam's getting lower and lower, but this is the heart of the wild. Got the Frenzied Regen if he needs it. That will keep him a little bit healthy, but dampening is just stacking up so high. That's the rescue trading out from Sea-Doo as well. He's already used his trinket. It's a lot of damage coming in from the Golden Guardians. And Cedu has basically traded out all of his defensives. A full kitty shot now. They're once again going for it, but Samayam beautifully done. Fake casting the Cyclone, getting the precog, now getting a Cyclone onto Peekaboo, slowing down that attempt, and now it's Liquid's opportunity to reverse the pressure. There's a lot of damage here on Peekaboo. They've got Spirit Link Totem, they've got Void Shift. Which one are they going to trade? Peekaboo in the middle of the map is in a little bit of trouble right now here, Zico.
Yeah, and defensive smoke bomb coming out here for Peekaboo. Master spell coming out from WizK. They're trying to stabilize here without having to use either one of those big cooldowns. And you can see WizK here just tanking up some interrupts upstairs behind the pillar, casting out a couple of healing surges. And it looks like Peekaboo will be able to recover Shadow Step Cape now over onto Cedu. And they stun up Samayam. They're going after Cedu potentially. No, they're going after Samayam. There's the cheap shot onto Cedu. There's the Hex from upstairs. There's the gouge onto Cedu. And a Hex onto Mez. Full fear onto Cedu as he gets, I think, Tremor Totem there by Mez. So Trinket Tremor Totem being forced in that setup, and WizK now going to be ducking back to the pillar. He has his dispersion back, had to use his Desperate Prayer right there in that exchange. Peekaboo though pretty much alone at this pillar by himself. What is he going to do there? You need to launch another setup. There's a Root Solar Beam onto WizK to catch Upsturge as well, but Upsturge manages to duck out from that one in the nick of time. They get a kidney shot onto Cedu. Another setup here being loaded up, but it doesn't look like they're actually going to be able to land any follow-up CC out of that kidney shot onto Cedu. And now Sheep Shot here onto Samayam. Another stun lock happening. There's a full fear onto Mez, silence onto Cedu, but it looks like a defensive setup here. They're just using this to kind of stay alive. They're not actually able to get any pressure with that. And as I say that, they go for the shadowy duel onto Samayam. How is he going to stay alive? Frenzied Region is taking Samayam, dropping quite low. There's the Emerald Communion from Cedu. Should be enough. And Mez is also rotting down right now. The damage from WizK is absolutely insane. Peekaboo, though, getting caught up in another Cyclone. Beautiful fake cast there by Samayam. Landing that Cyclone, being able to shut down the damage, but Mez is not out of the woods yet. Mez also with a preemptive Astral Shift, so both Sam and Mez playing phenomenally to survive that setup, and now it's going to be WizK in trouble, and that will be his dispersion.
Yeah, this is looking good. Liquid has them in a bit of a chokehold here, but at the same time, they traded a lot of their defensive, so there's not too much left. They could just all-in Mez at this point. Cedu doesn't have much healing to really contend with it, but Golden Guardians have to hold on a little bit longer. Is this the all-in? Get a kidney shot here on Mez. Samayam going for some crowd control, a bash in a Cyclone onto WizK to shut him down. Now, big smoke bomb attempt here on Samayam. Do they have the damage to shut him down? Doesn't look like it just yet, but dampening is so high. The game is becoming so unstable for both sides.
WizK.
Gouge coming in from Peekaboo at the same time. WizK getting low. Spirit Link Totem does drop. Absurge has no mana left whatsoever. The Healing Tide Totem down right now. That's the last line of defense to actually top off his team. And this composition from Liquid is looking bulletproof right now. They can hold on just a little bit longer. It's going to be good, but this setup could be lethal. Big damage from WizK and Peekaboo. They're going for it. They want to close out the game, but it looks like Sam will be able to survive. Cedu has the cooldowns to keep him alive, but for how long? His mana is completely zeroed out. Void Shift available for WizK. Are they just going to continue to make the push? Samayam, his health is going nowhere but down, but at the same time, Mez is killing everybody on the side of Golden Guardians. This is such a back and forth game. Peekaboo gets caught into a stun, but he does not get dropped. And look at Sam behind the pillar. He wants to stay alive. Mez, is he going to be a hero? Can he drop him? They do manage to take down. Are you kidding me? They do manage to take down Samayam so close. I mean, look at this game. I really can't get closer than that. That was insane. These two teams are so evenly matched.
This is why they're both undefeated so far on broadcast. You can see these two titans of North America right now. I cannot believe that Team Liquid actually didn't manage to get the kill there onto WizK, and it is going to be the Golden Guardians here, potentially cleaning it up. Mez still trying, almost getting the cross kill there. Once again, Absturge completely tapped. Cedu completely tapped. Cedu actually had a bit of a mana lead heading into those last couple of seconds, but he had to burn through it very, very quickly. And the Golden Guardians, against all odds, actually finding that kill and staying alive. I really thought that was going to be a 2v2 rogue, sub-rogue Resto Shaman situation happening there, but somehow they all managed to stay alive. At one point, I thought Peekaboo was also going to go down there when he went for that shadowy duel. In the end, it was such a back and forth game, and you can see here already early on in the match how much pressure was actually happening here. I think this was a really close call onto Samayam. They got the Siphene, they got the Void Torrent, they got the follow-up Fear right there. Mez with a nice Tremor Totem right there on that Fear. And it looked like Samayam was going to go down right there. Such an incredibly close game here, back and forth. And so many close calls, like especially early on, I think this game was pretty long and it went, the distance, but that's because it was just perfectly rotated defense on both sides, a lot of aggression as well. coming out from both sides. I don't think it was just people trying to dampen here. It was very back and forth. Like, look at how many close calls are onto Sam, and it's always because somebody makes a hero play and try to keep them alive. And this swap right here onto Cedar was so dangerous as well. Just needed a little bit more damage there, and they would have been able to close it out right there in the smoke bomb. I think this was at the very last moments of the game. You can see Abster's mana is not ideal, 53% dampening. There's a smoke bomb onto Samayam, doing a lot of damage here, and cheap shotting up Sidu, and there's the follow-up as well. And then look at Whiskey here immediately. He's got nothing left, and I think this is where they traded out the Spirit Link Totem. Whiskey almost going down in that exchange, and then here's the very end. So they get a cheap shot on the Sidu. He trinkets out, Mind Flay, Insanity.
I feel like he gets away. Like, what actually takes him down? He's just behind the pillar right now. Let's see here. Whiskey actually is able to move in, or kidney shot. Okay, so Peekaboo actually gets there to take him down. Yeah, so Peekaboo actually does manage to get in line of sight. I can't help but feel like, I'm not going to lie, I feel like that might have been a big misplay by Sam. I feel like if he just hid and made himself a non-target, like Mez would have actually just won the game. I feel like the fact that he poked out a little bit there at the end actually allowed Peekaboo to shadow step over to him. And maybe he didn't peek out and it was actually a shadow step onto Sidu who was trying to chase him. So I don't know. I feel like if Sam IM had just stayed out of line of sight and Peekaboo didn't have a good shadow step target to actually get to him, they might have been able to actually win that game. But it's really tough to make that call this deep into the game.
Yeah, I think it was a shadow step to Sidu. I'm not sure.
Probably, yeah.
I'm not actually sure exactly how that looked, because he was in shadowy duel as well. So maybe he just kind of popped up, in his line and stepped to Sam as well. It's hard to tell how it looked from his point of view, but definitely doesn't get much closer than that. That was 60% dampening or so in that game. And I feel like Team Liquid, they had a good defense. You just needed a little bit more damage there in the offense at the end. And I think they would have been able to close it out because, they had literally nothing. There was no mana left as well. So the question is, what does Liquid do now? Because I feel like that wasn't actually that bad of a game for them. So I feel like, what are they going to do now? Are they going to go for, maybe a nice comp swap? Are they going to stick with the same thing? They did pick Asherman's Fall.
I think it's likely. I mean, I would be willing to wager that this is the matchup that they wanted. This is the matchup that they have prepared, and they're just going to be sticking with this one for the remainder of this series, would be my guess. Because, like we kind of said, the matchup really doesn't get much closer than that. So I think kind of running it down again, even if this is one of those matchups, is kind of even 50-50, may the better team win. I think this could potentially be Liquid's best shot in this one.
Yeah, I think tagging in the Dancing with the Stars could be risky, but it might ultimately be worth trying as well, because this is, the upper bracket finals, so this is not an elimination match. So if you do end up losing here, you could still get, some experience points. You could get some extra knowledge of how the matchup actually will be playing out. So I think that potentially saving that experiment maybe for that last game is a good idea, but I think in general, we'll just have to wait and see here what they decide to do. They're definitely running down the clock on this one, but I do think we're going to see the same thing being locked in here, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Trying to think of little things that they could do. It's just, I'm not sure. Honestly, I feel like Cedar did a really good job healing that. Like I said, he was doing such a good job kind of navigating between rotating through his trinket, rotating through his Emerald Communion, and then rotating through his Prismatic Cloak. So having that CC immunity and just using that as a way to kind of buy time and stall before they were able to get more crowd control out. I also feel like Cedar was really greedy in certain situations. Like that one time he was getting swapped to in the smoke bomb, and he decided not to trinket. He got down to 20% health before he was able to get the rewind off. So it's those kind of greedy plays you kind of need to do because if you're giving up cooldowns too easily against the Golden Guardians, they're just going to be, kind of steamrolling you. So you have to have those greedy plays. And I think he had a pretty good read on this one. But Golden Guardians was very relentless in their pursuit for a win. And I think they did a great job kind of picking their moments. And even when their backs were kind of against the wall, realizing, hey, we got to go. We got to get these setups. We've got to try to close this game out because if we sit back for too long, it's just going to be a slow but steady kind of death from Mez and Sam I am.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing as well. There was so many close calls, and there was so much greed. They got away with it, but I feel like in game number 2 here, they're gonna need to do kind of the same thing and kind of read the game in the same way. But it is really, really difficult for them to actually get away with these things. Just one mistake and you get deleted. You know, somebody's gonna get shadowy dueled. You hit one CC that you shouldn't have, and you're gonna all of a sudden find yourself, you know, down 2 games. So definitely a lot to kind of take in here. Liquid's going to need to play a really, really clean game. And it makes me think, like, what actually beats RPS right now? Because I feel like this matchup, like when I look at this matchup, I don't think that this is a great matchup for Liquid. I think maybe this is the best matchup that they have, you know, that they have practiced, but it doesn't look good to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It feels like when the game is like just one thing goes wrong and you're instantly going to lose, like even before dampening. Like Sam could have just died in the opener. You know, he dropped down to like 10% HP. If they just had a little bit more damage, a little bit cleaner setup there, he could have just easily just died right then and there. So I feel like this doesn't look that good.
I don't really know what. So what actually beat? So believe it or not, what beat RPS? What actually sent Luminosity to the lower bracket was Liquid, and Liquid was actually running the Rogue Moonkin. They're running Rogue Moonkin, Evoker, but it was into an Assassination Rogue. So I think that's a huge difference. I think the fact that Drake was playing RPS with Assassination is actually significantly worse in the kind of Rogue versus Rogue matchup. So I think Liquid kind of realizes that, and that's why they've pivoted a little bit. But this Subtlety Rogue RPS from the Golden Guardians, so far it's been looking unbeatable. I don't really know what composition beats it. They've been playing a really good game of offense. All of their games have been kind of one-sided. We'll see if Liquid is going to have the answer with this.
Yeah, and they're going to need to find an answer quickly here, because if not, then Peekaboo and The Move here are going to be able to run away with this series right now. Already a strong opener coming in here. Who are they going to go after? Going after Sea-Doo. Immediately, Emerald Community might just die in the opener. And that is exactly what we were just talking about in the pregame. And I guess that's the move, baby.
Yeah, that is definitely tough for the side of Liquid. That was a quick game. They're going to be super happy to get a win like that. And that's the problem, right? Is like, this is exactly what I was complimenting Sea-Doo on in the last game. It's like you make these greedy plays, and when it works, you look like a genius, right? But when you make greedy plays and it doesn't work, then it looks like you just threw the game. But it's not an easy position to be in. But Golden Guardians is obviously going to be super happy to just pick up an early game win. We'll see exactly how that went. We got a sap on Mez, kidney shot on Sea-Doo, and they just send it, I think. Did they even use the secret technique? Let's see here. Doesn't look like he used it. It's just a kidney shot, cheap shot. Emerald Community gets traded, but it's just not enough with Cyphiend, right? So I guess Sea-Doo just underestimated the damage a little bit. And Peekaboo sent the late secret technique. They're able to just win in the opener. Really, really good setup there by the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, but look how clean that is as well with the Earth Grab Totem of Abstar. Just because they're all stacked, so they all get stacked for the Triple Fear, and they actually do interrupt the mind games there. Like Samayam, I think he trinketed to interrupt the mind games. So they get the sap, you get the kidney shot. There's the Earth Grab Totem, and Whiskey just runs in on his mount, instantly gets the Triple Fear, gets the damage over time effects, and then he sends the mind games. And I think Samayam trinkets late and drops the solar beam to interrupt Whiskey right there on the mind games. Somebody trinkets and stops that, I do believe. No, he actually gets the mind games as well. He trinkets and solar beams after the mind games goes off. And at that point, yeah, the mind games just kill Sea-Doo at that point. So that is, I feel like that's a positional error, but also again, that's kind of, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about, right? You need to be greedy. You need to have these clean trades, because you can't just overlap Emerald Communion and have like a Mez Trinket Tremor and have Sea-Doo use, you know, maybe his Trinket as well, all in one go like that. It's just too strong of an opener. I think it's a result of them stacking. But I feel like when you're playing the comp, that kind of, if you have those big moments, you know, those big gaps essentially where you don't really have defensives, because your main defense is to rotate through trinkets, that's when it gets really, really scary, because you have such a long time, if you're the Golden Guardians, to actually set up the kill So even if you set up a kill and you have like a 2 minute or like maybe a 1 minute, 1 minute and a half window where you can actually get the kill, even if it fails the first time you set it up, you have time to go for it again, maybe even a third time, and eventually you will land the kill when you have those big windows to work with. So Team Liquid, unfortunate, definitely, but also an insane opener from the Golden Guardians, and especially getting that mind games off. It's such a key ability when you're going after hybrid classes and healers. You know, going after things like Ellie Shamans, Moonkins, and also the Evoker, because you're basically just going to nullify that self healing and turn it into damage.
Yep. We'll see. I mean, Liquid, the thing is, after a matchup like that, you really have to shake it off, right? You have to be like, okay, that was a throw. But now they're in a position where their backs are totally against the wall, because if they lose one more, then they're going to be sent down to the lower bracket. And there's a pretty good team in the lower bracket. I mean, they did beat Luminosity Gaming once. Can they do it again? That's a tall order, especially when Luminosity Gaming, talking about them a bit in that lower bracket, they seem to only get better when they lose once. It's like they lose once and they kind of like power up and become their ultimate true self. If you can beat them again, that's great, but that rarely happens. So you definitely don't want to fight the monster in the lower bracket. Liquid's going to have to come back in this one. They're going to Empyrean Domain, so another really large map. And they just have to have a better opener. Can't find themselves in that situation where they're all getting crowd controlled and Golden Guardians is able to totally swarm on them and get that perfect opener that they want. So we'll be looking to see if Liquid can change it up a little bit here.
Yeah, Sam I Am is definitely going to need to not be anywhere near Cedo and Mez. Honestly, Mez shouldn't really be stacked on top of them either, but definitely Sam can't be there. He can at least like reposition in stealth at the start, or take a little bit of a wider angle than that. Because if he's there and he gets triple feared as well, then he's going to need to Trinket Beam, or Mez is going to have to Trinket Tremor in order to save Cedo, because somebody has to shut down that Mind Games. If that Mind Games goes through and they open on Cedo like that, it's going to be lights out. And I feel like Mez getting rushed, by a rogue in stealth that just rushes to sap him, it's a little bit difficult for him to kind of perfectly position in time before that happens. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but they're just going to have to brush that off and try to play more like they did in game number one, because game number one, it did look good, but at the same time, I'm not convinced on this comp, because if you don't get a kill, like usually the sub rogue, so their weakness is that they don't have a lot of sustained damage, right? I feel like at some point that weakness should be exploited, but if you can actually get to 60% dampening without the fact that the sub rogue is doing the least amount of damage kind of mattering, I feel like the offense on the side of Liquid is definitely lacking. Like, they can have perfect defense, but they need to find a better offense somehow.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. We'll have to see if they can figure it out. Right now, obviously, Subtlety Rogues are really strong, and Golden Guardians, they're one of the best to pull it off with that composition or with that specialization. Peekaboo just looking absolutely amazing right now on that Rogue. Liquid, let's see how they position in the opener. I think that's going to be one thing that's really important for me. Can't see this perfect opener that we saw in the last game. Obviously, really disappointing game number 2 here for Liquid. Let's see if they can shake that off, kind of battle it back here. We have a sap now onto Mez. It looks like they are going to be opening up onto Cedo. Maybe actually mixing it up and actually going on Sam I Am. So really trying to keep them guessing. We have a silence now onto Cedo. We have a blind to follow it up. Doesn't look like it just yet. That's an early innervate traded out by Sam I Am, just allowing Cedo to get out some free healing. And with all that additional healing, I feel like Sam and Mez should be completely okay. Now it's going to be up to Liquid to actually try to battle it back, with the crowd control still rolling here. We got a blind into Gouge onto Cedo. It is not over yet, and Sam I Am is forced to play defensive once again.
Yeah, and Mind Games are connecting here onto Sam I Am. Do they have any more crowd control? Emerald Communion for Cedo gets traded out. I think it's a fair trade. They basically used their whole offensive arsenal on the side of the Golden Guardians, but that is a 3-minute cooldown, so there is going to be some windows of opportunity later on for the Golden Guardians. But now Liquid needs to get their offense in order. They did get the Cloak of Shadows from Peekaboo. They also did get one vanish. There's a deep breath by Cedo onto Peekaboo. This is good offense right now. They get a gouge there onto Cedo. Full kidney shot onto Sam I Am. Do they have any follow-up? Absturge. What an insane knock there by Absturge, but he does get rooted. Sam I Am forced to trade out his trinket, though. That was absolutely insane there with that static field totem the combo from Absturge, actually netting them that trinket. So now they got another little cooldown there off the checklist. Sam I Am has no trinket. Cedo has no Emerald Communion. the next time around they might get Sea-Doo's trinket, and that's when the game is really going to start opening up for them. They can get the Bark Skin of Samayam as well. They could take him down in a shadowy duel, could take him down in a smoke bomb if Peekaboo is playing it. I'm not sure. And we are going to see Peekaboo now shadow stepping in, looking for the next assault here. And so far, they are using the map well, consistently repositioning away from Upsurge and WizK. And this is really where Mez needs to try to pop off on that LA Shaman and try to get good counter pressure, because now here comes the next setup. Double cheap shot. They're actually going after Mez, it looks like, keeping them guessing right now. A lot of damage coming out there. There's a silence on the seat. Mind games on the Mez, and he's just going to get destroyed. And that is it. I mean, the Golden Guardians RPS, man, it is so disgusting to look at. How like, you don't even know who they're going after until it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to have to get a replay of that one, see exactly how it did unfold, but that's the thing that makes this team so scary, right? They've built up this synergy with this composition, both offensively and defensively. Talk a lot about WizK and a lot about Peekaboo setting it up, but Upsurge is just such a good healer in these games. He is making Sea-Doo's life so... You saw there the static field totem, but Upsurge is doing such an incredible job, not only constantly rooting Sea-Doo, which makes it really annoying on a preservation evoker, because you're always trying to get that Vernon Embrace and rescues. And when you're getting rooted and when you're getting static field, you don't actually get that full value. So all the little interrupts that Upsurge is getting, the hexes, the roots, the static fields, it just adds on to the pressure that Sea-Doo is really feeling in these matchups. You can see here, this is where Liquid is basically on full-on panic mode. They are running, just playing as defensive as possible. They want to kind of regroup, recalculate, try to figure something out. You can see right now, Mez has no Astral Shift. So 15 seconds left on that Astral Shift. How do they set it up? Because this Astral Shift came up with like 1 second left. We got a cheap shot on Sea-Doo. We got a Hex to follow that up. They don't want to use it, and Mez just takes such a huge hit of damage here. They just full on send it. Peekaboo sends the Shadow Blades, hoping that they underreact, and unfortunately they did. And as a result, Golden Guardians will walk away with a 3-0 here. Really impressive series.
Really, really insane. That Siphon there at the end as well. I mean, Samayam was quick with it. Like, the frustrating thing is that I feel like Samayam actually did everything right there when I rewatched that replay. He pre-burst the cheap shot, so decided to not go after him. Then he, as soon as he comes out of the cheap shot, dispels the Hex. Then he's casting a heal. He cancels the heal and kills off the Siphon. I feel like Samayam did a great job in general with literally everything there. It's just Mez doesn't have Astral Shift, and he's not even the main target on this setup. It looks like they're just like, oh, well, pre-bird. Let's just go after Mez.
He could trinket Burrow too. Like that would have been an option. So he actually does have Burrow. So let's see. I think he could have just trinket burrowed, honestly. And that's what I'm saying. It's like they don't fully commit. Look at Peekaboo. He waits his Shadow Blades. Look at his Shadow Blades cooldown. Still not using it. Still not using it. Still not using it. He's like, hey, well, I guess they're not using anything, so I'll just send it. And he sends the Shadow Blades, right? It's like they bait you into this false sense of security. It happened too in game number 1 where he sent the Symbols of Death when CD was like 20% health. Just like, okay, I guess if they're not going to respect the damage, I'll just send it. And it becomes really hard to make the calculations, right? Where Mez, he's like, I've got I'm 50% health, and I've got 2 seconds left on my Astral Shift, and I'm almost out of a stun. Like, I think we can greet it. And then it's like, oh no, I just took 40% of my health, and I still have 1 second left on my wall. Oh no, now he Shadow Blades. Oh, okay, now I'm dead. It's like, it's really hard. And that's where like this really aggressive kind of not unorthodox, but the move is just so good, or the Golden Guardians are just so good at like keeping their opponents guessing,
Yeah, that's the main thing there. Like, they're just holding their damage until the very last second. Sam actually he canceled his regrowth, but that was to kill off the Siphon, because if he doesn't kill off the Siphon, it's going to be super scary as well. So it's kind of a priority thing, go for the heal or go for the Siphon kill. Goes for the Siphon kill, but it's still not enough there. So really unfortunate for Team Liquid, kind of losing twice like that, because after that game number 1, it didn't look too bad, but that's the thing. I feel like playing on that level that they did in game number 1 in all consecutive games, especially against Golden Guardians, to keep them guessing, it's a tough thing to do.
Yep, certainly is. We're going to take a look here at the bracket. Golden Guardians, of course, in that grand finals position now. Liquid, after that 0-3 loss, will be dropping down to face off, unfortunately, against Luminosity. That's going to be yet another difficult series here. Luminosity got sent down here earlier on by Liquid, actually. So it is a rematch of a game that we saw earlier on. It was Liquid that walked away with a victory. But I do wonder if, coming out after that loss is going to affect their gameplay moving on into this next one. They have been in this position before, Ven, so we'll just have to see how they perform here in the lower finals.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Liquid was the team to send Luminosity Gaming to that lower bracket, but since then, Luminosity Gaming has been on an absolute tear. They 3-0'd Ducamified. They 3-0'd No Answer, 3-1 Super One-Shot Frog. So I feel like they're refocused and more prepared than ever. My big question is, I right now, from the games that I've witnessed this weekend, I feel like Subtlety has to be like, it is. I feel like it's the best melee spec, and I feel like it's just the best rogue spec in general. I haven't really seen Drake play it. They've been playing mostly that assassination rogue, and I feel like in this particular matchup, Luminosity Gaming can just, kind of repeat what the Golden Guardians did. It should be kind of an easy win for them, but they're playing that assassination rogue, and they can only play that assassination rogue. And I think there's an opportunity for Liquid to kind of bring in Trill on the subtlety rogue and actually have a really fair shot in knocking them out.
Yeah, we'll see. Talking to Trill, he says he thinks he's been playing really well. He's been excited to get the practice in with his team, and he's just kind of proud of how they've been doing so far. So we'll see if he does come out to play for this next game. We're going to head to a break. Depending on how Liquid is feeling, they do have the availability of a delay timer, so we'll see how long that does end up being. They're going to be up against Luminosity Gaming up next in just a few. Welcome back, everyone. We are on the second to last game of the day. It is the lower finals here for the North American region. Next one determines who is the winner for Cup number 1 in the NA. But lower finals right now, it's Team Liquid versus Luminosity Gaming. We kind of talked about it a little bit, Zico, before we headed into the break. Luminosity, they did get dropped down here to the lower bracket by Liquid. But since then, they've been having just like kind of a blast, like just continuous 3-0s, 3-1s down here in the lower bracket. So these guys are on a roll, and Liquid, on the other hand, have just come from kind of a devastating loss.
Yeah, that's the thing. Luminosity, they have the momentum. Liquid, they kind of probably still thinking a little bit about the game that they just played against the Golden Guardians. So definitely some psychological advantage there for Luminosity. Luminosity also having, actually, let's table that thought for a second. Rough showing versus GG. Game was super close, and we should have won game 1, I think he means. Game 2 and 3 were definitely a throw. Hopefully we get a second chance in the finals. So Team Liquid, they seem like they're hungry to get that revenge. And I think so is Luminosity, because so far Golden Guardians seems to be the team to beat here.
Yeah, most certainly. Golden Guardians having an incredible weekend so far. Luminosity Gaming, both Luminosity Gaming and Liquid, I'm sure, are hungry for this. They definitely got something to prove here. Loser of this one will be guaranteed third, and then the winner on to the grand finals. So this is a tough one. You want to make any predictions, Van, of maybe what we see here for the blind?
For the blind, I feel like we're going to see Assassination RPS for Luminosity Gaming, and Liquid is going to play the Moonkin Subtlety Rogue Preservation Evoker. So I think we'll end up seeing the same matchup. And I feel like if we do see that, I would actually give a slight edge to Liquid in this one. I feel like they're looking really good with that composition. Like you said, Trill is feeling really confident here. I think it's going to be up to Luminosity Gaming to really make some adjustments. It was a close series if you saw the offline games. But I still would favor the Subtlety Rogue in that matchup.
Yeah, we know the Sub Rogue has definitely been cranking all weekend here, Zico. I mean, if you are Luminosity, though, what maybe if you are playing that RPS into Liquid's composition, what do we want to see from them? What would we like to maybe learn from that last loss against Liquid?
I think for Luminosity, potentially Drake on the Sub Rogue. I feel like the Sub Rogue or the Rogue spec is what kind of made the biggest difference in that matchup. So, I mean, they just saw Golden Guardians beat Liquid with Sub Rogue RPS. Luminosity plays a fantastic RPS. We just haven't seen if Drake has picked up the Sub Rogue or not. So if he has that, they can basically just copy past what happened in that upper bracket. Or maybe they will just do some adaptations, because they faced each other before broadcast in an open bracket, these two teams, and Liquid won 3-2, but it was a close 3-2. It was very back and forth. So honestly, anything can happen. We are going to see the comps that Van Ruki predicted, and we are going to see Drake on the Assassination Rogue.
Yeah,
get it right every once in a while.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I get it right every once in a while, and we are going to be seeing, these two teams go head to head again. This is going to be a crazy series. I mean, the last time these two teams met, it was Luminosity Gaming that fell, but it was as close as it can get. So Liquid's definitely going to have to shake off that last loss, put their best foot forward for this one, as they're going up against a very hungry and difficult opponent.
Yeah, both of these teams hungry to get their revenge against the Golden Guardians. Whoever loses here will be getting knocked down. Whoever advances will get a chance at winning the entire thing right now. We got a setup happening here onto Brain. Full blind onto him. Cyclone onto Prev, though. Drake's in a kidney shot. Here comes Trill on that Sub Rogue, doing decent amount of damage here in that shadowy duel, trying to take down Drake there in a Rogue 1v1 right there, but not able to force out any large cooldowns here. No defensives really being forced out from the side of Luminosity Gaming. And if this game goes on for a long time, I do suspect them to have that late game advantage. However, if Liquid can find those swaps, if Liquid can find those one-shot setups, that's when they get a massive edge here. Prev actually in a kidney shot taking some damage, but the healing tide totem is down while Brain is sitting through crowd control. Nicely placed there. You can see it right next to him, that big totem pulsating, doing a lot of healing here, and that's why everybody on Luminosity is going to be completely fine for now.
And nice setup here. Trill goes for the gouge onto Brain. Mind control from Prev, actually. That's going to get interrupted there by Sea-Doo, kind of backing up his team. Got an interrupt onto Sam I Am. Is he going to be able to find a Cyclone? Looking for it right now. Doesn't look like he can. And I believe Sam I Am is just under so much pressure right now. He's going to be forced away. Kidney shot onto Drake. And Prev's just going to immediately use that life grip to put him to safety. We've got a lightning lasso on Trill as they make a swap. Pressure all over the place right now. Trill is forced to use that Cloak of Shadows. That was a really nice setup there. Stormkeeper available for Brain. He's just blasting Trill. Gets the vanish. Trill is forced to run away. And that was a really good power play there by Luminosity Gaming, getting a lot of Trill's defensives.
Yeah, really nice offensive plays there coming out from Brain, Stormkeeper, and of course that Lightning Lasso doing a lot of work here. And now Drake actually caught up in a kidney shot by Trill. Trill looking for that damage here, not able to find too much. Brain's actually caught up in a sleepwalk, and Sea-Doo so far has been able to do a decent amount of damage on that Evoker. And as I say that, you can see Drake almost dropping right there, and he is that assassination rogue, so he's not going to really have those Eve's bargain cooldown resets here to work with. His cloak is just going to be on a really long cooldown. Same thing with his vanish right now. Sam I Am though taking huge hits of damage right there, forced to use out his trinket in that exchange. Trill also with no Cloak of Shadows. The damage from Prev really is starting to add up. Assassination rogue pressure as well with the multiple bleeds is starting to add up. But Sea-Doo also doing a lot of damage here onto Drake. They're going for the KO. Can they find it? Drake trinketing out right there. Very, very close call. And they get Brain's trinket there as well. So now there's going to be a massive, massive opening. But they're trying to go after Trill here as Sea-Doo is forced to trade out his trinket as well. This game is really ramping up in pace.
Yeah, it definitely is. Super back and forth right now. Sam I Am looking for a Cyclone. He gets interrupted. Drake is going for it. Big kidney shot here. We got to disarm onto Sea-Doo as Prev is just completely blasting him with Void Torrent. Finally gets shut down there by Trill, slowing down that damage. But Shadow Priest right now, if they can free cast, they do a ton of damage. It's not just all instants anymore when they can actually channel these spells. The amount of pressure that they can put out is immense. A big setup there on Drake. This Cyclone from Sam I'm getting huge value. That was a Void Shift from Prev, but they might just kill him through it. Drake is so susceptible right now. They get everything from Luminosity Gaming. What a good push there by Liquid, but at the same time, they need to be careful. Sam I Am caught into the midfield. Looks like Sea-Doo does have the healing to keep him alive, but I mean, Luminosity Gaming just pretty much traded out everything they have to keep Drake alive. That was such a sick setup coming in from Liquid.
Yeah, they got the Void Shift, they got the Spiritling Totem, they got all the trinkets right now. They almost got Prev's Dispersion right here. They might get it out of that Cyclone here if they can find just a little bit of damage or any kind of crowd control onto Brain. And there it is. Psychic Horror actually getting a full sleepwalk there onto Brain, and that will be Prev's Dispersion. Nobody has any cooldowns left. Drake has his Cloak of Shadows in just 5 seconds. They're trying to take him down before that. Trill forced to use out his vanish. How is he going to stay alive? Who is going to be the target of that next setup? They got a cheap shot onto Brain. Into what exactly? It doesn't look like they have any follow-up. Emerald Community trades out for Sea-Doo. Sam I Am in the backline 1v1ing against Drake. Drake has his Cloak of Shadows to work with. They finally do find the Cyclone onto him. Trill, though, dropping dangerously low, trades out his Cloak of Shadows. He still has Sheet Depth to work with. Prev could be going down there as well, as he does catch a couple of flash heals. Catches a big heal there from Brain as well, and it looks like Luminosity barely has managed to stabilize here, and they also got Trill's Cloak of Shadows in that exchange. And they take down Drake right now, though, in the kidney shot. Trinket, Cloak of Shadows from Drake. He gets down on his trinket, and Trill is just a few more cheap shots away here from potentially securing the game. Look at that big damage onto Prev. How is he going to stay alive? Brain trinkets out of the Cyclone, doesn't have any immediate heals, so he gets recloned on his trinket. Kick onto Prev. Prev on 1% HP, barely holding on. Can he stay alive? He's on 1%, and he will not be able to. Team Liquid grabbing first blood here in this series. Excellently played.
It's just crazy, the difference. Like, I feel like Liquid, they did a really good job in this match. Trill was finding the consistent setups, but I feel like at the end there, it was all Sam I Am getting the interrupt on Prev, not allowing him to get some cooldowns out, finding the Cyclones at the right time. Even during that like really big panic moment, it was Sam I Am putting out a bunch of that burst damage and finding the crowd control on Brain that kind of enabled that entire situation. So I feel like Sam had a really good showing here. And yeah, I kind of wonder what Luminosity Gaming is going to do, because these games do not look easy for them. And I don't know. Look at this really close call on Drake here. I think we'll see where the moment was. Got an interrupt here. This might have been the moment where they actually did manage to get pretty much every cooldown. I think that's where Liquid's pressure kind of spiraled out of control. Here it is. Yeah, here's the kidney shot on Drake. Trill pushes forward. Huge damage coming from Sam. Look at his health just melt. They get the Void Shift. Drake is still just dead. And then Brain has to kind of throw in that Spirit Link Totem to keep him alive. So that's what they basically trade out everything that they have. Obviously, Liquid did get pressured quite heavily in this matchup as well, but ultimately it was Luminosity Gaming that fell.
Yeah, it was really back and forth, but I think that moment right there where they got the Trinket, Spirit Link, or the Spirit Link and the Void Shift as well, was definitely a big one. And then here they get the Trinket Cloak of Shadows from Drake, and then they still don't have Dispersion onto Prev right there. They get a cheap shot onto him.
Fire Breath.
Beam onto Brain. They get the Fire Breath. They get a Sleepwalk there. Brain Trinkets out into a Cyclone. So I'm actually getting a precog right there, getting that Cyclone, and then they're able to take down Prev here to even blind.
Let's see, do Living Flame. Living Flame. He's just doing everything he can to try to secure the kill. Living Flame. I think he actually gets a killing blow.
Yes, he did. And look at that damage overall from Sidu. 2.6 mil on that healer evoker. Definitely adding in a lot of extra pressure there, especially during the ghost. You know, it really is what enables a lot of these healer evoker comps to work, is the fact that they can add so much damage while you're going for those kills. That Fire Breath as well, doing a lot of work before the setup is landing.
Yeah, definitely. Just removing all those heal over time effects, getting rid of the Earth Shield, the Riptide. It's a beautiful thing to see. Now, my question is, Luminosity Gaming, are they going to pivot? Are they going to make a change? I don't know. It is entirely possible that they just don't have Subtlety Rogue prepared for this tournament, and maybe going forward they will. So they might just have to kind of stick it out with this assassination. It's the best thing that they have available to them, and see if they can make it work here. But they did select a large map, so we're going to Tolvaron Arena. We'll see what comp they decide to go with.
It's going to be the same. I was just sitting there thinking, when was the last time we saw Ceralium tagged in? I feel
Been a
like
while.
It's been a minute, right? Because, I mean, they have some options, like, you know, Prev could play a Munkin. They could tag in Ceralium. He's played Enhanced Shaman. He probably plays Ellie Shaman as well. Fire Mage. I don't know if Fire Mage would be that good, though, in this matchup. But I feel like there is options, you know, bringing in Ceralium as well. But right now, Luminosity, they've been just playing this RPS for basically all of Dragonflight, and they've looked so good at it as well. So can't really fault them too much for sticking with that composition. But yeah, the Assassination Rogue into the Sub Rogue seems to be really rough, because Trill is able to just get so much work done with these consistent stuns on everybody, whereas Drake, he's just kind of limited to just getting that one kidney shot and trying to bleed everybody up. So they're just a little bit different play styles. Trill's a lot more, you know, burst and then like low damage, burst, whereas Drake's kind of more about high consistent damage with occasional big burst spikes.
I feel like even more than that, it's that Sidu on the Evoker is kind of like a soft counter to Assassination Rogue, right? Like you have the Cauterizing Flame. Every single minute you can remove full bleed effects. So Drake, when he finally does get pressure rolling, it's just an additional thing that the Assassination Rogue has to worry about that the Subtlety Rogue really doesn't care about at all. So that's another thing that Liquid kind of has going in their favor. But Luminosity Gaming, obviously, that was a really close game. I feel like for them, I'd really like to see them continue the pressure on Sam. Like, really try to keep Sam I Am on the back foot, not allow him to get out as many Cyclones, as much control as he is. It can be a difficult thing to do. I feel like Moonkins, they have, or Balanced Druids, they have a lot of ways to actually get those Cyclones out with like the fast cast and precog and stuff like that. So you really have to be on point, not getting faked, because if you get faked, you're guaranteed pretty much going to be in a Cyclone. But if you're nailing the interrupts, then it becomes really difficult for Sam I Am if he's getting interrupted and then into a kidney shot, and then maybe you're out of line of sight or he's pressured too heavily, he has to be in bear form. That's when it becomes really annoying for the Moonkin.
Yeah, I'm actually looking over at Trill's build, and he is not playing Thieves Bargain here. So he is playing Veil of Midnight instead, which basically... it's really good into Assassination Rogues because he can cloak off his bleeds. So his cloak basically becomes an evasion, and it removes his bleeds. So typically you see Thieves Bargain on a lot of these sub-rogues, which basically gives you more cooldown reduction on cloak, on vanish, and things like that. But he's opting for this kind of anti-Assassination Rogue talent. So Trill definitely getting a lot of value here. And also, in addition to that, having that evoker on his side, it makes it so difficult for Drake to actually get a lot of meaningful damage. Anytime Trill pops that Cloak of Shadows, he's basically going to be immortal. In addition to that, he's going to have the evasion as well to work with. So it just gives him another extra cooldown, essentially, just for the Assassination Rogue to deal with. So I think it's an interesting build that he is running, and a lot of these newer talents, it's cool to see what the players decide to do with them.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of options here. I feel like this is definitely a tough one for Drake. Let's see what he can do. I still feel like Samayam's going to be the best target that they can go after, but Trill playing it very patient. Both teams don't want to make too much of a move. Liquid currently leads. This is the best of 5 series. Just as a quick reminder, the winner of this will be going to the grand finals to play against the Golden Guardians. The loser will be eliminated in 3rd place. So lots on the line. I know Liquid does want to get that rematch. We saw it from Seedu's Twitter. It's going to be a priority for them to actually have a really good performance in this Cup #1 and kind of build up that momentum. But both teams really just playing it as safe as you possibly can. I wonder who's going to... Oh, both Rogues see double sap! You don't see that very often. The double sap coming in. Drake and Trill both going to get crowd control. Drake's the one that is in the Cyclone. Trill moving forward and has a little bit of a lead because of that. Not too much, but that was a really funny situation.
Yeah, it's not often you see that. And Drake already forced to trade out his trinket, forced to trade out his Cloak of Shadows here in return for that Shadowy Duel secret technique coming out there. And now it is going to be Trill caught up in a kidney shot. What can they get done with this? They have some crowd control there onto Seedu. They have the silence. They have anything to follow it up. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find anything just yet. They do have Blind available, and there it is. Blind gets traded out there. And it looks like Seedu actually will be trinketing out of that one. So Seedu's trinket already out of the way, but I don't expect a big swap to happen onto Seedu. But that still is, one of those cooldowns off of the checklist. And actually Luminosity Gaming here with a pretty solid opener.
Yeah, definitely not too bad, but they're not pushing the pace. I mean, normally Luminosity Gaming, unless they're finding some sort of wizard setup, they normally are always the ones running in, but it seems like they're playing a little bit more defensive here. Trill's going to get caught into a kidney shot, into a lightning lasso. Oh, is he going to go down? You do not want to throw a game. That was a close call. Trill will use the Cloak of Shadows, and like you said, he has that additional Cloak of Shadows effect of removing all those bleeds, so he's going to be ultra safe every time he uses that. Now a little bit of a setup here onto Prev. Kidney shot into cheap shot. Is there any crowd control? They're just killing him with no crowd control. Prev. Are you kidding me? They managed to get the dispersion. I mean, that was ridiculous. Rain was not even in any crowd control. They just full on sent it and almost killed him and forced the dispersion.
Yeah, that's the power of that incarnation, and it's still rolling here onto Drake. What is he going to do? He has no trinket. He's got no Cloak of Shadows right now. He's got no Vanish. Drake could be in a lot of trouble. They're trying to get around onto Trill. Emerald Communion coming out here by Seedu, and that should be enough to stabilize Trill for now. He catches a big shield from that rescue as well. That was the death mark being committed there, and it has been dispelled for now. Samayam is going to be taking some damage here as well from Prev. Trill trying to push in, but still not feeling confident to do so. Seedu needs to try to top him off here before he can get aggressive. And there it is. They actually get Drake on top of Trill right there. And now Drake all of a sudden is in a lot of trouble. There's the Void Shift, I think, coming out there for Prev. Panic moment here for Luminosity Gaming as they overlap it with Spirit Link. Once again, Drake now cloned on low HP. Full Cyclone onto Brain. What are they going to trade here? Drake trades out the Cloak of Shadows. Is that going to be enough? They go after Samayam here. Nice interrupt there on the Void Torrent of Prev there as well. Trill now caught up in a kidney shot. They're trying to get some work done here onto Trill. They need to get pressure on the side of Luminosity because so far it has been Liquid running away with this game. They're just 1 or 2 setups away potentially from winning the game. They have Drake's Trinket and Vanish, but no more utility here on Prev or Brain.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a tough spot to be in. Brain's mana looking pretty good, even with Seedu at this point of the game. So in terms of the late game, not sure who's actually going to take it. Trill right now in a kidney shot, and Drake basically just kidney shotting anyone that does get close. Follow up Lightning Lasso with the gouge on Seedu when he moves in for the Verdant Embrace. So really good little pushes here by Luminosity Gaming and basically forcing Liquid to the pillar. That's not exactly what you want if you are Liquid, because the more they push in as a unit, the more susceptible they are for Prev getting these double and triple fears, which is really, really strong. Like right now, Seedu's not able to play far away, gets disarmed into the fear, and is a great opportunity for Luminosity to get aggressive. I like this adaptation of just kind of playing a bit cheeky on the pillar and really forcing Liquid's hand. But that enables Prev to get a lot more crowd control, and these setups are pretty devastating here. Samam getting incredibly low, Trill as well at the same time. trying to reverse the pressure here on a Drake with a bash on Brain. Good crowd control, good initiation. Do they have the damage? Cheap shot on Drake. Is he gonna fall? He's got no trinket. Evasion has to be enough, and Brain is forced to drop the healing tide totem, but not the biggest trade, and luckily his team will survive as a result, as it looks like they want to get some pressure here onto Trill. Sam getting caught into the lightning lasso. Good pressure here by Luminosity Gaming. They have multiple targets low at this point, so he has to play catch up. It looks like he will be able to, and Sam still kind of in defiance, wants to make a push, realizes that Drake really doesn't have too much left, and he's getting very aggressive.
Yeah, and they are going to have Brain's Trinket, but no Spirit Link to combo with that. If they can find some crowd control, it's going to be absolutely massive. Cedo actually lifting Drake into Trill there, getting a kidney shot into a cheap shot here. Here's the setup. Cedo, though, in a full fear. Drake going to counter-aggress here onto Trill. A lot of damage coming out. Cedo forced to trade out his Trinket. Is that going to be enough? That means they're going to have a blind for Cedo later on here. And right now, Drake as well, dropping quite low. He does have the Cloak of Shadows to fall back on. They're going to have the Trinket Spirit Link in about 20 seconds here for Brain. He gets caught up in a root, but manages to get out of that one from that solar beam. And now Drake is playing defensive, just trying to stall for those DRs. And there it is, kidney shot, full blind onto Cedo. They could gouge out of it potentially. Emerald Communion does trade, and it looks like they're not going to be able to get too much more here. Actually, bash onto Brain. A lot of pressure onto Sam, a lot of pressure onto Trill. Trill dropping super low. He might just go down here. Gets a shield on 1% HP. Shadowy Duel coming out here for Trill as he looks to try to get counter-aggressive, but still, he is not feeling confident right now, taking so much damage. Shadow stepping back to Cedo, and Cedo in a silence right now. Kidney shot onto Trill. Can they find something here onto Cedo? Cedo dispelling the dot. Can they get the gouge out of that Psychic Corridor? A lot of damage to follow it up. They get the cheap shot here onto Cedo, Garrett onto Trill, Garrett onto Sam. The pressure is absolutely insane right now from Luminosity Gaming, and they are starting to feel extremely confident here in the match. That was a mind control onto Cedo. Can they get any follow-up crowd control? Sam spamming out the regrowths, trying to stabilize for just a second. Kidney shot now onto Prev. Big damage with that orbital strike onto Prev, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to force too much with that. Brain triggering out of a blind there as well. Now Prev is going to be the target. He doesn't have dispersion. There's going to be the Trinket Spirit Link from Brain, but not much defense left here on both sides. Who is going to take this one, Ben?
I really don't know, but I am very worried for Trill right now. A silence onto Cedo. Trill so incredibly low. He's trying to get away. It looks like he will be able to shadow step away, but it is going to be Sam that falls. Just such great pressure there by the side of Luminosity Gaming, and I feel like this strategy worked out really well. Cedo actually was playing kind of a cheeky talent, the swoop up. It's not something you normally see, but he was playing the talent where, I'll just read the tooltip, you can grab an enemy and fly them to a target location. He's basically trying to kidnap Drake a couple times that game behind the pillar to get caught into a stun lock. So definitely like the fact that they're mixing it up in terms of their defensive talents, but I feel like the biggest thing was Luminosity Gaming wasn't pushing the pace this time. They were saying, hey, it's kind of annoying for a Shadow Priest, I feel like, to chase down an Evoker and like overextend in the middle of the map the whole time. So instead, they're playing it very slow. Whoever moves in gets kidney shot. If Cedo wants to move in to heal, he's going to get feared. And then when you have a lot of pressure and dampening's high, then you can move all in. And Brain has his Trinket, he's got Spirit Link, he's got Healing Tide Totem, and he's able to just make the trade. When Sam decides to pull the trigger on his Incarn, a lot of damage, but as long as Brain respects the trade and kind of trades out everything, he kept his team aggressive, and that's when they were able to get this like really high pressure moment where Sam ultimately went down, but Trill is also on the run. It's just a really difficult spot for Cedo to heal in.
Yeah, no, I really like the strategy adaptation. And also, I think the large map made a big difference here for Luminosity Gaming. Not necessarily because of the space on the map, but just because of the size of these pillars, making it really nice actually for Brain and Prev to kind of just get their damage off and just run around the pillar while their damage is kind of rolling. And also for Drake, I feel like he had a lot of defense. So many close calls this game. It really could have gone either way, and I feel like this is a little bit of foreshadowing to what we're going to be expecting in this series. I don't think either side is going to be swapping off their composition. This is what we saw in the open bracket as well. Both of these teams running this comp, and so many fantastic games back and forth there. And I think that's basically what we can expect here as well. I like the adaptations. And now it's going to be on Liquid here. What are they going to do? Are they going to bring it to a smaller map? Are we going to go to Hook Point? What exactly do they want to do? Because it can be a double-edged sword as well. Going to a smaller map is going to enable their sub-rogue to get a lot more setups and find those win conditions. But at the same time, it's also going to enable Drake to play aggressive. They could just flip the script from being kind of a bit more defensive oriented and just be a bit more aggressive instead if the map is too small.
Yep. We'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. Are we going to be going to a really small map? It looks like actually no. So Liquid chooses. I feel like this kind of plays into exactly what Luminosity Gaming wants. They just pick a pillar, pick the big pillar in the center, just run around that, do exactly what you just did on Tolvaron. I wonder if Liquid mixes up the composition, tries to take advantage of the large map that way. They did have a few close calls, but I feel like it's going to be difficult for them to actually finish, and it's very punishing as well. Like I mentioned, for the preservation evoker, when he has to basically, to get off a lot of your effective healing, you need to actually be extremely close to your teammates, using things like Verdant Embrace to move over and empower your heals. And if you do that and you're just getting caught into fears by Prev, it just feels like there's a lot of opportunities for Luminosity Gaming. So I wonder what adaptations that Liquid's going to make in the match. Like, how are they going to position differently? Maybe they play it a little bit more patiently. Maybe they don't push in, but like, what do you think? Do you feel like the longer the game goes, it's better for Luminosity Gaming? Because I kind of feel like that's how this matchup will play out.
Yeah, I think if Luminosity Gaming gets enough time, Prev is just going to take over the game basically on the Shadow Priest. So I do feel like they have the Enrage timer on their side, but at the same time, I feel like Liquid, they just need to find good setups, and it's also easier for them to do in dampening. And also, another thing that's pretty interesting is that Trill is actually keeping up with Drake on overall damage. So Drake's going to have, the Shiv. He's going to have the empowered kind of healing reductions. So he's going to be winning in that way. But in terms of overall damage, it really isn't much difference between Trill's damage and Drake's damage. I think Trill was maybe even ahead of Drake for most of that game. I didn't look at the end scoreboard to actually compare those two, but I think Trill is playing a bit more consistent damage-oriented build where he's going for a lot more rupture damage. And in general, it's interesting to see a lot of these talents that are being used. Trill is playing with the Cloak of Shadow sound that we saw that kind of removes bleeds and is kind of countering Drake. And then they have Cedo, of course, as well, being able to do the same thing. So they really have a lot of ways to specifically target Drake in this matchup, it feels like. And also the what was it called, swoop up that Cedo was playing. I think I've never seen that before, to be honest, but that was really cool as well, because I was wondering, I was like, wait, did he just rescue the enemy? Did he just what was that?
Kidnap him, yeah. They buffed it, actually. They buffed it. They increased the range on it. It used to be really hard to pull off because it had a really short range, but they actually buffed the range, so you can kind of kidnap people from further away now. I think it's good. I mean, Drake's got no trinket. You just grab him, bring him behind the pillar, and then if they're trying to run away, it's good. Like, Samheim could maybe just get a knock or something like that, or Cedo can, and they could just really exploit that talent. So I kind of like it. I feel like it's also worth mentioning, like, one of the reasons why we're seeing sub-rogues be so strong is actually the set bonus, because in the new season, there's actually a new tier that these players are able to utilize, and the set bonus for Subtlety Rogue is quite powerful. It's every single time you use Shadow Dance, it grants you Symbols of Death for 6 seconds and extends the duration of your Rupture. So a little bit of Rupture, but the biggest thing is you get the Symbols of Death, which really makes it so every time you're using that Shadow Dance, it's quite potent burst.
Absolutely. And I feel like it works really well as well with these evokers. We've seen quite a decent amount of these. We've seen like RPS and things like that as well. But I feel like with the evoker, it works really, really good in general because of that oppressing roar that they have, which basically just increases the duration of crowd control. So you basically put a debuff on a target, and then all of a sudden, your stuns are going to be lasting longer. Your mortal coils are going to be lasting longer. All of these different things that we've seen. Having 7-second plus cyclones and things like that is being enabled by that oppressing roar, and especially with a sub rogue on your team, especially when you're playing, sub rogue with a Munkin, you can really go for those super long CC chains with the oppressing roar, or you can go for those really long lockdowns, and that just allows everybody to basically get more damage off during the kills. So I feel like the oppressing roar is definitely a really, really nice ability that the evokers have. In addition to the things that we mentioned with the kidnapping and the extra damage that they're constantly adding in, and also the fire breath dispelling hots, because I feel like that's just good into every single healer. We always talk about how good it is into druids, but it's just so good to basically klepto a target before you go on it. So if you can get a cyclone on somebody into a full charge fight. Of course. I'm the MMR collector. It's what I do. But I feel like it's really good if you can, get those cyclones into a fully charged fire breath, and then you can get on the target and it's completely clean of, Earth Shield and Riptides and all of those hots.
All the good stuff. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Luminosity Gaming definitely looked really solid in that one, but Liquid obviously had lots of opportunities to win, and we'll see how they adapt. Because what I anticipate is Luminosity Gaming is going to be going a straight line to that pillar and just kind of sitting there for quite some time. So we'll see if I'm right about that or how they decide to play. Oh, there it is. They're right at the pillar. Sam-I-Am's going to be moving in. Drake, is he going to find him? That was a really close call. Sam-I-Am opting just to get combat, going into Moonkin form, and just starting off his damage, building it up a little bit, and we'll see where Drake decides to strike.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to be striking at Trillville right now. Full fear onto Sidu. Mind Games coming out here already. A lot of damage here, though, onto Prev. They're going to be prioritizing the Shadow Priest a lot more in this matchup. Prev almost going down without using a single cooldown, but he does manage to get the Desperate Prayer and the Dispersion there in the nick of time. But that was the secret technique. That was the Shadowy Duel. Trill did expend a lot there. The Shadow Blades as well, still rolling there for a second. And Drake now as well, dropping quite low here. Is a full kidney shot. They have a lot of damage here from Sam-I-Am as well. Incarnation is rolling. There's the Fire Breath as well onto all three members here, getting a lot of work done. Trill's in a kidney shot, though. Drake's going to be able to slow them down. They're all stacked up for the Earthen Wall Totem. And you can see like how they're just positioning right now. As soon as they've done their stuns, they're just trying to pull back. But look at Prev already in dangerous times here. What is he going to do? They're pulling Trill back. They're just going to be swapping over onto Drake. But Drake actually getting Cyclone there by Sam-I-Am. And they set up out of the Cyclone. It looks like they're going to try to. And Drake's kind of caught up in no man's land. There's a full kidney shot. There's a full silence on the Sidu, though, as Prev is trying to get some counter pressure going. There's the Mind Games. He actually gets interrupted there. Nice Solar Beam there by Sam-I-Am, just shutting down the damage of that Shadow Priest, as he is very, very potent right now. Sidu in a full blind. Trill is in a kidney shot. Drake trying to get some work done, but he gets disarmed there by Trill. Now Trill looking for the next stun here, looking for the next setup. Who is he going to send it on? And look at Drake already using that big pillar. He's already pulling back, trying to get some dots rolling, and they're just happy to play the slow game.
Yeah, makes perfect sense to me, but I feel like Liquid, they don't necessarily have to make the push. The thing is, every single time Sam-I has Incarnation, Sam-I-Am has Incarnation, you could just outright win the game. I mean, we saw Prev go to 10% health and almost just die without using anything. The Balanced Druid burst is really high, so I feel like if Liquid also is just like, you know what? We're not going to push in. We're going to play safe. Just wait till Sidu has the Nullifying Shroud. Let him drink to full. Let Incarnation come off cooldown. Let Symbols of Death come off cooldown. Yeah. Or the Secret Technique, sorry. I feel like it's good for Liquid also. So they're not kind of playing the game that Luminosity Gaming is baiting them into right now.
Yeah, and they're targeting Prev a lot more on that Shadow Priest, which I do like. But we'll see. Actually, counter kidney shot, counter cheap shot coming out there onto Trill. Drake still has that kidney shot in his back pocket, though. They're going after Drake right now. A lot of damage. There's a secret technique. Oh my goodness. Drake almost getting one tapped right there. He does manage to trade out the Cloak of Shadows without having to use his trinket, though. But still not out of the woods yet. He is in that Earthen Wall Totem. There's a kidney shot now onto Sam-I-Am, and that is going to be Brain dropping that Healing Tide Totem. Should be enough defense here. Nice fake has there by Sam, proccing the precog, gets a full Cyclone onto Prev. About to swap it here onto Brain. Nice bash there onto Brain into a full Cyclone. Full kidney shot onto Prev to shut down the Massive Spell as well. Big damage coming out. There's the Deep Breath as well by Sidu. They're trying to push for the Dispersion. Can they find it? Drake as well with no Cloak of Shadows, dropping quite low right there. Gets Cyclone, and Sam-I-Am with another precog right there. Beautiful faking here from Sam-I-Am. They get a gouge onto Brain, but unfortunately it does break. Trill's in a kidney shot, and Drake trying to pull back here to the rest of his team. And now here comes the damage onto Trill. That's going to be a Spirit Link Totem actually being traded out there by Brain. And now all of a sudden, Luminosity Gaming in a lot of trouble. No Cloak of Shadows, no Spirit Link Totem, and we are just at the starting stages of this game.
I mean, this is very early on. That Incarnation getting a lot done there. Got a cheap shot on Sidu. He trinkets out, trying to keep Trill alive. It's a large amount of damage. Good pressure here from Luminosity Gaming, trying to punish Trill, but I like the way Liquid is playing this one. They just need to live, though. I mean, this is so dangerous. Trill is forced to use a Cloak of Shadows. That was a bit insane. I really didn't expect that. Have Innervate out from Sam-I-Am, just trying to allow Sidu to recover his mana a little bit and get some free healing out. But beautiful totem there by Brain is going to be dragging both Sam-I-Am and Trill into the middle of the map, but they reverse the pressure here. Good damage onto Prev and Drake, who are kind of stuck. They do a kidney shot on Trill. He's getting bursted down. Remember, he just used his Cloak of Shadows, so that's not going to be available for some time. He trades out the Vanish. This is just so back and forth. Health bars are just yo-yoing right now. as both these healers are in a bit of a panic. But look at Sidu. His mana is way ahead of Brain, which is a big difference from last game.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they're just pulling back a little bit more, not consistently playing into the face of Luminosity, unless they feel like they have that advantage, is helping them a lot. Look at that, they're already pulling back right now on the side of Team Liquid, but that is going to allow Brain actually to drink up the full here. So they're really not trying to win that war of attrition against that Shaman. And they're instead just going to try to play around the cooldown. So what do they actually have here? So Trill didn't have his Cloak of Shadows, doesn't have his Trinket, so he's going to be able to get those back. Drake actually pushing in right now, looking for the Sap Samayam, trying to take the Eye. I do believe he actually picked it up right there. And it is going to be a setup coming in here.
Nice immune by Sidu.
Nice deep breath there by Sidu, and immuning the crowd control in the opener to get a solar beam onto Brain. Trill forced to trade out his vanish, and here comes the setup. Cheap shot into a full kidney now onto Drake. Orbital strike coming out there as well from Samayam. He's got the incarnation, a lot of damage potential here onto Drake. Are they ready for it though on the side of Luminosity? They have been able to drink up the full. Trill's in a lot of trouble. He's got no Cloak of Shadows for another 20 seconds. Trill, how is he going to stay alive? He's on 1% HP here. He still has the cheat depth in his back pocket, but really doesn't want to proc that right now. Sidu able to pick him up for now, but defense not looking good right now for Team Liquid. Full gouge on Sidu into full fear, full kidney shot onto Drake, full kidney shot onto Trill. He trinkets out, Shadow steps back, and Samayam every single time I look at this man, he's got a precognition active.
Yeah, he is doing a great job faking at this point, using his Nature's Vigil. It's going to be Drake who's taking the brunt of the damage and forced to retreat. Both these rogues just having to play scared here, just eating kidney shots, eating stuns on diminishing return. And Drake is now safely behind a pillar. They make a swap on Prev. Counter kidney shot here by Drake onto Trill, who has been pressured, like I said, quite heavily so far in this match. He does have the Cloak of Shadows available, and that's going to be a complete save for him with the talents he's using, as long as he can get it off. Now, he doesn't have a trinket, but it's unlikely that Luminosity Gaming is going to be able to burst him down in just one kidney shot. So I feel like as long as Liquid kind of plays it safe, Trill should be okay to make a push here and try to keep up this pressure, but they don't want to get completely baited. I like when Liquid isn't afraid to kind of pull back, wait for the incarn, wait for the cooldown, so they're just going for it, sending damage here onto Drake, but now Trill is in a full kidney shot. Do they have the damage? Rescue comes in, a lightning lasso, beautifully done there by Brain, always following up those kidney shots with the lightning lasso. You'll love to see it, but that rescue from Sidu is more than enough for Trill to survive and not... I actually did trade up the Cloak of Shadows. I thought he was able to save it, but no, he trades the Cloak as well, so now Liquid is in a real tough spot.
Yeah, but they do have Incarnation coming up for Samayam in about 15 seconds, so they're going to have a big chunk of damage. But right now, Trill might not even make it to that point. They got a full kidney there onto Trill, now full kidney onto Drake. Sidu actually trinketing out of something. He trinketed out of a blind right there in that exchange as well. So they were able to get Sidu's trinket. They were able to get Trill's trinket. No defense for that next kidney shot. It could potentially be what ends the game here in favor of Luminosity Gaming if they can set it up right. Prev trinketing out, and here he goes. He's going for that fear. Shadow Step kick gets faked by Samayam. That's going to be huge to shut down this setup right there. They had a nice window there, but Samayam once again blocks it. Now going for the bash there onto Brain and trying to go for the Cyclone, but gets interrupted, gets a nice shot down there as well. Now Trill in a lot of trouble still, activates the evasion. Should be enough defense here to at least block Drake from accessing that damage. And look at Prev instead, forced to use that Desperate Prayer. He doesn't have that dispersion, and that's going to be the Spirit Link instead being traded out. Is that going to be actually be enough? They have so much damage right now. Rolling with this Incarnation, full kidney shot. Samayam smells blood in the water. He goes for the reclone, another precog. There's the Fire Breath, and that is going to be Team Liquid winning game number 3 in an overwhelming amount of damage. I feel like as long as you get to that deep dampening Incarnation, you can just kill through multiple health bars with that Moonkin, and that seems to be the strategy right now.
Yeah, I mean, Samayam is just putting in work there. I really thought Prev was going to be able to survive. He managed to fake the interrupt. He had precog, and he was just spamming flash heals on himself at the same time that Brain was able to drop the Spirit Link Totem. So they just killed him through Spirit Link Totem, killed him through the precog heals, and just completely obliterated him. But that was really close. I mean, both these teams trading blows, trading cooldowns, getting low on health. It really feels like this is one of those series that can definitely go either way. A little bit earlier on in the game where Brain was forced to trade up that Spirit Link Totem. See, Drake is just incredibly low. There's good evasive maneuvers by both these rogues. I feel like they were the main targets. I mean, ultimately it was Prev that fell, but for the majority of the game, it was Drake and Trill that were kind of being targeted down, having to pick their moments to shadow step away. Here's the Incarnation for Samayam. Prev is immediately going to be using that dispersion, but he gets interrupted here. Sam I Am with a beautiful cyclone. Now Trill's really low, and I think this is actually where they're able to just blast Prev with the remainder of that incarnation. The Fury of a Loon, Full Moon's going to be dropping that proc, and this is where they just outright kill him with damage. Brain is forced to trinket, use the Spirit Link. He gets caught into the cyclone, and Prev's just dying. Like, he gets caught into the kidney shot right now. There's no dispersion available. He had used it a little bit earlier, and Brain just doesn't have any tools to keep him alive. A beautiful fire breath there by Sidu, and I feel like Sidu, he's very similar to Meh, I think, where he's very comfortable playing aggressive, pushing in, assisting his team with burst damage. You can see it here on the scoreboard as well. I mean, that burst damage at the right time, I feel like it's contributed to both of their kills and both of their wins.
Yeah, definitely a big factor. But I gotta say, Sam I Am, especially on that replay right there, doing such a good job. There was a KO moment there on Trill. He had no trinket. Sido had no trinket. They were pushing for the win. Sam I Am was going for a cyclone. Then he fakes the shadow step kick, and that's kind of what allowed him to block the kill and then snowball that into pressure as well, which ultimately led to Team Liquid's kill. So. I feel like everybody on Team Liquid right now doing a great job. Trill's playing his role, being evasive on that rogue. Sidu's adding in a lot of damage, getting those fire breaths, getting the disintegrates, playing his role. And Sam I Am as well, doing a fantastic job, honestly, with the fake casting there. He had precog. I wonder how much precog uptime he actually had that game, because I feel like it feels like every single time I looked at his character, oh, he has precog. Oh, he has precog. Oh, there's a cyclone. There's another cyclone. I feel like he was just in the zone right there, getting a lot of work done for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's been having a really good showing on that Moonkin. We have kind of mentioned it. Like, he did win BlizzCon playing Moonkin as well. So, we had the opportunity to interview Waz, and Waz was talking about like some of the reasons why he likes playing the Balance Druid, and it is because you have such an opportunity with your crowd control to make plays, right? Like, you got the Solar Beam that you can pair with the Root. Cyclone is really powerful. You have lots of tools to get those cyclones off. You have Bash. Stuff like that, Typhoon. So if you're actually one of those players that can push in, you kind of realize how all the diminishing returns works. You really can save the day both defensively and offensively. And it's a really fun specialization to play. And it's great to see Sam put on such a show with it. We are going to Dalaran Sewers, a very small map. And keep in mind, the last time in the offline games, so to actually make it into the top 8, this was the map that Liquid won on. They actually won on Dalaran Sewers, I do believe, to eliminate Luminosity Gaming and send them to that lower bracket. So, we'll see if there's going to be a different result here. But Liquid, they're just one away. They got to be happy. They're one away from getting the rematch with the Golden Guardians in the finals.
Yeah, I think, wasn't it on Tiger's Peak?
You might be right. Maybe they lost on this map.
I don't remember, to be honest. But either way, match points for Team Liquid. Team Liquid right now looking absolutely solid, and Luminosity here. This is one of those few times we haven't seen them, if they lose here, not making it to the finals. I feel like every single finals has Luminosity in it, and most of them are Luminosity winning. It's like, I think they lost one cup in the entire last season. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, if Luminosity Gaming loses this, I am willing to have a handshake bet that Rick will be playing Subtlety Rogue next week. Yeah. I guarantee they're going to play it and practice it, and that's what they'll be playing. I would be absolutely blown away if they don't, because I feel like at this point, to me, it's pretty obvious that Subtlety is a superior specialization, especially with the RPS, what we're seeing happen from the Golden Guardian. So if they don't have it prepared for this week, I'd really like to see them have it prepared for next week, because I feel like it opens a lot of options for them.
Absolutely. I wouldn't want to take you up on that handshake bet, because I think the same thing will happen.
A lot on the line.
I mean, when we think about it, right? Drake he's just that guy, right? Warriors are good. Drake's playing Warrior. Monks are good. He's playing Monk. Rogues are good. He's playing Asa. He's playing
Rats are good.
Rats are good. He's the Rat.
He's the Terminator, yeah.
And I don't understand how he picks it all up so effortlessly as well. So I do expect if they get knocked out here, and maybe even if they don't get knocked out here, honestly, that we'll see Drake bring that in. But another player who has been like that as well has been Trill, right? Because he's been playing a lot of Windwalker, in the past. It's been all about Team Liquid's Windwalker GK. We've always been hyping them up, but I really feel like everybody on the team has been stepping up. We've seen Samayam on the Warlock. We've seen, obviously, Samayam on his Mage and his Moonkin, so he's kind of become the ranged specialist, but also Mez, we saw him on the Ellie Shaman earlier. We've seen Mez, obviously, on his DK and on his Warrior, and Trill as well. He's playing a lot of Demon Hunter, a lot of Windwalker, and now we're seeing him on, things like the Sub Rogue. We've seen him on things like the Outlaw Rogue as well in the past. So I feel like everybody on Team Liquid has been stepping up and kind of diversifying and doing their part in terms of multi-classing. So I think that's a big reason to why they look so prepared and why they have so much success right now.
Yep. Gates are opening here on Dalaran Sewers. The Luminosity Gaming backs against the wall. They have to win this if they want to stay alive in the tournament and have a chance to go against the Golden Guardians in the finals. Liquid, they are just one away from closing it out. And this is exactly what they want to do. We have a sap on Brain right now. They are going after Prev. Big damage once again. They need to be careful. Spirit Link Totem.
Whoa.
Spirit Link Totem gets forced in the first 10 seconds of the match. That's a great start for Liquid.
Yeah, they got Ascendance there as well from Brain. So already Brain has no cooldowns left to work with, essentially. He's still going to have his Trinket, but it's not going to do too much if you can't pair it with one of those big emergency heals. There's the Healing Tide as well being popped by Brain, as well as the Earthen Wall Totem. So already a pretty terrible start. Can they get something back, though? They need to get at least Trill's Trinket right now, potentially, and they don't get it, actually. Sidhu's there ready to block the kill with all of that defense. Now they're going after Prev here. Can they find something onto Prev? They do get the Desperate Prayer right there from Prev, but not able to find that Dispersion, which is what they would have liked to find there. Bash onto Brain. Can Samayam get the Cyclone? No. Prev blocks it there with Double Fear, and Drake is going to sit through another Kidney Shot gouge onto Brain. He actually knocks him in the gouge away from his team, but Brain's going to be able to reposition here with the rest of his teammates, and Prev now as well looking for another setup there with the Silence, but not able to find too much. To get a gouge there actually onto Sidhu. They're pushing forward. There's the Psychic Horror onto Sidhu. They have a lot of damage here with the Void Torrent onto Trill. Can they find something? It doesn't look like they're even going to get a Cloak of Shadow. Samayam, though, dropping quite low as well, but he is going to catch a shield, and so far they haven't even gotten a Bark Skin, a Cloak of Shadows, anything here from Team Liquid, and it looks like Team Liquid are slowly building up their momentum.
Yeah, definitely. Prev gets interrupted. He's getting blasted. Samayam just on an absolute tear, knocking everyone away. He's on this balance druid, and he is feeling confident. Going for a Cyclone. Can he find it? A full Cyclone lands on Brain. Samayam going for Wraths and Starfires, trying to take down Prev, but unfortunately Trill is not there to assist. Another Cyclone landing onto Brain there. Now in desperation, he's going to have to play catch-up. He gets caught into a bash. I mean, the crowd control is just never ending from this balance druid. Finally, they have a moment to breathe behind the pillar, but a cheap shot comes in. 2 Star Surges once again. 1 Star Surge, 2 Star Surge. Prev luckily blocks it with his Dispersion, but they're getting the cooldowns out of the way, and that was not even the Incarnation. So if Samayam can hold on here, I feel like Liquid's going to be looking good.
Yeah, and this is match point. Loser gets eliminated. Winner advances to the grand final. Sidhu looking for the sleepwalk. He finds it onto Brain. Can they swap maybe onto Brain here as he gets slept into the map? It doesn't look like it. The sleepwalk does break. They're going after the rogue here once again. Trill, though, could be in a little bit of trouble here. He's walking in. He's trying to set up the termination here. What is he going to do? Actually, nice knock there by Brain. They get the sheep shot onto Brain. They get a kidney shot onto Prev. They force out what here? They get the Desperate Prayer, but they want to get more. There's the Power Infusion as well. Drake actually dropping dangerously low. Forced to trade out his Cloak of Shadows. He still has a Trinket to work with. Earthen Wall Totem that gets dropped here. Prev now trying to counter-aggress back onto Samayam here. A lot of damage coming out here from the Shadow Priest. Kidney shot onto Drain. Trill slowing down the assault. Void Torrent channeled out onto Trill. Sidhu, though, with beautiful defensive positioning, able to block the kill for now. Sidhu's man is not doing too hot here compared to Brain, but in terms of cooldowns, they still have a lot to work with on Team Liquid.
Definitely. Now we have a kidney shot here onto Trill as they are trying to make something happen. Luminosity Gaming has been kind of struggling so far in this match. There's a slight mana lead, and Luminosity Gaming, don't forget, they're very good at riding momentum. If they do end up finding pressure, they can ride that pressure into a win and actually close out the game. Trill right now getting absolutely blasted, and there's no threat of Incarnation for a little while here, so I feel like Luminosity Gaming can feel pretty confident. Trill, though, getting caught into a Psychic Horror. Beautiful interrupt there by Samayam once again. Drake going for it here on Samayam with the kidney shot. We have a little bit of split pressure, but it is Prev just getting absolutely wasted here in the midfield, taking a ton of damage, and Brain is really struggling to keep him alive. That's a full blind. He's forced to make the Trinket, and unfortunately for him, now in a kidney shot, this is just not good news. Prev, if he has to use the dispersion, I really worry for him during that next incarnation. It's coming up in about 30 seconds. I feel like Liquid has a clear win condition.
Yeah, Team Liquid just seconds away from potentially winning this one. They're trying to get the dispersion right now onto Prev. Can they find it? Fire Breath being loaded up by Cedo. He gets feared, actually. They're going after Samayam. Big pressure here for Luminosity. They kick Prev, though, slowing it down a little bit. Prev finally manages to recover. There's the Mind Games. Trail in a lot of trouble here. Cloak of Shadows gets traded out. Emerald Communion overlaps there for Cedo as well. So now Luminosity is starting to get that pressure. Can they snowball it, though, into a win is the question. Bash onto Brain, and Prev knows he's in a lot of trouble. He doesn't want to trade out that dispersion. He wants to hold on to it for as long as possible. And Samayam now with the pre-cook, caught up in a Garrote silence, though, trying to get something going. Trill in a lot of trouble. No Cloak of Shadows. Cedo trinkets out into a full gouge, and they're snowballing that lead here, getting another Psychic Horror here onto Cedo. Not able to find a fear, though, and they're going to be gripping Drake back to the pillar. Drake has evasion. He's got Cloak of Shadows. He's got Cheat Death, and they have Spirit Link as well for Brain. Things are not looking bad here for Luminosity. They're trying to snowball this into a win. Trill dropping quite low right there. Cedo trying to deflect here, trying to keep him alive. Samayam trinketing offensively, trying to get a Cyclone, but he gets Shadow Step kicked, and so much pressure here onto Trill. How is he going to stay alive here, Van?
Yeah, Samayam finally able to get that Cyclone, but that could be the end of the game. Drake in a lot of trouble. Use the Cloak of Shadows, but it's Trill that has nothing left. Cedo's got no healing left. Kidney shot lands, and it looks like Luminosity Gaming might be able to tie it up somehow. Some way. Trill survives. There's a silence. Previs is blasting him right now. And it looks like Trill could fall. Brain, he wants to go for the Hex. He gets Kidney shot. And then we got a dismantle onto Trill, but the healing does come in. But look at Cedo's mana. There's absolutely nothing left. Luminosity Gaming, I feel like this is the position of the game they want. If Drake can just hold on a little bit longer, no way are they going to be able to do it. Samayam and Trill going for the hero play, but a kidney shot on Trill shuts it down. Spirit Link from Brain denies the cross kill, and Luminosity Gaming on Valorant Series tie it up. These two teams, they're so evenly matched. Let's not forget that this was the finals of last year, right? Like, this is the finals of last year's AWC in North America, and these two teams have had these two crazy series so far this week. I mean, this game 5, I feel like has got to be intense.
Yeah, I mean, this game 5, a lot is going to ride on this game number 5, but what a game here. Luminosity Gaming striking back right now, and it looked so bad in the opener for Luminosity Gaming, but they played it, kind of cool and collected, and they were able to slowly but surely get some of those cooldowns back. And I feel like a big, reason why this game went in their way was because of all of those setups that happened onto Prev, where he actually was able to greed that dispersion. If he had to use it, that would have given Team Liquid that opening that they were looking for, but a lot of close calls here back and forth. I think this was one towards the later stages of the game here onto Trill. Look how low he is, and look at that Cyclone by Samayam. Only reason why Trill survives here is because Samayam is able to get those Cyclones out. They get the reclone onto Prev, they get the gouge there onto Drake, they interrupt the Hex there with a kidney shot, and Trill manages to barely hold on. But at this point, Cedo has no mana left. They got nothing left to stay alive with, so they have to go offensive, and they do. Fire Breath comes out, big damage here onto Drake, but once again, it is going to be Brain blocking the kill here, dropping the Spirit Link just for good measure. He knows that this game is basically won. All they need to do is just stay alive. Even Prev actually dropping the Void Shift there, overlapping everybody on Luminosity. They just know it. We just need to press buttons right now, and if we do, we're going to be able to get the kill. But what a hard-fought victory, and Team Liquid is going to have that advantage now in that next game to pick the map and to set up their game number 5.
Games are stressful. Like, I feel stressed out even just watching them and casting them. I imagine how it is for these players. It's just close call after close call. You're barely holding on. You're barely not getting the kill. It's really, really tough. It's mentally fatiguing. I feel like that's one thing. Like, when you're watching the games, you don't fully appreciate what these players are going through. It's just so exhausting having these long battles against such formidable opponents. So we'll see what ends up going down in this game number 5. Like you mentioned, Liquid will have the map advantage. So they have an opportunity to pick a map that will benefit them. Kind of wondering what that is. Like, do you think, I feel like every map has been pretty close, big or small. So maybe they just say, forget about it, Mugambala.
I think it's going to be Tiger's Peak. I think we're going to Tiger's Peak.
You think it's just going to play out exactly like their first series?
Yeah, I think we're just living in a, what is it called, Groundhog Day. Yeah. So I think that's what's going to happen. But we'll see what they decide to do here. I feel like, to build on your point about how mentally fatiguing this must be, imagine for Team Liquid, they just came off. I called it. I did call it. I feel like for Team Liquid, they just came off of that exhausting series against Golden Guardians in the upper bracket as well. And now they're going to need to put all of their eggs in this Tiger here and try to, get that rematch.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot. But we are going to be going to Tiger's Peak, so I feel like it's a relatively neutral map. I honestly, it is Liquid's pick, but I don't feel like it heavily favors them here. So I feel like this is going to be one of those games where it's just whatever team plays better, who makes the better trades, who makes the better calls, who gets aggressive, who greeds it at the right moments. Like that's going to end up who wins this game. But I feel like for Liquid, they have that kind of one-shot opportunity. Like every single time that Sam has his cooldowns available, or even Trill has his cooldowns available, Luminosity Gaming has to be really afraid because the amount of burst damage that Liquid has far outweighs what Luminosity Gaming has. Luminosity Gaming, they have high damage, of course, but it's not the same level of burst where you can just lose instantaneously. So Luminosity Gaming defensively has to really be on point here and kind of bring it to the late game where they can start establishing an advantage.
Yeah. I feel like Luminosity Gaming, they need to try to run Cedo out of mana if we're going to the late game. By the time we get to the late game, Cedo needs to be completely tapped like in that Dalaran game, because if it's more like the Ashaman game where both teams are just being a little bit defensive, Cedo is not really expending that much mana, and then we get into deep dampening and you have Incarn, that's when, Incarn is just going to kill you through everything. So I feel like for Team Liquid, that's going to be a solid win condition for them. Of course, they could always win the game even before that point, by just getting a big sub-rogue one-shot. They could one-shot Drake, they could one-shot Prev. We've seen so many close calls. Even in that last game, the game opened up, Trill came out of stealth, and it was an instant Spirit Link, instant Ascendance, instant Dispersion, things being forced left, right, and center. So one of those moments could easily just lead to a kill, especially in game number 5. You played a long series. You're getting exhausted. The mental fatigue is kicking in. This is where mistakes can definitely happen as well, where somebody might just get one shot. And I feel like if you're playing with the sub-rogue, it's a lot better to be in that situation than if you're playing against the sub-rogue, because as we saw, in that Golden Guardian series, all it really takes is just getting one good opener, getting one, big moment like that, and the team might just underreact and get deleted.
I really wonder what happens. Like, I feel like I kind of know what's going to happen if Liquid makes it into the finals against the Golden Guardians. It'll probably be kind of a repeat series, and they just clean it up and they play their Wizard comp with Mez on the Ellie Shaman. But I really wonder what happens if Luminosity Gaming makes it to the finals. Like, do you think we're just going to an RPS showdown? One thing, like, I was looking at the ladder stats last night. I was looking at what's doing well on the ladder, and one spec that actually is pretty well represented on the ladder, even more than Sub-Rogue, is Ret Paladin. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I wonder if there's any shot we see Luminosity Gaming play any kind of like Ret Paladin composition into the RPS. Like play Demo Ret, like they did in the finals last year. Oh, really? Like the last season, that's what they played in the finals. Like I feel like Demo Ret could still be maybe decent. I guess we'll have to wait and see, because I feel like if they do end up just going with the assassination for sub, it's not really that great of a matchup for them. So kind of just thinking about the future right now. We could turn our attention to Tiger's Peak, though. We are tied up. After this game, we will have a winner, a very clear winner, and a very clear loser who will be eliminated in third place. So we'll see what goes down, how Liquid is going to pivot. This is their map pick, so hopefully that is enough for them to pull off that win.
I want to ask you, who do you think has a better shot of beating Golden Guardians between these two teams? Do you think Liquid, if they clean up their Wizard, or do you think Luminosity with, whatever we're going to see, RPS
I don't know.
Ret Demo? I know, I'm putting you on the spot right now.
Who has a better shot of beating the Golden? I mean, my prediction for this tournament was that Golden Guardians was going to win and Liquid was going to get second place. That was my prediction before anything had even played out. So for the prophecy to be true, Liquid has to win this one. And I want to say that they have a better shot. If Luminosity Gaming is going to play the Assassination Rogue RPS, I really have to heavily favor Peekaboo on that Subtlety Rogue.
Yeah. I have the same prediction. So for the sakes of us looking good, I hope that Team Liquid wins. But I feel like I don't have a lot of faith in the Ellie Boomkin that they were playing. I don't know. To me, it just, even when it looked good, it didn't look that good. You know what I mean? It didn't look like, oh, okay, well, they, you know, like it didn't feel like it was that good. But you know, hopefully they can prove me wrong. Team Liquid, though, they're going to need to make it happen right now. This is their map pick. This is their comp advantage. Game number 5 between Luminosity Gaming and Team Liquid. Lower bracket finals here in North America. Loser gets kicked out in 3rd place. Winner will be advancing to face off against the Golden Guardians' deadly RPS. Who is going to take it? We are about to find out.
Yep, Trill moving in right now in stealth. Let's see what he can get done. Is he going to open? Looks like they are going to be opening up onto Prev. Trill kind of allowing himself to get opened up here. It's going to be a Garrote, though, onto Sam Miami to follow up kidney shot. Very standard for Drake. Gets the Garrote on the Wizard. Kidney shot on the Rogue to shut him down and start getting pressure rolling on multiple targets.
Yeah, and we're going to see already Trill getting feared up right now in that shadowy duel. Really not getting anything going with that shadowy duel there. He's going to basically waste his Shadow Blades there. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. They do get an evasion out of Drake right there, but that Cloak of Shadows, that Trinket, really are the cooldowns that they were hoping to get right now. Drake's still not out of the woods just yet, though. He's doing a good job kiting. There's a kidney shot onto Prev, counter kidney shot onto Trill, and just kiting away here on Assassination Rogue. Prev trying to get some damage rolling here onto Trill, and they're just leaving Prev actually free cast right now, doing a great job here, building up that momentum. Sam I am, though, going to be landing a Cyclone onto Prev. There's a cheaper onto Brain. A lot of trouble here for Drake. Preemptive Vanish, though. His Sheet Dev actually procced right there. What was that? I think that was a Sam I am just popping off, and they still might be forcing more cooldowns. There's the Cloak of Shadows for Drake now as well. Blind onto Brain, Gouge onto Brain, Kidney Shot onto Trill. They're trying to get some counter pressure here. Silence onto Sidu. Can they find any more cooldowns? Doesn't look like it. Full Cyclone here onto Drake, and they got no cooldowns out of that. There's a bash onto Brain. Can they find any follow-up here onto Brain? They could potentially take down Drake here in the opener.
Sam I am just on an absolute tear on that Moonkin once again. Drake cheated death. He had to trade the Vandals. Look at Drake. He's got nothing. There are 0 cooldowns left for Drake. He's 100% reliant on his team to actually survive during this moment. And right now, Liquid, they are not afraid. They are pushing in, but Trill gets caught into a kidney shot, and this is the counter pressure that we needed to see. Now Trill is going to be afraid. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. He's got no Trinket. And finally, a little pressure here for Luminosity Gaming, but it's going to be Prev on the back foot once again, forced into the dispersion. Beautiful double fear onto Trill and Sam, but Sam I am looking for a Cyclone. Unfortunately for him, not able to find it, but Liquid is just pushing in. They seem very unafraid in this match so far, and they want to continue this momentum.
Yeah, and they have so many good targets right now. Prev still under 50% HP, uses the Desperate Prayer. There's the Psychic Horror as well onto Sidu. Can they find any follow-up crowd control? They get the Silence, full kidney shot there onto Trill, full kidney shot onto Prev. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. He gets disarmed there, beautifully timed by Drake. Disarms him and then just runs away. Keeps the bleeds ticking here onto Trill. He's really just playing basically a UA Warlock at this point, just dotting and running. Prev with a nice fake cast there as well, gets a double fear. Mind games coming in here. Nice preemptive vanish there by Trill. Reading the situation, realizing that he was going to be in a lot of trouble. There's a full kidney shot onto Brain, full Cyclone onto Brain, full kidney shot onto Trill. A lot of damage coming out there, but Sidu is ready to block it once again. Sidu's mana looking fantastic. Prev with nothing left. How is he going to stay alive? Full kidney shot, and Trill as well, though, taking a lot of counter pressure here from Drake. Anytime they leave Prev, or anytime they leave Drake open, that means that Prev is going to be able to do what he wants, and the vice versa as well. Sidu right now with a nice deep breath. Here comes the damage. There's the Spirit Link by Brain. He's ready to block it. There's a full sleep, though, onto Brain. They're going after Trill, though, and trying to stall that damage. Drake could be in a lot of trouble here. Brain needs to bomb out the heals with the Spirit Walker's Grace. Can he get enough heals, though, is the question. There's a full gouge onto Brain. It breaks early. Drake still in a lot of trouble. Has the Cloak of Shadows, has the Trinket, though, and Prev does have his dispersion, so a lot of defense has rotated back up here for Luminosity, but so far it's not been pretty.
Yeah, this is trouble time. Drake right now in a kidney shot once again will use the Cloak of Shadows, but gets the counter kidney here onto Trill. Beautiful Earthen Wall Totem there by Brain. They're going to be slowing down some of the damage. Sam I am looking for a Cyclone. Can he find the interrupt? Beautiful double fear, but it's not going to land onto Sidu. He's going to be able to use that tree projection to remove all those heal or damage over time effects and just allow his team to continue to make a push with that very powerful heal over time effect. but Trill gets caught into a stun. Basically a little solo play here. Look at Sam-I-Am. He's just dead in the backline. This pressure here from Prev is absolutely crazy. Kidney shot onto Sea-Doo, and they are making a push. Dispersion is forced out there by Prev. It's a beautiful cyclone by Sam, and this is such a chaotic game. Like, I don't even know what's going on right now. Sam-I-Am somehow dead. Trill's dead. Drake's dead. Prev's dead. The amount of pressure both these teams are putting out is absolutely insane. This is the last game of the series, so keep in mind the loser of this will be eliminated. The winner gets into the finals. Kitty shot now on Trill. He trades the trinket, but might have to trade the cloak of shadows. He's so greedy. He does trade it out finally, and now going for counter pressure here on Prev, and that's going to be the end of the game. Brain has nothing left, and that was just so much offense from Liquid. Like, I'm really surprised at how crazy chaotic that game was. I feel like Liquid was just pushing the pace from start to finish. That was a very impressive performance.
Absolutely unreal. So back and forth, both of these teams really putting on a show for us here. I feel like this was such an amazing series, and this was such an amazing game number 5 as well. At some point, it looked like Sam-I-Am was going to go down. Trill is trying to be greeted with his Cloak of Shadows. Looks like he's going to go down. Earlier on, at the start of the game, Drake just procs his cheat death, basically, out of thin air, and it's just so much back and forth here in this one. But we can see some of those final moments here. Drake caught up in a kidney shot, a lot of damage coming out onto him, and then they turn it around there onto Trill. And this is where Sam-I-Am almost just died to what exactly here? Look at that. He dropped to like sub 10% right there for just a split second, but Sea-Doo manages to stabilize him, and then they go after Prev. This is where they get the dispersion, and they get it, and then immediately swap over to Drake. Sam-I-Am still taking a lot of pressure here, but luckily for him, Prev is in a cyclone. Otherwise, Sam-I-Am, I think, would have just gone down right there. Sea-Doo didn't really have too much healing to work with. He gets hexed, immediately dispelled there by Sam-I-Am. Nice root totem there, or a static field totem, to bring them back in for that fear. Forces out the Emerald Communion. Then they get the kidney shot on the Trill. He's being greedy with his Cloak of Shadows here, trying to buy a few more extra seconds. Eventually, they pull the trigger on it, and then they get the Orbital Strike to get the damage here with that Incarnation onto Prev. He's caught up, behind enemy lines. And you can see Sea-Doo loading up the Fire Breath, loading up the Living Flames, getting the damage going there. And Team Liquid barely takes it 3-2 and advance to the grand finals of Cup number 1 here in North America. And they're going to get that rematch now against the Golden Guardians and Peekaboo.
I'm really excited to see what they're going to end up doing there. Are we going to see Trill? Like, is Trill going to come in on the subtlety rogue? Are they going to continue their push with Mez? I feel like I would almost like to see Trill on the rogue. I feel like so far they look like they're looking really well, or they're looking good, and I think they're playing really well with this composition, with the subtlety rogue Moonkin. So I'd like to see them just go for it. I mean, they lost the last series. Sure, there was some throw games, but overall, I just have a lot more faith in this composition. I feel like playing double wizard setups into RPS favors the RPS most of the time, right? Like, traditionally, RPS has been that composition that is played into 2 casters and does really well. So I feel like they should make the change, but we'll have to wait and see what they think.
Yep, we certainly will then. That is going to be it for Luminosity. Incredible weekend by them. They are going to finish in 3rd place. However, Liquid, like we've stated, moving on. Golden Guardians, that is going to be the last series of the day. That's going to conclude North America for Cup number 1. We can take a look at the bracket here, see how exactly we got here. As we've mentioned so many times throughout this series, Liquid actually knocked Luminosity down to the lower bracket initially, and now 3-2 is the score for that rematch, and they're back up here to the Golden Guardians to face them once again. So they had luck with their first rematch. Let's see if they have luck for their second one here in the grand finals. That was definitely a rough score. If you look at it, 3-0 was Golden Guardians versus Liquid in the semifinals. Now the grand finals, that's really where it counts. It's going to be best of 7 as well. We're going to head to a break before we can figure out what exactly Team Liquid has in store for us. Here's that tweet as well that Sea-Doo tweeted before the game that we just saw. So maybe he is in a little bit of a better headspace as we head into this next one, because that was definitely a big W, very close as well. I'm sure their hearts are racing after that win. So we are going to check out for just a moment before we get to that Golden Guardians versus Liquid series. Hopefully they can get some rest, because 3 games in a row, 3 series in a row, especially when they get that intense, I'm sure are not easy. So to a break we go. Golden Guardians versus Liquid coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. It is the North American Finals for Cup number 1 here. Best of 7. It's Golden Guardians facing off against Team Liquid.
Okay, let's hope to see Sea-Doo not have a repeat of the last series that went down so rapidly here. And their first game was really tight, really close, really long, brutal fights. So hopefully they're going to find a faster way to cut it down, bringing Trill on the Rogue as opposed to Mez on the Elemental Shaman. Kidney shots onto Sea-Doo, and the Golden Guardians are leading the charge with massive damage onto Trill as time dilation comes out from Sea-Doo at the last possible second. It should enable him to recover Trill into the fight. Now Trill's trying to turn it around. Cheap shots onto Peekaboo, but not really able to connect. The Cyclone onto Absturge, trying to find more follow-up damage, but not really finding it. Still, that pre-Earthen Wall totem of Absturge is reducing so much damage on his team right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see now the silence thrown there over onto Sea-Doo. You're going to use that rescue me to try to pull Trill away to safety. He was being focused pretty heavily, but Peekaboo just stacking on top of Sea-Doo, trying to get him with those kicks. You can see the clone did land on him, but it was swapped then over onto WizK, who has no trinket right now. Another clone thrown out. There's the blind over onto Absturge, but Absturge is just sitting through it. Can they have anything to follow it up? There's a DR clone coming out. A kick over onto WizK, but really no pressure gained with that blind from Trill whatsoever. They were shutting them down completely, and now Trill down incredibly low, has the last split second there. Trinket and Cloak and the cheat death procced as well. They're trying to turn it around on WizK, though. WizK getting very low. There's the disperse. So Liquid do get something back, and a great clone on that low HP Shadow Priest. Anything followed up. The light swap comes through. Oh my god, the damage coming out, almost one shot Peekaboo as well.
This is such a spiky game with subtlety rogues on both sides here. Neither one has a trinket, and either one could explode at any moment. Trill evasions on the dismantle. Sea-Doo's into a fear. Trill is critically low. Can he pick him up in time? Time dilation stalls the fight. Now a kidney shot on Peekaboo with no trinket. Bash onto Absturge. Can they get the follow-up crowd control? It doesn't look like it, and Peekaboo should stabilize. It's Trill on the back foot. Sea-Doo gets a huge recovery, and Trill is trying to disengage away from the fight, knowing that he's got no trinket. He's going to be susceptible to going down, but that means they're just switching to Sam-I-Am, pinning him in bear form. He typhoons Peekaboo away, retreating back to the pillar, but Absturge is pushing up with Peekaboo. They are relentless. They are aggressive. They're going to stay with an offensive stance on this offensive pillar, still trying to keep Trill in combat, spam purging him, getting ready to root him up. The kidney shot WizK, I think it's more so for crowd control. They're going to cyclone him out, try and reposition. Peekaboo's trying to re-stealth. Sea-Doo's trying to stop him. Is Peekaboo able to slip into stealth here? He's got Shadowy Duel, man. He could do a one-shot KO here in just a moment. There's no Emerald Communion, so Peekaboo's in stealth, and I think that's what he's lurking to do. If he can get some crowd control, he's got to get rid of that Shroud, though, of Sea-Doo, as he's immune to the next 3 crowd control effects before he goes for the opener. They purge off the Shroud. They're ready to go, full blind, but a one-shot on WizK out of nowhere. He's down to 30%, almost dying, but here comes the one-shot from Peekaboo with that Shadow Blades. He can't connect any damage, it looks like, though. Who's he going after, ultimately? No damage just yet from Peekaboo with this cooldown activation is a bit surprising.
I mean, he went on to Trill, but now the damage is coming in from WizK there, as there's the kidney shot over onto Sea-Doo. Trill throws a kidney, though, onto Peekaboo, trying to stop him. Now the gouge coming in onto Sea-Doo. They're stacking in on top of Sea-Doo. They're trying to shut him down. There's the Hex. It's going to be looking like a trinket forced out there by Sea-Doo, so no Dispel able to come through from Sam. Maybe there's cross CC available, but you can see the fear now onto Sea-Doo. He's just getting destroyed by this CC. Dismantle comes through onto Trill. WizK still pumping damage out. Trill dangerously low. Sam falling really low as well, and Peekaboo's back behind the pillar. He's looking for a re-stealth here, so Sea-Doo will have some time to try to recover, but not very much, as there's the cheap shot in onto Sam-I-Am. A cheap shot to Peel comes in from Trill, as Trill's trying to turn it around onto Peekaboo. Finally, Sea-Doo has stabilized the team, but they're missing their trinket, and it's going to be off sync with the blind, and that could be the window that Golden Guardians can look for. 40 seconds until that blind is going to come up here. It's going to be up about 10 seconds before Sea-Doo actually has his trinket, and that could be the window that Golden Guardians use to win.
Another kidney shot onto WizK, getting nothing done. Sea-Doo trying to get a deep breath damage out here and immune some crowd control. I don't know if he managed to hit any important ones, but he does get cheap shot. WizK is still low. They're pushing for dispersion. He's so low. He needs to trade. Void Shift comes out at the last second there. And now with Cyclone into Absturge, he's low health. WizK gets interrupted, and Sam-I-Am is laying in. He's got that Fury of Elune. He's generating tons of astral power. He's going to have so many Star Surges. They're switching it on to Peekaboo. No Cloak of Shadows. Spirit Link Totem has to come down within the same 20-second time span as Void Shift. This is really
really bad for the Golden Guardians. They need to get something going on this next push. There's the double fear. Can they close in for the kill? Peekaboo connects. Trill is isolated. Emerald Communion comes out from C2. He pushes him out of range with that static field totem to try and secure the kill into a silence. And Trill, where is he going to go? Void Torrent fully channeled. Massive damage. Shadowward death range. Time dilation stalls the fight again for C2. And a clutch cyclone onto Peekaboo denies his damage long enough. Trill's back in the fight. They're going after Peekaboo. He's going to trinket right away and dismantle Trill. He doesn't want to fall behind. C2 has to trinket out of kidney shot. It's a race to the finish, and Trill will just explode. Boom goes the dynamite. Golden Guardians take it.
Yeah, I didn't actually think they were going to be able to get a kill there because the blind that came out from Peekaboo was double, if not triple DR onto C2. So C2 got out of that blind pretty much instantly when it came through, and I thought he was going to have time to actually pick Trill back up, but Trill still didn't have the cheat death back from the very beginning of the game and just got exploded by WizK and Peekaboo. They turned it around on him very, very quickly. An exciting back and forth game. Both teams getting really close to kills multiple times, but it's Golden Guardians that do come out on top, and I have to give them a lot of credit for how disruptive they were to C2. They're constantly pushing in, trying to play on top of him, trying to stack on top of C2 nonstop to hit him with the gouges, hit him with stuns. And this is just after, I guess, or oh no, this is earlier in the game when Trill, was almost going down there. The fear comes in, the silence is there to follow it up onto C2. You can see the static field totem getting thrown down again, and this is where Trill got quite low. And we saw Liquid turn it around, got WizK really low, which I think was right about now, where they get Pika low, and then they actually swap over onto WizK, and they force out his disperse. So a lot of cooldowns were getting forced, kind of back and forth.
Oh, this is such a crazy game. I feel like if you got a heart condition, this might be a series you need to avoid because it is just going to be a roller coaster of health bars going up and down and screams if these are the compositions both teams decide to keep going for. And this is that last second where we're thinking Trill might be okay because he's got time dilation. It staggers damage. C2 gets a big heal at the end of the blind, and you're thinking maybe Trill's going to survive here. And then Peekaboo, he trinkets a stun and dismantles and just completely destroys Trill in the dismantle. C2's into a kidney shot, and how much damage he trinkets right away in one cheap shot from half health. Just gets destroyed.
I'm kind of shocked. I mean, that was it was like a 2-second blind, right? So it was DR blind came through. C2 gets out of that. His trinket comes back up. He spirit bloomed him, then dream projection cleared all his dots and gets the like dream projection hot on him, and then put another hot on him, then gets CC'd and Trill just dies. Like, that was crazy damage. WizK must have done so much there because I don't think that was really a lot from Peekaboo at the end. It seemed like it was mostly Wiz that just kind of lit him up, and it was just Peekaboo, mostly there for the CC, the dismantle, and then goes over and stuns C2 up. And, as you say, like, even that stun from C2 was trinketed, so just kind of a shocking amount of damage coming through there. Didn't think that they were going to be able to actually make that kill happen.
Let's see. I think it's got to be Secret Technique and a Shadowward Death. It's probably like 200 plus K damage.
Yeah, that's one of those that's just like an insta-kill, right? Because he actually gets put to full health. So here it is again. The blind expires. C2's trinket comes up right now. You can see Spirit Bloom on him. Dream Projection clears all the hots. Puts up another hot on him. There's the kidney shot. That's trinketed immediately by C2. And just dead. And it was secret technique, and
that was like a 200K secret technique.
Yeah,
that was at least 140 plus, I think, at least.
Yeah.
From Peekaboo, that's a big crit for sure.
That is,
but
not
I mean, WizK's damage is impressive too.
Yep.
Being top damage against Boomkin. I mean, we've been seeing Boomkins in pretty much every series almost. I think maybe a couple where there hasn't been, and they've been doing top damage. So WizK's having an impressive showing here in game number 1. Doing clearly more damage than everybody else, so definitely supporting
and look
for Peekaboo to have those opportunities. And
he did
the hybrid healing
is the healing.
Hybrid healing is definitely powerful. I think it's in 10.1.5 that they're nerfing some hybrid healing effects like Vampiric Embrace, Ancestral Guidance, and Nature's Vigil are getting their durations reduced or something like that. I think it's more intended for Mythic Plus, but it is going to have implications in PvP. Here we're jumping into Hook Point, game number 2. Golden Guardians are obviously not going to be changing their comp. I mean, this seems to be their patch, and this is their comp, man. When this comp is in their patch, like, I don't know if anybody is going to be able to beat them. So Liquid, I'm imagining, play the same comp. Otherwise, it doesn't make much sense to pick Hook Point.
It was also so close, right? Like, they almost killed people multiple times. I feel like you have to stick with it. But never mind. Okay.
A Death Knight. What is that?
I have not seen
forgot
like
those
any
existed.
melee cleaves at all on this patch do well. So this is gonna be.
But this is what killed the Golden Guardians before.
Yeah.
This is like old tech. This is like
Frost DK Windwalker. This is like mains. You know, you're busting up the mains out of nowhere. So this will be interesting to see how it actually works, because they are obviously on TRR. They have full TR gear, so they can really customize their races, their specs, their setups, everything to try to go at Golden Guardians here. And they are on hook point. So this is interesting, because this is going to be, to me, like defines the whole series, right? If you go in and this just completely flops, you're probably done. You know, you're going to be pretty far behind, and there's going to be so many map choices for Golden Guardians. Like, they're in their comfort zone, as you said. This is like their comp, and it's really strong on this patch. So I feel like this is almost a must win for Liquid pretty much right away.
I mean, we say it's Liquid's bread and butter, but when is the last time they played it?
A long time ago.
Like, even if I watch their stream or I see them on the ladder, like, it's their mains, but the last time they played it, I feel like was like 2 years ago. But like, I swear I haven't seen them play this comp in a long time.
Death Knight still, just people won't play with them.
I mean, when you go on a stream, he's like a Ret Paladin and Ellie Shaman. I haven't seen him on a Death Knight in a really long time. So hopefully this comp isn't rusty. But I mean, theoretically in the past, this comp, Death Knight comp, stomped the Golden Guardians. That was what they couldn't beat. So it makes sense to at least try it. But Death Knight's not in the best spot right now. And I would say Windwalker and Evoker Healer are both like the easiest classes in the game for a sub-rogue to kill. And they're both on the same team. So
you're really,
I don't know if it's going to work.
Stuns, right? Like that is the biggest problem, especially with Windwalker, is how vulnerable you are in stuns. And as you say, Sidu doesn't have a hybrid on his team. He doesn't have a Moonkin, so like he's way more vulnerable too, just not having that Moonkin. Because if you try to look at Sidu, you know, when they're playing sub rogue and Moonkin, there's so much peel for him. Frost DK and Windwalker cannot peel nearly as reliably as a Moonkin and a sub rogue. So this is going to be interesting. You know, they definitely are going to be able to put out a lot of damage, but you know, I'm not even sure, like in current day, like who they want to go for, because as you say, they haven't played this in tournaments in so long, and to me it's like this was the like run down the blue style like comp, you know, like train the blue, go for shaman start to finish. But I don't know if that's going to actually work or not these days. So it'll be interesting to see if their strategy is to like go on WizK and just try to like, you know, interrupt all his damage and then go peekaboo and heals, or if they're trying to just like full stack them and send healer every single time, because that has been like the Frost DK special forever, is you try to grip people in, you know, and get them all in AoE stuns and just burst down the healer alongside everyone else.
I think that is the goal. Stack everybody up, get the triple Cindergosa, get the triple Deep Breath, triple Fist of Fury, just cleave as many people as possible and kill their whole team. I mean, this composition,
so you think it's just targets of opportunity, not just train one?
Yeah. I think it's maybe you go Shadow Priest, Grip Shaman. I think
that makes no sense.
Leave Shadow Priest open. But this comp is basically no peels, only damage. And I'm very worried that if they don't win in their first grip setup, that they will just explode after that point.
Well, so I don't think they're going to win in the first grip setup. I think Golden Guardians are going to press buttons.
All right, let's see what they can do here. The gates are about to open here, and Liquid are bringing out the Zug in a wizard meta. Is it going to work? Already sapping Mez, blind on Sidu, triple crowd control from Peekaboo. Look at this initiation. Everybody is CC'd. Silence onto Sidu's trinket, but he does ultimately connect that time dilation. He does get feared for a quarter. They're waiting for that time dilation. Trying to bait some trinkets, they're not finding it. Sidu dispelling off the dots. Trill connecting onto WizK. Peekaboo in stealth, away from the fight. Doesn't want to stack up and get cleaved with the Shadow Priest. So he's going to wait in stealth for a moment of opportunity. Wait for the DRs. Goes for a gouge. Another cheap shot on the Fist of Fury instantly by Peekaboo. Peekaboo's hard carrying this crowd control right now. Trill immediately trinketing and trading Touch of Karma and Diffuse. Now trying to get offensive. Double leg sweep. Double Cindergosa. Blinding Sleet is bouncing. Massive damage incoming from Mez. Sleep onto Absturge by Sidu. And can they close out a kill? They get Dispersion and Evasion. They're swapping to the healer and the Strangulate, possibly. No, still sticking on to Peekaboo through the evasion. He's stunned up. Is he going to go down? He's got She Death. They've got Spirit Link. He's so low. They're holding on to it. They're greedy. They get a kidney shot now onto Trill. Cheap onto Sidu into a silence. Are they going to take him down outright? He survives the stun lock. He can dampen harm, and Emerald Communion from Sidu should be enough to survive. But no trinket Sidu, no trinket Trill. I mean, Peekaboo's just waiting to kill.
It's definitely scary now. Missing the communion, missing those trinkets, so they kind of have to go on the run, and they only got the trinket off of WizK. They never got trinket from Sturge. They never got trinket from Peekaboo, and that is going to be a big problem here as WizK now, you know, pushing out, trying to get this mind games down. There's already the fear onto Sidu. Trill's in so much trouble. The kidney shot is there. The Hex is there to follow. Trill getting really, really low. The silence now comes in onto Sidu. All these mini CCs are now finally expiring. The Dream Projection comes out, so he cleanses off all those dots. Peekaboo, though, looking to get over to Sidu to potentially get more CC, and now trying to go back behind the pillar, looking for a restealth. They want to get a clean opener here and a clean reset, but Mez and Trill do not want to let it happen, but the life grip comes through. There's a blind defensively over on a Trill, so Peekaboo really wants to reset right now, does not want to fight without his trinket. He had to use his trinket offensively during that go, and that means he is really vulnerable to getting 100 to 0, and they're trying to play with respect to that. Even as I say, using that blind defensively, now using the Shadow Step over towards WizK, just trying to kite it out as best as he possibly can. There's the gouge over on a Sea-Doo. Now they're going hard onto Trill. The blinding sleet, though, comes across from Mez, so he peels up on both of them. You can see the static field totem, though, beautifully placed by Absterge, pulling away both those melees off of his Shadow Priest, so both teams shutting down the go, but now the double leg sweep is there, and in comes Peekaboo, is in so much trouble, and you can see they're all getting cleaved. They can turn to Sturge now in the Spirit Link if they want. There's the Strangulate onto Absterge. He's going to be in a lot of trouble potentially here as well, as everyone is rotting down, but it does seem that, at least for now, Sturge has stabilized with this Earthen Wall totem.
All right, Absterge, are you going to get away from the fight here? He's in an Earthen Wall Kidney on Sea-Doo. They're doing another setup, but Trill has a massive shield on him at the moment. Now rescued for more absorption, and Absterge is getting trained down by Mez. It looks like Trill is going after him as well. It might be all or nothing to kill Absterge. There's the Asphyxiate. Can they zug their way to victory? They grip the knock, then connect back onto Absterge. He's running away from Trill. He's trying to escape to safety. He ducks around the corner. He is running Burrow. He can go beneath the ground and immune damage if he needs to, so they're giving up that pursuit. Going back into WizK, trying to play it safe. Sea-Doo still got no trinket. He pre-walls. Sea-Doo knows he's a target, so he's going to activate that defensive before he's stunned, but Peekaboo's patient. He's waiting. He's got that secret technique. I think he's going to one-shot Sea-Doo. If he's got secret technique, Shadowy Duel, I think he could easily kill Sea-Doo with no defense. They silence him at the moment. Peekaboo's at the fence line, looking like he wants to try and re-stealth. Absterge in position to try and get a root here in a second. Peekaboo gets rooted out of stealth with that landslide, but he's going for it anyways. Shadow Step Kidney, no trinket. Sea-Doo in trouble. Zone comes in. Is Zone going to be enough from Mez to save Sea-Doo in this moment? He's feared low health. Can they kill him off the fear? Double grip from Mez. Mez with clutch peels on that Death Knight, buying time for the stun lock. Sea-Doo's got time dilation, and I think Sea-Doo will survive as a result of those plays from Mez. Now they're setting up a WizK. 4 seconds from Dispersion, 3 seconds from Dispersion 2, and I think he'll make it with that Desperate Prayer. Pre-Dream Projection from Sea-Doo. He dispels the dots. Is that going to be enough for him to survive as he's low health here? Mez looks like he anti-magic shields Sea-Doo. That must be some new Death Knight tech, because I see an anti-magic shell on him right there, and he actually survives as a result. Peekaboo has no trinket. He's getting blasted. Is this the Death Knight miracle? Peekaboo cloaks at critically low health, stays alive again. I cannot believe this. I'm checking the gear checker right now to see what Mez is doing.
But look at the mana. Absterge is so massively ahead in mana, so even though Liquid survives there, it's a really bad spot. Triple Fear comes through, and they're just going to chase after Sea-Doo. In comes another kidney shot, and they're looking to set up on him. You can see WizK now with that power infusion up. Sea-Doo in a lot of trouble. It looks like the AMZ coming down again, or the AMS rather, but Silence is there to follow it up. Communion comes off cooldown, and Sea-Doo has to let it rip immediately. Needs to get that mana back as well. They're going to bring a piece Peekaboo back towards them. Trill's trying to stick onto him, but he has evasion again. The blind is back up. There comes the vanish in from Peekaboo, and they're looking to set up the blinding sleet. The leg sweep comes through. It connects on both. The dragon goes down on top as well, but it's a blind defensively onto Trill. They're just trying to stop this go here from Liquid and turn around the pressure because they know they're massively ahead as far as the mana lead goes. And there's the fear onto Sea-Doo. It looks like they want to try to set up on him, but he's able to LOS the mind games. The silence comes out. The Mind Flay Insanity as well coming out there onto Sea-Doo. The kidney shot is going to allow him to escape, though. It looked like he had a pre-rescue on that kidney shot and was able to actually fly away on it. Mez now getting turned on as dampening is ramping up. The Death Knight is seeming like it's becoming a lot more of a target, and Sea-Doo is just struggling to keep up with the Shadow Priest damage.
Oh, but WizK doesn't have Dispersion. Absterge is bombing and heals. He's paralyzed at the moment. Can they finish the game? Fist of Fury flying. They need to stop on that. The kidney shot the Fist of Fury from behind with the Shadow Step. They set up on Sea-Doo, but he pre-walls the swap, reducing a ton of damage. But now the wall is faded. He rewinds. He sneaks it in 1 second before the fear, and Sea-Doo will survive yet another setup. Unbelievable survival from Team Liquid to stay in this fight this long, but Absterge has Trinket Spirit Link. Peekaboo's getting his Cloak of Shadows back off cooldown. He's getting his Trinket back, and honestly, the Golden Guardians, they're starting to recover, and Sea-Doo has no mana in this position. Hex on Mez, slowing the damage down. Peekaboo's looking to re-stealth behind the pillar. Shadow steps over to Sea-Doo. He's trying to get rid of that nullifying shroud and cheap shot off the effects. He got one charge off. Now he's trying to retreat away from Mez. He pre-cloaks the grip here, anticipating a lot of damage, but now he won't have cloak defensively. He gets pre-disarmed. They pre-anti-magic zone. This is a lot of pre right now from the side of Liquid, and Peekaboo still hasn't pulled the trigger. He's going to have a lot of damage. Mez pre-AMSing as well. Double blinding sleet on the kidney shot. Beautiful peels. Triple dragon from Mez. They're pushing for the kill here.
Will Wizkay choke? He's got Dispersion. Abster's doesn't feel comfortable. He's going to trade Spirit Link on top of it, but that overlap is now an opening for Liquid.
Sturge is in trouble potentially here. He actually gets Mind Frozen on that heal, and now Peekaboo is getting really low. He used that early cloak aggressively. The swap has to come out from Wizkay, so they've got nothing. They just went through every cooldown all in a row. Sidu sitting down for a drink. He gets distracted out of it, though. Beautifully done by Peekaboo. Didn't let him get anything, and now the kidney shot comes in, and he actually popped into LOS of Wizkay. That could be the final mistake here from Sidu, and he's gonna go down. Got hit by the kidney shot, was trying to pop out. They're looking for a counter kill here onto Peekaboo. I don't think it's going to happen. He's going to step away. We'll see if Mez can connect back to him. There's the cheap shot, though, to Peel. I don't think it's really... I mean, even if they get the kill, it's over. They're too low, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to beat the Shadow Priest Shaman. This Shaman has way too much mana. But Liquid definitely made him work for it. That was a close one, and I would not have expected this game to come down to mana, right? Like, it really was just... At the end of the day, Sidu was totally I do think he made a mistake stepping back in LOS, but I'm assuming he was stepping back in to try to get a dispel on something, you know, like to try to pop out and throw out a hot or throw out a dispel. But in that final moment, you know, Peekaboo's charging towards him. He steps out from behind that wall, gets kidneyed, and then he's in LOS of Wizkay, and it just didn't seem like they had anything left to really peel for him. I have to say, though, Mez and Trill did a really good job. Mez in particular had so many good, AOE CCs and AOE peels when Sidu was in trouble. Sidu, it felt like, was pre-cooldowning like every single go, whether it was a pre-wall or a pre-dream protection, or like, you know, he was always getting fully hotted before the goes. So was really well played, I thought, by both sides. But I think Golden Guardians just realized that, hey, we're winning pretty heavily on mana. All we have to do is really play defensively, you know, during these windows of vulnerability. And when they didn't have any cooldowns, they really pulled back. Peekaboo was down to pillar for a really long time. And, you know, in the few windows where they were vulnerable, they committed their cooldowns. They just dropped cooldowns. They didn't really worry about it, because at the very end, it was like they just had to live that final go, and it was going to be all over.
So Mez is playing the new Spell Warden, which allows you to cast Anti-Magic Shell on your allies. So he was actually using Anti-Magic Shield on his allies.
Like,
and that was really important. I mean, Sidu survived like 3 kidneys only because of that. So interesting tech here that I've yet to see from Death Knights. They're bringing it out in a surprise fashion, but it doesn't win them the game.
Here, though. This was the final. This is the very end. So what was he? He was trying to come out. I think he was trying to come out to dispel Trill. I think Trill was just like dotted up. Maybe came out for that, but yeah, as soon as he comes out there, you just knew he was dead, right? Like as soon as he popped out, because Pika was already running towards him. They even, I think, had PI up there at the end. Wizkay, again, getting a ton of damage done and a massive amount of healing. So, you know, has definitely been a difference maker. The Shadow Priest just seems so strong right now. So much utility, so much damage, and a lot of like healing, a lot of, you know, they can kind of do everything well, right? They can set up their own CC, they can go for burst, they can go for rot, they can, you know, like have defensive utility like grips and swaps and all that stuff. So they seem really, really strong when they're played at the highest level, like Wizkay's playing it.
All right, NA meta with Shadow Priest Rogue versus Windwalker DK. EU is all about Boomkin Warlock. It's a little bit different apparently across the ocean here on this side. Very entertaining games though, and I now they've got to start debating themselves, like, should we just play the Rogue Moonkin? Because I mean, Rogue Moonkin on the bigger maps I think is probably a better pick. Maybe you try and play the Windwalker DK on small ones, and play the series out that way, because the Boomkin Rogue one just feels like a skill matchup. If you play better, you're gonna win, and if you don't play better, you're gonna lose. Whereas Windwalker DK, it still feels like a skill matchup, but it feels like you're cut a little bit shorter. You don't have as much time. There's so many cooldowns, and the Shaman has just way better mana than you, is like a huge problem.
I mean, I think that like it to me, like watching that second game felt like it was more on Golden Guardians to not make a big mistake and they would just win, right? Like as long as they respond appropriately to the goes, it felt like they were going to always win. Like, because they're the ones who generally have control of the pace of the game. They're the ones who generally are like dictating, you know, when and where they're going to fight, so to speak. And they were way ahead on mana. So like that one to me felt like more in their control than the first one, where the first one, one felt like it really could be either thing. So they're going to try something different. It's going to be Ellie Moonkin here. So trying another different comp. This one will be interesting. I do think this could work pretty well potentially against the sub rogue, but I also think there's the opportunity for Golden Guardians to just play pillars forever until it's deep dampening, and then, you know, one big go potentially could spell the end of it. We'll see though.
You know what's funny is I played Ellie Moonkin on the ladder and I fought Luminosity Gaming, And the Ellie shaman I was playing with at the time, it was Oz. He was yelling at me like, just get on the shaman and kill the shaman. We need to kill the shaman. And I didn't believe him. I was like, there's no way that works. As soon as we went on the shaman, we won. Like, so I'm actually thinking if Liquid can actually switch healer, it's not that bad of a matchup, forcing the shaman into the game and attacking him, at least from that. But also, that was also assassination and not subtlety.
Yeah.
So maybe it's still a little bit different with subtlety. But I do think if you can get a healer in the open, like Ellie Boomkin is really good at killing healers, so just getting everybody involved in the fight a little bit more could be a way for them to win. Basic defensives is just try not to overlap, right? Like you never can have 2 trinkets at the same time on one setup against a subtlety rogue. That's just a shortcut to defeat. But if you underestimate whose trinket it's supposed to be, you know, sometimes like a trinket wall at too low is not enough to survive. So
if you underspend, you lose, and if you overspend, you lose.
Yeah, exact calculations are going to be necessary here for both teams to be able to find a victory. This is the comp that they got the closest to a win in game 1 against the Golden Guardians.
This was different comp, right?
Series.
This was the in the first series.
In the first series, they played Moonkin, Ellie, and they were both like 1%. It's literally the closest game I think we probably ever had in a tournament with both teams at 1%. Like Sam I am peaked back in or something. So on a big map, this makes sense to me for them to try. I think that it can definitely just win off pressure, win off damage, a little bit more forgiving than the Moonkin sub rogue, where you need to be playing like really
more
well coordinated offense, to be able to win. So it's a little bit easier in that sense. But I also think it's probably more fragile. Maybe it's not more fragile in Ellie versus sub rogue. It's maybe a little bit harder to keep alive. You can definitely get cheesed harder, I think, with this comp. Especially like Sea-Doo, because you don't have a rogue to just like counter the rogues go on your healer and punish them for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be really interesting, right? I do think that, like as you were saying, you have to get healers involved. I think that's key with literally every wizard cleave, right? Like anytime you're playing double caster, you have to get the enemy healer involved as much as you can, because that's where you really start to ramp up the pressure. If you're just hitting DPS and Abster's just sitting back on a pillar, you're not winning, right? It's just going to be, I think, too easy for him to heal through that. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. It's also just so interesting, when we have melee players like Mez swapping over on a caster, it's such a different play style. But Sea-Doo, really nice route there onto Peekaboo, but he does get the kidney on him. He's just going to try to kill him 100-0 by himself. The cheap shot to follow it up. He's going to blind him low. And then this is such a difficult situation, because if you sit it, he's going to throw down the bomb. Now the sap as well. They're going to try to set up out of this. Here comes WizK. Are they going to try to turn this around? No, he's just going to continue CCing him.
They off-healed him.
Yeah, okay. This was actually shut down really well by Liquid. The double hybrids just heal him right back up. And now Peekaboo has spent a lot and really got nothing.
Dual kidney, swap over to Sam. Can they kill him through Bear and Barkskin? He pre-bears the stun. He gets rescue shield, knocks them away. Now they're swapping to Mez. They're just all over the place right now. Peekaboo is just going out guns blazing. He just does not care at all. He's taking all the risks, trying to take the fastest line to victory. And I mean, when you're up 2 points, why not? If the enemy team chokes, like, you just get a free win and you go on to match point. But he has used Cloak of Shadows at this point, so he needs to be careful. Now he's getting cycloned. Sea-Doo pre-hotting the team, setting up a fire breath, looking to hit the whole team with that one. Sam switches the clone to Absturge. Deep breath stun onto 2 players. Beautiful setup between Sea-Doo and Sam right here. They're crushing Peekaboo. He's going to vanish from the fight and get a huge heal there from Absturge and should recover. Now he's looking like he wants to swap. No, he's going for a gouge on Sea-Doo. Kidney on Mez, gets knocked away. Back to Sea-Doo. Cheap shot. Shadow step back to Mez. All over the map right now. And is Mez going to respond appropriately? He's just going to burrow and save the astral shift for a time later on. So a trinket wall very early on health is likely going to be his next move. Psyfiend out. They need to kill that Psyfiend. Looks like it's been sniped, but now they're setting up on Sam. He has to bark skin, and like anything Peekaboo touches is just getting demolished right now. And WizK full channeled Void Torrent. They cyclone Peekaboo. He trinkets out to go for a kidney. Peekaboo's playing to win. Mez pre-walls, and now a kidney shot into a gouge. Wall's about to fall. Sam is just dying to WizK in the back right now. He's in bear form, praying he doesn't die to dots. Mez is about to die to Peekaboo in the next setup. There's no wall. There's no trinket. This is really bad now for Liquid.
Yeah. I mean, Sea-Doo's potentially in trouble too. The blind came back up. He blinded Sea-Doo. That had to be immediately trinket. So Sea-Doo's potentially also a target here. But Peekaboo getting incredibly low himself. He's trying to go on Mez. He's in the bomb, but Mez with a nice knockback, and Sea-Doo now comes in, gets that rescue. Looked like he just got to the edge of the bomb, was able to be saved there. There's the gouge over onto Sea-Doo. Are they trying to turn around onto him? Peekaboo into the clone though. Sam doing a good job shutting this down. Stormkeeper getting prepped there by Absturge. They're potentially going to try to go for a one-shot on somebody here. Sidu getting those spirit booms out, though. You can see the lightning lasso as well used onto Peekaboo, and Sidu now spamming out that fire breath, spamming out that damage as much as he can, but Mez is in so much trouble. There's the kidney. The Emerald Communion comes out. Is he even in range? I don't think he's actually getting anything healed from it. Barely surviving for now, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The gouge is there. Is there anything to follow up onto Sidu? It doesn't look like it just yet, but now comes WizK trying to dodge out from that fear, is able to stay alive, and the Shroud going to get kicked, so Sidu can't actually get that Shroud off. He is kicked, but it's now time for Liquid to try to turn things around. Absurge into the Hex. It was like a look. Was that a link? No, it wasn't a link. Just the cloak came out and a big AoE heal. Potentially the Ascendants got popped there because a bunch of people just went way up in health. But now Liquid has got to keep this pressure rolling. I think they have to push in. Sam's playing on one side. Mez is playing on the other. I don't think you can just sit back and do nothing.
Pulling back.
It looks like Sidu wants to drink. I don't think this actually favors them. I feel like you forced more cooldowns from your opponents. But I guess they're really worried. I think they're focused on the blind cooldown because the blind cooldown is going to be up in 10. I think Sidu wants to turtle for 20 seconds. That's my guess, is he's calling to wait until his trinket is back up so they can try to avoid a blind loss.
Oh, they kicked the lightning lasso from stealth. Sam should maybe re-stealth if that's the case and like bash from stealth or something like that, so that he can guarantee a peel while there's no trinkets. 10 seconds till trinket comes up, but Peekaboo has the big one shot and there's no trinket on Sam and no trinket on Mez, so he could dual Blades secret technique one tap right now on either one. He might be sending it. Smoke bomb on Mez with no trinket. Sidu, is he going to get in position here? He's silenced. Big damage on Mez, and that's a... Oh my goodness! This burrow, no! He's going to die in the burrow to dots. And Golden Guardians go up to match point.
Golden Guardians finish it off. I mean, Sidu had the trinket but couldn't do anything with it because the bomb comes down. The silence was thrown in onto Sidu, and yeah, as you said, Mez, I think his trinket came up after he died, right? I don't think he actually had trinket immediately. I think it was still barely on cooldown there. And Golden Guardians able to find the window to make the play happen. And at the end of the day, it just felt like that one opportunity where Liquid really got ahead. I think they were very, very worried about that blind go, about that setup, and they pulled back, and it kind of just seemed like it allowed Golden Guardians to recover a bit and to kind of get the go that they wanted anyway. Because I'm going to be interested to see in those final moments, like how close was it to Mez actually having his trinket? Because I mean, Sidu and Liquid were under so much pressure for so long. Like during this, the Emerald Communion, I think it is healing him. Yeah, it is healing him. Almost killed him through it. And then they're forcing out the trinket. They're forcing out so many cooldowns here. But it's just at the end of the day, this is that time we're talking about where it felt like Liquid kind of had the advantage, wanted to pull back because they were waiting for, I think, the trinket cooldown from Sidu. But Mez just didn't quite have his. And it should be coming right up here. So I want to see exactly how long it was on Mez's cooldowns.
He's got no trigger for 30. I think what happens is he gets bombed and dueled. He's literally bomb dueled. It doesn't matter what anybody does. Nobody's in line of sight of him. And he needed to be able to survive completely on his own. So Peekaboo knows, like, hey, there's no trinket here. I'm just going to send every cooldown in a stun. And the first one is bomb. And they pull him out in the open with the static field. Then they bomb him. And then he duels him when Sidu gets close. And he's got no trinket. So he sneaks the burrow in and gets a global, but he's fully dotted. And dots still tick in the burrow beneath the earth. And because he's out of line of sight, there's no communion, there's no AoE healing. They're able to finish him at that low of health. So now they've basically ran the gauntlet. They tried the Rogue Moonkin comp, seemed decent, like well-rounded comp in the first round, lost. They tried the Windwalker DK on a small map. Didn't seem... Again, it felt more like you said, like if Absurge's team makes a mistake, they could lose, but if they don't, they're going to win. And now the Ellie Boomkin is like... I don't know, man. It's too fragile. It just seems like anybody could just die randomly. Like if Sam doesn't pre-bear one go, maybe he's dead. Or Sidu doesn't get a pre-wall one go, he's dead. Like that's a lot of just like you got to be playing ahead of the curve. I think the Rogue Moonkin has to be the comp, and you just need to play better.
That's how I feel too. That's how I feel. I felt like that comp looked the best. It looked like they had the most agency, the most ability to actually create their own plays. And that's what you want, right? When you're playing against a team that's this good, you can't allow Golden Guardians to dictate the pace of the game and to kind of control when and where you are fighting. And it feels like that's kind of been the case almost over these last two rounds. And it's always hard, right? Because when you lose games to a sub-rogue, there's always like a moment that went wrong. And it's so easy to kind of like hindsight Andy yourself and just be like, well, Mez shouldn't have walked up. He just had 10 seconds on his trinket, right? Like Mez should have just been behind the pillar too, and then we wouldn't have died, and then we would have won later. But like, those deaths always happen against sub-rogues. Like that's how you lose against sub-rogues, right? Is that their cooldowns are up slightly before yours are. They get a go and you die. And that's kind of just how it works. And it's always frustrating because it feels like you should have won. But I think you can kind of almost just like convince yourself incorrectly that the comp is correct because you feel like you could have won there. Even though I don't think that, I don't think that they were really that close to actually finishing the game, right?
No, I think it was still pretty far away here. They're taking their time here. It's match point. I really thought this was going to be Liquid's tournament. Their Moonkin Rogue was looking so good, and now maybe they're spreading themselves too thin with these other options. They should just kind of double down on the Rogue Moonkin, play better. And I mean, it's Trill sub Rogue. I think first time debut in a tournament against Peekaboo, and like Peekaboo's insane today. Yeah. Like not only is it Peekaboo with years of experience, it's like leveled up Super Saiyan times 5 Peekaboo here in this series. Like, he's just
probably played like 30,000 more games of Sub Rogue than Trill, right?
Exactly.
Like, it is hard, and that's one of the things that when you're playing one of these classes that's really high skill cap, there are some of these classes that traditionally people really struggle to adapt to, right? Like, even if it is really meta, like I know watching a lot of the AWC games, today and yesterday and the day before, I could tell some of these Warlocks weren't super comfortable on Warlock, right? There's just things about it that separates you from the best players, even if you're doing like the damage rotation well and stuff as everyone is. There's just windows that Peekaboo, is going to find that you aren't. And so that can be another thing that really plays into it, where you're kind of like maybe just doubting yourself and not having that confidence to go and kind of like mirror someone in sub versus sub when they have so much more experience than you doing it. But I think, that's something that's tough, because at the end of the day, Rogues have been, part of a lot of the premier comps for like 15 years, right? So if you want to play Rogue, you have to kind of get over that hump and just be willing to put in the games and get that tournament experience. So I'm glad they're going to be going back to it. I do think it was the comp that they looked the closest on to getting a win. Do I think they can do the reverse sweep? Probably not. Golden Guardians are looking too damn clean, but I do like the decision, and I think this is what gives them the best opportunity to take some games and maybe make something happen.
All right, let's see if they can get it and nail it back. They need to win 4 games in a row in the North American Finals here of Cup number 1. Are they going to return to glory here as the Golden Guardians just going to clean sweep the tournament? They're looking so impressive right now. WizK's toppling the damage meters. Absher's just keeping his team up no matter what is thrown his way. And Peekaboo is just styling. He's just taking every single possible playbook.
Sidelines.
Jelly Beans is getting banned in the Twitch chat, and he's doing his best, and
he's bringing him like cold waters. He's giving him shoulder massages in between rounds,
rubbing the feet.
Yeah, he's there.
He's got
the hype man.
Ready
he's like,
to
damn,
go.
you guys own that game, We just hype him up.
Sometimes that's what you need, a little extra
need,
hype can go a long way here. And they're looking good. So Liquid here, it's up to them to step up to the plate and see if they've got what it takes to finish off the Golden Guardians. So I shouldn't say finish off, to start working at the wall that is the Golden Guardians, start chipping away to try and get back to a game 7. They've got an Astromaine's Fall, really big map. It's going to be really nice for Samayam to get some distance, so he's not getting cross done, so he can try and like pre-clone some goes and assist with his team. It's more or less for targeting here. Like, should Liquid commit to the Shadow Priest, or is it a commit to Rogue, or is it go Priest with swap Rogue? I'm not 100% sold on what the best line is, because I actually think Shadow Priest is pretty tough to kill. With everything that they have, that it might be better to go Shadow but swap Rogue every time. Like, attack him, have your kick on him, so he's slow down a little bit, and swap would be the best.
Yeah, I like Rogue and Goes a lot, and I mean, especially like if you can force, I think you can go, there's like times where you can go Shadow Priest. Like, for example, if you get a really good go on the Rogue and you can get, like a life swap out from the Shadow Priest defensively on the Rogue, then you can sometimes swap immediately to the Priest, get dispersed, and like in those situations, you just run through the defenses really, really quickly. But I do think that when you are playing these setup-based comps, it can be a little bit difficult, because it's one of those things where if you're swapping around too much, then cooldowns are just rotating back up from the enemy team, right? So I think that's something you always have to be really, really careful about, is sometimes it is best to just commit to one target, because you're getting their cooldowns out of the way. If you swap around, if you get too fancy, you're just going to give your opponents time to actually, get their cooldowns back.
All right, let's see if they can, weather that storm, get past this initial hump of the learning stages as well for this type of composition, because, if the meta doesn't change, this is going to be a really important component to either find an answer to or to master yourself. As we're jumping into match point, game 4, Golden Guardians looking for a clean sweep. They want to just end this with a crisp 4 wins and take that first cup victory with and the momentum that goes along with it for the remainder of this 4-week season, and also just guarantee more points so they don't need to be dealing with that gauntlet shenanigans and worrying about qualifying at the last seconds. It's way better to have the high points and have the comfort of the top 3. So important win here. Also just establishes their dominance for the region. It's been a while since we I mean, this is also unprecedented. Is this like, when have we not seen Luminosity Gaming in the finals? Like, I can't remember
ever.
If it happened, it's like one time out of 50 tournaments or something. So this is like a once in a lifetime opportunity for both teams here to try and grab a first place finish with Luminosity Gaming already out of the competition. Would have liked to seen, honestly, Golden Guardians against them. I think they managed to avoid them because Liquid got the double tap and knock them out. But maybe next week we'll get to see the Golden Guardians versus Luminosity. Here the teams maybe taking a little bit of time, getting on their characters, figuring out exactly what they want to be doing, because obviously they've been switching around a lot. And here we go. We've zoned in. This could be the final game between the Golden Guardians and Liquid.
It's going to be exciting. It is match point for Golden Guardians over Liquid here, looking to try to close this one out. But Liquid going to try to battle back. We'll see if Sidu, Trill, and Sam can make it happen with the Sub-Rogue Moonkin and that Preservation of Oka that Sidu has been loving so much on this patch. Has been playing it really, really well, but it's clear that Golden Guardians are just more comfortable in their comp. They have been playing kind of just that cut above. And we'll see what the opener is going to look like here. Trill running in. Doesn't look like he can get any sort of a sap, though. So are just going to be looking for those openers. He's kind of just a 2v2 to start. We'll see if either rogue does open. There goes Trill. Shadow Step kick. The kidney comes out. The gouge from Peekaboo in stealth. And then just the kidney to follow it up onto Trill. They're going to try to get this damage rolling. And Trill, dangerously low already, is just getting pounded there by the secret technique from Peekaboo. WizK was CC'd up, but it just didn't even matter. And now Sam is taking a ton of damage from WizK. Has to use the solar beam defensively over onto Wiz, who was crushing him low. Trill low again from Peekaboo, who's onto the back of him. And now Trill turns around with the kidney shot. They're trying to get Peekaboo down here, getting him quite low as well. There comes a cheap shot over onto Sturge. There's the clone, the full roar clone onto WizK. So that's a 7-second clone over onto him, but it just doesn't feel like they have any pressure rolling with it. Sidu's trying to kite away from Peekaboo here. He's getting onto the back of him. There comes the deep breath, trying to escape from Peekaboo. And now the clone comes out from Sam. They have a 3v2 there against WizK, who's just, again, trying to push in on Sidu. Everyone from Golden Guardians is constantly playing on top of him. And the same cannot be said for Absturge. And Trill now in so much trouble here. Cheap shot into the cheap shot is going to have to use that cloak. And the clones come out defensively, the silence and the static field totem. You can see Sidu got pushed a mile away from the rest of his team. And Absturge has been completely unfazed. He's not really getting pressured until just now, where the bash clone comes in. And now Peekaboo could be in a lot of trouble. Look like the kidney maybe got evasion there, potentially, from Trill. He went for the cheap shot, and I think there was a gap between that cheap shot and the kidney. Couldn't actually connect.
All right, Peekaboo's half health, WizK's half health. Absturge needs to recover them, but Peekaboo gets cloned low health, and this could be a big opportunity to switch crowd control to Absturge and go for the kill. Peekaboo steps in offensively, goes for the gouge. Trill kidneys his assault and blocks him. Now Sidu is free, going for a fire breath, trying to keep pressure going, but Sam's in a fear. Rescue pulls Trill back to the pillar. Sidu is silenced. Absturge has Earthen Wall down preemptively. He's chasing Sam towards the left side of the pillar as both of them are moving on top of him. Void Torrent fully channeled from WizK onto Trill, just trying to keep his damage overall and pressuring Sidu's mana bar. Windshear onto Sidu, but a kidney shot onto WizK. He's out in midfield. Trill looking for a cheap shot, looking to peel. And Peekaboo might just drop in a cheap shot. Remarkable damage, but he does survive the stun lock. And it looks like Peekaboo's moving towards Sidu. Nullifying Shroud goes up. They need to purge that off. I see WizK chasing him and likely going to be spamming Purge here in a second. He's purging off the Nullifying Shrouds, trying to get rid of that crowd control avoidance. He pulls back behind the pillar to line of sight Sam. He's free casting Mind Flays, but Peekaboo is so low on health. He's dismantled. Full clone connects on Sam. And will Peekaboo go down? 5 seconds to Cloak of Shadows. They have cooldowns. They need to not choke at the finish line. They have so many answers. Peekaboo's going to pre-evasion, steps in. Sidu hovers away, trying to kite, but ultimately does get stun locked. Trill now into a cheap shot, into another one. Is he going to go down? Is this going to be the KO? No, he gets blocked. Time dilation is up. Now Trill's turning it around. Kidney shot. He gets fear. Double fear by WizK. Beautiful peel right there on the setup. So Trill is forced to go after WizK instead with the remainder of this Shadow Dance, trying to finish him, but not enough damage to do so. A swap onto Sam out of nowhere on match point. Is he going to die through Barkskin? He's not in Bear Farm. That Spore Cloak procs, giving him a last second shield and enough time to get the Frenzied Regen. He goes for a Cyclone. He gets it on Absturge, and Peekaboo and WizK are low in this position. Is he going to go down? Cloak of Shadows at 5%. Absturge has Spirit Link Link. Is he going to trade it here? His entire team is getting decimated right now. This is insane momentum for Liquid. They need to ride this.
Here comes Trill, but Trill actually gets kidney shot behind the pillar there, but it's a kidney over on Absurge as well. The Thunderstorm going to knock him back out. Sidu into the blind. It looks like there can't be any follow-up. No, he didn't get in combat out of that. Are you kidding me? He's sapped up there by Peekaboo. Beautiful play by Peekaboo, but he's thrown into the clone. Sam breaking up that CC chain as much as he possibly can. It does feel, though, like Sturge has been given time to recover. And now the Mind Flay and Insanity coming out. It's Trill and Sam I Am getting quite low. The Disperse, though, is forced by WizK. He does still have that swap remaining. The Spirit Link is still available, and the Trigger from Absurge as well. And Sam now into the kidney shot, but it's a counter kidney shot over there onto Peekaboo. The Earthen Wall Totem gets dropped immediately, but the Gouge comes through onto Sidu into the full fear. And Sidu now could be in a lot of trouble here. Sam I Am in Bear, trying to cut away. Sidu into the Hex. It looks like it's overlap, though. Now the Dream Projection comes out. He's trying to pick Trill back up. He's trying to pick Sam back up, and he has done a good job to do it. The clone comes there over onto Peekaboo. The kick onto WizK. The blind coming out onto Sturge. Can they get anything off of this? They just haven't been able to even force his trinket. Now there is just a DR clone coming out. WizK still sitting very low. The double beam on WizK and Sturge, and now the Link is going to have to be dropped as Peekaboo is into another DR cheap shot there. Is really, really low and under a lot of pressure. He's got no trinket. He's got no cloak. And Swap is coming back up here as the kick had locked WizK out. So he does have that available here once again. They're back behind the pillar. Sidu is hurting on mana, just slightly behind Absurge, so he's going to run away. He's going to look for a drink here. We'll see what Golden Guardians can get done with this. Trill has got to pull back as well, but it's Peekaboo into this. Oh my god, he got the stealth sap and the kidney shot, and this could just be it. There's no trinket available there, but the communion comes out, and it's not enough. He just kills him. That is it. It's all over. Peekaboo finds the window to get the sap on Sidu. He set down for the drink. He got in the stealth, and Sidu did not get up fast enough. Thought he had it with the communion. I'm not sure if that got dueled or if that was just straight up killing him through it. But a beautiful play there from Peekaboo. Golden Guardians gonna take the AWC Cup 4-0 in the grand finals over Liquid.
Bro, this was the golden Peekaboo. Like, he is just doing everything in the game right now. What an insane play. He saw Trill getting close, so he steps over, sprints over, gets a sap, cheap shot, one shot KOs him through Emerald Communion. Like, if you're Sidu in that position, you're thinking, like, we should be fine. I think he had a trinket, Emerald Communion. Like he had the cooldowns that typically you don't die through. So when we get to that point, and I mean, look at this moment. I'm thinking like, oh man, Liquid want this. Look at the damage. Like, they're just killing Peekaboo. They're killing WizK. They're killing everybody. They have them scared at the pillar. They're poking Absters. They're just destroying them. I'm like, okay, this is the Liquid we need to see for a possible reverse sweep. Like, they're absolutely dominating. And it's just one clutch play at the end of the game that just steals it away from them. So look at Sidu's cooldowns. He's got Rewind, he's got Communion, he's got Trinket. Like, he has tons of cooldowns. He's like thinking like, okay, we're chilling. Like, there's no way that we could possibly die. We're in such a good spot. I'm just going to drink and get mana to make sure that we don't lose on this condition. And that ended up losing them the game. Like, I mean, just look at this pressure. Like, Sam I Am and Trill are just killing them. Everybody is dead, even with that fear on both DPS. And this is where they decide to take the foot off the gas. And maybe that's a mistake. Maybe they should have just kept gassing in. They have no trinkets though, too.
Every time they reset in this series, it felt like it went bad for them, right? Like, it happened multiple times. Every time they got the advantage and they pulled back, they like instantly lost the game after. It felt like, I mean, Peekaboo just kind of was styling on him, to be honest. Like, step to Trill, sprint sap, gets it on Sidu. Sidu just didn't think he could get there that fast. I think straight up.
I think he's out of line.
Communion comes out. No, it was healing. It just healed him up right there. I just saw it tick up. He just gets killed through it. There's another tick up.
He literally dies through it. Oh my god.
Straight up dies through it. That's secret technique, baby. He's got PI. He's got the secret technique. And it's not much of a secret anymore, but it slaps. It does a lot of damage. And Pika just really, any little mistake you make, he punishes you so heavily for. Because it wasn't even just that sap. There was another blind where Sidu got out of the blind, and I'm not sure what he spent his global on, but he did not get in combat fast enough and got sapped off the blind when he had a global to avoid it. And the same kind of thing happened here. It was twice in this game where people found that window to get a sap on a Sidu, and he just punishes you so heavily. If you make the slightest mistake, you're just going to die against this team. They're just too clean.
What did WizK get in these final moments? Is there anything like, because I cannot believe he died through Communion. I mean, I see what you see where it like ticks, you see the green little light and he gets healed a bit. And
it's 20% per second, right? But it's 20% per second heal over 5 seconds. But then there's obviously, there's healing debuffs and stuff as well. We're in dampening. And Secret Technique does a lot more than 20% per second. So that's the thing, man. When you're that low, you can just kind of get one shot through it. We'll see if WizKid got a mind games out or something like that. I mean, they both have PI. Yeah, there's mind games, doesn't get interrupted. So it's mind games, it's secret technique. Lava burst is even getting casted. I don't even know if that was even needed, but yeah, just death comes through. It looked like as well. I think it was so mind games, death. The lava burst didn't even come through, but mind games, death plus secret technique and PI. It's a lot of damage.
Siphon too.
Oh my god, I can't believe it, man. I thought this was the comeback for Liquid. It was looking so good for them, and they were getting so much pressure, and that one moment where they just release it all and then just spirals out of control, and now they're not going to get a second chance for this week. That's a 7-0 for the weekend for the Golden Guardians against Liquid. That's a brutal result for week number 1. We're watching in slow-mo the demise of Liquid in this final game. What a crazy series, but I feel like they learned a lot too throughout this weekend, like where they need to invest their time and what compositions are going to work and not work. So they got to experiment a lot, and it was nice to see Mez. I mean, he got some insane plays on the Death Knight. Even Frosty K is not really in the best spot for competitive play, so the fact that he could even come this close was impressive to see them pull out, and they're definitely very versatile, flex into the meta. But Golden Guardians, man, when RPS is the meta, like, you don't want to fight them. You do not want to see them at all. Peekaboo just had a pop off in this series, just absolutely carrying here. And it was quite a treat to see here. Like, if you're a Rogue fan or a Peekaboo fan, like this is what you live for right here on the side of the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, they basically just had that perfect go, right? Like, everything's connecting. You have PI, you get the sap, he drops the Siphon, you have mind games, you have death come through. Like, it is a crazy amount of burst when everything kind of hits at the right moment. And they just really made it happen. But I will say, credit to Liquid getting all the way to the finals. They're going to finish in second. Obviously, losing 7-0 is rough. That's not what you want to have happen. But you have to say there was a lot of really close games between these two teams. It was not 7 stomps, right? Like, there was actually a lot of games where they had, Golden Guardians too. I mean, you called it out, that first series that they played before, where both teams are at like 1% HP. We had a lot of different close calls. But the reality is, if you want to beat a team that is playing a comp that is both really strong and that they have perfected over, how many years have they been playing this comp? Like, I feel like I was playing against them playing this comp when I was playing competitive, and I haven't played pro since like 2015, right? So it's
many people are loyal to a comp like this too. I feel like a lot of times
they've been playing this for like a million years. So they have perfected it. Like, you have got to really play perfect to be able to beat a team that is playing a comp that is really strong in the meta and that they are just gods at. So it's definitely going to take some work from C-Neutral and Sam, but they also did beat Luminosity twice, and that is really something to be happy about. Luminosity almost always wins all of these. They beat them, in a non-stream game before we even got to the top 8, and then they beat them again in the lower bracket. So that, I think, is going to be kind of like the main victory for Liquid in this tournament.
Yep. It's definitely a good place to end it. So we're going to see Team Liquid returning next weekend. But that being said, we are joined here with Absturge from Golden Guardians. And hello to you and Mariah Carey. How you guys feeling?
My head's looking a little big, but hello. Hello.
What's up, Sturge? So is it a healer gap or what's up? What's that?
I'm feeling good. I think this is our first cup win, and I think like since end of BFA maybe. We've had a few finals appearances and stuff, but I think the last time we won it was end of BFA, I think. So
let's go, man.
Long time coming.
That's awesome.
Long time coming.
So how long have you been playing RPS? Because I was just saying, like, I feel like when I was still pro, like 8 years ago,
I can't hear Zale. No.
Oh, you can't hear me.
Oh, he's asking you how long you've been playing RPS.
Translator.
We've played since.
Why can't they hear me?
We've played since whenever we formed a team together. That was kind of our main comp. So we had RPS and Thug, and that's since. I mean, we've been on a team since start of 2018 now. So very long time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I think you can hear me now. That's crazy.
Yeah,
so you guys have been playing it for like 5 years, 6 years going on or whatever that you played the comp. So do you think that like the time is now then? Is this the season of the move? Because RPS is looking really nice.
I mean, it kind of depends, right? Like if they do balance chases and stuff, I think the difference is right now, if RPS is good, it is something that we obviously do play. but we are a lot better at like understanding when we don't have to play it, you know? Whereas before, over the years, it's like, okay, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do right now? We're down 0-2. Let's play RPS. Why not? So I think this year it's a bit different. Like even last season it was a bit different with
you're spamming Pally.
Yeah, kind of playing different healers. I think that was the biggest part. Is just playing different healers would be the biggest factor.
Do you think that playing, spending a lot of time playing the other classes has made you guys better at your main classes as well? Like, being able to understand how to better shut down things and kind of like helped you to step out your game in that way?
I definitely think that's kind of the age-old question, right? If like multi-classing more gives you more knowledge, and I think it somewhat does. Like I think being pretty solid on one thing is good, but I think it definitely helps to play more things and kind of understand like the little intricacies of specs, right? So Jelly's been playing a lot of demo, so whenever we fight demo locks and stuff too, and Wizzes play a lot of it too, we have a better understanding of it overall. So it definitely helps, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious if you guys are like, what was your goal for placement? Obviously, everybody wants to win, but did you expect to 4-0 a team like Team Liquid in the finals?
I think we knew that we were capable of it. It's more of just, are we going to be able to play to that same standard each game, So I think we knew we were capable, but trying to stay level-headed, try to stay composed, and just make sure that we, even after games, even if they go well, or even if they don't, if they don't go well, and even if they do, we kind of just make sure that we have like the strategy down and have to make sure that the little things that went wrong, even in a win, could go better. So I think we knew we were capable. It's just about playing more and trying to stay composed and play well. Because at the end of the day, I think with people now, it's hard to win. Everyone's so good.
Yeah, I mean, people have been playing the game for like 15 years, right? Like you guys have gotten to a level where everyone has pretty much mastered it. It feels like. Did you watch any of the EU Cup? I'm curious, like, kind of your thoughts, because it felt like the meta in NA was very, very different in EU. And EU, it was like all like Warlock plus Demo, Demo Warlock plus like Moonkin, that kind of comp. Pretty much almost exclusively, it felt like NA had a lot more rogues, obviously like RPS. So we even saw some melee cleave. We saw some different stuff. Like, do you think that is just it's like a difference in the players and what the players specialize in, or do you think that one meta is actually like stronger than the other?
I mean, all I gotta say is Europe has to suffer now. NA suffered with Chan for a while. Now it's Europe's turn. Europe can go hang with him. They can play with him. They can enjoy that. Yeah. So we can see we can see what kind of torture he's putting out over there. So they can deal with that. No, I think it's always different metas. I feel like Europe has always had a lot more of the. I feel like they've always been a lot better at like the dampener comps too. Like they have really good Ellie shamans over there, and they have a lot more of them. I feel like a lot more teams that kind of play those styles of comp compared to NA. But I would say that's the main difference. And then now they have Chan. Now they get to suffer. So.
I mean, it's interesting because NA has always traditionally had like a lot more like Warlock-based comps and Resto Shamans and things like that, whereas EU had like a lot, like you say, like LEs and whatnot that weren't nearly as popular.
Yeah, I feel like they always have a lot of rogue mages too, so it seems like there's always kind of a difference like that with meta, but yeah, I mean, we've seen kind of the comps that they play too. Like I think we ended up playing Boomy Demo at 1.2 just to kind of test the comp, and I mean, we can definitely I think our team agrees that comp is pretty solid, so I think they know what they're doing for sure.
Awesome. Well, Super T's, do you have any other questions before we send off Carl?
I think the only question I have is how confident would you be in a matchup against Luminosity? Like this week, you didn't have to fight them. Is it a team that you think is going to give you problems? Like, would it be your number one most threatening team in the region? Or what are your thoughts on that matchup?
It's hard to say. I don't know if they would be. I think every team right now is hard. Like I said earlier, I think every team is really good. Everyone's putting in a lot of work. I think that we play RPS for a long time, and I would say that we definitely. I think we have the advantage. I'm on my shaman this time, so Brain got lucky with the paladin. All right, he outshined me on the pally for a while.
It's your turn now. He's got to come into your arena.
Yeah, no, but they're a really good team, so I think it would be a close series for sure. But I think that we do have a lot of experience, so.
It seems like you guys have the edge with sub rogue as well, because that's one of the interesting things about rogue. It seems like even people who play Rogue, not every Rogue plays every spec. And I've always felt like that's one of the advantages that you kind of have with Peekaboo, is that he seems super comfortable regardless of the meta playing, the various specs. And it feels like Sub is incredibly strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's all those twos. Those 1v2s, I'm telling you. He's queuing twos all day as Sub, so he knows.
Just turn off the nameplates and pretend they're another 1400 healer.
Yeah, he does a lot in a lot of these games with some of the CC he gets in the opener, so...
If you have to give one person on the team the kind of MVP for today, who are you giving it to? You can vote for yourself too.
Probably.
But everyone will judge you if you do that.
I will say, I did get a good static field on like the Empyrean game, and no one said anything, and I was a bit sad.
The one where off the fear. Oh, that where if CD got feared off
the to win, we got like the kidney bomb
into the bomb. I said it in the replay. I said it in the replay. Didn't see it. Didn't catch it live. But
I think MVP. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with Jelly. He's holding it down.
First.
He's holding it down.
It's just the Jelly diff. All right, I respect it.
He's holding it down. No, he's put in a lot of time, but in all seriousness, it's hard to say. I think we all play pretty well. But I do think that that Pika does bring a different energy to the team, though. He's just screaming in the middle of the games. So
you can see him screaming in the cam. I can almost hear it if I listen to it enough.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like he starts screaming, and then all of a sudden, all of us are like, "Yeah, they're gonna die!" It's like it gets crazy. So,
is there ever a point where you guys aren't having fun?
We're not having fun?
It just seems like win or lose, you guys are always just in a good mood like that. To Pika's credit,
when they were playing against Chanimal, based on its earlier answer.
Okay, so every instant, but when you're playing,
we did mention that Luminosity had to they dealt with that earlier when they played against Chan's old teammates. So the good old matchup, what was it, RMD or MLD versus RPS on Tolvir. So sit behind the pillar for 10 minutes. Yeah. That was always a fun one. But no, I think overall I think our team does enjoy just being around each other. So I think that helps. So yeah. For the most part, I think normally things are pretty good in terms of like the team environment.
That's awesome. All right. Well, I think that wraps it up. Anybody else got any comments?
Congrats, man. You smurfed today. Go.
Congrats.
Yep, thank you.
What was that? Yeah,
me?
absolutely.
I just said he smurfed. Right. I said congrats. He's owning.
Yeah,
I'll say I got one shout out. I got one shout out just in case, before we leave.
Let's hear it. Yeah.
So it is Father's Day, so I just want to say happy Father's Day to my dad. I think my dad's watching. He always watches all the tournaments, so huge happy Father's Day.
Cool. Yeah. Happy Father's Day to Absurge's dad. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Exactly.
We're going to let you go. Congratulations once again. We'll see
thank you
for Cup number 2, and hopefully you guys can return that success once again.
Yep. See you there.
All right, that was Absurge from Golden Guardians. Super great team. I don't think we've ever gotten a live interview with them. At least it's been a while since we have.
Well, he said since BFA since he won a cup.
BFA, so that's a long time. That's crazy.
Yeah.
BFA was a while ago.
Yeah, very good. Okay, well, awesome. That's going to conclude it for Cup number 1. I mean, we can go over the format just so guys. A reminder, basically, these teams need to get into top 3 for the first 4 cups. So Golden Guardians definitely going to be in a really good spot. Echo, our winner from the European region as well from earlier today. We can take a look at it here. $400,000 in prizing. And I feel like this first weekend already, Supatees, has some... I'm excited for these teams. I'm excited for both regions. Everything has been super fun so far.
Yeah, we can see the scoreboard, how everything got laid out this weekend. So our current top 4, Golden Guardians, Liquid, Luminosity Gaming, and Super One-Shot Frogs. It is not normal to see Luminosity Gaming in 3rd. That is a team that is in 1st or nothing most of the time. So North America has been split wide open. We had a lot of newcomers in North America between No Answer and Lost in Lihue. And I think No Answer has picked up a 4th player so they can have an answer to the RPS, hopefully, for future cups. So I'm very interested to see how they perform. Other teams as well, like Solo Shuffle Police. It feels like it was their first tournament and they might have had some jitters or something like that. And if they can work their way through that they could be a really threatening team with their Boomkin Rogue and their Rogue Mage as well. Dugamified with Calvish's team, maybe they can get a 4th moving into the next week. And I mean, Unitas, I believe this is the team that Chaz from EU joined, and they didn't even get into the top 8. And this team was so threatening. I think it got Thugonomics on their roster. I think it's Aiden. I'm trying to remember their exact full roster off the top of my head right now. But like that roster didn't even make top 8. And Power Men, they've got Hansel now.
If it's just too hard, you come over. It's
and he goes over to EU, wins it. EU goes over to NA,
there,
ninth place.
Free wins. They come over here, they get top 8. Yeah, what can you say?
We've got Melee playing caster classes. We've got casters playing Melee classes. Everything's weird so far in AWC Cup 2. But these are the standings for North America. Golden Guardians up there in first place. Here is the European teams. We saw them fight it out earlier today. Echo finishing the weekend in first, followed by Agents and Admirals Esports. We'll, of course, keep everyone updated as we go along. We've got 3 more cups, but one thing is for sure, if we've learned anything from previous seasons with this format, I mean, these early games really do matter. You got to stay consistent. You got to be squeezing as many points out as you can. Even if you don't make it to top 8, you do get some points, as you can see there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So that concludes the weekend. Thank you everyone so much for participating today. Also, as a reminder, signups are open until July 2nd for all of the cups, but cup number 2, I do believe that they close tonight. You can earn that smoldering banner of the aspects if you participate. There's also a link. You can look at that URL down below if you'd like more information on that as well. So everybody be here same time, same place tomorrow, or next weekend, at twitch.tv/Warcraft, same time, same place. Follow us on Twitter as well at WoW Esports. There's a lot of good information that is constantly being pumped out over there. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching. We will see you next weekend at 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Bye.